Chapter 1. Philippian sect. Blessed clouds hovered above, and the mountains were clear and beautiful. Towering pavilions rose from the ground, shimmering with immortal light. Rumors had it that every grand hall was guarded by an Aquila martial arts ground. 3 Tanyas stood on a high platform, overlooking the scene. On the square below, dozens of disciples dressed in outer sect attire stood tall and proud, hoping to be chosen by the Tanyas as their disciples, to gain the chance for immortality, and thus achieve greatness overnight. Everyone waited eagerly. Our Philippian sect is a major sect in the southern domain. We recruit disciples to eliminate demons and defend righteousness, to strengthen our Philippian. You have passed the outer sect tests, meaning you have a bond with our sect. Therefore, you must remain humble and strive to knock on the door of immortality as soon as possible, to enjoy eternal life. This speech, though cliched, was effective on these young initiates who had just entered the world of martial arts. They lifted their heads high, as if injected with new energy. Seeing the atmosphere well set, the Tanya nodded satisfactorily. Another Tanya responsible for allocation continued. Next, I will announce where each of you will be assigned. Adriel, furnace attendant at the Alchemy Pavilion. Connor, regular member of the patrol team. Anton Kaming, gatekeeping attendant. One by one, names were called out. Some eyes lit up with joy, while others darkened like they had lost a loved one. No matter the outcome, no one dared to oppose it. All accepted their assignments respectfully. Beckett, sweeping attendant at the library pavilion. At this announcement, the whole place was stunned. In an instant, all gazes turned toward the slender youth at the end of the line, their expressions a mixture of pity and other complex emotions. Some even felt schadenfreude. Library pavilion, scripture library. One word's difference meant a world apart. The former housed countless martial arts secrets and was considered a key area. The latter was merely a common library, insignificant and lacking prospects, making it one of the least promising positions. Throughout history, every library pavilion attendant ended up achieving nothing and died in obscurity. Being an attendant there was like being cast into a cold palace. To say it bluntly, entering the library pavilion might as well mean one's future was over. All eyes fixed on Beckett, curious about his reaction at this moment. Especially those assigned to less favorable positions looked on with particular anticipation. Human nature often finds joy in others' pain. Even Aquilas are not exempt from such trivialities. But they were destined to be disappointed. The youth in front of them didn't show any signs of despair or frustration, but instead appeared calm and composed. Beckett himself was in shock. He couldn't understand why he had inexplicably crossed over to another world and became a common outer sect disciple of Philippian sect, only to end up as a sweeping attendant at the library pavilion. Why did his life have to be so hard? Looking around at the unfamiliar and mysterious surroundings, then up at the 3 Tanyas on the platform. At that moment, Beckett felt like a husky mixed in with wolves, daring not to move an inch. Afraid that any abnormality would be noticed and some ruthless cultivators might dissect him for experimentation. Therefore, upon suddenly finding himself assigned to what seemed like a leisurely position, Beckett felt no resentment, only relief, and even wanted to laugh. His top priority now was to quickly escape this dangerous place and spend the rest of his life safely inside. Just sweeping the floor, safe and secure, with food and lodging provided, even paid. What more could he ask for? Certainly better than those grueling jobs where you had to serve others as a servant. As for pursuing the path of immortality, wasn't staying alive more important? Before long, all assignments were completed. The Tanya swept his gaze across the crowd and spoke sternly. Don't wear such long faces. Even as attendants, remember that you are part of Philippian sect. Always think of the sect and never slack off. The sect protects you now, but in the future, you will need to repay its kindness. Our Philippian sect does not tolerate idlers. All of us will strictly follow the Tanya's teachings. Everyone bowed and responded in unigainer. After delivering their speeches, the 3 Tanyas ascended into the clouds and left, leaving the new disciples, full of envy, to be led by servants to their respective posts. Among them was Beckett. Following the servant, winding through the vast Philippian sect, they finally arrived at a remote location where an old, slightly dilapidated pavilion stood, the library pavilion. The servant left. With mixed feelings, Beckett stepped into the library pavilion. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate, it just wasn't that simple. After all, as a dedicated employee of the 21st century who works from 9 to 9, 6 days a week, who hasn't dreamt of cultivating into an immortal and wandering the world with a sword in hand during some midnight reverie? But compared to life, these are nothing. How dangerous it is outside. If one wants to cultivate, they have to venture into perilous places. As the saying goes, one who frequents the riverbank will eventually get his shoes wet. Who knows, one might die someday. Forget it, forget it. What's the point of deceiving oneself? Just envy. No matter how much I envy, I am just an ordinary sweeping attendant. Who knows if I'll ever have the chance to start cultivating? No more deceiving myself. Beckett stared at the 3 big characters for library pavilion and sighed deeply, then lowered his head in resignation and entered. In his previous life, he had lived an ordinary existence for decades. This life seemed destined to end in the library pavilion. Finding the cleaning tools left by the previous attendant in a corner, Beckett was about to start his work. After all, it was his job. Just then, ding, detected host as the 99,999th per gainer entering the library pavilion. Binding divine check-in system. Binding complete. Congratulations, host has successfully bound the system. Checking in at any location will grant rewards. This system automatically sets the library pavilion as the long-term check-in location. Daily check-ins will grant rewards, with more frequent and longer-term check-ins leading to better rewards. Time until next long-term check-in location change, 100 years. Would you like to perform your first check-in? Beckett's face lit up. My golden finger has arrived. A check-in system? Perfect for me. No need to fight all day, yet constant rewards can be obtained. It's right up my alley. Hell with this mundane life. I'm going to cultivate into an immortal. Without hesitation, he waved his hand decisively. System, sign me in. Ding, congratulations on successful first check-in. Reward granted, perfect level cultivation technique, True Spirit 9 transformations. Chapter 2, the sign-in system and the perfect level True Spirit 9 transformations. Is it actually the legendary True Spirit 9 transformations? Beckett couldn't help but feel an overwhelming joy. The True Spirit 9 transformations, a perfect level cultivation technique, with 9 transformations corresponding to 9 major realms, each starting from the innate stage. With every step comes a new divine ability, and after completion, the 9 divine abilities merge into one, enabling the cultivator to withstand countless calamities and achieve immortality. Above Beckett's head, a large mass of purple auspicious clouds formed, with faint golden light shining within, enhancing its nobility even more. At a certain moment, as if drawn by some attraction, the purple auspicious clouds above Beckett's head suddenly transformed into an energy storm, coalescing into a thick, almost tangible purple glow that poured downward. All of it descended into Beckett's Baihui acupoint. In an instant, Beckett appeared as if carved from jade, alternating between purple and gold, looking quite divine. In just a short time, equivalent to burning a joss stick, the anomaly disappeared, and Beckett's entire demeanor changed. His eyes grew deep, and his aura was detached, as if a celestial being had descended to earth, exuding an indescribable presence, truly befitting of a perfect level cultivation technique. The system's product is indeed top-notch. Beckett looked around and found that the entire library remained undamaged. The previous anomaly was contained by an invisible force, drawing no attention from outside. Beckett felt elated, carefully sensing the changes within himself. Before long, his brows furrowed in confusion. Why was he still an ordinary pergainer with no cultivation at all? Closing his eyes, after successfully cultivating the first transformation of the True Spirit 9 transformations, Beckett discovered he could now observe his own body internally. He immediately understood that this was due to the side effect of the successful first transformation, known as the illusion-piercing eye, which allowed him to see through everything. Merely observing his internal body was nothing difficult. He saw that his meridians were extremely broad, resilient, and elastic, comparable to those of ordinary innate cultivators. He also possessed an extraordinary divine ability that even innate cultivators envied, with effects nearly matching those of a spirit core stage divine consciousness, full of wondrous applications. But there was not a trace of internal strength or true chi. Could it be that all the vast energy from the purple clouds earlier was used entirely to improve my constitution and assist in the cultivation of the True Spirit 9 transformations? After careful thought, Beckett understood the crux of the matter. The True Spirit 9 transformations, rated by the system as a flawless perfect level technique. If it were that easy to cultivate, wouldn't everything be in chaos? Well, it doesn't matter. Now that I have reached this realm, with my soul condensed, the only limitation on my cultivation level is internal strength. As long as I can sign in for more treasures, restoring my realm will merely take a bit more time. The path of cultivation begins with practicing internal strength, divided into ranks from 1 to 9. Every 3 ranks form a tier, and beyond the 9th rank lies the legendary innate realm. According to the original owner's memory, Philippian sect, one of the 10 major sects in the southern region, relied on having an innate stage Priscilla. Upon entering the innate stage, one can live up to 200 years. One can utilize the power of heaven and earth to a certain extent. An innate true chi can split mountains and cut through rivers, far surpassing the realm of internal strength. What ordinary geniuses spend their entire lives pursuing, Beckett achieved in mere moments. Now, what he lacked was only true chi. By his own estimation, within no more than 5 years, he would become a true innate cultivator. Reaching the innate realm, the dream of many martial artists, within less than 5 years, was simply astounding. With the assistance of medicinal pills and treasures, this time would be shortened even further. Thus, Beckett couldn't help but sigh. Cultivation is actually quite easy. I thought it would be so much harder. He would say this only when no one was in the library. Otherwise, if the innate Tanias heard it, they might kill him. To reach the innate stage, they relied on their supreme talents and spent decades of arduous cultivation. Yet, this boy, who didn't even understand cultivation, surpassed them while playing around. It was enough to make anyone spew blood from anger. Cultivation being easy? If it were truly easy, Philippian sect wouldn't have only one innate cultivator. Speaking of which, Philippian sect's sole innate cultivator. He has already surpassed a century in age, with his condition gradually declining and limited remaining lifespan. Currently, he spends most of his time in secluded cultivation, ignoring all matters of the sect, remaining in a half-alive state. Even so, his presence alone is enough to make countless sects and families in the southern region wary, afraid to provoke Philippian sect easily. One can imagine the deterrent effect of an innate cultivator. Beckett was simply taking advantage of his good fortune. Not everyone is as lucky as him, with the system assisting, making cultivation as easy as drinking water. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Over the 2 years that Beckett had been in this world, he practically lived in the library, signing in every single day without fail. Pill arts, cultivation techniques, martial skills, divine weapons. All these treasures that would make innate cultivators envious were carelessly tossed around by Beckett in the system space, as if they were mere trash. At present, he was only interested in treasures that could replenish his true chi. Through the accumulation of signed-in rewards over time, with a heap of elixirs piled up, which ordinary people would cherish dearly, Beckett's true chi was finally filled to the brim 3 days ago, officially making him an innate stage cultivator. An innate stage cultivator at 16. Not to mention being an unrivaled prodigy. At least in Philippian sect, one could say that there has never been such a precedent before or since. Now with increased strength, cleaning the library became much easier. Just a wave of his hand, and by calling upon the power of heaven and earth, he could form a field covering the entire library. The field's dispersion made it less powerful. It wouldn't be suitable for combat, but for sweeping dust, it worked perfectly. After casually cleaning up the library, Beckett reclined in a rocking chair, casually tossing some pills into his mouth, sipping on spiritual wine, leisurely reading books. While doing so, he also took the opportunity to learn about the curiosities of this world, broadening his knowledge. Suddenly, at a certain moment, someone entered the library. Beckett's omnipresent divine soul force immediately detected this. However, he wasn't too concerned. Although the library had been somewhat quiet these past 2 years. Each day, quite a few Philippian sect disciples would come looking for books to read, adding a bit of life to the place. Beckett enjoyed it this way. When in a good mood, he would occasionally bestow some benefits, causing those disciples to be overjoyed. More and more people gained opportunities. Therefore, within Philippian sect, there emerged a legend about the library within a small circle. The treasury of treasures. Legend had it that the library was where the Priscilla of Philippian sect, an innate stage ancestor, secluded himself. Occasionally, if a disciple showed affinity, he would bestow them with a chance. Long-lost martial skills and cultivation techniques. High-quality elixirs. There was even one particularly lucky disciple who was rewarded with a lower-grade spirit weapon by the Priscilla. This incident caused quite a stir in Philippian sect. One must understand that a lower-grade spirit weapon had immeasurable power. Apart from the Priscilla in seclusion, only the sect master possessed a spirit weapon. The value of a lower-grade spirit weapon was unimaginable, enough to make even high-ranking Tanius envious. That disciple who received the spirit weapon instantly became everyone's favorite, showered with countless treasures, and soared to prominence. Because of this, many Tanius were willing to lower their status to visit the library, hoping to seek an opportunity, but they all returned empty-handed. Gradually, the hype died down. Some remembered, some forgot. Plus, during Beckett's seclusion to break through to the innate stage, which lasted a few months with no miracles, many lost interest. Although there were still some who tried their luck, coming to the library just in case, most chose to forget about it and focus on their cultivation instead. Crystal had been an outer sect disciple for almost 2 months. Afflicted by a strange illness since childhood, each time she fell ill, her whole body felt like it was submerged in icy water, then thrown into a volcano. Each episode was a dance with death. Her parents' hair turned white with worry over this matter. A few months ago, the best physicians in the southern region gave their verdict. She had no more than 3 years left to live. Unwilling to accept this, with her extremely poor constitution, she longed to cultivate one day. She didn't ask for much, just having a healthy body would be enough. Originally, with her aptitude, she wouldn't have qualified to join Philippian sect. However, since she came from a small clan affiliated with Philippian sect, and due to her parents' doting love and efforts, she was specially admitted as an outer sect disciple. She was even assigned a good position as a miscellaneous disciple in the supply department. Unfortunately, her talent was too weak. For 2 consecutive months of cultivation, while others in her batch began capturing chi sensations and started to condense inner strength, formally entering the path of cultivation, only she remained an ordinary pergainer, standing still. This made Crystal extremely depressed. Not wanting to worry her parents and finding no help, she could only come to the library alone to try her luck. Is anyone here? Crystal cautiously poked her head in. Due to running and her physical discomfort, her little face was flushed red. With her bobbed hair, she looked very cute. No one, huh? After waiting a while with no response, feeling a bit braver, Crystal muttered to herself, they say the library is desolate, and there really isn't a single pergainer here. What should I do to catch the attention of the Priscilla? She was puzzled. At that moment, Beckett was standing not far from the girl, holding a book and looking at her curiously. With his strength, distorting the power of heaven and earth to conceal his presence was quite simple. Another one seeking treasures? After listening to the girl's muttering for a while, Beckett understood her intentions but then frowned. Something's off. This Alana is clearly an ordinary pergainer. Yet why do I get a vague sense of threat from her? Chapter 3. Congenital Constitution, Crystal as Disciple. Beckett was astonished. One had to understand that he had already transcended into the congenital realm. In the vast Philippian sect, apart from the Priscilla who was in seclusion, who could pose a threat to him. Yet, he actually sensed a hint of threat from this seemingly cute ordinary girl. It was simply preposterous. This was fundamentally an impossible situation, but it indeed happened right before his eyes. With this thought, Beckett activated his eye of enlightenment, circulated his true chi, and his eyes glowed with a purple light, looking at Crystal. Instantly, a different scene appeared in his sight, somewhat akin to thermal imaging. However, unlike ordinary people, half of Crystal's energy emissions were extremely cold, while the other half was extremely hot. 2 forces strong enough to make congenital experts gape in awe were hidden within her tiny body, clearly demarcated, colliding with each other. One could imagine the immense pain she must endure. Retracting his power, Beckett felt a bit admiring of this little one's perseverance and mindset. If it were him, he might have been tormented to pieces long ago. At the same time, he also roughly understood her objective. Because of the admiration he harbored, Beckett also wanted to help her as much as possible. Extreme cold and heat, ice and fire in 2 worlds. It is somewhat similar to the rumored special constitution, the yin-yang body of Shindy, which almost certainly achieves congenital or even higher realms. Because those who haven't become congenital have already died, Beckett recalled. Regarding this kind of constitution, strong it is. But if cultivated improperly, the clash between ice and fire could cause instant explosion of power, leading to certain death for the individual. The key lies in guiding its compatibility. You and me, I and you. Complementing and countering each other, forming its own cycle. According to records, such constitutions had appeared on the continent, and even congenital experts attempted to aid them but failed to suppress the ice-fire energies, leading to the owner of this constitution dying from internal explosion. That expert later mentioned that to guide this kind of energy, one must either invite a nascent soul old monster with divine sense to intervene or find the legendary Emperor of Yin-Yang cultivation method. Both paths were extremely challenging. The cost to ask a nascent soul to intervene was beyond words. Seeking out the cultivation method was even more elusive. As time passed, this kind of constitution gradually turned into a sort of terminal illness. Countless talented individuals could only end their lives in regret and anger. But this isn't difficult for me. I signed up for a cultivation technique not long ago, the Ice-Fire Emperor Scripture by Emperor Yin-Yang. Even if it cannot compare with the 9 changes of true spirit, it is still considered an unprecedented divine technique. This Alana's fate should be spared. Suddenly, in Beckett's hand appeared a scroll emitting ice and fire energy, along with a bottle of lesser restorative pill and a medium-grade spirit artifact sword. Pills like lesser restorative pill had long lost effect on him. Over these past 2 years, he had given away quite a few too. He had plenty of spirit artifacts. As for the cultivation scroll, it was indeed a treasure. Beckett did not want to give it away casually. After some hesitation, Beckett's eyes lit up, and he had an idea. Crystal wandered through the shelves alone, occasionally pulling out a book. Time ticked by, and unknowingly, nearly 2 hours had passed. Gradually, Crystal started feeling desperate. It seemed that the Alejandro did not see any value in her. She never doubted that the library's legend was false because so many people had obtained opportunities there, which couldn't be fake. I should leave. Crystal looked at the sky outside with dejection, suppressing her grievances and reluctance. She did not blame the Alejandro, nor did she have the qualifications to do so. She was only frustrated with her poor aptitude, not even having the qualification to catch the Alejandro's attention. Feeling sorrowful, just as she was about to step out of the library, suddenly, "Young one, are you willing to take me as your master?" An Tanyali voice echoed suddenly in her ears. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Crystal's body trembled with surprise. Then she was overwhelmed with joy. It must be the Priscilla. Such an unfathomable means of transmission must be him. Has he finally agreed to meet me? Crystal felt the world brightening around her. It was hope. The hope to live on healthily. Moreover, what did she just hear? The Priscilla wants to take her as a disciple. Crystal felt her soul might drift away. She felt like she was dreaming. My unworthiness, what virtue do I possess? Crystal's eyes became moist. All the grievances accumulated over the years erupted in that moment, tears streaming down her face as she fell to her knees with a thud. Without hesitation, disciple Crystal pays respect to Dovey. Finally, could she finally be free from that nightmare of an illness? She believed that someone like the Priscilla, akin to a celestial being, must have a way. In the eyes of ordinary people, those who reached the congenital realm were no different from deities. Crystal naturally thought the same. Since this grand figure was willing to take her as a disciple, he must have a way to cure her chronic illness. Not far away, Beckett watched Crystal weep bitterly and sighed inwardly. It seemed she had indeed suffered a lot over the years. He could easily help her out of her misery by saving her life and gaining a gifted disciple. Why not do it? The power of heaven and earth guided the scroll, elixir, and long sword to land before Crystal. The hoarse Tanyali voice spoke again. Take them. Crystal bowed in gratitude and extended her hands respectfully to pick up the scroll and elixir. Her careful manner suggested she feared it might all be a dream, shattering at the slightest touch. The scene tugged at Beckett's heartstrings. This child must have endured untold hardships since childhood. A drop of blood will reveal the cultivation techniques information. Study diligently and don't slack off. Beckett transmitted his voice through the air. Crystal hurriedly responded respectfully, then used her dagger to prick her finger, letting a drop of blood fall. The next second, a vast and complex surge of information flooded Crystal's mind, along with profound insights. Thanks to the technique inheritance, Crystal instantly grasped the basics. The cultivation method began circulating on its own, causing the ice and fire energies within her body to harmonize joyfully. In the blink of an eye, her aura surged dramatically. She broke through 3 realms successively, becoming a third-rank cultivator. Crystal trembled in awe. What a profound and miraculous cultivation technique. Even with limited experience, she knew how precious such a technique was. It must be of great importance even to the Priscilla. Yet it was so easily bestowed upon her. This trust, this care. Her heart constricted with emotion. Warmth flowed through her. Thank you, Dovey, for your gracious gift. I can never repay this great kindness. Disciple has nothing more to offer but will dedicate my entire life to Philippian sect, living and dying for its honor. I swear to strive for the prosperity of the sect. Feeling the surging inner strength within her, Crystal felt undeserving. She immediately bowed 3 times toward the intersection of the library and made a solemn vow. To her, the powerful figure in the library could only be the Priscilla of Philippian sect. Expressing loyalty was thus justified. However, little did she know, the one granting her this opportunity was merely a lowly sweeper. Beckett couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He didn't really care about Philippian sect in the end. As a mere sweeper, even if the sect were to collapse, as long as it didn't disturb his signing in and cultivating, he wouldn't bother much. Hoping for a stronger Philippian sect meant less trouble for him, so he tacitly approved of Crystal's actions. Disciple takes her leave. After the emotional wave, Crystal politely bade farewell and left. Once again, the entire library was left with only Beckett. Chapter 4. Uninvited Guests, the Blood Oath Sect. 1 month after Beckett took on a disciple. On this day, Philippian sect welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Clang clang clang. All disciples of Philippian sect, assemble immediately. The Philippian bell rang 6 times in succession, drawing many gazes. Even Beckett, who was in the library, was notified to head to the central arena. What's happening? Beckett extended his divine sense and discovered a group of people dressed oddly. A visit from other sects? 1 5th rank, 2 8th ranks, with aggressive intentions, they mean no good. This should be interesting. Being cooped up in the library for too long is boring anyway. Might as well go and see what's going on. Beckett smiled and set off. Central arena. At this moment, the entire arena was bustling with voices. It was packed with people, like a sea of black surging in all directions, exceptionally lively. Even some disciples who were in closed meditation were called out this time. Suddenly, powerful auras rose into the sky, landing on a platform not far away. Upon looking, they were none other than the Tanias of Philippian sect. However, this time, beside the Philippian sect Tanias stood 3 red-clad figures, their aura cold and bloodthirsty, standing out. It's the Blood Oath sect. Why are they here? They usually don't get along with us Philippian sect. A weasel paying respects to chickens, surely up to no good. Spit, you're the chicken, but indeed something seems off. Did you see that red-clothed youth? I heard he is the current generation Ronald of the Blood Oath sect. This time, he says he's here to exchange martial arts techniques. I think he wants to challenge our might. Why fear? It's just a 5th rank, right? Our inner sect senior brothers Garrick and senior sister Nellie have also reached the 5th realm. Silence. Philippian sect had dispatched 2 8th rank Tanias to maintain order, one of whom, Douglas, spoke. With these words, the crowd fell silent. All eyes turned toward the platform, with many fixating on the 3 red-clad figures. Today, friends from the Blood Oath sect come to our Philippian sect to exchange martial arts. Let me speak instead. Douglas coughed and slowly began speaking but was abruptly interrupted. From the opposite platform, 3 people stood up. A terrifying red-clad figure laughed hoarsely. No need for pointless talk. We martial artists speak straightforwardly. My sect's Ronald will hold a challenge here today. Any disciple of Philippian sect who can defeat him. I represent the Blood Oath sect, and will transfer the mining rights of a spirit or mine for 10 years to your sect. I stand by my word. The crowd below stirred slightly, and many showed dissatisfaction, realizing the Blood Oath sect was challenging them. In an instant, anger surged among the crowd. Hundreds of gazes stared at the 3 members of the Blood Oath sect with ill intent. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense, filled with hostility. Evidently, friends from the Blood Oath sect are quite confident. Very well, let our disciples step forward and challenge them, so they can see our strength. The interrupted Douglas suppressed his displeasure. Another Tanya glanced deeply at the opposing side and nodded lightly. That sounds good. Ha ha ha, you trash of Philippian sect, come challenge me. As he finished speaking, everyone saw a blur of movement. A figure already stood on the stage, proudly holding his hands behind his back, looking down disdainfully at the crowd below and teasingly beckoned with his fingers. It was none other than the Ronald. A peak 5th rank powerhouse at merely 16 years old. How fast? Damn, this guy is so arrogant. Just asking for a beating. Swoosh. Another figure flashed across, and a sword-wielding man appeared before the Ronald. He was Garrick, an inner sect disciple and also a 5th rank. Garrick stood with his sword, his gaze sharp as he stared at the opponent. He spoke clearly. Let me see if you have the power to be so arrogant. Shall I test you? I want to see if the Blood Oath sect truly has the backing for such arrogance. These words sparked cheers from the crowd. Senior brother Garrick, good luck. Long live Senior brother Alastair. Senior brother Alastair is invincible. In the blink of an eye, the battle began. Begin. If I start first, you won't get a chance. The Ronald ignored the cheers around him, still appearing calm, and lifted his chin to address his opponent. Too bad you don't know when to quit. Enraged by the Ronald's arrogance, Garrick coldly snorted. In an instant, he turned into a blur and lunged straight at his opponent's vital points. But in the next second, there was a loud bang, and Garrick flew back even faster, spraying blood across the sky. Silence fell over the scene. The crowd below swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. They hadn't even seen how the Ronald had moved, yet Garrick, the undefeated inner sect disciple, was already defeated. So swiftly and thoroughly. Without any resistance at all. Even the two Tanias of Philippian sect frowned deeply, exchanging glances that revealed mutual astonishment. Douglas was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that his most talented disciple wouldn't even last one round against the opponent. If Garrick lost, sending Nellie, who was on par with him, would likely result in the same outcome. It would just be more embarrassing, with no real purpose. The Tanias remained silent. The disciples were silent as well. All exchanged glances, bitterness filling their mouths, unable to speak. For a moment, the entire arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. On the platform, the Ronald looked down on the Philippian sect disciples with disdain. Just a bunch of trash. If it weren't for the important mission given to him by his sect, provoking Philippian sect and probing the condition of their supreme Fultons to prepare for the Blood Oath sect's eventual takeover, he wouldn't bother with these waste products. You are too weak. The strongest of your younger generation is only this good? If that's the case, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Disciples not good enough? The Tanias can come up too. I accept all challengers. The Ronald's attitude thoroughly enraged everyone. Bastard. Even the two Tanias burned with anger, abruptly standing up, their 8th rank auras bursting forth, glaring with hostility, ready to attack. This was a public slap in the face to Philippian sect. How could they stand for it? Fultons, please calm down. Two ghost-like red figures appeared nearby, their 8th rank auras subtly blocking the Philippian sect Tanias. One laughed sinisterly. It's just a friendly spar among disciples. No need to get so worked up. You are indeed cunning. Your Blood Oath sect is truly cunning. Do you think we Philippian sect are made of clay? Just as Douglas was about to lose control, determined to mobilize Philippian sect's main forces to subdue the Blood Oath sect members. Suddenly, a timid voice rang out. Can I give it a try? Everyone followed the voice and froze in surprise. They were stunned to see a small, adorable figure timidly stepping forward from the crowd, barely at the peak 3rd rank, drawing everyone's attention. I want to challenge you. A soft, innocent voice echoed in the silent square like a gentle evening breeze, leaving everyone speechless. They couldn't help but question their own reality. What did I just see? A 3rd rank Alana challenging a 5th rank Ronald? Am I crazy? Didn't everyone just see a 5th rank inner sect disciple beaten in one move? A mere 3rd rank, asking for death? In an unassuming corner of the arena, Beckett, who had been lazily yawning, suddenly grinned with interest. This Alana has finally decided to step forward. Now things are getting interesting. As for the other party's ill intentions, with me around, who could possibly hurt my disciple? Chapter 5. The disciple makes her move, sword chi sweeps the sky. Crystal leaped onto the platform. Whispers and murmurs erupted from the crowd below. Who is she? I don't seem to have seen this senior sister in the inner sect before. She looks unfamiliar. 3rd rank realm? Are they serious? Holy cow, look at her. She's wearing what appears to be outer sect disciple attire. A 3rd rank realm outer sect disciple? That's not bad, but right now, everyone grimaced bitterly. At this point, even inner sect disciples at 5th rank had been defeated. What could a 3rd rank outer sect disciple hope to accomplish? It would barely be enough to fill their mouths. Ha ha ha. The Dominic suddenly bent over laughing, wiping tears as he pointed at Crystal and sneered. Is there no one left in your Philippian sect? Look at what you've sent up here, a bunch of clowns. The Fulton from the Blood Oath sect also laughed with a peculiar grin. Hee hee. Has the prestigious Philippian sect resorted to using such lowly tactics like sending beauties? Your ancestors must be ashamed. But this girl does have some charm. Being a concubine for our divine gainer wouldn't be too bad. To decline would be impolite. The Blood Oath sect played along, infuriating the Philippian sect, who turned red with anger. Little girl, I know you are eager to fight for the sect, but this isn't something you can handle. Go down quickly. Seeing this, Douglas urgently transmitted his message secretly. He had just learned that this Pregainer was an outer sect disciple admitted this year. To reach 3rd rank realm in just a few months. Such a promising seed, if properly nurtured, would surely become a pillar of strength for the future. If she were lost here due to the viciousness of the Blood Oath sect, it would indeed be a significant loss. On the platform, facing the doubtful gazes of the crowd and the mocking laughter of the Blood Oath sect, Crystal's face darkened, yet her gaze became even more determined. Compared to the pain and suffering she had endured throughout her life, these insults were nothing. Please rest assured, Fulton, I know what I'm doing and will not let down the expectations of our sect. Crystal replied loudly and drew the intermediate-grade spirit weapon sword given to her by Beckett. Wow, it's actually an intermediate-grade spirit weapon, terrifying indeed. No wonder she dared to come out. That sword is something even Tanias would envy. Its power enhancement is not simply additive, someone below whispered, causing a mix of admiration, envy, and resentment among the crowd. Forget it. Douglas sighed, but looked at Crystal with increasing appreciation. This young Eliza is immensely talented and exceptionally determined. More importantly, she thinks of the sect. Regardless of the outcome, we must protect her. Due to his admiration for Crystal, Douglas almost overlooked the value of the longsword in her hand. Holding the spirit weapon longsword, ice and fire power surged within Crystal as she faced the Dominic. Hmph, ignorant fool. If so, then I'll teach you a lesson about respecting the strong. Move, or you won't have another chance. The Dominic remained arrogantly dismissive, not even bothering to give Crystal a proper glance. Someone so weak did not deserve his attention. I will not let my master down. Crystal took a deep breath and summoned all her strength. Instantly, a wave of ice and fire power radiated from her body, causing the surrounding elements to regenerate and amplifying her aura dramatically. In an instant, her realm soared from 3rd rank to 5th rank. This scene caused Douglas to crush his favorite teacup in his hand in shock. Another Tanya wore a stunned expression. Needless to say, the 2 Tanyas of the Blood Oath sect and the many ordinary disciples watching below were equally astonished, mobilizing the forces of heaven and earth. How is this possible? A Blood Oath sect Tanya exclaimed, so overwhelmed that his chair shattered under his powerful internal energy. To mobilize the forces of heaven and earth, even just a little, one needs at least 9th rank realm. It's an innate constitution. Douglas and another Philippian sect Tanya were overjoyed. Heaven, their Philippian sect had produced a genius with an innate constitution, an existence that was almost certain to achieve 9th rank realm. Philippian sect was rising. No. The Dominic looked on in horror as a sword pierced through his chest, spitting out blood in despair before slowly collapsing. We won. We won. Ha ha ha. Cheers erupted among the disciples below. What a dramatic turn of events. Who would have thought their Philippian sect had hidden such a genius? One strike had severely injured the Dominic. Watching the faces of the opposing Tanyas grow darker than thunderclouds was extremely satisfying. No. Just as Douglas was about to make a move, he was desperately blocked by Tanya from the Blood Oath sect who fought 2-on-1. Whoosh. On the other side, a blurred blood shadow flashed and disappeared. Die. No genius that can threaten our Blood Oath sect shall exist within the southern region. Another Tanya from the Blood Oath sect, with an incomparably mad look in his eyes, actually attacked Crystal, who was at 3rd rank realm, right before everyone's eyes. You old rascal. Does your Blood Oath sect want to start a war with our Philippian sect? Seeing this, Douglas's eyes turned red with anger, and he roared without any restraint. Facing Douglas's roar, the Tanya of the Blood Oath sect ignored him. The terrifying aura of 8th rank burst forth, suffocating countless people present. A palm strike aimed at Crystal, who had just exhausted all her strength, came down. It's over. Douglas showed despair. The hope for Philippian sect's rise was destroyed. This palm strike, infused with the opponent's full power, would mean certain death even for someone of the same 8th rank realm if they were caught unawares. There could be no exception. Am I going to die? Crystal also noticed the Toshirlida, sneaking up, Tanya from the Blood Oath sect but was too weak to escape. That single sword strike earlier, using her 3rd rank realm strength, had drained all her energy. She could only watch helplessly as the death-like palm approached her. Dovey, I'm sorry. I haven't been able to repay your great kindness. If there is a next life, I will serve you as an ox or a horse. Crystal muttered in despair. However, just as everyone thought Crystal was doomed, the intermediate-grade spirit weapon longsword, which everyone had overlooked, suddenly trembled. In an instant, an intangible wave swept past. The Tanya from the Blood Oath sect's fierce smile suddenly froze on his face, and a trace of terror emerged in his pupils, unable to spread. Then, an indescribable sword light descended from the sky, not yet reaching the body, but the Tanya's figure began to disintegrate into pieces. His eyes bulged wide in fear as he died. Innate. In a blink, he turned to ashes and his soul dispersed. The Tanya from the Blood Oath sect died, still unable to understand why the innate constitution expert from Philippian sect, said to be nearing their limit and unable to frequently use powers, was here now? He was Buganshin unwilling. Boom. Only after the Tanya died did the sword light fiercely slash into the empty square, tearing apart the air along its path, shattering the earth layer by layer, collapsing nearby houses, and stopping only after slicing more than 1,000 meters. After the ground-shaking aftermath, the dust slowly settled, revealing a shocking abyss left at the scene. Hiss. Everyone, including several Tanyas of 8th rank, drew in cold breaths, their bodies trembling. Chapter 6 Conclusion. As the sword struck, the Fengyun elements changed color. All present, be they numerous disciples or Tanyas, were left in awe by the power of this single strike. The brilliant streak of sword light that flashed in their minds refused to fade away. An 8th rank realm expert was utterly annihilated without any resistance, leaving a deep impression on everyone. In a corner below the platform, Beckett admired his masterpiece, nodding with satisfaction. Even earlier, when he had bestowed upon Crystal a spirit weapon longsword, he had sealed a strand of sword chi within it, using his divine sense's peculiar efficacy. Unlike other innate forces, which would dissipate quickly even when bound to something, his could be preserved for a long time, due to the near-divine sense effect of the illusion-shattering eye. And indeed, it seems the power is quite impressive. What kind of technique is this? Without revealing its trace, it harms from a distance. Even Douglas, who had seen many things, had never encountered such a bizarre technique. He breathed a sigh of relief, but felt it was even more inconceivable. However, despite not knowing the wonders of divine sense, he quickly came up with a plausible guess. It seems this girl has good fortune and somehow acquired a defensive treasure crafted by an alchemist, storing within it a power equivalent to an innate force. I wonder which master created it, allowing her to get such a bargain. According to legends, one of the Shantan, 10 great sects, the alchemy sect, once had an innate ancestor create similar treasures, but the materials were too expensive, making it cost ineffective. Only in dire need would an alchemist spend their energy crafting such items. This indirectly confirmed Crystal's good luck. Talent always comes hand in hand with great fortune. Douglas seemed to see the day when the sect would rise to prominence and dominate all directions through Crystal. Innate. On the arena, the remaining Tanya of the Blood Oath sect trembled in fear, warily looking around. How is this possible? That old thing, whose physical body is withered, actually acted because of such a small matter? Is he throwing his life away? Doesn't he know that without an innate protector, Philippian sect will crumble instantly? Fear gnawed at the Tanya like venomous snakes. Fulton Chi, what do you have to say for yourself? Before his eyes, several Tanyas of Philippian sect surrounded him simultaneously, each face cold as ice. Douglas exuded killing intent. By a hair's breadth. Just by a hair's breadth. If not for Crystal's good fortune and obtaining a protective treasure, Philippian sect would have lost this fine seedling. More importantly, without Crystal's innate constitution, they would lose the only chance for revival in 1,000 years. Douglas's gaze grew ever more dangerous. The other Tanyas who rushed to the scene remained silent, tightly surrounding Fulton Chi. Chi, Chami Wangliang, Heaven and Earth Absolute. The 8 protector Fultons of the Blood Oath sect, second only to the sect leader, all 8th rank and above. This time, attacking our Philippian sect, the deaths of you 2 Tanyas, Chi and Chi Mei, shall serve as interest for years of grievances. Move. At Douglas's command, all the Tanyas attacked together, creating an astonishing momentum. Damn it. This time, our Blood Oath sect falls. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Fulton Chi didn't have time to escape. Before dying, he laughed bitterly with hate. Philippian sect, Autumn Cicada, how long can you last? In less than 3 years, during the re-evaluation of sect ranks, losing your star status as a sect, you are destined to be the stepping stone for the rise of our Blood Oath sect. I, the Daryl, will go ahead, waiting for you all. With those words, he was killed by a single blow from Douglas. Humph, you Blood Oath sect dog still dares to be defiant at the end. Whether Philippian sect thrives or not is none of your business, you beasts. And Tanya Lee man with a cold expression scoffed, and the other Tanyas nodded in agreement. Quickly, old Chaz, where is this talent you spoke of? Is it truly an innate constitution? You're not tricking us, are you? With the murderer punished, an impatient Tanya couldn't contain his anxiety and asked anxiously. Douglas recounted the entire event from start to finish. First, the Blood Oath Sect's challenge, Antona Rixie defeating Garrick of the Inner Sect with a single palm. Then Crystal invoking the power of heaven and earth, causing her strength to skyrocket. He also mentioned that streak of sword light. When mentioning that streak of sword light, the terror on Douglas's weathered face couldn't be hidden. Even his body shook. It was unimaginable just how powerful the owner of that streak of sword light must be. Just look at the gully left not far away. If that sword had slashed at him, Douglas admitted he wouldn't fare much better than the 8th rank Tanya of the Blood Oath Sect. Absolutely powerless to resist. Even so, Douglas kept one thing unsaid. His intuition told him that the power of that single sword strike would even gravely wound the Priscilla who had been in seclusion for years. This was simply unbelievable. That was a powerhouse at the innate realm, capable of standing alone as the guardian of an entire sect. After some thought, because this idea was too shocking, Douglas swallowed his words back at the last moment. Having listened to Douglas's description, gradually, the other Tanyas were also captivated by the single sword strike he described. Terrifying. If the owner of that streak of sword light were to appear, even the Priscilla might not have any confidence in winning. Do you think this sword strike might be from a hidden senior of our sect? The Tanyas exchanged glances, with someone boldly voicing out their guess. Douglas shook his head and negated it. Absolutely impossible. If there were really any seniors hidden within our sect, Philippian sect wouldn't have become increasingly desolate over these years. Now, we are on the verge of being demoted from the top 10 sections. That would be the beginning of disaster. Speaking of the sect ranking, one must mention the most powerful force on the continent, the Union of 10,000 Sects, or simply the 10,000 Alliance. As the name implies, it's a coalition of all sects on the continent, overseeing the safety of the entire continent, coordinating all human forces, and mobilizing them to fight against the cruel and bloodthirsty alien races. If it weren't for the existence of the 10,000 Alliance, perhaps the human territory would have fallen long ago, breached by alien races, countless people captured as slaves, living lives worse than death. The 10,000 Alliance resists alien invasions externally. Internally, it also manages various major sects, and based on their contributions and strength, it classifies numerous sects into 1 to 6 stars. Strictly hierarchical. Being rated as a star-rated sect means receiving formal recognition, protected by the 10,000 Alliance, and obtaining large amounts of cultivation resources. Losing star status means severing ties with the core of the entire human race. In case of an alien attack, there will be no reinforcements from the 10,000 Alliance, only left to perish on its own. The outcome for those sect forces is often very tragic. Across the entire southern domain, excluding the 10 great sects, there are hundreds of large and small sects. Even to become the lowest 1-star sect, the most important criterion is to have an innate realm expert as a guardian. By analogy, to become a 2-star sect, having a foundation establishment respected one is an indispensable condition. Therefore, most ordinary forces either tough it out independently, or choose to submit to the 10 great sects, becoming a subordinate sect, paying annual tributes to seek protection. For instance, Crystal's Myra family is a subordinate sect under Philippian sect. The state of the Priscilla is getting worse and worse, and the end might come within the next 1 or 2 years. Probably can't hold on until the sect ranking evaluation in 3 years. In recent years, our Philippian sect has made too many enemies, whether among humans or aliens. Once we lose our 1-star sect status, we will likely be instantly flattened by a pack of wolves. Douglas's voice was deep and somber. This was the biggest trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so excited upon seeing a seedling with potential to reach the innate realm. Indeed, there was no other way out. Philippian sect couldn't afford to lose its innate protector. If the Priscilla can no longer fulfill the role, then another innate expert must be cultivated to take his place. Only then could this crisis be resolved. Crystal, possessing an innate constitution, was the last hope for the sect. Chapter 7. The Hope of the Sect. A breathtaking battle. From its outbreak to its end, it lasted only a few breaths. Yet, it stirred up a surge of enthusiasm among many disciples, especially that sword beam reaching up to the sky, with what immense power. As the saying goes, one can die content after understanding the truth in the morning. Ordinary disciples might not have noticed much, but many sword experts, such as Garrick, were watching entranced. This Brigainer's sword skills have reached the pinnacle. If I could be taught by him. No, even just getting some guidance would benefit me immeasurably. Pity, such a pity. Garrick's face was full of disappointment. He felt an overwhelming regret for not being able to meet such a supreme master. Unbeknownst to him, the very master he was yearning for stood not far from him, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. With this matter resolved, I should return to my cleaning duties. Beckett saw that the matter had concluded and there was nothing more exciting to watch, so she left on her own, leaving behind a group of chattering disciples. Before leaving, she suddenly caught sight of Crystal standing dumbfounded on the stage. She felt it necessary to greet her disciple. With a wave of her divine consciousness, an almost imperceptible ripple was emitted. Am I still alive? Crystal suddenly realized she was safe. The red-robed Tanya was obliterated by a beam of sword light, and another blood oath sect Tanya was subdued. What happened? Looking at the spirit weapon longsword in her hand, Crystal had a vague guess. That terrifying beam of sword light seemed to emanate from the longsword, saving her life at the last moment. It must have been Dovey. Crystal held the longsword gently, her eyes slightly moist. Although they had only known each other for a short time, her master had done so much for her, even considering the safety issues down to the finest detail. Warmth flowed through her heart. At this moment, a familiar old voice echoed in the air. Well done. Just 4 words, yet they struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Crystal was shaken, then filled with joy. She was happier than when she regained her cultivation ability. Dovey praised me. I didn't disappoint Dovey. Thank you, Dovey, for saving me. I will work harder and never let you down. Crystal bowed toward the empty air. Looking around, she found no suspicious figures. Her master became even more mysterious and towering in her mind. It seemed only she could hear that voice, making her feel elated. Thinking of that terrifying beam of sword light, Crystal felt a mix of joy and an inexplicable pride. At this moment, she couldn't help but want to shout out loud for everyone to see. Look, this is my Dovey, the invincible powerhouse who crushed 8th rank cultivators with a single sword strike. Hee hee. Crystal chuckled foolishly and suddenly heard someone calling her. Turning her head, she found everyone's gaze focused on her, feeling a bit shy. What's going on? You're Crystal, right? Not bad, quite good. You haven't disgraced the reputation of the shinny body. A kind-looking, chubby Darrow walked toward her, followed by a group of smiling Tanyas. Yes, disciple greets the Tanya. Crystal hurriedly bowed upon regaining her composure. Quickly rise. If not for your efforts protecting the sect from trouble and foiling the Blood Oath sect's wicked plot, we wouldn't know how to explain this to the sect. This time, you have done a great service. Ask for any reward you desire. As long as the sect has it, we won't hesitate. Douglas laughed heartily, lavishing praises. Upon hearing these words, the entire area buzzed with surprise. Hundreds of disciples cast envious glances. Who wouldn't envy such treatment? Crystal was stunned. It was the first time someone had treated her with such warm regard, especially someone as high-ranking as Tanya of Philippian sect. She felt a bit at a loss. As for rewards, she hadn't really thought about it. At the time, she only wanted to stand up for the sect, driven by her master's influence, leading to her angry action. Haha, it's fine if you haven't decided yet. Take your time to think about it. Douglas noticed her awkwardness, thinking to himself that she was indeed just a young girl with pure thoughts. That's better. At least the sect wouldn't raise a wolf in sheep's clothing. They planned to groom Crystal as a successor. If she grew up with ill intentions, given the destructive power of a Scintian realm cultivator, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thank you, Fulton. Crystal nodded. How about it? Douglas quietly conferred with the other Tanyas. This girl has a good heart. I think she's worthy of cultivation. Agreed. Concur. I second that. Seeing all the Tanyas in agreement, Douglas nodded and said, if so, this matter is tentatively settled. However, how to cultivate her needs careful consideration. We must not waste such a fine seedling. Don't worry, do you really need to emphasize this? We will naturally cultivate her, as if she were the next head of the sect. The fiery-tempered Tanya opened his eyes wide. Very well. Douglas stroked his beard and smiled. Then, let's bring her to meet the Priscilla. Though we have no objections, ultimately it should be up to her decision. Everyone agreed with a nod. Ordinarily, they could decide most matters. But concerning the survival of the sect, especially with the current master far at the front lines battling the alien races and thus leaving them leaderless, they needed the stabilizing force of the sect to give the final word on major decisions. The Blood Oath sect. The sect was established atop a dim, eerie cemetery, surrounded by blood-red buildings that exuded a heavy atmosphere. The air occasionally filled with illusory wails, causing people's scalps to tingle. Fulton 7 and Fulton 8 went to Philippian sect. Why haven't they returned yet? What if something happened to them? A red-robed figure watched the distance anxiously, deeply worried. Gideon. At this moment, the red-robed figure froze as he heard a voice call him. He quickly replied, Leader, how is the Clifton? Just at the crucial moment. In 3 years at least, or 5 years at most, the Clifton will definitely break through that restriction and reach a higher level. Then will be the time for our Blood Oath sect to ascend to a 2-star sect. The leader's voice was filled with excitement. That's wonderful. Ever since the Clifton went into seclusion, our Blood Oath sect's intimidation has greatly decreased. Those guys are getting bolder. Even a minor sect like Philippian sect dared to attack our Tanya. What audacity. Just then, Gideon received news from below. Chime Fulton's fallen. Unthinkable. As a major sect with 8 prestigious guardian Tanyas, how could they allow even their divine gainer to fall at the hands of Philippian sect? This was sheer insolence. We'll make Philippian sect the first target, once the Clifton comes out of seclusion. Easy now. Tian Fulton smiled faintly. The grace of Philippian sect owes a favor to Wuxing sect, and can even call upon someone from Wuxing sect. Before the Clifton emerges, everything must be handled discreetly. There's another important task for you, and Fulton 4. Upon hearing Wuxing sect, Gideon shuddered and instantly fell silent, recalling something terrifying. Wuxing sect, the leading one among the 10 great sects of the Southern Domain, the only 2-star sect, undeniably the paramount ruler of the entire Southern Domain. Within its walls were more than just one Scintian powerhouse. The Wuxing Old Alejandro of Wuxing sect was a foundation establishment venerable. It was because of this venerable's presence that various sects united against alien invasions. The Wuxing Old Alejandro was upright and hated foul play. But due to the overwhelming alien threat and human weakness, every bit of strength was valuable, which prevented complete annihilation of sects like the Blood Oath sect. Otherwise, thinking of a foundation establishment venerable's fury, it was not something the current Blood Oath sect could endure. Given the favors owed to Wuxing sect, overt action against Philippian sect would hinder the Clifton's plans. Thus, despite his reluctance, Gideon had to put down his weapons temporarily. What's the matter? Gideon asked. This matter is extremely important and concerns our plan to become a 2-star sect. It also involves Philippian sect. Tian Fulton's laugh turned sinister as they whispered together, laughing to the sky. A cold gleam flashed in Gideon's eyes. Philippian sect, he? Chapter 8. Perfection of the 9th stage of innate. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. In the library. Finally, perfection of the innate stage. Beckett gazed into the distance, his pupils as dark as ink, gleaming with a luster deeper than the night sky. Ripping apart. With a wave of his hand, the air burst into a roar. Now I finally have some means to protect myself. Feeling the innate true chi flowing incessantly within his meridians like a river, Beckett was extremely satisfied. With more tempering, he would start preparing for the breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. By then, he could move about freely in the southern domain. Although he possessed the heaven-defying ability of 9 transformations of true spirit, which ensured no cultivation bottlenecks, what was lacking was only the storage of true chi. However, Beckett still took a cautious approach and decided to adapt to the power within his body further. I always feel abnormally strong right now. Wonder if at this perfect 9th stage of innate realm, combined with the 9 transformations of true spirit, how I'd fare against the Foundation establishment venerable. Beckett shook his head soon after. Why be in such a hurry? The 9 transformations had 9 stages, and he had just completed the first one. As long as he gave himself some more time, let alone a Foundation establishment venerable, even a core formation Tanya wouldn't stand a chance under his palm. One must remain composed but strike fiercely. No room for arrogance. Though Beckett really wanted to test his strength, he dismissed the idea of challenging someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Having nothing else to do, Beckett suddenly recalled the Blood Oath sect from the other day. Since he was idle anyway, he began searching through the bookshelves. Even though Beckett had the eye that sees through illusions, a technique comparable to divine senses, he still examined each book visually. As for why, Beckett could only say it was a matter of purgainaural ritual. There it is. Beckett looked at the records on the Blood Oath sect and frowned in deep thought. I didn't expect there to be such deep-seated enmity between the Blood Oath sect and Philippian sect. It's rumored that Philippian sect's last innate realm ancestor died from a practice mishap, but who knew he was killed by the Blood Oath sect? He spent several hours reading straight through. The Blood Oath sect is truly not a good lot. They are practically the cancer of the southern domain. The Yin-Yang Valley isn't much better, practicing harmful rituals that harm countless lives. If I ever encounter them, I might as well crush them outright. Being a law-abiding youth from the 21st century, Beckett despised criminal forces deeply. He couldn't stand idly by. Among the top 10 sects of the southern domain, besides Philippian sect, there were also the Blood Oath sect, Yin-Yang Valley, Anderson Element sect, Mystic Pill sect, Battle Puppet sect, 10,000 Arrays Mountain, Treasure Pavilion, Beast Taming Mountain, and Shadow sect. Among these, the Anderson Element sect was undeniably the first. Philippian sect, however, ranked last among the 10. Seeing this, the corner of Beckett's mouth twitched. He never expected his sect to be in such a pitiful state. What if someone destroyed it one day? Wouldn't that affect him too? Indeed it would. If they were going to destroy the sect, they would certainly leave no survivors. How could they possibly spare him just because he was a library laborer? More likely, he'd be crushed like a bug. Forget it. If the sect is destroyed, I'll suffer too. Helping out when the situation isn't too troublesome doesn't hurt. Naturally putting my interests first, Beckett felt a bit conflicted. At present, he lacked nothing but time. Given enough time, he could tear apart immortals. Philippian sect must not be destroyed. If it were to happen, even if he survived, he'd definitely face endless troubles, and that worried him. All I want is to sign in quietly. Why invite trouble? But, well, those old folks seem quite fond of the Alana, maybe even make her the successor. That makes me, as her master, an ancestral Tanya of the sect, and thus the biggest boss, meaning this Philippian sect would be mine. Those old folks would be my disciples and juniors. Huh. Beckett was surprised. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Right. Philippian sect was his, and its Tanyas and disciples would serve him, so it couldn't be allowed to fall. Yes, that's it. If anyone tries to take my property, I won't tolerate it. Thinking of this, Beckett became clear-minded, his lingering guilt over acting rashly before finally eased, and he happily went back to sweeping the floor. Helping one's own people is what you should do, not violating his principles at all. Yes, that's fine. Elsewhere, in the restricted area of Philippian sect's rear mountain, little girl, when you meet the Priscilla in a moment, be polite. Don't speak loudly or look around, and show respect, understand? Douglas instructed as usual. Like a nagging Grace, he went on about a myriad of precautions, confusing Crystal to no end, before sighing in relief and saying, do you remember everything? If we upset her, nobody can bear the blame. Rest assured, Fulton, I understand. Crystal nodded repeatedly. Yet, inwardly, she couldn't help but feel dubious. Her eyes shifted around, suspicion creeping up. This place really seems like where the Priscilla lives. Could it be that she's not my master? On their way here, doubts began to cloud Crystal's mind. Initially told she would be meeting the Priscilla, she thought they were heading to the library, but they weren't. She didn't think much more about it at the time. Given her master's stature, staying away from the library was actually normal. Arriving at the restricted area behind the mountain, Crystal noticed her master hadn't contacted her, making her heart brim with questions, and a bold speculation started forming. Could it be that Dovey is not the Priscilla? Is there someone else? This thought clarified many of her previous doubts. No wonder Dovey always asked me to go to the library for guidance, and never mentioned being the Priscilla. It was all my own assumption. Thinking this, Crystal was startled by her own conjecture. Never did she imagine Philippian sect hit another innate realm senior. At the same time, her previously calm mindset began to waver. Since she wasn't meeting her master, her throat gulped audibly, realizing her palms had sweated nervously and her legs trembled slightly. Though both are innate realm, meeting her own master versus the Priscilla, that was completely different. For her master, she felt gratitude, reverence without fear. But for the Priscilla, she felt uncertainty and predominantly fear. Realizing this, Crystal abruptly stopped, lamenting silently. She thought it was just a meeting with her master, but things turned out differently, leaving her totally unprepared. Suddenly coming to this realization, her heart tightened with nervousness. In front of the cave abode, seeing Crystal suddenly stop and shake, Douglas mistakenly assumed his words frightened her, chuckling inwardly. This Alana, I really thought she wasn't nervous, pretending all along to be calm, now showing her true colors. He figured, nobody could calmly face an innate realm being without feeling unnerved. Back then, when he first met the Priscilla, he almost wet his pants. Cough. Black history. Best not to recall. Don't be nervous, the Priscilla is quite nice. Come, let's go in. Douglas reassured her with a laugh, leading the anxious Crystal inside. Chapter 9. Meeting the Priscilla, the young Clifton. Crystal followed behind Douglas into the cave mansion. They walked straight to the study. Come in. Priscilla's cold voice sounded out. Yes. Douglas quickly replied. Crystal was startled and shuddered, gritted her teeth, and followed behind the chubby Douglas as they walked inside. Inside the study, Priscilla was sitting in the middle. On both sides were several powerful Tanyas of Philippian sect, and a few young boys and girls stood to one side. The The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Crystal had never seen such a scene before. She felt lost, obediently keeping her head low behind Douglas, using him to shield her from everyone's scrutinizing gaze. You are Crystal from the Myra family, right? Adrian studied Crystal. With her control over natural forces, she clearly sensed something unusual. Her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, her heart filled with awe and exhilaration. Indeed, it is an innate constitution. Philippian sect is about to rise. Adrian felt elated, knowing that even if she were to pass away, Philippian sect wouldn't decline due to the lack of someone with innate talent. This must be the will of heaven. The worry that had long hung in her heart finally dissipated. Her tone softened considerably, her face wearing a warm smile, looking much kinder than usual, drawing frequent glances from the surrounding Tanyas who found this very novel. Don't be afraid. We called you here for a good Arya gainer. Come, girl, tell me about your experiences these years. Seeing this, Crystal also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less tense. Reporting to the Priscilla, disciple has been... Without hesitation, Crystal recounted her years of poor health and serious illness, explaining that she joined Philippian sect to practice cultivation and fight against the disease. The Priscilla nodded slightly throughout her account, while the others listened attentively. Several young people even quietly perked up their ears. Suddenly recovered and awakened your constitution? When she heard Crystal's explanation about her constitution awakening, Adrian frowned, puzzled, murmuring to herself, how can this be? According to principles, innate constitutions, except for some extremely special cases, would not awaken so easily. Though she didn't understand, she didn't dwell on it. The innate constitution was real, the talent was real, and the loyalty to the sect was genuine. All that mattered was real, so the process wasn't that important anymore. Thinking of this, Adrian smiled again, studying Crystal carefully, growing increasingly satisfied. This child surpassed her when she was young, and possessing an innate constitution, if given enough time to grow, South Region might soon have another 2-star sect called Philippian sect. Just thinking about that scene made Adrian almost laugh in her dreams. Blessed by the ancestors. Blessed by the ancestors. After so many years, since W. Philippian founded the sect thousands of years ago, they finally waited for this chance to rise. Adrian resolved to spare no effort in cultivating Crystal. Give her the highest honors within the family, so she has no worries. All cultivation resources of the sect will be allocated to her from now on. Even if her days are numbered, and she ultimately passes away, it doesn't matter as long as she can support Crystal until she achieves her innate talent. Everything would be worth it then. Seeing the change in Priscilla's expression, the other Tanyas exchanged glances, equally solemn-faced. Everyone had only one thought. Spare no effort. Cultivate Crystal. At least I managed to get through. Seeing the Priscilla wasn't probing further into the details, Crystal felt greatly relieved. It wasn't that she intended to hide anything about her master, but after careful probing earlier, she found that the Priscilla seemed unaware of her master's existence. After much deliberation and considering that her master usually stayed in the library, probably preferring not to be disturbed, thus, she omitted any mention of her master. She changed everything into her own encounters, including the awakening of her constitution and the spirit sword. Luckily, no one discovered my master's existence. I wonder if he would think I'm smart. Thinking of this, Crystal smiled, and the atmosphere in the study suddenly became joyful. Listen up, all Tanyas. From today onwards, the outer sect disciple Crystal shall be enthroned as our young Clifton. This order must not be disobeyed. Adrian's hunched figure slowly straightened as she announced loudly. Adhering to the Priscilla's decree, all Tanyas present shouted in unigainer, filled with excitement. Philippian sect is about to rise. Dongyang Hall. This was the Donmun residence for generations of young Cliftons. It stretched endlessly, with an exquisite layout, expensive materials, and buildings that seemed to merge into one splendid structure. The air shimmered with divine light, reminiscent of a sunrise in the east, exuding an indescribable nobility. Young Clifton, this is the tri-striped azure spirit pill, our sect's most precious treasure preserved for 100 years. Its efficacy exceeds that of ordinary chi-gathering pills tenfold. After consuming it, you can absorb spiritual energy autonomously for 3 months without pause, continuously refining yourself day and night. Shall you try it? Young Clifton, this jade heart marrow was obtained by Priscilla from Shantan Great Demon. Even if an ordinary Pergainer consumes it, they could become a cultivation genius, advancing effortlessly to the Scintian realm without bottlenecks. Young Clifton, this Anderson-colored feather dress is a set of lower-grade spirit artifacts capable of withstanding an attack from a Scintian cultivator. It is not less valuable than your treasured sword. Young Clifton, these are the Anderson-colored stones, which can eliminate heart demons. Young Clifton. Crystal stared in disbelief at the circle of Tanyas, who were all smiling benevolently and eagerly offering their treasures. Watching these old men and women argue intensely over whose treasure should be used first, even fighting each other, Crystal felt her worldview was utterly overturned. Her lifespan may have shortened. Were these still the iron-faced, upright Tanyas? Could the white-bearded Tanya, now jumping and foaming at the mouth, really be the rumored stern-faced, black-faced Yama, who could silence crying children with just a look? They seemed like a group of quarreling 3-year-olds. Esteemed Tanyas. Crystal's voice was barely audible amid the din. Suddenly, the Tanyas, who had been bickering incessantly, stopped as if a pause button had been pressed on them. In an instant, the hall became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Crystal. Under intense scrutiny, Crystal hurriedly waved her hands and loudly declared, the Tanyas kindness, this young Clifton appreciates. Intimidated by several stern glares from the Tanyas, she quickly corrected herself. She continued, actually, there's no need for such. Wait, let me explain. This young Clifton understands your intentions, but given the current difficulties of the sect, extravagance is unwise. Plus, I need to focus on my cultivation, so I hope the Tanyas will. We understand, we understand. One Tanya slapped his forehead regretfully and said, we were too excited and disturbed young Clifton's cultivation. Unforgivable indeed. Please continue your practice, and we will leave immediately. The other Tanyas also came to their senses, looking remorseful as they left behind their treasures and turned to depart. Phew. Truly terrifying. It seems my master was wise to stay in the library, despite being a mighty Scintian cultivator. Seeing the Tanyas take their leave, Crystal heaved a huge sigh of relief. Finally, peace. At the same time, her admiration for her master grew exponentially. Chapter 10. The World in Turmoil, Infiltration. In the following 2 months, Philippian sect was filled with peace and harmony. The Supreme Fulton emerged from seclusion to perganorally guide Crystal's cultivation. When Beckett learned of this, instead of feeling angry, she was relieved. Thus, under a mountain of treasures, coupled with her innate constitution and the practice of the Tai Emperor's technique, Crystal's cultivation soared in these 2 months. She leaped several levels from 3rd rank directly approaching Simultaneous 7th rank. Not bad at all. Such rapid advancement for someone with an innate constitution is indeed terrifying. Arya knew her days were numbered, and during these 2 months, she virtually doted on Crystal as if she were her own granddaughter. Seeing the younger girl advance through ranks one after another made her laugh until she couldn't stop smiling. She felt that she hadn't been this happy in her entire life. She believed that heaven had been kind to her. Crystal herself could hardly believe it. For these past few months, she felt like she was living in a dream. Not only did she escape the tragedy of her limited lifespan, but she also embarked on the path of cultivation, achieving remarkable progress. In just a few short months, she accomplished what many people would take a lifetime to achieve. And this was just the beginning. All this is due to Dovey's efforts. If he hadn't cured my terminal illness first and bestowed upon me the cultivation technique, I wouldn't be where I am today. This kindness I can never repay in this lifetime. Crystal felt warm inside. While the upper echelons of Philippian sect enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, the outside world was about to face a storm. Philippian Hall. Smash. Douglas threw his cherished purple clay teacup, smashing it to pieces. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Damn it! Absolutely outrageous. Who can tell me what has happened in recent days? Why have 3 subordinate sects been brutally wiped out one after another? The culprit? Where is the culprit? Don't let me find out who did this. They've got some serious nerve to dare bully our Philippian sect." Douglas's usually affable face twisted into a grotesque expression, making him resemble a raging lion. The numerous spies below looked at each other in dismay, sighing heavily and wearing troubled expressions. None dared to provoke trouble at such a critical moment. This matter was of utmost importance. A mishandling could embarrass Philippian sect slightly, but more crucially, it could cause hearts to chill. At this juncture, any instability could make subordinate forces question Philippian sect's capabilities, leading to significant losses. If Philippian sect could no longer protect its own safety, who would still rely on it? Without these forces, Philippian sect's deterrence would diminish by half. It might even fall out of the top 10 sects. The consequences were obvious. Report. Fulton, we have results. At that moment, Adamir rushed in from outside the hall. Good job. Douglas's eyes lit up, brimming with murderous intent. He stood up abruptly and roared, "Speak. Who dared to act against our subordinate forces? This Tanya will wipe out their entire family." "It appears to be the work of alien races," the Adamir replied hesitantly. "Alien races?" Douglas frowned in displeasure, snarling, "How is that possible? If a large force of alien races appeared in the Southern Territory, how could we not hear anything beforehand? Are you all just here to eat? What use do we have for you in Philippian sect?" To answer the Fulton, it's not that we failed to detect them. These alien races seem to be connected to beast-taming mountain, the Adamir finally revealed. What? His words sent shockwaves through the hall. Everyone stared wide-eyed, doubting their ears. Even Douglas's body trembled as he spoke rapidly. "Say that again. Is this truly connected to beast-taming mountain?" The Adamir nodded firmly, replying, "Absolutely certain. Spies reported that Myriad Beast Canyon, guarded by beast-taming mountain, was recently in turmoil. A large force of alien races broke through the defenses, primarily led by the savage demon race." Hearing this, Douglas fell silent. The others were also stunned into silence. If this were true, involving a top 10 sect, the matter wouldn't be simple. It might even lead to a full-scale war between 2 factions. Each of the top 10 sects was a titan in the Southern Territories. A war between them would be cataclysmic. Countless lives would be lost. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask doubtfully, how could that be? Yusha Mountain's strength is no less than ours. Philippian sect? They have a first heaven realm spirit beast protecting the sect, which exerts an extremely strong suppressive force on the demon race. Their defenses have always been impregnable. How could there be such a huge loophole? The Adamir shook his head and said, "This matter is still under investigation." Humph. Douglas's anger did not subside. He waved his hand and continued, "So what if it's related to Yusha Mountain? With the impact of this incident being so severe, can our Philippian sect just suffer these losses in vain? Yusha Mountain must give us an explanation." "Fulton, we should not rush this matter," the Adamir interjected worriedly. "The current priority is to deal with the chaos caused by the demons. If we delay for too long, the subordinate forces might become restless and start seeking protection from other major sections. Moreover, we need to console those sects that have been attacked. Otherwise, things will surely get out of control." Douglas nodded upon hearing this and immediately gave orders. "Indeed, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Pass down my order and issue bounty missions. Hunt all demons within our territory. Rewards will be given according to the number hunted. All disciples whose strength reaches the 3rd rank or above can accept the mission. Also, send out the enforcement teams and guards to search for demon gathering points and clear them out immediately. Meanwhile, dispatch messengers to comfort all affiliated forces and families to stabilize morale." One command after another was issued in an orderly manner, and the entire Philippian sect quickly mobilized. In a short time, the whole of Philippian sect was shaken. Countless disciples above the 3rd rank were excited, knowing that to progress on the path of martial arts, besides rigorous practice, they needed a large amount of resources. Normally, obtaining resources was incredibly difficult. Only major contributions to the sect could earn rewards. But now, things were different. Ha ha ha, I've been stuck at the 3rd rank for a full year due to lack of medicinal resources. I had almost lost hope, but now there's a turning point. Demons, I'm coming for you. A Truman holding a broadsword laughed aloud to the sky. What? One first-rank demon is worth 3 breath recovery pills. I'll take this mission. Haha, I'm going to get rich. Someone rejoiced. Humph, last time. I lost to that guy because I lacked a good weapon. Now's my chance. A sword-wielding youth glanced coldly at somewhere before leaving swiftly. Countless disciples who had been in seclusion broke their retreats and surged towards the mission area like waves, eager to slay demons and do good. Seeing this scene, Douglas and others breathed a sigh of relief. With this, the demon incidents should be effectively controlled, right? 3 days later, with numerous disciples and Tanias leaving the mountain, Philippian sect's defensive forces became hollow. At night, 2 dark shadows flashed past, skillfully avoiding layers of barriers without alarming anyone. They quickly infiltrated deep into Philippian sect and soon disappeared. Chapter 11 Foundation Building, Venerable Realm. Philippian sect, the library. Beckett sat upright with his eyes tightly closed. The power of heaven and earth rippled in layers, and after a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes, a dazzling beam of light flashing and disappearing. Almost ready, it's time to break through. He grabbed the various treasures before him. Each one was capable of stirring up bloody storms across the entire continent. Now they were being swallowed down in large bites as if they were candy beans. Stepping into the innate realm, the most crucial part was to perceive the power of heaven and earth, absorbing spiritual energy into the body, transforming inner strength into innate true chi. To achieve foundation building required further compressing the innate true chi, transforming it from a gaseous state into a liquid state. Soon enough, the wild innate true chi around Beckett gradually calmed, and he began to emit a profound aura as if a fine sword had returned to its scabbard, or like still water running deep. First step, compressing true chi, completed. Beckett found that this step, which was incredibly difficult and even dangerous for ordinary people, seemed effortless for him. Everything felt natural. Unbeknownst to others, the meridians of an ordinary innate expert were far less resilient, and their bodies were frail. Compressing true chi sounded easy but was akin to playing with fire. The true chi of innate experts was overwhelmingly powerful. One strike could split mountains and shatter stones. Compressing a large amount of true chi would lead to a tragic death by explosion if not done carefully. Let alone the fact that Beckett had the illusion-breaking eye, a divine cheat that allowed him complete control over all the flow of true chi within him, ensuring no possibility of disorder. Foundation building second step, condensing the Danny seed. Beckett carefully recalled the records of Philippian sect regarding the breakthrough to foundation building, not daring to be careless at all. It was a matter of life and death. Once a mistake was made, the backlash from the great Danny wasn't something to play with. The foundation building realm is much stronger than the innate realm, not only because the quality of true chi is higher, but also due to the existence of the Danny seed. Condensing the Danny seed can imbue one's true chi with Danny attributes, greatly increasing its power. Most people chose common elements as their Danny seeds, such as earth, fire, water, wind, or swords, spears, and halberds. Firstly, it was easier to break through, and secondly, it possessed considerable power. What's going on? Just as Beckett was about to condense the pre-decided, thunder-type Danny seed, cool and stylish, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Beckett lost control over his true chi. Before he could panic, he noticed that the uncontrollable true chi was flowing along the route of the 9 transformations of true spirit cultivation technique on its own. Streams of nectar-like true chi gathered in his dantian. All streams converged into one. In no time, under Beckett's amazed gaze, a 9-colored seed slowly formed, faint purple-golden hues visible within it, exuding an incomparably noble aura. With the birth of the Danny seed, the anomaly in the true chi instantly ceased, as if suppressed by a supreme Danny. Looking at the extraordinary Danny seed within him, an incredible thought flashed through Beckett's mind. Could Danny seeds be graded? My 9-colored Danny seed looks extraordinary. I wonder what grade it falls into. Flipping through some materials casually. I found it. Something's wrong. The records say that the Danny seeds condensed during foundation building are indeed divided into grades, distinguished by 5 colors of dawn light, but the highest doesn't exceed 5 colors, known as perfect foundation building. Beckett thought his eyes were deceiving him and counted carefully again. 1 to 9. 9 colors, no problem. If the barely noticeable purple gold color was included, it would be 10 colors, twice that of a perfect foundation building. I won't think too much about it. It should not be a bad thing. Beckett's breakthrough had resulted in an incredibly solid foundation. He didn't need to consolidate his cultivation like others. As for his cultivation falling, or getting possessed by demonic fire, those were just nonsensical things. After breaking through, Beckett carefully experienced the changes in himself. Suddenly, he lifted a foot. In the next second, something astonishing happened. Beckett found himself standing quietly in the air, as if walking on flat ground, walking on thin air. This was the privilege of a foundation building venerable. Every step taken was in the void. Beckett frowned, without the anticipated joy, instead looking displeased. He muttered, "True chi consumes too quickly. Even without fighting, merely staying suspended will drain my true chi within a few hours. What if he ran out of true chi mid-flight? Even a foundation building venerable would fall to his death. And it's too slow, much slower than running on the ground." After the initial excitement wore off, Beckett lost his thrill. A chicken rib, apart from showing off, it was practically useless. Disgusting. However, Beckett was unaware of this. Why were foundation building venerables so powerful? Apart from their formidable inherent strength, it relied on their ability to walk on air. Other foundation building venerables couldn't maintain levitation for a few hours. Even a brief moment was an enormous consumption. Even so, the foundation building venerables willingly endured the cost, viewing this skill as essential for self-preservation. Even if only for a short while, being able to walk on air could be a lethal weapon in war, especially when facing a large army. From a vantage point, they could unleash their terrifying true chi, making countless foes insufficient. In battles with alien races, a foundation building venerable's presence alone could make millions of alien troops shudder, daring not to confront them head-on. The true Spirit 9 transformations has also broken through to the second change. Another new divine skill. Beckett's smile returned, his face filled with anticipation. The first change granted me the eye of reality breaking, and this time it's the grand concealment technique. I wonder what will come next. If all 9 skills are gathered, just imagine the scene. Just thinking about it made him excited. The eye of reality breaking, merely the first transformation's power, was already so potent, and its power increased as his cultivation improved. The grand concealment technique. In the next second, Beckett's aura vanished, his figure became blurred, and his face indistinct, surrounded by gray mist that added an air of mystery, perfectly concealing everything about myself. Even someone several levels higher cannot see through my true form. Nice. Now I don't have to worry about exposing myself when taking action. Truly lives up to the system, giving exactly what is needed. Moreover, the gray mist came with innate defensive power. Even if he stood there, allowing innate experts to attack, he doubted he would be injured in the slightest. Beckett was satisfied. Despite the large amount of signing in treasures being consumed, Beckett didn't feel a pang of regret. Treasures are external things. Strength is the root. This point, Beckett always kept in mind. What's happening outside? Why is it so chaotic? Someone actually dared to infiltrate Philippian sect? Breaking through to the foundation-building venerable stage, Beckett's eye of reality breaking's mental awareness had become much stronger. Before, it could cover at most the interior of the library, but now it covered half of Philippian sect. Under the coverage of his mental awareness, every detail of Philippian sect was revealed. At this moment, the Philippian bell rang 8 times, signaling a sect extermination crisis. The Philippian sect's spiritual vein core was stolen, and the culprit fled. Beckett's eyebrows knitted tightly, disturbing the peace at midnight. Did they let people practice tranquilly? Let me see who has such audacity. 2 ninth rank realms, quite capable. Originally, they're two little rats from the Blood Pledge sect. Thinking of Blood Pledge sect's frequent evil deeds, Beckett snorted coldly. The next second, he vanished like a wraith on the spot. Chapter 12 The Black-Clothed Men. Half an hour ago, at the rear mountain of Philippian sect. In the darkness, two figures flashed ambiguously, stopping immediately after confirming no one was around and they wouldn't be discovered. Is it a bit too risky for us to go so deep on our own? One of the black-clothed men asked. The core of Philippian sect's spirit vein is heavily guarded, and it's not far from where the innate resides. Once there's any commotion, we won't be able to leave. Fear nothing. Although Valentina is an innate, it's a fact that her lifespan is limited. Besides, both of us are the 9th rank. Even if a peak innate wanted to kill us, they would have to exert considerable effort, let alone a half-dead innate who can barely unleash half their power. The other black-clothed man said coldly. Gary, to be honest, I don't know why, but ever since we entered Philippian sect, I've been uneasy, sensing impending doom. Braxton hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Shut up. Put away your dubious fortune-telling skills. When have they ever worked? You're making a big fuss over nothing. Gideon scolded, thought for a moment, and then added. I understand your concerns. They're not entirely groundless. However, we brought the sect's treasured artifact this time. With the power of the artifact and our combined strength, even a newly ascended innate would struggle against us. As for an old innate, who knows how it would end if we truly encountered Valentina. Besides, our mission is just to seize the core of the spirit vein, not to fight innates. Not to mention, even if we were to barge in openly, Philippian sect lacks skilled experts these days, giving us a decent chance of success. These two men were none other than the Blood Oath sect's two Tanya protectors. Heaven Slayer Earthend, Demon Spirit Ghost Phantom, Earth Fulton and Absolute Fulton. 9th rank experts, they were powerful enough to found a sect outside. Even among the 10 major sects teeming with high-level practitioners, they were pivotal figures. But Braxton wasn't convinced, still feeling uneasy, and this sense of dread was growing heavier, as if a great calamity was imminent. A mighty 9th rank expert shouldn't act so indecisively. Seeing that he was still hesitating despite his many explanations, Gideon warned impatiently, I advise you not to mess up now. This matter is significant. Whether we can seize Philippian sect's spirit vein core concerns the Blood Oath sect's promotion to a 2nd star status. Fail this, and do you think the sect Dovey will let you off? Hearing the words, sect Dovey, Absolute Fulton shivered in fear, his face turning pale. Though still uneasy, he didn't argue anymore, satisfied by the nod from this Tanya. According to the Alliance rules, for a 1st star sect to be promoted to 2nd star, apart from having a foundation establishment venerable in residence, it must meet another condition, a medium-grade spirit vein. All 1st star sects had low-grade spirit veins, and Blood Oath sect, despite its deep reserves, only possessed a top-tier low-grade spirit vein. A medium-grade spirit vein was indispensable for promotion. Unless they could obtain a medium-grade spirit vein elsewhere, they had to try to elevate their own. Obtaining one was nearly impossible, as the entire southern region had only one 2nd star sect, the Anderson Element sect, which was guarded by a foundation establishment venerable. Attempting to seize it would be suicidal. Thus, only one method remained. Steal the spirit vein core from another 1st star sect for their own spirit vein core to absorb. Although Blood Oath sect was influential, they weren't invincible. Stealing a spirit vein core could only be done covertly. After much consideration by the higher-ups, they chose the lowest-ranked Philippian sect as their target. Pick on the weakest. Everyone understood this logic. In terms of overall strength, Philippian sect ranked last among the 10 major sects. With its innate in poor condition, there couldn't be a better choice. That's it. Having easily dispatched the defending Tanya, Earth Fulton spared him no more than a glance. A mere 6th-ranked Tanya, as insignificant as an ant, whose numbers he had lost count of. The two looked at the array ahead, made some adjustments, exchanged glances, and nodded simultaneously. Move. They simultaneously punched out with great force. The deafening boom shook the entire spirit vein mountain slightly, waking countless people from their sleep. Fultons turned their gaze toward the distant commotion. Hurry up. Knowing that breaking the barrier would certainly draw attention, Earth Fulton urged in a low voice. After an incense stick's worth of time. Let's go. Their mission accomplished, the two collected the spirit vein core and quickly left. Haha, the task is complete. Philippian sect is nothing more than that. Earth Fulton felt a sense of satisfaction, imagining the scene of Blood Oath sect ascending to a 2nd star sect in the near future, unable to hide his smile, secretly thinking, perhaps one day, this Darrow can also step into the innate realm. 2nd star sects obtain more resources. At that time, there will certainly be treasures that can help people step into the innate realm. Given his contribution today, this position is almost secured. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Bold thieves, how dare you steal our sect's spirit vein? Surrender immediately. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching from afar. Hearing this frantic voice, Fulton Earth's smile widened. Surrender? In your dreams. Braxton, let's break out. Fulton Earth laughed heartily as the two 9th rank experts unleashed their full power, causing the air to tremble slightly. The Tanius of Philippian sect who were rushing over turned pale. 9th rank, two of them. Quickly summon the Priscilla. Someone screamed at the top of their lungs. Humph, go to hell. Fulton Absolute sneered. So what if they were innates? There was no time left. He clenched his hand, and faint elemental energy gathered, forming a giant palm that smashed forward. A 7th rank Tanya blocked with both hands. Unexpectedly, he was shattered on impact, spitting blood as he flew backward. How could they be so strong? Someone saw that the 8th rank Tanya couldn't even withstand one blow, feeling both shocked and bewildered. The gap between 8th rank and 9th rank shouldn't be this big. It shouldn't be like this. These two aren't normal, Tanya shouted. Now you realize it too late. Fulton Earth cackled and suddenly produced a delicate furnace in his hand. After activating it, an invisible force enveloped them, making the surrounding elemental energy boil intensely. Together, their momentum was as formidable as an innate. Not good, Run. Seeing the situation turn against them, the Philippian sect Tanius were horrified. Innate. These two together could unleash power rivaling an innate. All below the innate level are mere ants. This was not something they could resist. They must wait for the Priscilla. Otherwise, Philippian sect would be in grave danger today. Sanguine Fist. Netherworld Palm. Two terrifying attacks erupted from the two Blood Oath sect Tanius. You dare. Just as everyone was losing hope, the savior-like voice of Priscilla Valentina echoed from afar. In the blink of an eye, she covered hundreds of meters, and everyone's eyes lit up with relief. Priscilla finally arrived in time. These two thieves are done for. Break. Valentina's face was cold and severe. Her cane pointed forward, elemental energy surged madly, shattering the fist imprint and giant palm. Her momentum remained undiminished as she lunged at the two black-clothed men. Boom. Under her attack, the two men retreated rapidly. What? Henrik and Old Four exclaimed in shock. They didn't expect Valentina to be so formidable. Glancing at each other, they withdrew. Where do you think you're going? Seeing the thieves trying to escape after stealing the core, Valentina wouldn't let them go. She raised her true chi, mobilized elemental energy, but suddenly grunted in pain, a trail of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Due to this delay, the two black-clothed men vanished from sight. Priscilla! Priscilla, are you alright? Everyone was alarmed, caring more about Priscilla's condition than the fleeing black-clothed men. Each face showed concern as Priscilla Valentina had little time left, and her condition might have worsened due to the exertion. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Everyone anxiously watched Valentina, their faces filled with urgency. I am old. Valentina gazed at the retreating black-clothed men, feeling deep sorrow. Once upon a time, she never would have regarded such insignificant figures. Even if they relied on spiritual artifacts to barely match an innate, they were nothing in her hands. But now, Valentina started coughing violently. Priscilla, please take care of your health. For your own sake and for the sect, you mustn't collapse. And Tanya stepped forward with genuine concern. Philippian sect maintained its status only because of Priscilla Valentina, the sole innate protecting them. If she fell, Philippian sect would be doomed. Hearing this, Valentina shook her head gently, sighing deeply. Her aged body bent further, her gaze becoming increasingly dim. As for the two escaped black-clothed men and the spirit vein, it can only be said, timing and fate. Valentina slowly walked away with a hobbled step, her demeanor growing more dejected. It is my failure that I cannot protect the legacy left by our ancestors. Perhaps, Philippian sect is destined to suffer this calamity. No, this isn't your fault. It is our incompetence that has burdened you with such immense pressure. I am unworthy of being a disciple. The Tanyas felt desolate in their hearts, their mouths filled with bitterness, condemning their own incompetence. If only they could produce another innate cultivator, it wouldn't have come to this. Priscilla Valentina left, leaving behind a crowd with mixed feelings. At this moment, the chubby Douglas stepped out from the crowd without even tending to his injuries, shouting loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Set off immediately. Lock down the entire sect, and find those who stole the spirit vein. Execute them on the spot." Yes. With someone taking the lead, everyone was invigorated and responded in unigainer. Chapter 13 One Finger. One word to punish the ninth rank. The theft of the spirit vein left the entire Philippian sect in turmoil and despair. Dongyang Hall. Crystal emerged from her seclusion upon learning of this incident, and hurriedly made her way to the scripture repository without a word. She had to see her Dovey. Even the Priscilla was injured. The thief must be very powerful. The only option now is to ask Dovey for help. I hope it's not too late. After escaping, Brody and Alric immediately went into hiding. Those Feiwu, waste, of Philippian sect wouldn't expect us not only failed to escape but instead went deeper into it. This place is remote. We'll stay here tonight. When they can't find us tomorrow and relax their defenses, we'll leave then. Brody praised his own cleverness. Alric also nodded in agreement. Braxton brother, it looks like you've really predicted it correctly this time. Who would have thought that the Grace Anton could still burst with such great power at the end of her life? We almost fell for it. Fortunately, we ran fast enough. Feeling safe, Brody became talkative, but received no response. Turning his head, he asked puzzled, Braxton brother, why are you trembling? Brody's voice echoed beside him, yet Alric felt increasingly anxious and uneasy, as if an earthquake was about to happen, sensing that a disaster might be imminent. Aston, I feel danger approaching. Danger? Brody was confused. Could it be that Rena is chasing him? He immediately became vigilant. Knowing Braxton brother's timidity, he still comforted, don't panic. We possess a powerful treasure. Even if Rena finds us, we still have a fighting chance. There's nothing to fear. A mighty ninth rank expert. Pull yourself together. No, it's not Rena. Alric shook his head firmly, convinced the danger didn't come from her. Though Anton was a born expert, she wasn't threatening enough to them. I sense a great terror descending. Don't you think this place is too quiet? Indeed, the surroundings were unusually silent. No one around. Scarcely any buildings. Just a vast open space with only a dilapidated scripture repository nearby. If it weren't known to be part of Philippian sect, it would look like a desolate backwater village. Looking left and right, the only noticeable structure was the shabby scripture repository. Typical of Philippian sect, always so stingy, even refusing to renovate their scripture repository. What a mess, truly laughable. Brody, feeling relaxed and thinking it was all Braxton brother overreacting. Oh, I agree with you. Who wouldn't? Just as Brody finished speaking, he felt something amiss. Initially, he hadn't noticed anything unusual when hearing those words, but within a second, his blood rushed, and his hair stood on end. He looked at Braxton brother. Braxton brother shook his head in fright. It wasn't him. Suddenly, both felt a chill run down their spines. Brody jumped up, his scalp tingling. Who's talking? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks. Haha, actually, I also think Philippian sect is somewhat stingy. Hearing your words, I found it quite gainable, so I decided to greet you. A gentle voice sounded from the air, soft and warm, making people feel as if basking in spring breeze. Who's talking? Brody and Alric looked around, feeling the voice coming from everywhere. Impossible to pinpoint its source. Are we encountering ghosts? It's me. Glancing sideways, they were horrified to find a ghost-like white-clothed youth standing before them, hands behind his back, smiling at them. A commoner? No, he must have used some spell to conceal his aura. Brody instantly judged, realizing he couldn't gauge the youth's cultivation level. In this case, there were only two possibilities. Either the youth's strength far exceeded his, which seemed unlikely given his youthful appearance, probably just a disciple of Philippian sect. Even for a genius, being at the 5th rank was pushing it, right? Maybe 7th rank at most. Anyway, impossible to surpass him. So the answer was clear. The youth isn't strong. He's just bluffing to scare them off, using some kind of voice illusion, and hasn't taken any action. Right. Realizing this, Brody's eyes lit up. If the other party were truly formidable, they would have attacked directly. Why go through all this trouble? His previous unease instantly vanished as he relaxed, looking at the rock with hostility. You nearly scared the life out of me. With no real strength, you dare to act the hero. Almost had me fooled there, but Daryl here is too mentally strong for your tricks. Your little scheme has been seen right through by me. Brody suddenly sneered and shot forward. Don't attack. Beside him, Alric shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice high-pitched and strained. Alric ignored him. Hold back? No way. Today, just for scaring the Daryl with such nonsense, I must kill this kid. Boy, remember not to provoke the strong in your next life. Boom. Brody's pupils constricted as he saw that his full-strength palm strike hadn't even touched the hem of the youth's clothes, hitting an invisible wall that left no ripples. Cold sweat started dripping profusely from Brody's forehead. He realized something. This time, it really might be a tough one. Inwardly screaming, weren't the Philippian sect supposed to be in decline? Their only Sintian was half dead, so how could there still be such a terrifying being here? Had we known, we wouldn't dare to provoke them. Keeping such power hidden was a waste. Are Philippian sect people all fools? Don't they know a powerful figure openly present is far more effective than one hidden? Brody felt indignant beyond words. He couldn't vent his anger. It's over. Page third brother. F feet. Brody almost cursed aloud. At this critical moment, who dares to speak up? Aren't you afraid of completely enraging this senior? He had a premonition. This Brigainer's strength far exceeded Rena. Even if they used their treasures, they wouldn't stand a chance. What feet? Despite his frustration, Brody instinctively looked down. Nothing there? Then he glanced at the youth's feet. Still nothing. Wait, empty space? Suddenly realizing what it meant, Brody trembled violently. He noticed the rock's feet didn't touch the ground. He floated effortlessly in the air, as if walking on solid ground. Foundation establishment. Reverend. Brody also started stammering. Walking on air was a technique only Foundation establishment reverends possessed in legends. Heaven wills my downfall. Brody stood frozen with cold sweat pouring down his forehead, maintaining the stance of his punch without daring to move, as if his body lost control, eyes wide open in shock. Alric likewise quivered, unable to utter a word. After a long pause, hoarse voices finally came out. Senior, we failed to recognize the mountain and offended your sect. We deeply regret it and are willing to pay any price to compensate. Please spare our lives. Regret? Like fooling a ghost. If they weren't outmatched and under threat of death, where would this regret come from? Beckett shook his head and slowly raised his hand. Run. Brody's heart sank as he shouted to run. Not fight to the death. Can't fight to the death. Who can fight against a Foundation establishment reverend? Who dares to fight a Foundation establishment reverend? Desperate struggle. An ant trying to shake a tree. Watching the two Tanyas frantically using their spirit artifacts to escape, Beckett casually pointed. Shockingly, the two Tanyas found they could no longer sense the elemental forces around them. Their speed of escape plummeted immediately. Die. Beckett spoke another word, and an intangible wave of spiritual sense swept over them like a gentle breeze. The two Tanyas' eyes suddenly dulled, losing their life force before falling cold and dead. One finger, one word. Two ninth-rank masters met their end. Looking at the dead bodies, Beckett felt no inner disturbance. The Bloodsworn sect deserved worse than this easy death. Since he advanced to Foundation establishment, the abilities he acquired previously were also strengthened. Now, he could kill anyone below the Sintian realm solely with his spiritual sense. Only those at the Sintian level could offer resistance. Just then, a slight movement came from afar. Beckett instantly sensed it, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So the little guy has arrived. Chapter 14. Philippian sect has a hidden Alejandro sitting in reserve. Faster. Crystal rushed headlong toward the library pavilion, her anxiety palpable. Something huge had happened. The core of the sect's spiritual vein had been stolen. The spiritual vein was fundamental to a sect's survival. Once it was damaged, the sect could cease to exist. Not to mention, without it, they would not pass the Great Alliance examination in 2.5 years. The Priscilla is injured. Only our master can help or else Philippian sect is doomed. As the young patriarch, she couldn't just stand by and watch her sect descend into ruin. She had to do something. Seeing the library pavilion come into clearer view, Crystal's eyes lit up. Dovey. Before she finished, she froze. What is this? In front of the library pavilion stood two motionless black-clad bodies, silent and still. The faint internal energy lingering after death hinted at their formidable identities. These were the intruders who injured the Priscilla? Crystal was stunned. Two ninth-rank experts, strong enough to challenge an innate realm martial artist, took lives so silently, without even a struggle? Overwhelmed with awe, Crystal felt a tremor run through her slender frame. Surely it must have been Dovey. To incapacitate two ninth ranks without a struggle, how powerful must Dovey be? At least stronger than the Priscilla. After the initial shock, pure excitement filled her heart. Just then, as Crystal rejoiced, a thread of chi emerged from within the library, followed by a familiar Tanyali voice. These two are Fultons of the Blood Oath sect, notorious for their evil deeds. The wicked will eventually face retribution. They've been killed by me. What you're looking for should be on them. Take both the bodies to clear your task. I need rest. Keep it quiet. Yes, as you command, Dovey. Delighted, Crystal carried the two large corpses, skipping away. Inside the library pavilion, Beckett watched from afar, his lips twitching slightly. What? The culprits were caught? The young Clifton captured them, and they've been executed? Douglas was incredulous upon receiving the report, almost as if he was dreaming. His mind raced. Did that girl Crystal really catch the criminals? Forget the vast gap in strength. Even imagining the petite Crystal capturing two muscular men left Douglas speechless. It was too hard to visualize. Hurry, go see. When he saw Crystal using her slender shoulders to carry the two hefty corpses, standing there looking around, Douglas's eyes flickered nervously. Everyone watched in stunned silence, a mixture of feelings unuttered. But regardless, it was a relief that the culprits had been caught. At least there won't be more trouble. Everyone breathed easier. Alessio, has the identity of these two confirmed? Who are these people who dared to act so brazenly? And Daryl with thinning hair demanded sternly. All eyes turned to Crystal after a moment of mutual glances. This is Alessio from the Law Enforcement Hall, one of the few ninth-rank experts in our sect, someone whispered. Crystal recognized him as one of the Tanyas who fawned over her with treasures. She nodded gratefully, and he smiled back. Collecting her thoughts, she spoke. Alessio, yes, these two were the earth and end of the 8 protectors of the Blood Oath sect. With a precious innate level spirit artifact, they managed to break free from the Priscilla's grasp. Holding out a small brazier with a strange fire inside, Crystal added, Here it is. Innate spirit artifact. Someone exclaimed, drawing curious glances from all present. Spirit artifacts were classified into lesser, middle, higher, and supreme ranks, but above those were innate level spirit artifacts, used by innate realm cultivators. Each piece was a treasure capable of stabilizing a top sect. Although similar treasures existed in Philippian sect, this particular one was with the current patriarch on the front line fighting off aliens. To Beckett, however, the innate spirit artifact wasn't worth a second glance. It was far too troublesome to collect, and he simply left it for Philippian sect. So that's why they possessed an innate spirit artifact. Alessio's stern face also showed a flicker of emotion, but he still said, "This time, the Blood Oath sect has really lost everything and gained nothing. They deserve it. This grudge must be avenged. Also, young Clifton has contributed greatly. This should be announced to the whole sect and praised highly." As soon as these words were spoken, the others similarly lavished praise. They looked at Crystal with approving eyes. Comments like, "Philippian sect has a successor, and the rise is promising," were made. Others remarked that she was not far from innate realm. Foundation building could be expected soon. Crystal felt somewhat embarrassed by all the compliments. She scratched her head, wanting to say that this had nothing to do with her. It was all Dovey's doing. But then she remembered Dovey's usual warning not to expose his existence casually, so she had no choice but to take credit for herself. However, everyone wasn't foolish. They all had their own yardsticks. They guessed there might be an expert backing Crystal. It should be an existence even stronger than Priscilla. This time, it must have been the other party acting secretly. Since this senior liked to play hide and seek, they didn't want to expose it either. After all, this Pregainer bore no ill will towards Philippian sect, instead helping out everywhere, first cultivating Crystal into such an outstanding talent, and this time saving Philippian sect from destruction. This favor, everyone kept in mind. Some details they understood tacitly, the kindness would be remembered in heart without the need to express it verbally. Moreover, given the current situation of Philippian sect, having such a powerful figure supporting secretly gave everyone more confidence. Everyone being happy, why not? As for why Crystal, merely a 7th rank, could defeat 2 9th ranks holding innate spirit artifacts. Our young Clifton has innate constitution, supreme talent, and unparalleled combat strength. How about this REA gainer? Anyway, whatever it seems REA gainerable or not, just act ignorant. Answer. The young Clifton is invincible. Fulton's, this is the stolen core of the spiritual vein. Only, Crystal took out another exquisite jade box, inside which was a substance akin to jade marrow. Huh? This core of the spiritual vein. Alessio suddenly stepped forward, his withered hands gently lifting the jade box, carefully observing something. Alessio, is there something wrong with the core of the spiritual vein? Someone couldn't help but ask worriedly. No. Under everyone's anxious gaze, Alessio's expression became increasingly excited. In the end, his old face flushed red, his voice trembling with excitement. He said, This is not the original core of Philippian sect's spiritual vein. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. They breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help wondering. At first, they thought there was a problem with the core, which caused them great worry since it concerned the survival of the sect. If anything went wrong, that would be terrible. But now, seeing Alessio's unusually agitated face despite his usual seriousness, it didn't seem like a bad thing at all. Everyone grew even more curious. Just tell us already, what happened? Why keep us waiting, you nasty Daryl? Alessio did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared intently at Crystal, meeting her nervous gaze, and asked urgently, No, when you found this core of the spiritual vein, was there anything unusual? He wanted to ask Crystal if the expert behind her did anything. Thinking about it, such direct questioning was not good. It might seem impolite. He decided to put it indirectly. After all, Crystal's answers basically represented the intent of the expert behind her. Crystal, unaware of Alessio's underlying motives, answered truthfully. At that time, the 2 men from Blood Oath sect carried another core of the spiritual vein. Later, somehow, they fused together into what you see now. Indeed, Alessio was so excited he trembled. The expert behind her must definitely be at the innate realm, and it must be an extremely powerful innate cultivator, perhaps even one who has reached innate great completion, because Alessio knew that fusing cores of the spiritual vein was something unimaginable without innate power, especially fusing middle-grade cores, which was beyond ordinary people's capabilities. A slight misstep would lead to an explosion. Therefore, the Pregainer performing the fusion must possess immense power. Alessio guessed this, and several other Tanya's eyes lit up as they exchanged glances and nodded lightly. They came to a consensus. Darkly thinking, indeed it was as expected. Recalling Crystal's frequent visits to the library pavilion and recent rumors about the treasure chamber, everyone became enlightened. Seemed like they discovered an incredible secret. The library pavilion has a hidden ancestor protecting it. The power is even stronger than the Priscilla. Putting these aside, most importantly, if the sect's spiritual vein advances to middle grade, wouldn't that mean they have a higher chance of breaking through to the innate realm? Thinking of this, several Tanyas like Alessio, who had been stuck at the 9th rank for countless years, looked at each other with wild joy. Chapter 15 Super Sign-In, Alchemist. With this medium-grade spiritual vein, the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the Philippian sect will be elevated to a new level. The benefits are too many. Not only will it make cultivation easier for the disciples, but even they, as Tanyas, will have a much better chance at breaking through their current realms. Should any of them succeed in doing so and reach the innate realm, the crisis of the Philippian sect would be instantly resolved. Not to mention, as the density of spiritual energy increases, the probability of ordinary plants evolving into medicinal herbs significantly rises. Just selling these medicinal herbs alone could make Philippian sect immensely wealthy. Similar advantages are countless. Simply exhilarating. The Tanyas exchanged glances, all noticing the wild joy in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but share one thought. Philippian sect is truly rising. Compared to the jubilant atmosphere in Philippian sect, the Antone man wasn't feeling too well. The head of the 8 great protectors, Fulton Tion, was anxiously waiting. He had never found time so agonizing. Why hasn't there been any news from Fulton's 3 and 4? He had an ominous feeling. It's likely that something happened to them. Otherwise, they should have returned by now. He didn't want to think about it, and he didn't dare to think about it. After all, upon their departure, not only did they carry within the sect's treasured artifact, a native tools grade spirit weapon, but also took the core of the sect's spiritual vein. Fulton Tion felt almost crazed as time passed without any sign of Fulton's 3 and 4. Gradually, despair set in. Something has really gone wrong. Fulton Tion's face was ashen. He couldn't bear to imagine how much loss Antone men had suffered this time. His heart was bleeding internally. Losing the innate spirit weapon pained him, but it wasn't enough to drive him mad. But losing the spiritual vein core would even affect the W's upcoming breakthrough. He regretted it deeply, yet there was nothing he could do. The spiritual vein core needed to be fused immediately after extraction, or else it would gradually become incompatible, making it counterproductive. Philippian sect. Fulton Tion's expression darkened as if he were dripping water, and a terrifying power comparable to an innate level cultivator erupted instantly. The palace shook wildly under the force, nearly collapsing. He wanted to attack and obliterate Philippian sect. However, years of prudence held him back. Currently, the most important thing was the Dove's breakthrough, which mustn't have any mistakes. He had to stay behind for guarding. Damn it. Philippian sect. This Tanya will remember you. This enmity will never be forgotten. In the Philippian sect's library, after killing the two black-clothed men, Beckett felt no inner turmoil. He continued his daily routine, eating, sleeping, and cultivating as usual, completely unaffected by external influences. As for the Fengkong Yundu of the Anton Min Tanya, what did it have to do with him? Those who do unjust things will incur heaven's wrath. He was merely executing heaven's will. Time flew by. Another year passed. With just over a year left until the sect rating, Beckett's cultivation had advanced to the 4th level of foundation establishment thanks to the numerous treasures obtained from signing in, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It could be considered a rapid advancement. However, the consumption required for cultivation at the foundation establishment stage greatly exceeded Beckett's expectations. By now, there were very few treasures left that could boost his cultivation. Among them, medicinal pills were the most useful. According to records, medicinal pills are divided into several levels: unranked, yellow level, black level, earth level, heaven level, etc. Unranked pills, like the essence cultivating pill, are only effective below the innate realm. They don't do much for average innate cultivators, let alone Beckett. Consuming them would yield no increase in cultivation except for tasting. Even the yellow level pills, revered as treasures by innate cultivators, had minimal effects on him. Consuming them as food wouldn't improve his cultivation as fast as his own practice. At this point, only black level and higher pills were still somewhat useful to him, but his reserves were almost depleted. The rate of obtaining medicinal pills from signing in was far slower than his consumption. Now, with cultivation progressing ever more slowly, taking one small step upward took him a year or two. Beckett frowned in displeasure. It's too slow. I need to find other ways. If it were another foundation establishment cultivator, improving one level every 1 to 2 years would be something they might dream about. Foundation establishment realm itself already has an astonishing reserve of true chi, and each promotion requires compression and filling. Repeating this process 9 times leads to completion before stepping into the golden core realm. Promoting one level can take several decades of hard cultivation. Staying at this level for some time is quite normal. Like the old ancestor of the Wuxing sect, who had been striving to break through to the respected foundation establishment stage for countless years, but was still stuck at the 1st level of foundation establishment, making no progress. Who would have thought that Beckett still found it too slow? One could only imagine what other foundation establishment respected ones would think if they heard this. As for obtaining pills from other places, it was not very practical. Even yellow level pills could hardly be refined by a few in the entire southern region, let alone black level pills. If one occasionally appeared, it would quickly be snatched up by major sects as their most treasured possessions. There was no way they would be easily available. Of course, Beckett had signed in and obtained many items more valuable than black level pills. If he were willing to trade them, it would certainly work. But Beckett wasn't foolish. How could he possibly trade them? Even if he could, gathering all the black level pills in the entire southern region wouldn't be enough for him to notice. So troublesome. Beckett felt a bit depressed. After experiencing rapid advancement in cultivation, this sudden slowdown made him feel unprecedentedly uncomfortable. Well, there's always a solution when you reach an obstacle. Let's sign in for today's treasure. The next second, ding, sign in successful. Reward received, Aquila fetus incarnation. Beckett's eyes lit up. However, at this moment, ding, congratulations to the host. Sign-ins at the library have reached 4 years. You've earned a super sign-in opportunity. Would you like to use it now? Beckett was shocked. Since he had been transported to this world, this was truly the first time he encountered such a situation. Super sign-in? Is there such a thing? Sign-in. Ding, congratulations to the host. Reward received, perfect level legacy, supreme alchemy technique. Assistant profession unlocked, alchemist. Before Beckett could marvel, an electronic box suddenly appeared in his mind. Host, Beckett, alchemist level, none. Current proficiency, 0 out of 10. System prompt, each alchemy attempt will increase corresponding proficiency. Full proficiency allows for promotion in alchemist level. This time, Beckett was genuinely stunned. He never imagined the sign-in system had such amazing features. Super sign-in. This was his second perfect level reward. The first was True Spirit 9 transformations. Now it was the supreme alchemy technique. In an instant, he found a massive influx of precious legacies regarding alchemy techniques flooding his mind. If judged solely by alchemy talent, even the top alchemists in this world would pale in compare Gainer. What he lacked was experience in alchemy. This was somewhat similar to cultivating the True Spirit 9 transformations. There was no bottleneck for improvement. As long as true chi was sufficient, cultivation could infinitely improve. Thus, as long as he continuously practiced alchemy, wouldn't it be easy to become a top-tier alchemist? Wouldn't it take no time to refine pills that could enhance his strength? Beckett's face was filled with joy. This sign-in system was simply too considerate. With alchemy as a secondary profession, wouldn't he worry less about the source of pills, thus allowing him to cultivate without restraint? Now, with True Spirit 9 transformations within him, his body had already undergone fundamental changes, leaving no bottlenecks for cultivation improvement. All he lacked was true chi. In other words, all he lacked were pills. This assistant profession and True Spirit 9 transformations are absolutely perfect together. Beckett realized this and couldn't help but wonder if this was specifically arranged by the system. Actually, he had always had a question in his mind. Why did he get transported here? Why was he bound to the system? What was the system's ultimate purpose in constantly helping him? Was it good or bad? All questions remained unknown. Beckett took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling thoughts in his mind. Regardless of any potential pitfalls awaiting him, improving his strength was a must. As long as his strength increased, naturally, he would fear nothing. Chapter 16. Aquila Embryo Avatar. Beckett didn't rush to experiment with alchemy. He focused on the reward from just signing in. Aquila Embryo Avatar. With a thought, a youth clad in magnificent golden robes appeared before him. The appearance, the demeanor. It was as if he were carved from the same mold as Beckett, identical without any difference. Moreover, Beckett felt a subtle spiritual connection with this figure before him, as if it were his second body. Met you, Danny's friend. The Aquila Embryo Avatar smiled, revealing an exquisite face and slightly bowing. Instantly, a large amount of information about the Aquila embryo avatar flooded into Beckett's mind. After reading it all, Beckett marveled. The Aquila embryo avatar had transformed from the first immortal lotus that bloomed at the beginning of chaos. Its body could rival divine artifacts, indestructible, and freely transformable into any form. The avatar and the master shared the same heart and will, as one entity. There was no possibility of betrayal. Its cultivation matched the master's perfectly. This is practically a heaven-defying avatar skill. This Aquila embryo avatar can freely change and cannot be destroyed. Just in terms of combat power, it might even be more terrifying than me. Beckett felt like he had struck gold. With his current mid-stage foundation establishment strength, he could challenge a typical late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. And now, with the Aquila embryo avatar being even stronger than him, it could probably hold its own against Golden Core Heavenly Lords for a while. What a powerful weapon. And if I have to leave for something, I can completely let the Aquila embryo avatar stay behind to guard the library, without worrying about anyone noticing. Perfect. He couldn't spend his entire life locked away in the library. Purely secluding himself wasn't the way to cultivate. True strength required tempering. Previously, Beckett had stayed in the library to avoid exposing his identity, but now he had another plan. He believed the people of Philippian sect must have guessed there was a mysterious powerhouse in the library. He could make the Aquila embryo avatar become that mysterious powerhouse, while he, as the disciple of the mysterious powerhouse, could act outside. As for the issue of the Aquila embryo avatar being exposed, there was absolutely no need to worry. Although the avatar lacked many of the master's abilities, it was inherently an ancient divine object, undying and unextinguishable, simulating the aura of a powerhouse realistically. Any aura of a golden core or essence infant, it could easily produce. As long as it didn't casually engage in combat, no one would ever see through the deception. Whether for intimidation or showing off, it scored perfectly. The more he thought, the happier he got. After some consideration, with a thought, Beckett changed the appearance of the Aquila embryo avatar before him. In an instant, it transformed from a handsome rock into an Tanyali man with a refined air, draped in golden robes, emanating energy that made the void tremble. From today onward, I shall call you Bogdan. Seeing this transformation, Beckett nodded in satisfaction and spoke. The decision is made. Bogdan, in the guise of Antanya, sounded exactly like Crystal when conversing, without any flaws whatsoever. From today onward, we are under the protection of a powerful master. Beckett thought to himself. Just then, suddenly, someone intruded into the library area. Crystal had arrived. Beckett's eyes flickered. She had come at just the right time. His thoughts raced rapidly, exchanging glances with Bogdan, who instantly understood his intent. This was the perfect opportunity to solidify his identity. Every so often, Crystal would visit the library to seek guidance from her teacher. On this day, she encountered some problems in cultivation and intended to ask about them. Also, to test her suspicions. Over countless interactions, she always felt her teacher was overly mysterious. Each time she came, she never saw the Pergainer but only heard their voice. The entire library seemed to exude an aura of mystery. Ordinarily, the library had only an inconspicuous cleaner, and no one else. Each time Crystal visited the library, she would greet this Pergainer. Though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, she felt this Pergainer wasn't ordinary. Especially that evening when she saw the black-clothed man. When Crystal approached the library, she heard vague sounds, seemingly coming from the black-clothed man. Due to the distance, she only caught indistinct words, like kid and youngster. Shortly after, when she arrived, the black-clothed man was nothing more than a cold corpse. She inferred that the powerful figure who killed the black-clothed man must not have been very old, looking quite young. Whenever she went to the library, she also observed carefully, walking through every corner of the library. Apart from the somewhat handsome cleaner, there was no one else around. According to some veteran Tanyas in the sect, there had never been any hidden powerhouses in the library. All of these incidents were recent occurrences. And then, based on what she secretly found out, whether it was the timing of Dovey's appearances, the rumors about the library, or various signs, it seemed that everything only started happening after a cleaner named Beckett arrived. This made Crystal doubt whether any senior of Philippian sect would deliberately hide from the blazes. If there really was such a senior, wouldn't it be better to inform them directly? If it was just a preference for peace and quiet, that could easily be accommodated. A word would be enough, and no one would dare disturb. In short, various signs, all pointed to the seemingly unremarkable cleaner Beckett as the identity of that mysterious powerhouse. Unbelievable. The answer seemed absurd, but also made the most sense. There is a saying, eliminate all incorrect answers, and whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. Crystal felt like she had stumbled upon a great secret. As she prepared to uncover it perganorally, her heart was filled with anxiety and an inexplicable excitement. It was like when she was little playing hide and seek, and was about to win. That anticipation always brought joy. Lost in thought, Crystal subconsciously squinted with a smile, quickening her pace. Dovey looks very young. And so handsome. How can someone be this perfect? Inside the library, with Beckett's current cultivation, this small commotion couldn't escape his notice. Bogdan stared oddly at the original body. You're blowing your cover here. Hearing Crystal's self-talk, Beckett's eyelids twitched. Women are indeed terrifying creatures. He was certain he hadn't said anything extra. Every time, aside from guidance, not a single superfluous word was spoken. How did this expose him? Human females were simply beyond rational understanding. At least I was well prepared. Beckett patted his chest in relief, narrowly avoiding exposure thanks to the timely arrival of the sign-in reward. Otherwise, he might have blown his cover. While exposing himself wouldn't matter much to someone as thick-skinned as him, it would certainly increase the risk significantly. This world was too dangerous. Before attaining supreme power, he didn't want to expose himself prematurely to public view. Even if Crystal was considered his disciple, it wasn't acceptable. Risks must be eliminated. Chapter 17. Still not paying respects to senior sister. Elsewhere, Crystal entered the library tower with excitement. Just as she was about to look around, her gaze locked onto a figure in white. Before she could speak, the figure waved a hand and turned away, signaling for her to follow. Come in. Dovey has been waiting for you for a long time. Crystal froze. Her mind suddenly went blank, forgetting why she had come. Dovey, waiting for me? She examined the youth in white again, and then noticed his reference to Dovey as well. Could it be that I guessed wrong? This Pergainer is not Dovey, but my senior brother or junior brother? Crystal struggled to make sense of it. Although something felt off, she couldn't quite pinpoint it, deciding not to overthink it. Oh, wait for me. As Crystal was lost in thought, she suddenly realized the figure had already walked far ahead. She quickly caught up. The two wandered through the library tower, eventually arriving at the back courtyard. While the library tower wasn't highly regarded within Philippian sect, it still belonged to one of the top 10 sects, so its scale was naturally considerable. In the back courtyard, a vast spirit lake spread out before her eyes. Willow trees swayed by the lakeside, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The concentration of spiritual energy here seemed to surpass even the restricted areas behind the mountain. It was almost like a fairyland on earth. Suddenly, ripples appeared deep within the lake. The disturbance grew larger, and the once calm lake began to churn. Amidst the heavens and earth, faint immortal light emerged. A golden figure appeared from afar, stepping through the air, with golden lotuses blooming and withering beneath each step. For a moment, that golden figure seemed to be the only color in the world, overshadowing everything else upon its arrival. It was as if this Pregainer was an incarnation of the great Danny. Approaching, a venerable figure with silver hair, dressed in a golden robe, descended gracefully from the sky amidst Crystal's stunned gaze. Each step he took was as if he was walking on invisible steps. Disciple. The familiar Tanya Lee voice caused Crystal's body to tremble with excitement. She hastily bowed in reverence. At this moment, she felt that she was not just meeting her dovey. She was paying homage, worshipping immortals. In this instant, an old saying resurfaced in Crystal's heart, one that had long circulated on the continent. An immortal touched my head, granting me immortality since childhood. Dovey is truly an immortal. Stepping through the air, a core formation venerable. My dovey must be at least a core formation expert, no, even stronger. The regainerance of the great Danny during that moment was etched deeply into Crystal's soul. The Tanya who appeared before her seemed unfathomably profound. Earlier, she had only heard his voice from afar. Even then, Crystal had already sensed her dovey's power and mystery. Now, finally seeing him in Pregainer, she realized that what she had discovered before was merely the tip of the iceberg. So insignificant, shocked, admiring, and proud. This is my dovey, an unimaginable supreme being, being favored by such a great one. How fortunate. She felt that all the blessings accumulated over lifetimes were manifesting in this very life. Beckett looked at Crystal's starry-eyed expression beside him and couldn't help but feel amused, and slightly envious. Damn, I worked hard to take in this disciple. Yet Dallas intercepted her midway. Though it was silly to compete with himself, Beckett still felt a bit annoyed. Why can't I have such a cool entrance? Jealousy and envy. However, admiration wouldn't help. Avatars are naturally attuned to the great Danny. Releasing a hint of aura to regainer it with it was incredibly easy. Even though he had the system and cultivated the divine 9 transformations of true spirit, which was a heaven-defying technique, he was not inferior to the Avatar in any way, yet he lacked that dazzling approach. Never mind. Was he someone who liked to show off? One must know when to be humble. Beckett disdainfully watched Dallas, thinking that not knowing humility would lead to trouble eventually. Sensing Beckett's gaze, Dallas was unperturbed. We are connected in every way. Your jealousy cannot escape me. Hypocrite. Franker. You entered the sect later than senior sister. From today onward, you shall be the junior brother. Fellow disciples should support each other. Do you remember this? The Tanya Lee man in the golden robe suddenly put on a dignified look and turned his gaze to Beckett, who had been loitering aside. What? Beckett was completely baffled. He didn't expect that the Avatar would be so cheeky, spouting such words. Being both my disciple and my master was one thing, but now he even wanted him to be the junior brother of his own disciple. Too much. It would be better if I were given an identity as senior brother. Beckett's face visibly darkened, but Dallas ignored it, reveling inwardly. This is called retribution. For calling me a show-off earlier. Let's see how I'll deal with you, you hypocrite. Beckett felt like swearing wildly inside. He even detected a glimmer of maternal care in Crystal's eyes, making him feel utterly helpless. Dallas, we are now sworn enemies. Junior brother. Crystal was delighted as she shouted. Beckett's lips twitched, turning pale. The master portrayed by Dallas immediately frowned disapprovingly and scolded. Franker, how have I taught you? Don't be disrespectful to senior sister. Not only throwing me under the bus, but also taking advantage of me. I am the true master. After all, Dallas, I'll remember this. If I don't take revenge, I, Beckett, will not be human. Senior sister. Beckett eventually submitted. He regretted not switching identities with Dallas, knowing well that he too possessed the great concealment spell, an extraordinary skill for stealth, surrounded by gray mist, appearing ethereal. How cool would that be? Why hadn't he thought of passing on the impressive identity of Dovey? Beckett was filled with remorse. Finished. It seemed there'd be no reversing this fate. Actually, if things stayed this way. But fear comes when, one day, if the Dovey's disguise were exposed, and Crystal found out that her Dovey and junior brother were the same Pregainer. Holy cow, that picture is too beautiful to imagine. Beckett felt the hole he dug was getting bigger, eventually burying himself. Next to him, Crystal finally heard Beckett speak. She smiled so hard her eyes squinted. The Dovey she thought was just at the innate stage actually had such a terrifying secret identity, and he even gave her a junior brother. Now she could, guide her junior brother. Today is truly wonderful. Gradually, watching Crystal's increasingly joyful smile, Beckett felt his scalp tingle, realizing it might have been a bad idea. Dallas. Repeating these 2 words in his mouth, Beckett slowly smiled too. Dallas, floating in midair. Damn, something feels off. Chapter 18. Alchemy Hall. Since she was here, Beckett took the opportunity to guide her apprentice and point out the inadequacies in his cultivation. After several hours, Crystal finally left. Beckett then began to study the newly acquired auxiliary profession, alchemist. As everyone knew, what was the most sought-after profession on the continent? Over 90% of people wouldn't hesitate to tell you. Alchemist. Take the Antonindan sect among the 10 great sects, for example. Its disciples were weak and ruthless. Even the innately gifted cultivators they had were only at the Chuji stage. Such strength couldn't compare with the former Philippian sect. Yet in the ranking of the 10 great sects, the Antonindan sect always remained in the top 5. Why? Alchemists. Though the Antonindan sect had fewer members, numbering only in the hundreds and far less than the tens of thousands of disciples in other large sects, every single disciple was an alchemist. Even its supreme Fulton was a yellow-rank alchemist. With such a presence, who would dare to challenge the Antonindan sect? Which sect wouldn't eagerly try to make friends with them? Even the 2-star sect Wuxing sect wouldn't dare provoke the Antonindan sect. How formidable was the influence of a high-ranking alchemist? Just from a few records, one could catch a glimpse of it. Once upon a time, the southern region didn't just have the 10 great sects. There were also many forces that could match them, including one family with power no less formidable than the 10 great sects. However, due to the greed and lust of this family's patriarch, who acted lawlessly and harbored ill intentions toward the daughter of a reclusive yellow-rank alchemist, this alchemist, enraged, rallied 5 and 8 realm experts, and even a Foundation establishment venerable. In a single night, the entire family was wiped out without leaving any survivors. A family comparable to the 10 great sects vanished from the continent overnight. Afterwards, countless forces were horrified and finally realized how terrifying a high-ranking alchemist could be. From then on, an unwritten rule spread across the continent. Do not easily provoke alchemists. If you really do so, don't hesitate. Root them out. Don't give them a chance to gather allies. Otherwise, the fate of that family serves as a warning. After reading this story, Beckett understood the esteemed status of alchemists somewhat. Even a yellow-rank alchemist can cause such terror. I wonder what level of horror a higher-ranking alchemist would bring. Such beings probably wouldn't even bother with the tiny southern region. Beckett was full of anticipation. With the help of the system, now that the alchemist auxiliary profession had awakened, becoming a top-tier alchemist was only a matter of time. All he needed was to keep practicing alchemy. Lacking herbs and lacking formulas, beginners need to start simple and gradually increase the difficulty. In Beckett's system space, there were plenty of good things, but mostly finished products like pills, divine weapons, and cultivation techniques. He had no pill formulas or herbs. What to do? Having a talent for alchemy without formulas or herbs is like a clever housewife struggling without ingredients. Ask the sect? Not a problem if using the identity of the hidden Tanya, but that would cause unnecessary speculation and trouble. Beckett rejected this idea first. Ask the apprentices? He couldn't bring himself to do it. As for other options, being just an outer sect miscellaneous servant, obtaining herbs and formulas could only be achieved by completing sect tasks. I remember the Philippian sect has an alchemy hall recently recruiting disciples interested in learning alchemy. There must be herbs provided. Why not check it out? Beckett wasted no time, instructing Bogdan to stay behind, then immediately left the library and headed straight for the alchemy hall. Being one of the 10 great sects in the southern region, Philippian sect naturally encompassed various methods of cultivation. While cultivation was the main focus, other departments were also established. For example, the alchemy hall. Anyone with talent who could pass the test could become an alchemy apprentice and learn alchemy. Although Philippian sect wasn't renowned for alchemy, its alchemy skills were still quite decent, second only to the Antonin Dan sect. Correspondingly, the status of the alchemy hall within Philippian sect was also very high. Once inside, even as an outer sect miscellaneous servant, one could receive treatment equivalent to an inner sect disciple. Therefore, every year a large number of outer sect disciples came to try their luck. Even those without talent, if chosen by an alchemist to be a furnace tending assistant, would consider it a huge leap forward. When Beckett arrived outside the alchemy hall, she found a long queue already formed, winding and impressive. Unqualified. Next batch. The Adamirager called out with a dark expression. Several disciples left in disappointment, followed by another group of 10 or so entering with anxious hearts. Unqualified. Unqualified. Several consecutive disqualifications brought despair to those who had hoped for success. Seeing this, the Adamir remained unperturbed. As alchemists were among the most revered professions on the continent, could it be easy? In this past month, nearly 100 disciples had come. Those truly gifted and retained could be counted on one hand. Alchemists were inherently rare. Next. After nearly an hour, it was finally Beckett's turn. Follow me. The Adamirager glanced at Beckett, then gave his usual warning. Once inside, don't touch anything unnecessarily. Do exactly as you're told. If you break something, you won't be able to compensate even if you sell yourself. Don't cause trouble for yourself, understood? An outer sect disciple with 3rd rank cultivation. Your talent is good. Good luck. With that, he left without looking back. Beckett suppressed her aura to around 3rd rank to conceal her identity. With her grand concealment technique, hiding her cultivation was simple. Inside the alchemy room sat 3 alchemists in white robes, 2 lower grade and 1 middle grade. According to their rankings from lowest to highest, they were lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and then yellow rank alchemists. Name: outer sect disciple, Beckett. Cultivation: peak 3rd rank. Upon hearing this, the alchemist who asked the questions showed a hint of surprise. Most outer sect disciples here were below 3rd rank. Peak 3rd rank indicated quite remarkable talent. He nodded slightly and pointed. Do you see the spirit bead on the table? Place your hand on it. If it lights up, you pass. Beckett was surprised. All it took was to place her hand on it. As if reading her thoughts, the man chuckled and said, young fellow, don't think it's easy. This spirit bead contains fire essence and a trace of wood essence. It can test an alchemist's aptitude. If it regenerates and lights up, you pass. This has stumped many people. For alchemists, talent comes first, followed by effort. Without talent, no amount of effort will suffice. At this point, the man seemed to recall something and showed a touch of nostalgia on his face. Beckett nodded. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the bead. Only by becoming an alchemist could she take on large quantities of herb-gathering missions. With herbs, she could rapidly refine elixirs. This was crucial for enhancing her cultivation. This assessment, although simple, was still necessary. Curious gazes from around the room focused on the spirit bead, including those of the 3 alchemists. Though they didn't hold much hope, each batch always produced a few promising candidates. Every new alchemist increased Philippian sect's overall strength. If a yellow rank alchemist emerged, Philippian sect might instantly rise to match Antonin Dan sect, and even 2-star sects would treat them equally. Chapter 19. Don't think you're something just because you have talent. The brighter the spiritual pearl glows, the higher the talent and aptitude it represents. Philippian sect's top-grade alchemist who was rarely seen in full. It was said that during his evaluation, he made more than half of the spiritual pearl radiate with light for a solid 13 seconds straight. He shook the southern region. Facing various gazes from the crowd, everyone watched as Beckett's palm touched the spiritual pearl. For an instant, the entire space fell silent. Then, an intensely bright light, like sunlight, erupted outwards. A pillar of white light shot skyward, almost blinding everyone present. They all shouted in shock. The few alchemists responsible for the assessment stood up with a bang, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. People looked at each other, unsure who started it first, but the sound of swallowing could be heard everywhere. Someone sighed, a monster. This statement garnered unanimous nods of agreement. Such talent was indeed terrifying. More than a monster, it was simply outrageous. Bang, crack. The spiritual pearl couldn't withstand the power. After barely holding on for less than 3 seconds, it shattered into a spray of light points with a loud bang. Will this make me fail? Beckett's extended hand froze for a moment before she silently withdrew it as if nothing happened. There was a second of silence. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, The alchemists exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter filled with excitement. One even shouted, "Good crack, very good." Right, it cracked beautifully. Our Philippian sect has also produced an extraordinary talent in alchemy. Recently, our sect has been blessed with numerous joys, truly invigorating. Someone laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Their laughter continued for almost half an incense stick time before gradually subsiding, and the alchemy hall returned to normal. However, the joyous smiles on the faces of the three Tanya alchemists were still evident. Beckett, right? You are amazing. Amazing indeed. Though accustomed to calmness, Beckett felt slightly unaccustomed to such enthusiastic praise, but smiled contentedly nonetheless. Perfect performance. It's time for the next part of the examination, including the Q&A section and, someone reminded. Oh, a cheerful alchemist waved his hand, giving an annoyed look at the one who spoke before gesturing grandly. What's there to test now? Pass her. Completely pass. With this kind of talent, she's born to be an alchemist. Seconded. Seconded. The other two Tanya alchemists waved their hands too, directly awarding Beckett excellent marks and apprentice status. To become an alchemist, one must first be an apprentice. Once capable of refining low-grade pills, one becomes a low-grade alchemist, and so forth. Alchemist rankings are generally set by sects. No one would fake this deliberately. It's meaningless, easily exposed, and would damage their reputation and offend others. Even among the 10 great sects, no one would waste time on such self-defeating tasks. Many people looked at Beckett enviously. This outer sect disciple had truly ascended in one step. With such talent, her future achievements were unimaginable. The sect would certainly cultivate her heavily, treating her like a precious relic. Originally, everyone thought becoming an alchemy apprentice right away was shocking enough. Unexpectedly, Beckett's next move left everyone even more astonished. Fultons, I wish to continue testing for the rank of a low-grade alchemist, Beckett said straightforwardly. What did you say? A low-grade alchemist. Tanya couldn't believe his ears and nearly thought he misheard. Beckett touched her chin, nodding. I said I want to continue testing for the rank of a low-grade alchemist. When these words sunk in, the Tanya was thoroughly astonished. Gradually, murmurs spread across the venue. Someone grumbled unhappily. This Pregainer is really pushing too far without knowing her limits. Even with extremely high natural talent, she can't treat the Tanyas like this. Testing for low-grade alchemist status. Ha, how ridiculous. Everyone agreed. Indeed, if Beckett had waited even 10 days before requesting the test, they wouldn't have reacted so strongly. After all, her talent was undeniable. But for her to propose it immediately afterward, was she treating low-grade alchemists like common street vegetables, thinking anyone could become one so easily? It was simply a joke. At this moment, many people's opinions of Beckett turned for the worse. Their gazes gradually carried a few strands of disdain and contempt. She was just a lucky fool. Not to mention anything else. Wasn't this slapping the Tanyas' faces in front of everyone? Two Tanyas had spent decades diligently researching to finally become honored low-grade alchemists, and she indicated right on the spot that she wanted to take the test too? Did she know how to refine pills? Did she know the properties of medicinal herbs and understand how to adjust their properties? Who couldn't talk big? Sure enough, hearing Beckett's words, the originally smiling alchemy Tanya slowly turned cold. But considering Beckett's talent, and that she might be new and inexperienced, he still endured his anger and forced a smile as he said, "Ha, Beckett, having ambition is a good thing, but everything must be done step by step. Meals are eaten mouthful by mouthful, and roads walked step by step. Alchemy is an incredibly profound study. Even the slightest bit can be sufficient for us to research all our lives." After giving Beckett a thorough dressing down with his wise speech, the message was clear. Don't you know your own level? Young lady, stop messing around. You're too green to talk about alchemy. Go play in the mud at home. Facing the distrustful looks from everyone, Beckett felt wronged but could not express it. Every word they said was true, coming from deep within them, and he knew his own capabilities well. After all, while others relied on talent and effort to refine pills, he relied on the system and effort. These were entirely different concepts. Applying what normal people did onto him clearly wouldn't work. Beckett was mulling over his words, pondering how to put it delicately to reach a win-win result. After all, he was truly in a hurry. His cultivation progress had been stagnant for 2 days. He needed pills, large quantities of high-grade pills, and to do that, he must increase his pill refinement skill level, and that required continuous pill refinement. But the other party clearly wanted him to wait 10 days or half a month, which Beckett couldn't tolerate. If not for the fact that these people had no bad intentions and were Tanyas, a Philippian sect, essentially working under him, he would have smashed each of them into the wall long ago, unable to be chipped off. Beckett opened his mouth only to close it again. He felt that, as a respected Foundation establishment cultivator, he was actually rendered speechless at this moment, which was simply ridiculous. Just as both sides were in an irreconcilable conflict, a bright and delicate figure walked over at some point, shouting joyfully, "Hey, junior brother, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. Why are you hanging out at the alchemy hall instead of staying in the library? If you need pills, just tell senior sister directly, I'll give you." The newcomer was none other than Philippian sect's current darling, his own disciple, young sect lord, Crystal. The instant Beckett saw Crystal, his eyes lit up. His savior had arrived. Chapter 20. See how he embarrasses himself. Vice Clifton, why do you have the leisure to visit the alchemy hall? Please sit down quickly. The Tanya who was just reprimanding Beckett suddenly put on a smile, courteously moving closer to Crystal, asking him about his well-being. This treatment was a world apart. Seeing this, Crystal waved his hands repeatedly and casually responded with a few words. His big eyes then looked towards Beckett. Junior brother, how did you end up here? Junior brother? Hearing this appellation, everyone present couldn't help but show a puzzled expression, somewhat baffled. If it were based on seniority in joining the sect, he should be called senior brother. As Vice Clifton, it only made more people doubtful. Seemingly, only disciples under the same master would address each other like this. Most importantly, it seemed their Vice Clifton cared deeply for Beckett, an outer sect servant. For a moment, everyone had food for thought. There's nothing much. I just came to take the alchemist rank assessment, but there was a minor mishap. Beckett explained directly. Upon hearing this, several Tanyas standing nearby had stern expressions, but Crystal waved his hand and said, I heard what you were saying just now. Since junior brother has confidence, then go ahead with the test. It's only a try. Failure is not the end of the world. But, Vice Clifton. Crystal immediately said, Fulton, no need to say more. Since my junior brother possesses unprecedented talent, why can't he create some miracles? Don't judge geniuses with ordinary eyes. After these words, the Tanyas fell silent. On reflection, it seemed to make sense. Thus, they decided to give face. Although the Tanya who had been previously reprimanding Beckett still didn't see potential in Beckett, he sighed, alright, since Vice Clifton has spoken, let him try. Then, he cast another deep look at Beckett. Lachlan, it's good to have confidence, but one must also know oneself. I hope you don't waste your great talent. With the Tanya speaking, matters were settled. Thank you, Fulton. Please give me the questions, Beckett stated straightforwardly. Several Tanyas exchanged glances, discussing quietly, and after a while, one stood up and said, here is the recipe for Chi supplement pill, a lower-grade potion. As long as you can refine it within 2 hours with impurities not exceeding 50%, you'll pass. Upon hearing this, Crystal's lips moved, wanting to say something. Although the Chi supplement pill is the most common lower-grade potion, its function accelerates the replenishment of inner strength and is only useful for those below the 5th rank. Its refinement difficulty isn't low. Among lower-grade potions, it ranks as mid-tier. Moreover, refining any potion will certainly have impurities. Even if a yellow-rank alchemist comes, it's no different. Ordinarily, except for failed pills, controlling impurities to below 70% qualifies as passing. Below 50% is considered excellent. Such quality is typically only maintained by veteran lower-grade alchemists who have immersed themselves in the art for years. For a novice who knows nothing, it's too harsh. Fulton, isn't that a bit too difficult? Crystal said displeased. The Tanya shook his head. Vice Clifton, you are mistaken. If it were an ordinary sect, merely producing a pill with 70% impurities would be enough to pass. But our Philippian sect is not a small or insignificant sect. We are one of the 10 major sects in the southern domain. The requirement for alchemists naturally demands excellence. How can we treat it lightly, or else won't we be laughed at? Everyone present secretly nodded, finding this REA gainering sound. It wasn't that the Tanya was deliberately making things difficult for Beckett. It was simply the truth. At this moment, many people stared oddly at Beckett, as if waiting to see him embarrass himself. Originally, someone with such talent was destined to shine brightly, and they could never catch up in their entire lives. But now, the latter seemed so arrogant, and it would indeed be one of life's joys to watch him make a fool of himself. They even believed. It wouldn't take long before what happened here spread wildly, and soon everyone in Philippian sect would know about this genius alchemist's disgraceful incident. Thinking about it, it was truly something to look forward to. Hey, senior sister, there's no need to say more. This simple examination won't be hard for me. Beckett, facing everyone's gaze, stood up. A hint of fire sparked in his heart. He was determined to put on a good show. Having the system, how could he be belittled? Say it, and it's done. Beckett glanced at the recipe, and numerous related knowledge points rapidly flooded his mind. The various refining techniques and precautions flowed like a waterfall. Half an instant stick later, as everyone was growing impatient, Beckett finally made his move. He went straight to the specialized alchemy furnace used for the examination, first carefully inspecting the quality of the furnace and familiarizing himself with its structure. Watching Beckett continuously tapping and checking the furnace, the audience couldn't help but feel puzzled, and some even snickered. Could he really be a bumpkin who got lucky and has never even seen an alchemy furnace? Maybe he really is. Shut up. What's all the noise for? Crystal turned to glare at a few people, and they immediately fell silent, though the defiance in their eyes was evident. Surely my junior brother can't really be clueless? Crystal watched Beckett busily preparing, feeling uncertain herself. Though she spoke confidently, Crystal also thought Beckett's chances were slim. If he messed this up, she wasn't sure how to explain it to the Tanyas. Thinking of this, she secretly glanced at the Tanyas, only to find that the expected disdain and mockery were nowhere to be seen. Instead, their faces were filled with surprise and shock. Especially as time passed, any trace of contempt had vanished, replaced by deep admiration and astonishment. His technique is so proficient, almost perfect. This kid actually knows alchemy. His method of checking the furnace, I've never even heard of. Hey, why does he do it like this? Ah, I see now, I understand. This is the long-lost mountain-separating buffalo technique. Just with this move, the overall coordination of the furnace changes drastically, and the success rate of alchemy has already increased by at least 30% before even starting. No wonder my previous methods always resulted in lower-quality pills. It turns out I missed a step. Incredible. Truly incredible. How did he learn so many lost techniques? The other Tanyas were in a similar state. From initial indifference to surprise, and finally to awe. Now, they couldn't take their eyes off Beckett's actions. They no longer understood each move he made, but felt that every detail was profound and worthy of learning. They even felt that some long-standing problems they had accumulated over the years suddenly became clear. Their minds were completely enlightened. Even before Beckett began the actual alchemy process, they were already thoroughly impressed by his brilliant pre-examination performance. Chapter 21. True Skills. Beckett's proficient manner was as if he were an experienced alchemy master who had been through countless battles. If they hadn't known his identity beforehand, they might have even thought that some senior alchemy master was playing a prank on them. This damn well didn't look like someone who hadn't studied alchemy at all. At this moment, they realized they had done something foolish. They did not understand the rock before their eyes at all. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, that face which still held a hint of youthful innocence began to emanate an unfathomable and mysterious aura. Almost done. Beckett didn't notice the crowd's unusual behavior. He was completely engrossed in his own world. With no distractions, this was a basic quality of an alchemy master. The quality of the pill furnace is average. Though it's a bit poor, it can barely suffice for now. After reflecting for a moment, ensuring he hadn't missed anything, Beckett began the second step of pill refining, fire control. The main steps in refining pills included 3 parts: fire control, refinement, and completion. The rest was just preparation before the actual refinement. Next came the real main event. Due to hiding his cultivation level, many of Beckett's techniques could not be used in public, so he could only rely on external forces. Alchemy rooms usually had natural flames for use in alchemy. Summoning natural flames was a piece of cake for Beckett with the system. With a simple gesture, the natural flame rose obediently. Another wave of his hand, and the flames became calm and steady, like a well-behaved child, leaving the Tanyas entranced. This fire control technique is truly divine. I once had the honor to observe a yellow-rank alchemy master refining pills publicly, but even he didn't have such fire control skills. What a prodigy. Indeed, indeed. The most taboo during alchemy is unstable flames. A slight misstep, and the pill is ruined. All previous efforts wasted. If I could learn even a fraction of this skill, my success rate would greatly increase. Hush, don't talk, watch carefully. The Tanyas were awestruck, not blinking, fearing they might miss any part of the spectacle, fearing they might regret it for life. Casually adjusting the temperature of the flame, Beckett started selecting the herbs needed according to the formula. Chi supplementing pill, 2 chin of pulse-nourishing flower, 1.5 chin of purple heartgrass, Jose fruit, muttering as he picked the herbs, every bit perfectly measured. With the system's heritage, picking herbs was a minor task and couldn't stump him. Before long, the herbs were prepared. But this seemingly ordinary scene stirred up another storm among the observers. No herb scales, just grabbing by hand? Not even a yellow-rank alchemy master dares to do this. Alchemy herbs must strictly follow the formula. Even a little more or less will ruin everything. Is he so confident? Seeing the tiniest lost in murmurs, Crystal couldn't help but ask, isn't this a normal step? Is alchemy not done this way? Even if it's harder to pick by hand, as long as one practices diligently and focuses, it shouldn't be exaggerated, right? To her surprise, the Tanya shook his head vigorously, looking at Beckett with admiration, praising, young Solara doesn't understand. It sounds easy but doing it is hard. To achieve perfect accuracy just by hand isn't possible unless one has extremely strong innate perception, or is a supreme being who has divine senses. So terrifying? Crystal was shocked. She never expected her junior brother to be such a genius with incredibly strong innate perception. As for divine senses, she didn't dare to think about it, because that marked a Yuanying realm powerhouse. How old was her junior brother? It was impossible. With awe in her heart, she carefully watched Beckett's actions. Seeing how Beckett, after preparing the herbs, threw them into the pill furnace without even looking, the crowd's eyes twitched fiercely. Despite expecting unconventional moves from Beckett, this was too much. Is he cooking or refining pills? It looked so unreliable. Thinking this, the young ones couldn't help but worry. With so many herbs thrown in at once, the clash of medicinal properties would surely ruin everything instantly. Already, one of the Tanya sighed and shook his head, declaring the batch of herbs destroyed. Then everyone suddenly widened their eyes, noticing that the interior of the pill furnace remained calm. The herbs inside seemed fine. Even a rich aroma of medicine began to waft out. Unable to see inside the pill furnace, curiosity drove the crowd wild, wishing they could go inside to take a look. What exactly happened? Unfortunately, no one could answer their questions at this moment, so they could only wait patiently. Before long, Beckett's pill refining technique amazed them again. This is the long-lost silk thread hand, manipulating herbs from a distance with inner strength, transforming into countless fine threads for intricate control. Marvelous, truly marvelous. That's the finger of plucking flowers. The yin-yang separation technique. Damn, that seems to be the legendary reincarnation seal, a divine alchemy technique. Gradually, the crowd was left dazzled, witnessing various known and unknown alchemy techniques being effortlessly employed by Beckett and seamlessly integrated together. His movements were purely natural, exuding an indescribable beauty. Watching Beckett refine pills was nothing short of an enjoyment. The pill is almost done, someone exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention instantly to the scarlet pill furnace. Noticing that the medicinal fragrance in the air was becoming increasingly intense, permeated with a refreshing aura. Open! Beckett suddenly changed his hand seal and let out a sudden loud shout. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the pill furnace slowly opened, and Beckett reached out, grabbing a pill that shimmered with a lustrous glow. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint, profound patterns subtly wrapped around the pill. Heavens, it actually has pill patterns. And Tanya suddenly took a large step forward, rushing straight to Beckett, disregarding the stunned looks from others as he grabbed Beckett's hand and examined the freshly refined pill closely, as if looking at some world-renowned treasure. What? Pill patterns, quick? Let me see. Another Tanya rushed over, nearly drooling at the sight of the pill in Beckett's hand. You two shameless old men, move aside a bit. Ultimately, 3 Tanya surrounded Beckett in a manner devoid of dignity, gazing at the pill in Beckett's palm with obsessed eyes. At this moment, as if drawn by an invisible force, everyone, including Crystal, disregarded any etiquette or hierarchy and swarmed around, even resorting to fighting to secure a good spot. The scene became quite chaotic. What are you doing? All of you get up, look at yourselves, what kind of decorum is this? After a long while, Tanya finally snapped back to reality, turning only to be startled by the sparkling eyes of the crowd, which enraged him into shouting. Look at you, bunch of unaccomplished fools, it's just a cheese supplementing pill with pill patterns, what's the fuss about? Disperse now, or I'll punish you for disrupting order and disrespecting your Tanyas. That statement finally had an effect. Though the crowd disapproved of the Tanya's behavior, considering the severity of the situation, they reluctantly dispersed. Yet, their longing gazes stretched their necks long, causing this Tanya's face to turn black. However, deep down, he didn't blame them. Aside from being divided into categories like heavenly, earthly, mystical, yellow rank, and unranked, each tier would further classify according to quality, based on the amount of impurities. From lowest to highest, 70% to 60% impurities, lower grade, 50% to 40% impurities, average, below 30% impurities, higher grade, and the rumored impurity-free quality across the entire southern domain, the pill pattern grade. Chapter 22. Look at this pill pattern. It is both large and round. Don't think that the difference between the pill pattern grade and the upper grade is only one level. Even the finest pills of the highest upper grade, which contain only a trace of impurities, cannot compare with the pill pattern grade. At the pill pattern grade, not only are there no impurities, but there is also a qualitative change from nothing to something. Each pill pattern grade pill contains far more medicinal power than others. It increases by nearly several times. To put it simply, a low-grade pill pattern pill can be as valuable as an ordinary yellow-grade pill. Every alchemist who can refine a pill with a pill pattern holds a high status. Even a major sect like the Anderson Element sect would purganorally invite such an alchemist and treat them as honored guests. Cough, young brother Beckett. I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. Please forgive me. My old eyes could not recognize a true dragon. The Tanya who had previously reprimanded Beckett now stood flushed, offering a public apology. At the same time, he couldn't help but stare longingly at the pill in Beckett's hand, saying, Young brother Josiah, do you have any intention of selling this pill? Name your price. If you're willing to sell it to me, consider this Daryl owing you a great favor. Upon hearing this, the other 2 Tanyas quickly reacted. They cursed this Daryl for being unscrupulous, and hurriedly chimed in. Cough, brother Josiah, I am willing to trade a scroll of innate martial technique for the pill in your hand, and similarly owe you a purganormal favor. I offer 3 spirit fruits in exchange, which can purify the meridians and strengthen the marrow. Purify and strengthen the marrow? Pull the other one. Legend has it that pill pattern grade pills also have the effect of purifying the meridians and strengthening the marrow, and they are definitely better than your spirit fruits. Is that comparable? And I still owe a purganormal favor. Young brother, just name your price, whatever I have. If that doesn't work, how about my granddaughter? She's 18 this year. The Tanius argued until their faces were red. One must know that pill patterns are rare and hard to come by. Even a master alchemist may refine only 1 or 2 pill pattern grade pills in their lifetime at most. Moreover, alchemists often keep these as prized possessions. Given this opportunity, they naturally wanted to try. After arguing for a while, gradually, everyone noticed that Beckett seemed somewhat absent-minded. They couldn't help but look at him curiously. They saw him silently staring at the pill in his palm, frowning, seemingly deep in thought. The Tanius did not realize that Beckett had barely heard their arguments. At this moment, all his attention was on the pill in his hand. Holy, what the hell is this? Just now, the moment he finished refining the pill, the system announced that his secondary profession as an alchemist proficiency had surged by 10 points, ready to upgrade his alchemist level. At that point, refining pills at or below his corresponding level would grant special buff rewards. Beckett immediately chose to upgrade. In the next second, the system showed his alchemist level going from none to low-grade apprentice. Beckett estimated that under the system's consideration, yellow-grade alchemists and below might not even count as true alchemists, but rather apprentices. Then, a small line of text below stunned him. Buff, low-grade apprentice when refining pills at this level, success rate is 100%. During refinement, a random increase of 1 to 9 pills may occur, 30% chance to obtain a pill pattern during refinement. Proficiency, 10 out of 100. A 30% chance to generate a pill pattern. This alone made Beckett almost jump out of surprise, let alone the other miraculous effects. Having lived in this world for many years, mostly flipping through miscellaneous books in the library, Beckett had insight far beyond that of ordinary people. He naturally understood how valuable a pill pattern grade pill was. In his life, aside from obtaining such quality pills through the sign-in system, he hadn't even heard of them otherwise. Furthermore, after purgatorily experimenting, Beckett knew better than anyone the power of pill pattern grade pills. To say that this unassuming chi-restoring pill had some effect on him would be an understatement, not to mention its effect on others. The effectiveness was simply extraordinary. Beckett felt overwhelmingly pleased, thinking, now, I don't need to worry about pills anymore. As long as I have enough materials, I can continuously refine pill pattern grade pills. This is not a difficult task for me. Unfortunately, this pill's grade is a bit low. If it were a yellow grade pill upgraded to pill pattern, it would significantly help me. Thinking of this, Beckett felt slightly regretful. To ensure the success rate of pill pattern grade pills, he must quickly upgrade his alchemist level. This requires a large amount of refining low grade pills to gain proficiency. Medicinal materials are a challenge. For now, it's easy to get plenty of low grade medicinal materials. Philippian sect should be able to obtain a lot. However, yellow grade pill materials are much harder to find, and relying solely on myself is quite troublesome. I need to come up with a perfect solution. Beckett was deep in thought. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, immediately snapping him out of his thoughts. As a venerable Foundation establishment cultivator, he shouldn't be so absent-minded. This wasn't a good habit. Junior brother, what were you thinking about? Turning around, he saw Crystal looking at him with a smile and asked with concern. Nothing. All right, this pill is for you. Saying this, Beckett casually tossed the incredibly valuable pill over, as if discarding a pebble found on the roadside. His nonchalant attitude deeply wounded the hearts of several Tanius. Those who understood the value of the pill had their eyes twitching and were silently cursing in their hearts. How can you casually throw something so precious like this? What if it breaks? A wasteful prodigal, squandering such treasure. Junior brother, this is too precious. Crystal hesitated. Although she envied it, she firmly handed it back. This was something her junior brother worked hard to refine, and it would benefit him more. She couldn't accept it. Seeing Crystal's hesitation, Beckett waved his hand carelessly and said offhandedly, take it. As long as I have enough materials, I can make as many as you want. It's not valuable. Only Beckett could say such a thing. Seeing that Beckett truly didn't mind, after a pause, Crystal accepted it happily under Beckett's urging. Thank you, junior brother. The people nearby envied her until their eyes turned red. For instance, the 3 Tanius. They were extremely envious, almost driven mad by jealousy. They also wanted such a generous junior brother. Forget being a junior brother. They would even take him as their master if he gave them the pills. Moreover, to be disciples of an alchemist who can refine pill pattern grade pills would be their fortune, making them ecstatic. What a pity. Seeing Crystal put away the pill, the Tanius wilted and shook their heads silently. It was hopeless. Just then, suddenly seeing Beckett approach them with a smile, made their hearts race as if something significant was about to happen. Do you want pill pattern grade pills, Fultons? Upon hearing this, the 3 Tanius' droopy eyes lit up instantly, their hair stood on end, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They were excited beyond words. Could we have a chance? One Tanya immediately asked impatiently, his tone cautiously hopeful. Beckett nodded affirmatively, making the Tanius' eyes brighter than ever. Realizing he lacked medicinal materials but could ask others to help collect them or even use refined pills as compensation, Beckett had an epiphany. Anyway, those pills weren't useful to him, so it could be considered contributing to Philippian sect. At least, with a stronger Philippian sect, he could feel more secure when signing in. Time would allow him to eventually become invincible. For now, cooperative relationship between both sides leading to a win-win outcome was the best result. Beckett then said mysteriously, not only that, but I also have a big deal for you. Chapter 23. The apprentice is Zelloing. Big deal? Seeing Beckett acting all mysterious, the Tanius immediately became interested. After a conversation, moments later, the eyes of the Tanius widened, bright and full of excitement, nodding vigorously. Crystal stood beside them, full of curiosity, not knowing what they were discussing. Little brother, don't worry, we'll take care of it. You can count on me. Whatever you need will be prepared for you within 3 days. At the end, the alchemist who initially had a cold attitude toward Beckett now beamed with satisfaction. Even his address had changed. If the situation was appropriate, he might have even wanted to become sworn brothers with Beckett right there. And as expected, Beckett successfully obtained the token representing his alchemist rank. However, what surprised him was, senior alchemist? He had only just passed the examination for junior alchemist. Oh, it's only a matter of time before you surpass us old fellows completely. This way, you won't have to trouble yourself again in the future. Saying this, the Tanya looked quite regretful. If it weren't for the fact that evaluating yellow rank alchemists required certification from the Alchemist Guild, he would have directly labeled Beckett as a yellow rank alchemist. A genius who could refine Dan pattern level medicines becoming a yellow rank alchemist was absolutely a sure thing. Then I won't refuse. Beckett didn't care about these things. If not for necessity, he wouldn't have bothered coming to the alchemy hall. As for the senior alchemist rank, it wasn't a big deal. Just in terms of realm, he could easily bear the title of heaven rank alchemist. The problem of medicinal materials was finally resolved. Beckett returned to the scripture repository, resuming his daily routine of signing in and enhancing his strength in a monotonous life. Over a month passed, during which Beckett signed in and received many good things. There were also plenty of high-level medicines, which made Beckett extremely happy. Anything produced by the system must be of high quality. The treasure level obtained through signing in generally increased as his strength grew, so at any time, the treasures obtained through signing in were most beneficial to Beckett. However, as time went by, Beckett felt something unexpected seemed to have happened. It's been a month. Why haven't the herbs those old men promised arrived? They didn't change their minds, did they? They had agreed that within 3 days, they would provide him with a large amount of medicinal materials. Beckett hadn't expected that after more than a month, not even a shadow of the herbs had appeared. Could they have gotten lost? Or do they not know I'm in the scripture repository? Impossible for such a prestigious Tanya. Finding out should be no difficulty. Beckett was truly puzzled. Moreover, this past month, Crystal, the Alana, had disappeared without a trace and hadn't come to the scripture repository? One must understand, this Alana was merely at the 7th rank realm. Even with her innate physique, she still had a long way to go before reaching the 8th rank realm. Ordinarily, she would come to the scripture repository every few days to ask her master questions without needing Beckett to specially invite her. She also served to entertain Beckett. But now, suddenly there had been no news from her for a whole month. What happened? Even if she was secluding herself, or something else, she should at least inform him first. Having lived together for so long, and having accepted her as a disciple, Beckett cared deeply for the Alana. In recent months, a faint cloud of worry had always lingered in his heart. It felt like something was about to happen. She might really be in trouble. With this thought, Beckett jumped up instantly, and an ancient bamboo tube suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. This bamboo tube was a treasure he had obtained through signing in once. Covered with signs of age, the bamboo tube was battered and worn. Inside, it contained bamboo slips used to predict auspiciousness and inauspiciousness. He picked up the bamboo tube, intending to use it to predict Crystal's current condition. Whoosh! A bamboo slip fell down. Great misfortune. Beckett was startled, and his expression changed instantly. Crystal should not be in trouble, knowing that he had left defensive means for her. Even encountering an innate expert, she should be able to escape safely. Unless she encountered a Foundation establishment Tanya? What kind of Foundation establishment Tanya could pose a threat to Crystal under his nose? This place is Philippian sect, his territory. With a casual sweep of his divine sense, he could see almost the entire Philippian sect. Not in Philippian sect. Beckett's divine sense suddenly erupted, scanning around. But he found no sign of Crystal, nor the presence of the Tanya alchemist from that day. Now Beckett was truly worried. That naughty girl. Where did she run off to without telling him? This was going to be a big problem. Just then, a faint voice was detected by Beckett. Bogdan, you stay in guard. I'll be back after this trip. At the same time, the grand hall atop the mountain. The senior members of Philippian sect gathered here, all silent, making the atmosphere in the grand hall heavy with tension as if a storm was brewing. A careful observer would notice that many senior members were missing. Apart from some who were resisting the alien invasion alongside the sect leader on the front lines, a larger part had led numerous disciples down the mountain not long ago to quell the chaos caused by demonic beasts. At present, the remaining defensive strength of Philippian sect was far less than half of what it was at its peak. There's news. The one now presiding over everything was none other than the chubby Chaz Rayming, Douglas. The young patriarch indeed went to Beast Taming Mountain. And there's a huge issue with Beast Taming Mountain, Douglas said gravely. The crowd below began to chatter. What exactly happened? Beast Taming Mountain has such audacity to detain our sect's young patriarch for no Arya gainer. This is an outright provocation. They're challenging us Philippian sect. Does Beast Taming Mountain want to start a war between the two sects? Are they crazy? What good will it do them? I'll take my troops and raid Beast Taming Mountain to rescue the young patriarch. Not so fast. This matter is not simple. Beast Taming Mountain has ulterior motives. Rash actions might lead to catastrophic mistakes. So this won't work, that won't work. Well, what should we do? Several short-tempered Tanyas slammed their chairs and stood up, shouting. Seeing this, Douglas didn't oppose. Beast Taming Mountain's intentions were clearly unfriendly. Only the Arya gainer behind it remained puzzling. If they planned to annex Philippian sect, one could only say they underestimated Philippian sect's strength. Whatever the case, we must find a way to ensure the lives of the young patriarch and the others. Douglas stated directly. The rest also nodded seriously. Indeed, this was different from previous times. Beast Taming Mountain silently detained the young patriarch and several accompanying Tanyas without any intention of negotiating, which was very malicious. As the arguments escalated and even signs of violence emerged in the grand hall, Douglas quickly intervened to stop them. Gentlemen, calm down. Our arguments here will be of no use. Just now, the venerable Fultons have already headed to Beast Taming Mountain. We believe there will be results soon. She is an innate expert. With her intervening, even if Beast Taming Mountain acts boldly, they wouldn't dare not give face. We just need to await good news. Chapter 24, Paying Respect to the Venerable. Upon hearing this, the grand hall finally became somewhat quieter. Still, some Tanyas felt it was improper, but for now, there was no other way. After all, even the innate realm cultivator who had been stationed in Philippian sect had taken action. At this moment, some Tanyas were still a bit lost and simply asked directly, wasn't young Nigel always staying in the sect? Why did she suddenly go to Beast Taming Mountain and take several old fellows from the alchemy hall? What's she up to? This Tanya took the lead in questioning. Many others then voiced their own questions one after another. Indeed, this makes no sense. The young Nigel has always stayed in the sect to cultivate. With her innate constitution, she could have smoothly cultivated all the way to the innate realm without any obstacles. At that time, with such vast lands under heaven, where couldn't she go? Why did she choose to run around at this critical juncture of upheaval, causing everyone trouble? However, despite the complaints, more people were filled with concern. After all, Crystal was the apple of everyone's eye among all the high-ranking officials of Philippian sect. If anything happened to her, it would shake the entire sect. Haven't you seen even the Priscilla, who rarely got involved in affairs, take action preganorally in a rush? Douglas had just received news about this matter and didn't know how to respond. I do know something about this. At this moment, Antanya from the logistics department spoke up. Seeing everyone's attention turned toward him, he immediately put on a bitter smile and said, I have a rough idea why the young Nigel went to Beast Taming Mountain. About half a month ago, the young Nigel came to see me, saying she needed medicinal herbs for alchemy. At the time, I thought she was idle and wanted to learn alchemy. I didn't take it seriously, but unexpectedly, she demanded half of all the herbs stored by the logistics department. How could that be allowed? The logistics Tanya shook his head and continued. I refused on the spot. If it was just a small amount, I might have given them away, but so many herbs are crucial for the sect and can't be handed over carelessly. When she saw I wouldn't give them, she insisted. She kept asking what she could do to get the herbs, and in large quantities too. In my helplessness, I mentioned casually that Beast Taming Mountain opened up the defenses of 10,000 Beasts Canyon previously, causing our sect severe losses, which they should compensate for. With the recent unrest, we haven't yet addressed the matter with Beast Taming Mountain. The sect hasn't reached a conclusion on this matter. Who knew? Speaking to this point, everyone's gazes became increasingly strange. Clearly guessing something, they cursed inwardly. It turns out this Daryl lured the young Nigel to Beast Taming Mountain. The logistics Tanya laughed bitterly again. It really wasn't his fault. It just happened to coincide. If he had said this at any random time, it wouldn't have been an issue. Well, forget it. We shouldn't blame you. We didn't expect Beast Taming Mountain's ambitions. Hopefully, the Priscilla and the others will have a successful trip and bring the young Nigel and others back safely. Douglas, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh and cry. Crystal, this girl, indeed acted hastily. This matter is justified for Philippian sect, but even if she went to demand compensation, it should have been discussed together first. Plus, due to the current shortage of manpower, things were delayed. Crystal simply decided to go herself. Not only that, she even took several Tanyas from the alchemy hall without notifying the sect beforehand. Probably, she didn't anticipate that things would go wrong either. She must have thought she'd be back soon. The root cause of this incident lies ultimately with Beast Taming Mountain. Even if it hadn't been Crystal, Philippian sect would eventually send someone to settle accounts with Beast Taming Mountain. The outcome would likely be similar. Only now, it involves the precious crystal, making things complicated. Bang! Just then, the tightly closed palace doors burst open, accompanied by an unprecedentedly oppressive aura that enveloped the entire grand hall. Crystal, at Beast Taming Mountain? Everyone looked up in shock, wanting to speak but finding their bodies paralyzed, unable to utter a single word, with only their eyes able to move. A vague figure stepped into the hall, radiating an aura that made people tremble, slowly advancing. Before the figure even arrived, a voice resounded. A thunderous voice echoed directly within each Pergainer's heart, leaving everyone's minds buzzing. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. The same thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Just what kind of terrifying existence is this, and why would it suddenly arrive at Philippian sect? The arrival was none other than Beckett. Only now, compared to when he was in the alchemy hall, he concealed his appearance but did not mask his cultivation aura. The aura of the Foundation establishment realm pressed down on everyone like a towering mountain, making it hard to breathe. Beckett had already overheard everything the logistics Tanya said outside the grand hall. Upon hearing that Crystal was detained by Beast Taming Mountain, Beckett was furious yet remained calm, thinking only of how to save her. But when he learned that Crystal went to Beast Taming Mountain to demand compensation for collecting medicinal herbs for him, a complex and indescribable feeling surged within him. In that instant, Beckett's fury erupted uncontrollably. The overwhelming aura spread out as if out of control, leading to the scene just moments ago. Beast Taming Mountain. What audacity! Beckett was uncontrollably enraged. His surrounding aura gradually retracted, but his gaze became increasingly cold. Venerable. Several Tanyas who finally recovered looked at each other, full of terror and shock. Walking through the air, a Foundation establishment venerable. Moreover, this aura was absolutely not something a newly entered Foundation establishment cultivator could possess. Even the one from the Anderson Element sect was nowhere near as terrifying. For that brief moment, everyone was drenched in cold sweat, feeling countless piercing killing intents enveloping them, ready to claim their lives at any second. This Pergainer's strength was alarmingly high. While everyone was still recovering from the shock, Douglas quickly reacted. Did the mention of Crystal earlier mean he came for this matter? Thinking this, Douglas suddenly became excited. He thought of someone. The predecessor from the library. Recently, someone had secretly helped Philippian sect overcome difficulties multiple times, inferred to be closely related to Crystal and supposedly residing in the library. Initially, Douglas guessed that the benefactor was merely an innate realm powerhouse. But, unexpectedly, this individual was a Foundation establishment venerable, and an outstanding one at that. At this moment, Douglas was elated beyond words. Young Nigel Crystal might be saved. Douglas had dedicated his life to the sect with utmost loyalty, always putting its interests first after the Nigel's absence and managing all major and minor matters. He truly treated the sect as his own home, especially for promising individuals like Crystal. He treated them like his own juniors, lovingly nurturing them. Now, knowing that Crystal had such a powerful backer, Douglas was understandably thrilled. Despite his guesses, Douglas still wanted to confirm carefully, fearing disappointment would only worsen the situation. Douglas immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply into the void. Wiping away a cold sweat, he cautiously asked, "May I ask, venerable sir, are you here for Crystal? What relationship do you have with our young Nigel?" Facing a Foundation establishment venerable, he felt like an ant facing a dragon. The pressure was immense. Beckett glanced at Douglas, recognizing this decent Pergainer who had been good to his disciple. Seeing the Tanya's humble demeanor, Beckett's tone softened slightly but retained a faint coldness. Under the expectant gaze of Douglas, he slowly began to speak. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder. "Crystal is this seat's disciple," emphasizing every word at the end, thinking of Crystal's plight. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious crowd, unsure of the intentions of this formidable figure, could hardly believe their ears. Their bodies trembled. This outcome greatly exceeded their expectations. Crystal actually had a venerable as her protector. Instantly, the entire hall burst into fervent excitement. The originally heavy and oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. Some people breathed a long sigh of relief, unable to suppress their laughter. Beast Taming Mountain, which usually keeps company with beasts and acts arrogantly, has indeed bitten off more than it can chew by daring to provoke a Foundation establishment venerable. Chapter 25. Heading to Beast Taming Mountain. At this moment, with the true identity of the mysterious powerhouse revealed, countless people heaved a huge sigh of relief, their eyes wild with joy. Not an enemy, but an ally leader. Feeling the overwhelming pressure as if they were about to be crushed, everyone no longer looked like they'd seen a ghost. Instead, they felt a profound sense of security. Pain mingled with happiness. Beckett didn't have time for idle chatter. With one sweeping glance, she locked onto the logistics Tanya who was still dumbfounded. Grabbing him by the arm, she instructed, "Lead the way. We need to head straight to Beast Taming Mountain. Senior, less talking. Move." Ignoring the logistics Tanya's resistance, Beckett lifted off into the sky. In the awestruck gaze of the Philippian sect Tanius, they quickly vanished in the distance. Too urgent to rescue others, there was no time to consider anyone's feelings. To think that carrying someone while flying, this venerable strength is simply immeasurable. No one cared about the captured logistics Tanya. To serve the venerable was an honor. They marveled at Senior's extraordinary power instead. Though Foundation establishment venerables could walk on air, it consumed a lot of energy even without carrying anyone, let alone bringing another Pergainer along. Beast Taming Mountain was more than 1,000 miles away from here. Senior's strength, indeed formidable. On the way, Beckett pursued maximum speed without any attempt at concealment, unleashing her full pressure. Wind rushing past, charging straight through, taking the shortest route. As they passed by, countless powerful figures looked up in shock, only catching a glimpse of a golden streak. Holy crap, what was that? Someone exclaimed as if seeing a ghost. Over there. Turn left 3 li ahead. Go straight for 50 li. The logistics Tanya was carried like a chick, not daring to move. Along the way, he served as a human GPS. The surrounding space changed rapidly. Fulton Sinclair's mouth twisted in the fierce wind. He had never experienced anything so exhilarating. This travel speed was dozens of times faster than his all-out effort. Moreover, it was air travel with no obstacles, completely linear, which made it even faster. Under normal circumstances, from Philippian sect to Beast Taming Mountain, even with his 7-stage cultivation level, eating and drinking nothing along the way, it would take at least 3 days and nights. But now, Senior traveled faster than sound, probably just enough time for a cup of tea. Holy crap, so exciting. Senior, ahead is the fog forest, where there are great horrors, even innate powerhouses dare not venture deep. We should go around? At some point, Fulton Sinclair spoke suddenly. Ahead, boundless forest enveloped in fog stretched endlessly, year-round mist lingering. Even from afar, intermittent beast roars could be heard, chilling to the bone. Some people might have been scared to wet their pants. Perhaps sensing the approach of outsiders, numerous powerful auras arose within the forest, some rivaling innate powerhouses. Feeling these auras, Fulton Sinclair's legs trembled. If it were any other time, he wouldn't come here dead or alive. In the southern region, the fog forest was practically a forbidden zone. Seeing that Senior's speed did not slow, Sinclair nearly wet himself in fright. No, this is too dangerous. According to legends, even innate powerhouses dared not venture deep inside, only hovering on the outskirts. It was even rumored that deep within the fog forest, even Cliftons from the Wuxing sect returned defeated. The dangers hidden within were unimaginable. Beckett paid no heed to Fulton Sinclair's warning, her heart anxious. Normally, detouring would be fine, but now with her disciple possibly in mortal peril at any moment, there was no time to waste. Scram! Beckett suddenly roared, her voice echoing for 100 miles. Next second, a loud, tragic scream echoed through the air. A massive avian demon beast was directly shattered by this roar, its stiff body falling limply. Beckett's speed did not decrease, her pressure increasing even further. She even activated true Spirit 9 transformations, channeling endless heavenly power. A faint yet terrifying tidal wave of energy spread out from Beckett. Rumble. Carrying this massive tidal wave, Beckett turned into a rolling surge accompanied by thunderous sounds, pushing forward madly, crushing any danger in her path. An 8th stage striped tiger blocked the way, instantly crushed. 2 9th stage giant snakes snarled at Beckett, their heads exploding abruptly. An innate demon monkey was flattened into mush by a single palm strike from Beckett. The mist evaporated in her wake, and the forest collapsed wildly in all directions. All obstructing demonic beasts were killed. In mere moments, no demonic beast dared to block her path, all fleeing frantically. Even from deep within the mist forest, several auras comparable to Foundation establishment appeared. When Beckett cast a glance from afar, they hesitated and slowly dissipated. Innate bloodshed. Foundation establishment retreat. Alone, Beckett tore through the forbidden mist forest with an absolutely domineering and invincible demeanor, forcefully carving out a 100-mile-long Crim Gainer bloody path. This scene left Fulton Sinclair completely stunned. His whole body could not help but shiver. Shaking violently. F forward, turn L left. His voice was hoarse, his mouth dry as he began to stutter, continuously recalling those scenes in his mind. He felt both terrified and exhilarated at the same time. Worthy of being a senior. Worthy of being a Foundation establishment venerable. Unstoppably tyrannical. Gods were slain when they blocked the way. Buddhas were slaughtered when they stood in the path. One Pergainer pushed forward through the forbidden mist forest. If this news spread, it would stun countless major sects. Even ordinary Foundation establishment powerhouses would gape in disbelief, thinking they were dreaming. That vividly Crim Gainer blood path was indeed hard to forget. At this moment, Beckett exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Within 1,000 feet around her, no living thing dared to linger, let alone approach and obstruct her. That would be courting death. The fresh blood path behind her served as a warning. How far is it to Beast Taming Mountain? Perhaps due to excessive slaughter, Beckett's voice carried a chilling coldness. Fulton Sinclair couldn't help but shudder. The next second, he stammered hastily, "Senior, we're almost there. At this speed, in about half a tea brewing time, we'll reach the border of Beast Taming Mountain territory. 300 miles ahead, turning left will take us to the Beast Taming Mountain sect. Going straight will lead to the 10,000 Beasts Canyon." Beckett nodded slightly. Suddenly, a small round disc appeared in her hand, marked with several red dots. This was an array disc, on par with an innate spirit tool. Its primary function was to sense location. The drawback was the distance limitation. However, as long as she got close enough, she could sense the existence holding the array charm. With this item, she could accurately locate crystal. At that moment, there was no need for Fulton Sinclair to guide her further. Beckett suddenly accelerated, fixing on a direction and speeding forward. At the same time, the coldness in Beckett's eyes deepened. The red dots on the array disc dimmed more and more, indicating that her disciple's condition was not good. Beast Taming Mountain. No matter what Aria gainer you have for impregaining my disciple, today I will make you pay a bloody price. Hearing this murderous murmur, Fulton Sinclair's breathing abruptly choked. Looking towards the direction of Beast Taming Mountain, his gaze gradually tinged with a hint of pity. Beast Taming Mountain was about to face great misfortune. Chapter 26 Encounter on the Road. Even with an extra Pergainer in tow, Beckett's traveling speed was still remarkably fast. In just a few breaths, they had already covered a considerable distance, drawing ever closer to Beast Taming Mountain. Suddenly, Beckett's eyes flickered, and he stopped abruptly. Fulton Sinclair had been utterly exhausted from the rough journey, and upon seeing his senior stop, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Beckett staring intently in a certain direction. He frowned slightly. It seemed like he sensed a trace of his apprentice's aura. Was it an illusion? He quickly checked the array disk, noticing that the red was still quite far away, which left him momentarily confused. What's going on here? Unclear about the situation, being cautious, Beckett decided to take a look. What if Crystal had managed to escape on his own? If so, there would be no need to make the trip to Beast Taming Mountain. Even if not, it wouldn't delay him for long. Regardless, he had to go and check. With this thought, Beckett instantly flashed from where he stood with Fulton Sinclair, leaving behind a slowly dissipating afterimage. His aura raced like the wind, rapidly darting in a certain direction. Damn it! Those traitors are catching up. We're in serious trouble. In the forest, the sound of labored breathing rose sharply. A young Eliza dressed in the attire of Beast Taming Mountain led several fellow disciples, dashing around desperately. Behind them, figures relentlessly pursued without rest. They were almost caught. Their bodies were stained with blood. Each one of them looked pale, clearly severely exhausted. Every now and then, their glances back revealed unmitigated fear and hatred. Senior Sister Alastair, since we can't escape anyway, why not stay and fight these traitor animals? A skinny boy, seemingly quite young, with bloodshot eyes, gnashed his teeth and whispered fiercely. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that his back was soaked in blood, and one of his arms was missing. He appeared to be barely holding on. Junior brother Adalberto? Cherry saw the youth's waning vitality and felt reluctant, but she gritted her teeth and said, hold on a bit longer. Don't give up. What did the Danny friends from Philippian sect risk their lives to get us out for? Even if not for ourselves, we must think of them. Besides, we promised Junior Sister Myra to report to Philippian sect. We cannot die like this. Furrowing her eyebrows, Cherry spoke with deep resentment. Before leaving, Junior Sister Myra from Philippian sect gave her a per-game oral token to seek help from Antanya in Philippian sect's library. Although she didn't understand why they needed to go to the library rather than to the higher-ups of Philippian sect, given the urgency of the matter, Cherry didn't have time to think too much. She just wanted to deliver the token to someone important in Philippian sect. She hoped she could reach Philippian sect alive. Though Cherry was inwardly desperate, seeing the frightened faces of her fellow disciples, she realized as the eldest sister of Beast Taming Mountain, she couldn't simply collapse. Otherwise, who would avenge her Dovey and others? Cherry had lost both parents at a young age and was raised by her Dovey, who cared for her like a granddaughter. She considered Dovey and Beast Taming Mountain as family. However, due to the appearance of traitors, Beast Taming Mountain was virtually gone. The Shantan old ancestor fell in battle, his head hung at the gate. The protective spirit beast was gravely injured and impregned, used as a living spirit blood pool, suffering endless torment. Fultons died in battles, and disciples suffered heavy casualties. All of this happened because of Gage, the traitor who colluded with Yin Yang sect and allied with the foreign tribes. Every time she thought of Gage's seemingly harmless face, Cherry was filled with rage, wishing to tear him apart. Gage was her fellow disciple. He always presented himself as a righteous gentleman. Even their venerable Dovey never imagined that her proud disciple would have such ambitions. If she knew now, she'd regret it bitterly and never be able to rest in peace. Report. Some disciples were speechless upon hearing these words. They were all severely wounded. Only Senior Sister Cherry was relatively better off, though still greatly exhausted. Behind them, the pursuers were closing in. Even if the pursuers didn't kill them, whether they could leave the territory of Beast Taming Mountain alive was questionable. Where could they report? The disciples felt hopeless upon hearing this. Just then, mocking shouts filled with murderous intent came from behind, causing everyone to turn even paler, trembling in fear. Senior Sister Alastair, you can't escape. Surrender now, and if I'm pleased, I might spare your lives. The voice sounded gentle and cultured, very comforting to the ear. However, the people from Beast Taming Mountain all shivered simultaneously, their eyes full of terror. Gage, dream on, betraying fellow disciples and colluding with foreigners. May you die a miserable death. This familiar voice would be unforgettable to Cherry until her dying day. It was etched in her heart. Her cold voice, accompanied by boiling murderous intent, made the surrounding air slightly chill. Senior Sister, those who adapt to circumstances are heroes. Why don't you just be my Eliza obediently? You're making it very difficult for your junior brother. If Dovey finds out, she will definitely be heartbroken, sigh. Gage's voice echoed again, seemingly tinged with some sighs and reluctance. But his emphasis on the words Senior Sister, Junior Brother, and Dovey was evident. Beast, how dare you mention Dovey? If it weren't for her taking you in, you would have starved and frozen to death in that little village. Dovey treated you like her own child, yet you repay her kindness with treachery. Seeing Cherry become more enraged, Gage's face showed a sickly smile contrasting sharply with his soothing voice, making it truly terrifying. Unbeknownst to them, their retreat had been completely sealed off. Figures swiftly appeared, encircling Cherry and her companions. Not good. Realizing their path was blocked, the few from Beast Taming Mountain immediately panicked. Cherry cursed herself for being careless. She hadn't expected to still fall for it, letting Gage's words distract her. Even if not so, with their heavily wounded bodies, they couldn't escape for long. The outcome would be the same. Now, what mattered most was finding a way to escape. Even if they couldn't, they mustn't fall into Gage's hands, or their fates would be worse than death. Why did you stop running, Senior Sister? Have you finally seen Rea Gaynor and decided to return obediently to serve me? This is truly delightful. Gage emerged from the crowd, smiling broadly. His cultivation at 8th rank already rivaled Antanya for major sections. With hundreds of elite guards around him, Cherry and the others turned even paler. Everyone, prepare to fight to the death. Ignoring Gage's taunts, Cherry took a deep breath and instructed her fellow disciples. The rest also steeled their gazes, slowly gripping their weapons tightly. Sorry, Junior Sister Myra. It's my fault. I couldn't deliver this message to Philippian sect as promised. Cherry thought inwardly. Just as both sides were about to clash, suddenly, distant, shrill cries of monstrous beasts filled the air. At first, they were faint, but quickly became deafening. The screams merged into one continuous roar, rising and falling. In that instant, the ground shook violently within a radius of dozens of miles. Whoosh! Hundreds of people, including both parties, froze in place, turning their heads simultaneously. They saw a tangible, terrifying aura racing toward them at high speed. Following it was a surging tide of beasts, forming an overwhelming tidal wave. Even though everyone here came from major sects, their experiences were remarkable, but none had ever witnessed such a terrifying scene before. Frightened witless, they disregarded pursuit and hatred, instinctively scattering. Saving their lives was the priority. Escape! Run fast, faster, quicker. Someone shouted loudly, exacerbating the chaos further. Chapter 27. Senior Brother Crosby is truly too steady. The entire space seemed to tilt within sight. The forest shook, trees collapsing madly in all directions. Countless beasts let out piercing cries. Stampede incidents occurred constantly. The ground was cracking, and the sky was trembling. Light appeared to be distorted and devoured by an invisible force, the world quickly fading into a dull, ashen gray. A scene as if the end of days were coming. Seeing the blood-soaked earth, everyone's heart trembled fiercely, unable to stop the quivering brought by fear. Several dozen disciples of Beast-Taming Mountain, already heavily injured, now faced this drastic change. Their mental states utterly collapsed. Some even sat down on the spot, eyes vacant. Run. Are you waiting to die? Cherry, seeing the situation, was immediately enraged to the point of smoking from every orifice. That Pergainer remained unmoved, too exhausted to run. The way ahead was blocked, no retreat possible. Waiting for death might as well be comfortable. At least, it would be a more comfortable death. On the other side, the guards pursuing Cherry and others were equally disheveled, dashing about in disorder, even drawing knives to wildly slash at each other. In a short time, countless died and were injured. Gage's smile froze completely, the calmness in his eyes gone, cold sweat pouring down his back, feeling that disaster could come at any moment. No, I can't die here. I am the head of Beast-Taming Mountain, one of the most honored few in the world, with endless glory and wealth waiting for me. I can't die. A bunch of trash. Worthless fools. Catching sight of his subordinates in chaos, even fighting amongst themselves, Gage cursed openly. You dogs, don't you see I'm injured? Why aren't you rushing over to protect me? Do you think I won't have you all chopped up and fed to dogs with just a word? Gage began babbling incoherently, saying whatever came to mind. When he met the strange gazes, his grotesque expression changed, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, a thread of horror creeping onto his face. He suddenly became lucid and afraid. You piece of trash, you've made it impossible for me to live like a dog. Gage's eyes bulged, slowly lowering his gaze to the icy blade tip protruding from his chest, revealing intense resentment and malice before slowly falling to the ground. An 8th rank powerhouse, facing a sneak attack from a 5th rank subordinate. And yet, he couldn't muster a single bit of resistance. Only before dying did he realize something. From beginning to end, he was merely a small figure. Even forcibly boosting his strength from 5th rank to 8th rank through secret techniques couldn't alter his tragic outcome. He didn't live gloriously. Neither did he die as dramatically or heroically as he imagined. Even his death was meaningless and absurd. Everything was different from what he had expected, like a grain of sand falling into the sea, causing not a ripple, only to be swallowed by the surging tide. Insignificant, leaving no trace. The chaos continued. Clashes and cries of agony echoed incessantly. I'll fight you, you beast. A robust man with a knife, one of the pursuers, an 8th rank cultivator, slashed ferociously at a massive rhino beast. Moo. In the next second, with a crack, the blade shattered, and the man perished. A pile of flesh fell from midair. The rhino beast barely noticed, as if it had just stepped on an ant accidentally. The rhino rampaged madly, its large eyes filled with terror and despair, as if chased by some terrifying existence. Help! Kill! Kill! No, don't come over, please don't come over. These cries echoed through the forest. Within moments, those fleeing rebels of Beast-Taming Mountain were trampled by frenzied beasts gone insane. Instantly, casualties piled up, with less than 1 in 10 surviving. Those who survived were almost all injured, pale-faced, and looking like they had seen a ghost. Clearly, they were severely affected. On the other hand, Cherry and her companions, seated on the ground, remained unharmed. The endless herd of beasts only cared about escaping, having no time to deal with them. Those Beast-Taming Mountain rebels seeking death, assuming the beasts were after them, resisted desperately, thereby inciting the beasts' frenzy and mass casualties. For a moment, the outcome was ironic, making the whole scene appear quite absurd. Complete silence descended. A pin drop could be heard. As the tremors gradually subsided, the rebels began to notice something was amiss. Immediately, some turned pale while others flushed red. Some even spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot, literally dying from shock. On the other side, Cherry and her companions were overjoyed, then overcome with relief. Everyone stared at their peer who refused to move off the ground, their eyes flickering incessantly. All silently cursed in disbelief. If not for this guy, they would have died an unjust death. Right then and there, some secretly resolved that if they survived, they would build a good relationship with him. In future events involving odds, they let him go first. Let him jump off cliffs. Perhaps he might inherit a powerful senior's legacy cave. Damn, this luck is insane. Upon closer inspection, it was found that despite being covered in blood, looking quite miserable, this Pergainer actually had only minor exhaustion. He was the least injured among them. Is this still fair? Had it not been for this incident, everyone wouldn't have noticed that this usually inconspicuous Pergainer had such incredible luck. No wonder Senior Brother Crosby has always been as steady as a rock, faced with formidable enemies and monstrous beasts, yet remained unperturbed. He must have been confident all along. Impressive indeed. Senior Brother Crosby, you're truly too steady. Even the Pergainer himself was stunned. He couldn't help but wonder, am I really the legendary luck child? Everyone took the opportunity to recuperate. Though laughter occasionally erupted, it was just to ease tension. Their gazes never strayed from the opposite side. Although the beast wave had unexpectedly relieved their situation and inflicted heavy losses on the enemy, there were still 3 or 4 dozen people left on the other side, far outnumbering them. The odds of winning in a fight were not high. Cherry and her group understood this. Seeing the enemies unmoving, they were glad for the extra time to recover. What seemed like a long time was actually just a few short breaths. Far from recovering, they could only catch their breath. Suddenly, a flash of killing intent appeared in the air. Beware! Cherry, the highest ranked among them, sensed the abnormality and immediately shouted. One of the remaining 8th rank experts seized a scattered long knife and hurled it viciously toward them. The power of an 8th rank expert was immense. A pebble could match the force of a bullet. A long knife was unstoppable. Die! Weakling Gage is dead. If I kill you all, I will have great merit. From now on, Beast-Taming Mountain will be mine to command. The Truman's face contorted in malice, his voice filled with intense excitement. Can't stop it. Even from afar, Cherry knew immediately. This blade's force was far beyond their ability to resist. Despite her 7th rank cultivation, she was heavily injured. A glancing blow would surely mean death or severe injury. Senior Brother Crosby, quick hide! The target was clear as the long knife approached. Everyone instantly realized the target was none other than Senior Brother Crosby, the one they had mocked for his outrageous luck. Doomed. Including Senior Brother Crosby himself, everyone's heart sank. Even if his luck was extraordinary, it was impossible to survive this attack unscathed. People closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing the gruesome scene of their peers splattered on the ground. Chapter 28. Young lady, our honorable one requests your presence. Buzz. Accompanied by a shrill whine, a streak of cold light shot straight for Senior Brother Crosby's vital points at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Manny felt his blood flow accelerating, and his body hair stood on end. Finished. I'm going to die. Facing this blade, Manny felt as if he were locked in place, with no escape. He could only watch helplessly as the blade drew nearer. Feeling death approaching step by step, he could only wait to die, powerless to do anything else. The other fellow disciples, like Cherry, also wore pained expressions, their eyes filled with anger. But there was nothing they could do to stop it. Unwilling to perish without a fight. Kill. Facing certain death, Manny suddenly opened his eyes wide, struggling desperately, attacking the blade with all his might. Haha, overestimating yourself. An ant dares to challenge a dragon. Die. The malicious voice echoed. His full-strength attack exploded with a bang before Manny's desperate gaze. Pity I didn't get to filially serve my old father. Manny thought as he faced his imminent death. Ding. A sharp sound rang out. Manny kept his eyes closed for a long time but felt no pain. Confused, he slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Manny wondered, quickly focusing his gaze. In the next second, his mouth dropped open in shock. He saw the gleaming long blade hovering just before his nose, humming constantly but unable to advance any further. Damn it! Manny was startled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stumbled backward, not even trying to straighten up. Pushing away to a distance, he finally let out a breath, puzzled and unsure. Senior Brother Crosby, you're safe? That's great. A junior brother, seeing Manny unharmed, immediately shouted excitedly. How is that possible? The opposite Truman's joyful smile suddenly froze, looking incredulously at the scene. My full-strength strike, even a 9th rank expert would have been cautious. And it was blocked by a mere disciple from Beast Taming Mountain? Preposterous. The Truman rubbed his eyes hurriedly, almost thinking he was seeing things. Yet it was true. His blade did not harm the other side, not even a hair. Ha ha ha, I'm alive, I'm still alive. After a brief moment of confusion, Manny realized what had happened and was overjoyed. The joy of surviving a near-death experience made him laugh uncontrollably. His laughter agitated the opponent. Seeking death. Seeing this, the Truman immediately cast aside his doubts, burning with rage. He waved his hand and roared, "What are you all waiting for? Capture them. If one escapes, we'll all be done for when the higher-ups blame us." This order unleashed waves of killing intent across the field. The previously hesitant rebels collectively shivered at the thought of the punishment for failing their mission, their faces turning pale with fear. Immediately, they gritted their teeth and directed their gazes at Cherry and others, raising their blades to attack. Kill, kill for me. Brothers, don't let a single one escape. Countless riches and honors await us after their deaths. Bitch, taste my blade. Although they had suffered losses in the unexpected turn of events, their numbers were still substantial enough to maintain an intimidating presence. Seeing this, Cherry and others changed expressions. They readied their defenses, conserving energy while preparing to engage. Even Manny, who was sitting on the ground, hastily stood up, revealing a fierce look in his eyes. Just as everyone thought a fierce battle was about to unfold, a voice suddenly came from outside the arena. Gentlemen, please hold your hands. Halfway into their charge, the rebel group was shaken by this powerful aura, stumbling to a halt. The 8th rank Truman's face darkened, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what is going on today? Everything is going wrong, pursuing a few remnants, and unexpected events keep happening. Is there no peace left? Thinking of this, though he desperately wanted to rush forward and slay the few bastards to vent his anger, Ray Gaynor told him otherwise. The Pregainer speaking was clearly as strong as he was. Rash actions could complicate the situation and lead to unpredictable outcomes. The more he thought, the angrier he became. What is happening now? Originally, Cherry and the others were prepared to fight to the death, standing in a defensive stance with grim expressions. But when they noticed the opposing group suddenly stopping, they were taken aback. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Again and again, the courage Cherry had built up was fading away, her fair face changing repeatedly. She just felt that something wasn't quite right about today's situation. At this moment, Adamir, who looked refined, walked in from outside the arena, exuding an 8th rank aura around him. Gentlemen, I hope you can give me some face. There are a few words I wish to speak with this young lady. The voice was clearly that of the one who had called out earlier. Pointing at Cherry, he spoke directly. Esteemed senior, I hope you will lend a helping hand. Afterward, if you have any questions, I promise not to hide anything. Cherry saw this and immediately felt overjoyed. However, the face of the Truman with the blade darkened. At this point, an 8th rank expert interfering could greatly influence the outcome of the confrontation. Thinking of this, the Truman was displeased. Who asked for your meddling? This has nothing to do with you. Scram, or we'll kill you too. Saying this, gazes full of killing intent abruptly focused on the newcomer. This man was indeed Fulton Sinclair. Facing the pressure of numerous eyes upon him, Sinclair remained unperturbed, merely repeating his previous words. Instantly, the Truman was enraged. To offer respect and not accept it. If it weren't for your cultivation being formidable, I wouldn't even bother wasting words on you. This is war, not your home where you can do as you please. But just as the Truman prepared to slash his blade again, the Adamir's next words made cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Sinclair turned toward Cherry, slightly cupping his hands. He said directly, "Please rest assured, young lady, there's no need to worry about your safety. Additionally, our honorable one requests your presence. The matter is urgent. Might you step aside to speak with us?" These words hit like thunder out of the blue. All present changed their expressions sharply, their bodies trembling, eyes widened. Honorable one requests. Though many didn't catch the other details, these 4 words sank deep into everyone's minds, reverberating constantly. Everyone was astonished beyond measure. They all turned their heads toward the Adamir, thoroughly stunned by the weight hidden in those words. In this land, who else besides a Foundation establishment expert could be addressed as Honorable One? Even innate old ancestors would never dare claim such a title lightly, challenging the authority of Foundation establishment experts. Once such words reached the ears of the Foundation establishment Honorable Ones, disaster would surely follow. Precisely because of this, no one dared to casually use the name of Honorable One to deceive people. Even a casual joke would bring enormous risk. Honorable One requests? Upon hearing this, Cherry felt her mind buzz, her footsteps faltering, feeling as if she had heard something extremely significant. Wanting to speak, she found her throat hoarse and dry. Licking her lips, she trembled and confirmed, Honorable One. Dare I ask which Honorable One has bestowed attention? Could you tell me the name? Could it be the arrival of the Wuxing Honorable One? After much thought, there seemed to be no other Foundation establishment Honorable Ones in the southern domain. Cherry's attention involuntarily shifted to the patriarch of the Wuxing sect. Chapter 29. Annihilation. The first thing that came to Cherry's mind was the Foundation establishing Tanya of the only two-star sect in South Domain. The Wuxing sect A. The Farron, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest figure on the surface in the South Domain. Mention this name, and anyone with a bit of common knowledge would feel awe. Cherry felt the same way. Farron? Sinclair shook his head after hearing this, revealing a hint of disdain but said no more. He puffed out his chest proudly and said, Our Venerable is not from the Wuxing sect. Zella, just follow me for an audience. Any questions will be clarified once we meet. Although he didn't know much, just based on what they experienced while breaking through the mist forest, their Fulton demonstrated strength far superior to the one from the Wuxing sect. Without realizing it, Sinclair had already quietly regarded Beckett as the Philippine sect's Fulton, speaking with newfound confidence and pride. Senior is right. I was impolite just now. Please lead the way. Cherry first stood there stunned, then broke into a cold sweat. She silently scolded herself for being stupid. Since the Venerable summoned her, she should hurry over instead of dawdling here, making a foundation establishing Venerable wait, which would be highly disrespectful. Let's go. Hold on. As Sinclair turned to leave, the knife-wielding henchman suddenly shouted. This caused Sinclair to frown unhappily and coldly stare at the man, daring to defy the Venerable's decree. Was he tired of living? You can't leave. Despite Sinclair's intimidating stare, the henchman deflated yet still tried to put on a strong front, muttering, Who knows if you're all colluding to deceive us? Trying to take someone away so easily from under my nose. No chance. Regardless, he dared not let Cherry and others leave. Gage, the leader, had been killed by subordinates during the chaos. Though Gage wasn't of good character, he was favored by those above. His death without cause wouldn't be easy to explain. The only way to make up for it was to capture or kill Cherry and others and claim Gage died from a beast attack. Otherwise, not only would his ambition to replace Gage fail, but his own life might be at risk. Life being on the line, caution was inevitable. His eyes darted between both sides, stopping on Cherry's nervous face. A spark of realization flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, he grinned. Haha, I get it now. Indeed, I almost fell for your act. They say Dovey's sister Cherry is cunning and strategic. It's impressive to witness firsthand. Brothers, surround this wench and that meddlesome fellow. Daring to bluff and scare me, you're really asking for it. The more he spoke, the more his momentum grew. With rolling chi, he seemed on the verge of breaking through. This surge was born from confidence. Feeling the sudden power surge within him, the henchman laughed heartily, convinced of his deduction. This was the combat enhancement brought by clarity and understanding. He immediately waved his broadsword. Deal with those escapees first, and leave this meddlesome 8th rank to me. Without waiting for others to respond, he leaped forward, fiercely chopping down at Sinclair. Senior, be careful. Cherry was shocked, not expecting him to dare attack directly. Half-step 9th rank. Sinclair observed, feeling a pinch. Though he was also at peak 8th rank, the opponent touched the threshold of 9th rank, surpassing him in strength. He wasn't sure he could win. Thought I could save this until last, but looks like I need to use it now. Unbothered, Sinclair calmly retrieved a token as the henchman closed in. Pity this supreme treasure given by the Venerable. Beckett had given him this token, intended to be used as intimidation. Sinclair thought using the Venerable's reputation and his skills would be enough to deter them, but events unfolded beyond his expectations. This guy was strong but foolish. Activate. With Sinclair's command, profound energy surged from the token, and instantly, golden light burst forth. A terrifying aura, identical to the one previously felt, swept across the area, causing everyone who sensed it to halt in their tracks. Their gazes turned with shock and horror. In the distance, the Adamir held up a token whose appearance was unclear, his expression filled with reverence and solemnity, as if he were worshipping. In the next second, the token emitted a blinding light, and an overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuation erupted like a volcano. No! The burly knife-wielding henchman, as he saw his blade descending, had no hint of triumph in his eyes, only fear and regret. Boom! Golden light formed a massive pillar, enveloping Sinclair's figure, the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations reaching heaven and earth. The henchman's long knife struck against it without any effect. Instead, he was instantly shattered by a terrifying force, his bones crumbling into pieces, the long knife destroyed. The limp body dropped like a pile of mud. The power of the golden light radiated for hundreds of miles, scaring every beast that sensed it within the Foundation establishment realm into defecating and urinating uncontrollably. They all lay trembling on the ground, whimpering and bellowing, eyes full of terror. All the beasts had but one thought. That demon is back. Do not provoke him. All the rebels, struck by this terrifying aura, experienced mental collapse on the spot. Some even spat out blood in shock and died immediately. Even those who didn't die were pale-faced, shivering, filled with despair. They couldn't even stand straight, let alone resist. Kill them. Don't leave any trouble behind. They will recover soon. Seeing that the situation was finally under control, Sinclair carefully stowed away the cracked token and yelled out in heartache. This token was bestowed by the Venerable, containing a remnant of the Venerable's oppressive power. Fortunately, he retrieved it early. It could still be Menchang, hardly, used once more. Next time, it would probably shatter completely. Thinking of this, Sinclair's eyes reddened with pain. This was a supreme treasure. To waste it on these fools made him furious. Kill. It happened suddenly. Though puzzled, Cherry and the others didn't hesitate, attacking the fallen rebels without mercy. In no time, only Cherry and a few others, including Sinclair, remained alive. Senior, what was that? Someone, looking at the pool of blood on the ground, couldn't help but ask Sinclair curiously. These people were clearly terrified. Why such haste? With the Venerable present, could these small fry possibly cause any trouble? To clean up after them, 2 more fellow disciples were severely injured. Seemed not worth it. Sinclair waved his hand, catching his breath from exhaustion, and explained, the Venerable has more pressing matters to attend to. After leaving me behind, the Venerable had already departed. If not for this, I wouldn't have worried about these people recovering and retaliating. In fact, if not for Zella Alastair, the Venerable wouldn't have left me here at all. Chapter 30. Let's go. I know a 100-meter boulevard. When Sinclair mentioned Cherry, everyone was taken aback and turned to look at her, who also had a bewildered expression. It was clear that Cherry was equally puzzled. She didn't recall being favored by any revered Tanya. In fact, she had never even seen a Foundation establishment respected Fulton in her life. When she heard about meeting the respected Tanya earlier, her heart was pounding with anxiety. Seeing everyone's confusion, Sinclair pointed at Cherry and explained directly, "I'm not sure of the specifics, but the respected Tanya mentioned this young lady has a familiar aura, so he asked me to keep her around for help." A familiar aura? The people from Beast Taming Mountain were still confused. Upon hearing this, Cherry's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly took out a small mirror. This was an inferior-grade spirit artifact. It was given to her by junior sister Myra from Philippian sect as a token of identification. This item was once casually given by Beckett to her disciple, who wore it constantly, thus imbuing it with her own aura. It could be considered something worn close to the body. Could this be junior sister Myra's intention? Cherry's body trembled slightly as a bold thought flashed through her mind. What if junior sister Myra wanted her to seek help from this mysterious respected Tanya? Could it be that after learning her junior sibling was trapped, the Tanya came purgatorily to rescue them? Thinking of this, Cherry couldn't help but widen her eyes and stammered, "May I ask if the senior comes from Philippian sect?" Everyone was surprised by this question. Their ultimate goal had been to seek aid from Philippian sect. Unfortunately, they almost suffered complete annihilation. They hadn't expected that the senior who came to their aid would actually be from Philippian sect. Thinking this way, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. This senior seemed to be following a mysterious Foundation establishment respected Fulton. So, who might that purgator be? Exchanging glances, they all shivered. An unbelievable idea surged uncontrollably in their minds. Could it be that Philippian sect has a Foundation establishment, respected Fulton protecting them? This is hidden too deeply. Sinclair naturally didn't know what the people from Beast Taming Mountain were thinking. Hearing Cherry's words, his eyes showed a bit of surprise, seemingly caught off guard that his identity was guessed correctly. He nodded straightforwardly, admitting it openly. Yes, this Daryl is Sinclair, a logistics Tanya from Philippian sect. As these words fell, everyone shouted internally, sure enough. That mysterious Foundation establishment respected Fulton was indeed a forefather secretly safeguarding Philippian sect. With this realization, Cherry immediately understood that junior sister Myra must have an extraordinary status to warrant such a presence rushing over purgatorily. Even if she wasn't a direct descendant, she must be a highly esteemed disciple. Seemingly, she had overheard those Yin Yang sect members mentioning that junior sister Myra seemed to possess an ice-fire constitution, which was exceptionally rare and immensely talented. Due to this, she was detained. Yin Yang sect's cultivation methods were quite perverse, involving extracting Yin to replenish Yang and vice versa. Their tactics were nefarious. Those individuals appear to have a particular interest in Crystal. No wonder they waited for the Yin Yang sect Clifton to come out of seclusion before dealing with Crystal and the others. It must be because of this Arya Gainer, even colluding with alien races to destroy Beast Taming Mountain and start a war with Philippian sect. Cherry realized the gravity of the situation. Let's go. The respected Fulton should be waiting for us at Beast Taming Mountain, Sinclair said. Having said that, he turned around and led the way ahead. Several disciples from Beast Taming Mountain, though filled with countless questions in their hearts, quickly followed. No matter what, with Beast Taming Mountain now in trouble, clinging to Philippian sect support was definitely the right move. Some even enthusiastically offered directions. Calling him senior seemed too distant, which wouldn't be conducive to getting closer. Fulton Sinclair, taking the right path to Beast Taming Mountain is better. Though it's longer, it's safer than going left. Sinclair just waved his hand and replied, "That's outdated information. Follow my lead. Taking the left path will be much faster." But senior, that purgator wanted to protest. There's nothing to argue about. The respected Fulton is waiting, time is pressing, and I won't joke about this. With that, Sinclair walked away briskly. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances. Cherry stepped forward and quickly followed Sinclair's pace, her voice echoing, "Don't fuss. Everything will be fine with a senior present. Hurry up." Seeing their senior sister speak, the rest had nothing more to say, though they were somewhat hesitant. This path goes through several innate demon beasts' territories. Although the distance is shorter, it's much more dangerous. It's fine. As long as we're careful and don't make a big noise, those innate demon beasts will probably ignore us. Cherry also waved her hand, mimicking Sinclair's manner. Everyone clenched their teeth and walked cautiously, but soon, when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned, eyes wide open, doubting their own lives. Is this place? Did we take a wrong turn? No damn. None of them could speak a complete sentence, thoroughly shocked. Looking around, they saw a broad road stretching for hundreds of meters, leading straight into the depths of the forest, seemingly endless. On both sides of the road, the earth was upturned, revealing its ugly layer beneath. Sky-high trees were uprooted, neatly collapsing in one direction, as if ravaged by a fierce wind, leaving behind only desolation. If one looked closely, they could find pools of blood and shredded flesh scattered every few steps on the road, seemingly left behind after some kind of demon beast's death. Gulp! Someone gulped audibly first, followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds, one after another. At that moment, gazing at this road that seemed to be torn open by an overwhelming force, the shock in everyone's hearts was indescribable. They felt like they were dreaming. Yet even in dreams, such terrifying scenes didn't exist. What are you all staring at? Seeing everyone stop, Sinclair turned around curiously and then explained, "You're looking at this road? When I saw it the first time, my reaction was similar. Haha, just as you guessed, this 100-meter boulevard was indeed created by my revered Tanya along the way. Don't think this road is short. In fact, it might stretch over 100 miles. 100 miles? That must cut right through the entire Mist Forest? That's the southern Forbidden Land." Everyone gasped again, their hearts nearly bursting from Sinclair's words. Mist Forest? Sinclair laughed heartily, shaking his head and sighed. "You've guessed right. I watched with my own eyes as the revered Tanya started from the edge of the Mist Forest and forcibly carved out a bloody path with immense power. The road was paved with the blood and flesh of countless lower-tier innate demon beasts, with more than 10 higher-tier innate demon beasts dead. Even Foundation establishment demons dared not obstruct our revered Tanya. Sensing the aura from afar, they quickly fled. If it weren't for the revered Tanya having urgent matters and no interest in dealing with them, there would have been Foundation establishment demons killed on the spot. The revered Tanya's strength is far beyond what we can imagine. By the end, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone sucked in a cold breath together. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, trembling and pointing at a piece of flesh that gleamed with golden light. That seems to resemble the innate bear demon from the forest." Chapter 31. rushing to the beast-taming mountain, which goblin tribe. Hearing this sentence, someone immediately focused their attention and looked. Sure enough, physical transformation with a hint of gold. It is indeed a primordial realm demon beast, the Great Vigor Golden Bear. Someone who recognized this demon beast exclaimed right away. At this moment, no one doubted the truthfulness of Sinclair's words anymore. After all, the fact was laid out there. Our Venerable has already headed to the beast-taming mountain ahead of us. The dangers along the way are mostly cleared. Our journey will be very safe, Sinclair laughed heartily. Indeed. Along this path, countless demon beasts had met a tragic end at Beckett's hands. Just talking about this dense bloody killing aura was enough to shock the majority of demon tribes. Within a short period of time, this road would absolutely be the safest. Soon enough, this only safe passage within the misty forbidden zone would attract quite a few new professions. You see, the flesh of demon beasts littered the whole route. For beings like Beckett, such things were worse than trash. However, for many ordinary people, and even some low-ranking cultivators, these were rare treasures. The flesh of some primordial demon beasts could even spark frenzied grabs among numerous Tanias ranked 7 or 8. Even Sinclair himself felt tempted. If not considering the orders from his Venerable, Sinclair might have stayed here for the next few months. Let's go. Indeed, on the way, everyone did not encounter any danger. Even if occasionally a blind-eyed demon beast appeared, they would be easily dealt with by Sinclair, Cherry, and others. Apart from Sinclair being an 8th grade powerhouse, Cherry was also a 7th grade existence. Given that those from beast-taming mountain managed to escape in heavy encirclement, naturally, they weren't ordinary. A single demon beast here, or there wouldn't cause much harm unless they were in swarms. Following this speed, we can reach the sect on beast-taming mountain in half a day, Cherry said. Elsewhere, after parting ways with Sinclair, Beckett proceeded alone with a clear direction. His speed increased by another 30%. In just moments, the sect on beast-taming mountain came into sight. Hold on, my disciple. Your master is coming to save you. Beckett silently sensed Crystal's location, which was now quite close. The red on the array disc blinked more steadily, its light brighter, indicating Crystal wasn't in imminent danger temporarily. Moreover, the protective measures left on him were still working, ensuring his safety for some time. Having arrived this far, Beckett wasn't anxious anymore. Since he was here, no one could harm his disciple. As a Transmigrating should be omitted as per the rule to only use English. He had every confidence. Why not try signing in here? Beckett suddenly got an idea. Ever since arriving in this world, he had almost always been holed up in Philippian sect's library. Rarely venturing out, he thought it might be worth a try. But, if I sign in here, the continuous check-in record at the library will break, and the reward grade will drop drastically. Beckett considered it, but found it not worthwhile. It would take another 90 years to complete the long-term sign-in at the library. Changing locations now would mean giving up everything. Moreover, only by continuously signing in at the library could he get super check-in opportunities. Moving would mean losing his best trump card. Absolutely not. No loss-making deals for him. Forget it. After resolving this matter, I'll stick to checking in diligently at the library. Ultimately, Beckett decided against checking in at Beast-Taming Mountain. This wasn't a holy place after all. The treasure from signing in might be similar to when he first signed in at the library after crossing over, perhaps even less. Why take the risk? Rescue first. Business matters above all. After thinking for a few seconds, Beckett activated his divine illusion piercing eye, a faint purple glow emerging from his pupils. Within dozens of miles, everything was clearly visible. He soon found his trapped disciple. Found you. Seeing his disciple merely restrained and 3 alchemy Tanias nearby with no apparent injuries, Beckett breathed a sigh of relief. The young lass acts rashly. A little extra time in confinement might teach her a less gainer. Fortunately, things turned out fine without serious trouble. Beckett didn't rush to rescue his disciple but continued to thoroughly investigate the entire beast-taming mountain, determining the enemy's strength. His divine sense kept scanning. Soon, Beckett found 3 suspicious areas where his divine sense was momentarily blocked. In the next second, he increased the power. Those layers of restrictions were instantly broken through. At the first location, Beckett saw a heavily wounded innate demon beast. A black demon beast resembling a Chelan. Multiple parts of its body were bleeding profusely, collected by a blood pool nearby. Next to the blood pool was a strange-looking old witch. Her fingers continuously drew symbols in the air. Then, thin threads of bloody aura rose from the blood pool, falling into a bottle held by the old witch, forming Gainer pills. After completing one cycle of harvest, the old witch nodded in satisfaction. Under the hateful gaze of the Chelan demon beast, she forcibly poured a vial of life-restoring potion into the struggling creature's mouth. Once its wounds healed slightly, another harvest would follow. Beckett noticed that this old witch was merely at the 7th grade level, but seemed to control a black chain that could tightly restrict the Chelan demon beast. Observing closely, he saw that this old witch did not have human features, just resembled them. Her ears were slightly pointed, eyes glowed with red light, and her withered claws were as sharp and strong as steel. Overall, she looked somewhat like a monster Beckett had seen in his previous life, a goblin. But she looked somewhat different, more human-like, an alien race. The next moment, Beckett's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous gleam. This creature is very close to what is recorded in books about alien races, and seems to be a witch goblin skilled in concocting demonic potions, comparable to alchemists in the human world. The beast-taming mountain has truly been breached by the alien races. Thinking of this, Beckett suddenly recalled the chaos caused by the demon beasts recently. It seemed that the issue was with the 10,000 Beasts Valley guarded by beast-taming mountain, leading to numerous demon beasts escaping. Now it appeared that not only the 10,000 Beasts Valley but possibly the entire beast-taming mountain had become an alien base. Didn't detect the presence of the innate demon beast guardian of beast-taming mountain. It's likely dead. That black Chelan should be the sect's guardian spirit beast. Braxton Tyrannate, Black Chelan. Soon, Beckett had a rough guess, and felt a chill. Beast-taming mountain had quietly fallen under the noses of the major southern sects. No wonder his disciple was Gainer here. It wasn't because beast-taming mountain was reckless, but because everything was orchestrated by the alien races. Just Gainering Crystal without killing. It must have also been a baiting strategy, and the next target of the alien races was most likely Philippian sect. By strength, Philippian sect ranked last among the top 10 southern sects, even weaker than beast-taming mountain. Clearly, it had already caught the attention of the alien races. Those alien races probably didn't expect to lure a shark instead of a fish. The alien races didn't know about Beckett's existence, nor did they anticipate that seemingly weak Philippian sect actually had a foundation establishment venerable. The moment Beckett arrived, the roles of hunter and prey silently switched. Chapter 32 The Yin Yang Fulton and Beckett's Wrath. Beckett's gaze turned cold, and he drew in a deep breath, refraining from acting immediately. His divine sense continued to probe the other two locations. The second location was a secret chamber. Inside this sparsely furnished room was nothing but an ordinary stone bed on which sat Tanya, exuding a shadowy aura. From the fluctuations emanating from him, this was clearly a 7th stage congenital powerhouse. This Tanya wore a black and white Taoist robe, eyes tightly shut as a stream of eerie energy continuously swirled around before being absorbed into his body. This process repeated endlessly. The Yin-Yang Fulton. At first glance, Beckett identified him. This was the ancient ancestor from the Yin-Yang Valley. Certainly not a good Pregainer either. Among the 10 great sects, the Blood Oath sect, the Yin-Yang Valley, and the Profound Pill sect were considered the malignant tumors of the southern domain. Even though the Profound Pill sect appeared righteous, they profited handsomely from wars by monopolizing medicinal pills and inflating prices. Every major battle had Tanya's and disciples of the 10 great sects shedding blood, while the Profound Pill sect raked in wealth. Yet, due to the necessity of medicinal pills and warfare, despite all the discontent, the other sects often had no choice but to accept it. What could they do? Who would dare offend alchemists? Sometimes, these human insiders were more detestable than those savage and bloodthirsty alien races. Before Beckett could thoroughly examine the third place, suddenly, the Yin-Yang Fulton opened his eyes. Initially, Beckett thought that he had been discovered, which startled him. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't so. There was noise outside the chamber, like a knock at the door. The Yin-Yang Fulton's shadowy face twitched, showing signs of excitement that weren't entirely obvious. Soon after, the chamber's door opened. A strangely shaped old witch entered, revealing herself to be the same foreign witch creature Beckett had previously observed. Scholar Anton, you have waited long. The old witch's voice was raspy. Through her address, Beckett knew that the Yin-Yang Fulton's surname was Anton. The Yin-Yang Fulton stood up, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he hurriedly said, "How is it going? Is the blood she pill ready yet? I can hardly wait. A congenital ice-fire dual attribute body. Just imagining it makes my mouth water." As he spoke, his wrinkled old face showed a look of blissful indulgence. This is simply a perfect vessel prepared by destiny for our Yin-Yang sect. Once we use the dual cultivation method to harness Yin and supplement Yang, this Darrow will surely succeed in foundation establishment. I never imagined that this trip to Beast Dovey Mountain would bring such unexpected delights. This must be fate. The idea of that exquisite girl filled the Yin-Yang Fulton with excitement. Don't worry, Scholar Anton. Everything has already been prepared. Unfortunately, producing a large quantity of blood chi pills over a short period has greatly shortened the Black Heron's lifespan. It might not last much longer, the old witch said regretfully. Not because she pitted the beast's life, but finding such a perfect source of blood chi pills would be incredibly difficult in the future. Had they proceeded more cautiously, they could have used it for several years. Now, it was all consumed within months. A congenital demon beast was not common produce. It took great effort to capture one alive. During this time, the Yin-Yang Fulton, with his 7th stage congenital strength, had exerted considerable effort. Upon hearing this, the Yin-Yang Fulton snorted disdainfully. Just a Braxton stage congenital demon beast. As long as it can help me advance to the foundation establishment stage, your benefits will be assured. When the time comes, the agreed upon 10 million human sacrifices will be delivered. Of course. The old witch sounded pleased. Her smile carried a cruel undertone. Indeed, it's just a beast. Being of use to Scholar Anton is its honor. Every word of their conversation fell into Beckett's ears. He was instantly enraged. So this despicable Darrell had set his sights on Crystal's ice-fire dual attribute body. Beckett originally intended to wait before making a move, but witnessing someone insulting his disciple, this was intolerable. In the next second, the two people, who were chatting joyfully just now, suddenly felt a pang of unease. They sensed a terrifying force swiftly closing in, enveloping them. Who? The Yin-Yang Fulton was the first to realize something was amiss. His formidable 7th stage congenital power exploded outward, but it was futile. The terrifying spiritual chi dissipated silently after extending several yards, without causing any disturbance. In that instant, this secret chamber seemed isolated from the world, preventing any force from escaping. Sensing this, cold sweat poured down the Yin-Yang Fulton's back. He became restless and anxious. The old witch was even more terrified, feeling as if an invisible pair of eyes were watching her, ready to strike at any moment. This constant torment relentlessly plagued the two. It felt like a form of torture. This was Beckett's deliberate action. Death is just an instant affair. The most terrifying part isn't the head falling off but the moment before the guillotine blade drops. The true horror lies between life and death. Yin-Yang cycle. The Yin-Yang Fulton unleashed his strongest move, attacking the chamber door frantically, but to no avail. An indescribable sense of despair enveloped him. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Never having tasted such despair before, the Yin-Yang Fulton felt like he was about to go mad. He knew that someone must be nearby, and that Pregainer's strength was definitely far superior to his. To be toyed with so effortlessly, this could only be the work of a terrifying existence at the foundation establishment level. Even a perfected congenital stage practitioner couldn't do this. It's impossible. When did I offend a foundation establishment Tanya, who would come after me? The Yin-Yang Fulton felt wronged, thinking he had done nothing wrong and was unjustly suffering. He didn't see anything wrong with his actions. In his view, taking Crystal, with her ice-fire dual attribute body, as a cultivation furnace was a natural and righteous thing. Weren't the weak meant to serve the strong? That was the law of survival. Senior, let's negotiate. I am the Clifton of the Yin-Yang sect in the southern domain. As long as you spare me, whatever you ask for, I will do everything in my power. The Yin-Yang Fulton shouted loudly, but no one responded. There was only the unseen restrictive force around him, continuously torturing his mind. All was silent. He felt as if he had been isolated in another world, alone, slowly waiting for death. No. Thinking of the horrific end awaiting him, the Yin-Yang Fulton went mad, beginning to attack the surroundings without regard for anything. His 7th stage congenital cultivation was fully unleashed without reservation. The foreign old witch was caught by an indiscriminate attack and instantly turned into a mist of blood, dying with wide open eyes. Gradually, after venting his frustration, the Yin-Yang Fulton fell into complete despair. The mysterious presence ignored him completely, not killing him, just confining him like this, letting him retain a glimmer of hope, not collapsing directly, yet filling his heart with despair, walking the fine line between hope and despair. The Yin-Yang Fulton felt as if his entire body was being gnawed by ants, unbearable agony. And this was exactly what Beckett hoped he would endure. If he simply killed him easily, it would be too lenient. Letting him die in endless despair could barely quell some of his anger. Chapter 33 Bronze Statue. In the secret chamber, the Yin-Yang Fulton was in despair. He felt an invisible, bizarre force in the surrounding air constantly eroding his vitality. As time passed, his life was rapidly slipping away. With a natural lifespan of 200 years, he had only just surpassed 100. By all logic, he should have had another 70 to 80 years left. But now, in his perception, his remaining lifespan was diminishing at an extremely terrifying speed. In just half the time of burning an incense stick, he had already lost nearly a year's worth of life. At this rate, within a day, his lifespan would be depleted, and he would die. He was afraid, but it was useless. No matter if he went mad, begged for mercy, or cursed and threatened, none of it made any difference. It seemed as though the whole world was left with only him. Death was his only destiny. Having impregnated the Yin-Yang Fulton, Beckett's cold gaze intensified. If he hadn't arrived in time, waiting for the Yin-Yang Fulton to emerge from seclusion, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Such a despicable creature, not even fit to be called an animal. This sort deserves death. To let him suffer under torture is too merciful. He should spend his entire life neither able to live nor die. As a model youth of the 21st century, Beckett never lacked a sense of justice. For such a wicked criminal, if heaven wouldn't punish him, Beckett would take the initiative. After handling matters here, Beckett's divine sense immediately probed toward the third location without delay. The next second, despite being prepared, he was still stunned by the gory scene before him. Is this a slaughterhouse? What caught his eye was nothing but a Crim Gainer expanse. In a spacious underground chamber, hundreds of corpses were piled up, some still dressed in Yusho Mountain attire, clearly original disciples of Yusho Mountain. Even Tanius were among the dead. A massive amount of blood and flesh accumulated, with blood flowing abundantly. All eventually converged toward a mysterious altar at the center of the basement. Beckett silently observed everything, feeling indescribably complex. Earlier, while on the way, he had wondered where all the disciples and Tanius of Yusho Mountain had gone. Little did he expect that they were all here. Whoosh! Beckett vanished from his spot and reappeared in the basement where the altar was set up. Upon witnessing the cruelty firsthand, Beckett was deeply shaken. Up close, he could clearly see ancient and sinister patterns on the altar, faintly glowing red, flickering as if breathing. The entire altar seemed alive. In the middle of the altar sat a bronze object, resembling a statue. Its green face with fangs and bloodshot eyes resembled a human infant, but this infant wore an innocent and pure smile. This smile, paired with the hellish surroundings, was unnervingly eerie. This was arranged by outsiders to extract enough life energy to nourish that bronze statue. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. Beckett followed the voice and found a nearly lifeless Grace. Her limbs were broken, her spine pierced by a black chain. She was beyond saving. This Pregainer must be the master mentioned by Cherry. Seeing this, Beckett sighed slightly. In this situation, there wasn't much he could do. While the system check-in included some extremely precious treasures, they were unique and could only be used once. He wasn't a true saint. It wasn't practical to selflessly give everything for someone he had never met. That object is a supreme evil entity and must not be left. The Tanya's voice faded as she breathed her last. Although Beckett looked like an ordinary Pregainer, the Tanya wasn't foolish. Anyone who could reach this place couldn't possibly be ordinary. That bronze statue had destroyed the entire Yusho Mountain, and even in her dying moments, the Tanya wanted it destroyed. AI. For the Tanya to hold on so long was already an extraordinary feat, purely sustained by sheer willpower. Now that Beckett was here, her spirit had dissipated. Naturally, she couldn't hold on any longer. According to Beckett's perception, her peak strength didn't exceed 8th rank. Beckett took a glance and fell into silence. Then, he snapped his finger, shattering the chains that bound her. Looking at the room full of bodies and their unblinking, unseeing eyes, he remained speechless for a long time. Had it not been for his powerful divine soul force, if it had been his former self, he would probably have gone mad from the shock of seeing this place. Beast Taming Mountain, one of the 10 great sects of the Southern Domain, is now gone just like that. At this moment, Beckett deeply felt the unpredictability of the world and experienced firsthand the cruelty of the alien races and their disregard for life. After this experience, he felt a profound respect for those who fought at the front lines compared to his current emotions. There was no other Arya gainer. He thought of the warriors from the great Xia kingdom of his previous life who were fearless in the face of death, defending their homeland. They all devoted themselves wholeheartedly, fighting to the bitter end, battling invaders with their lives on the line. All of it, simply to protect the safety of their families and ensure peace for humanity. This bronze statue should be destroyed. Beckett raised his palm and gently struck out. The power of heaven and earth boiled up, instantly converging into a massive palm print before him, glowing with golden light, carrying unmatched might, and striking down upon the bronze statue. Boom! It seemed the bronze statue had its own consciousness. As it was about to be destroyed, it suddenly emitted thick blood-red light. A ferocious huge face appeared intermittently, roaring, releasing a force that could make even ordinary innate-level practitioners tremble, erupting like a volcano, trying to block the golden giant palm's destruction. Unfortunately, if your true self were here, you might pose some threat to me, but merely a will projection MPF. The golden giant palm suddenly clenched, accompanied by a shrill scream. The bronze sculpture crumbled to pieces. The eerie aura within the basement also gradually dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Audacious humans! You ruined my grand plan. This king will surely take revenge someday. A faint trace of the remaining projection in the air shouted loudly, filled with resentment and hatred, as well as intense unwillingness. No need to wait until then. I found you. Beckett suddenly reached out and grabbed the strand of chi. The Eye of Truth activated, following the strand of chi, instantly sensing a powerful force of the same origin. In the next second, Beckett abruptly rose into the air, rushing swiftly toward a certain direction outside Beast Taming Mountain. That place was the 10,000 Beast Canyon. The 10,000 Beast Canyon was only 100 miles away from the sect of Beast Taming Mountain. Towering mountain ranges stretched endlessly, capped by thunderclouds, with lightning flashing and rumbling. Even a thread of the aura from these lightning bolts was enough to send chills through the hearts of innate-level powerhouses, making even foundation-stage cultivators feel uneasy. This was the might of natural forces, far beyond what mortals could withstand. The mountain ranges on both sides of the 10,000 Beast Canyon seemed endless, isolating the two races. To pass through, one could only go through a canyon roughly 10,000 feet wide in the middle. This place was a strategic stronghold, easily defended, but difficult to attack. Using the terrain advantage, humans could fend off dozens of times more aliens beyond their borders, not allowing them to advance an inch. Originally, this area was guarded by Beast Taming Mountain. Unfortunately, with the fall of Beast Taming Mountain, this place had long become the domain of the aliens. Alien armies were gathering, waiting for 10 days later when the biannual Thunderclear arrived. The lightning force in the canyon would dissipate, and the alien army would launch a massive assault, completely occupying the 10,000 Beast Canyon. And using this as a foothold, they would aim directly for the heart of human territory, conquering the human realm. Chapter 34. Convergence. Not long after Beckett left, the Priscilla of Philippian sect and his group finally arrived belatedly. It was precisely because Beckett sensed the arrival of Adrian and others that he left with peace of mind. Adrian and her group had set out several days earlier than Beckett, yet they still arrived later than him. This demonstrated how fast he was. Forget innate realm practitioners. Even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would be far behind. After all, other Foundation establishment experts did not have the same vast true chi reserves as Beckett. They couldn't sustain prolonged high-speed flight, let alone traverse a restricted area like the Misty Forest. Who wouldn't think they were asking for death? Moreover, if Beckett hadn't cleared the dangers first, relying solely on Adrian, an almost dying innate practitioner, it would be like lambs entering the mouth of tigers, never to return. Not to mention, the Enyang Valley harbors an innate 7th layer powerhouse, who has stepped into the late innate stage of peak existence. Compared to Adrian, who is only at the 4th layer of the innate realm, this expert is incomparably stronger. Take the Black Kylan, also at the 4th layer of the innate realm, which remains severely injured and in dire straits. As the Beast Taming Mountain loomed ahead, Adrian stopped, blocked the two accompanying Tanyas with her cane, and asked in a serious tone under their puzzled gazes, "Did either of you notice anything unusual?" Unusual? Upon hearing the Priscilla speak, the two Philippian sect Tanyas felt a sudden chill. One Tanya carefully sensed for a moment, hesitating and uncertain, said, "I don't know if it's my perception, but why does the Beast Taming Mountain seem too quiet?" In the distance, each structure was imposing, exuding a wild aura. Anyone could tell just by looking that it deserved its place among the top 10 sects in the southern domain. However, compared to its surface splendor, a different kind of ominous atmosphere seemed to permeate, making one frown. And indeed, it was too quiet. After all, the Beast Taming Mountain, comparable to the Philippian sect, a major sect in the southern domain, should have hundreds or thousands of disciples and numerous beast guardians. It shouldn't be this dead silent, lacking any sign of life. It felt bizarre. The other Tanya gradually felt uneasy, furrowing his brows. What's going on at the Beast Taming Mountain? It feels like we're not visiting a thriving major sect but a massive ancient ruin, devoid of life. With these words, Adrian and the other Tanya suddenly realized what felt off. Life force. The Beast Taming Mountain lacked the usual vitality. It looked as if it had been wiped out. This thought startled even the venerable Adrian, finding it absurd. Yet, only this explanation fit what lay before them. A major sect like the Beast Taming Mountain could not relocate easily. Even if many disciples were dispatched on missions, it wouldn't be empty like this. Without even a single gatekeeper. Adrian and her group hadn't noticed this earlier. The Beast Taming Mountain must have faced some severe trouble, otherwise, there wouldn't be no gatekeepers, the Tanya sighed, speaking with certainty. The Beast Taming Mountain has encountered trouble. Hearing this, the other Tanya grew anxious, hurriedly saying, "Is the young lord still inside the Beast Taming Mountain? If our suspicions are correct, isn't he now in great danger?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed towards the mountain. The young lord is in danger. They needed to save him immediately. We should at least confirm this suspicion before acting. Ignoring the other Tanya's protests. Confirm? Confirm what? There's no time for that. Something's wrong. AI. Adrian was momentarily stunned. But this Tanya moved too quickly, and events happened too suddenly for her to stop him. She could only watch helplessly as the Tanya approached the gate of the Beast Taming Mountain. Just as he was about to cross the gate, bang! A loud explosion. Next second, with a thunderous boom, the Tanya flew back, dazed and disoriented. Hiss, that hurts. D***M. It's the sect's protective array. The Tanya rubbed his forehead, his lips twitching as he cursed himself for being foolish, wondering how he could forget such an important thing. How could a sect like the Beast Taming Mountain not have a protective array? Without breaking the array, there was no way to enter. As for how Beckett got in, as a top-notch Foundation establishment venerable with the abilities of perception-breaking eyes and great concealment technique, such a level of protective array couldn't stop him at all. To him, it was barely even worth mentioning, let alone being an obstacle. But just because it was useless against Beckett, didn't mean it would be so for others. For instance, this impatient Tanya had already taken a serious fall. Hurry up and get up. Your impetuousness has only caused you to blunder. His companion hurriedly helped him up, saying irritably, "Fortunately, there's no one managing the array. Otherwise, getting knocked around like this would have been the least of your worries. We'd all probably have suffered along with you. My fault, my fault." The impatient Tanya massaged his head, no longer in a hurry, saying through clenched teeth, "However, this collision indeed revealed that the Beast Taming Mountain is likely truly deserted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the sect's lifeblood, the protective array, unattended. Prepare to forcefully break the array." Anton Loudeye stopped the two Tanyas from bickering and looked toward the void. As ordered. Yes. The two Tanyas followed her lead, their expressions serious. Normally, even if the Supreme Fulton were here, they might still fail to break the protective array. Worse, they could suffer backlash from the array itself. But now, things were different. It was just an empty shell, operating rigidly and merely on its most basic instinct, with obvious weaknesses. Breaking through it would just take more time. Just as they were about to act, another group approached the Beast Taming Mountain sect gate. Seeing this, Anton Loudeye halted, and the two Tanyas became alert. Upon recognizing the newcomers, they were quite surprised. One of them exclaimed, "Sinclair? How did you get here?" Indeed, it was Sinclair, Cherry, and their party. "Skinny Billy, it's really you two, along with the Supreme Fulton." Sinclair was equally surprised, then overjoyed. He hadn't expected to encounter the Supreme Fulton and his party here. While surprised, he was also impressed by the power of venerables. At the speed of the Supreme Fulton and company, it took 2 days to reach the Beast Taming Mountain, but when Beckett brought him along, it only took the time of a tea sip. Such speed was unimaginable until compared. When the two groups met, they exchanged greetings briefly, talked for a moment, and then focused their attention on the protective array. With Sinclair and his group joining in, and several elites from the Beast Taming Mountain who had experience in maintaining the array, the speed of breaking the array far exceeded expectations. What was supposed to take several days was completed in less than an hour, with a tear finally opened in the array. They seized the opportunity to enter. Finally breaking through the array, everyone sighed in relief. Fulton Skinny seized the chance to ask Sinclair, I remember you were still in the sect before we left. How did you suddenly appear here? Did you follow right after us? But we didn't meet you along the way. Fulton Billy was equally puzzled. This story is long, Sinclair said with a bitter laugh when someone mentioned it. Then, wearing a look of utter hopelessness, he replied, it's not as you think. Actually, you might find this unbelievable, but just a few hours ago, I was still at the real logistics of our sect. Later, Sinclair slowly recounted everything. Unexpectedly, everyone listened with wide eyes, finding it unbelievable, almost as if they were dreaming. Some even suspected Sinclair was deliberately fooling them. Chapter 35. Adalberto Lau's tendency to brag. You say that the venerable Fulton you spoke of brought you here? Fulton Skinny listened with wide eyes and a face full of disbelief, finding the story too absurd. According to what Jonas said, did Philippian sect really have a powerful Tanya in the Foundation establishment realm hidden all along? How was that possible? The state of Philippian sect was well known to its Tanias. If there were truly such an overwhelmingly powerful entity protecting them, how could the sect possibly be so destitute as it is now, or nearly fall out of the top 10 sects? Possessing a Foundation establishment venerable would grant qualification to become a 2-star sect. I'm telling the truth. Not a word is exaggerated. Jonas understood their shock. If he hadn't seen it himself, he would also find it hard to believe. Let's put aside other matters for now. You must have seen the celestial path stretching tens of miles we took on the way here. That was forcefully opened by the venerable Fulton. There indeed was such a road when we came. Conan nodded slightly. They had seen this themselves. However, despite Jonas's already ignorable explanations, the matter still seemed too preposterous. Seeing they still didn't believe him, Jonas pointed at them helplessly and shook his head. These two just wouldn't believe him, thinking he was talking nonsense. Seeing Jonas's darkening expression, Fulton Skinny patted his shoulder and chuckled. Old Adalberto, we understand you like to brag sometimes. Who hasn't done that? But you should learn more about a Foundation establishment venerable. They are powerful far beyond our comprehension, but not without limits. Especially regarding walking in midair. It can be done, but not as exaggeratedly as you described. Bragging needs some basis in reality, right? It's not that we don't believe you, but your tale is too incredible. Seeing Jonas's reaction, Conan stepped forward to console him, saying, come on, old Adalberto, enough bragging. Why take it so seriously? If you know this Foundation establishment venerable and claim he's in Beast W Mountain, why haven't we seen him yet? The venerable's movements are unpredictable and beyond our guessing. Haha. Conan smiled, seeing Jonas turn red-faced, then stopped teasing and let the topic slide. Jonas's expression flickered uncertainly. He felt somewhat wronged. Why wasn't the truth believed? These two were convinced he was exaggerating. Even if he showed the token given by the venerable, it wouldn't make much difference. Without the venerable present, too many alternative explanations existed. It wasn't a strong proof either. Forget it. If you won't believe me, I won't bother explaining, Jonas waved off, giving up on trying to convince them. That's better. Seeing Jonas finally stop bragging, both Tanias agreed to leave it alone. They were old friends, fellow Philippian sect Tanias of similar status. A little bragging was nothing. Giving each other a way out was what mattered. At this moment, Priscilla Anton asked, Sinclair, the venerable you mentioned who lives in hiding within Philippian sect, is there any way to ask him to come out? Even occasional assistance would be good. In case I'm gone, Philippian sect might continue its lineage. Hearing this, Jonas sighed and shook his head bitterly. You're too kind. The venerable has lived in seclusion for years, detached from worldly affairs, acting purely on whims. Seeing him once is already incredibly difficult. Expecting anything more is impossible. In fact, if it weren't for Crystal's incident this time, the venerable probably wouldn't have stirred at all. Priscilla Anton's gaze dimmed as she dropped the subject. Fulton Skinny and Fat exchanged glances and silently sighed. They understood her concerns. Years of internal damage had shortened her lifespan significantly. She might pass away anytime. As the only innate protector of Philippian sect, her worry for its future was natural. Unfortunately, old Adalberto's wild bragging caused her unnecessary disappointment and sorrow. Thinking of this, Fulton Skinny couldn't help glaring at Jonas. Your fault. Why brag for no REA gainer, causing Priscilla distress? Jonas was confused, unsure what happened. What did I do? Why am I being targeted again? To tell the truth and not be believed was one thing. But now he had to endure unjustified resentment. It was ridiculous. Let's go. Quickly find Freya's location and rescue her first. Adrian started off without sensing any danger. The others followed suit. Before leaving, Conan patted Sinclair on the shoulder with admiration and said with a smile, not bad. You've been boasting for so long, yet you can still cover it up. If I didn't know you like to boast, hearing from someone else, I might really think our Philippian sect has a powerhouse backing us. Saying this, he walked away without looking back, leaving Sinclair standing there bewildered. Damn. At that moment, Cherry also caught up, bowing to Sinclair. Thank you, Fulton Sinclair, for your great rescue. I swear before heaven not to divulge what Fulton fabricated about the venerable. You can rest assured. Cherry had heard the conversation among the Philippian sect Tanias. She was deeply moved. There was no such thing as a venerable. Everything was fabricated by Fulton Sinclair to save them. She couldn't believe that Fulton Sinclair would tell such a big lie just to save them. This could offend a Foundation establishment venerable. He took great risks, just to save a few disciples he barely knew. Such character and breadth of heart were admirable. As for the powerful aura that appeared earlier and the wide blood path, Cherry naturally attributed these to coincidence. It just happened that Fulton Sinclair witnessed it, so he used it to boast. After all, from the mouths of the other two Tanias of Philippian sect, they knew that this Sinclair from the logistics department loved to boast when idle. This time should be no different. And because of this, they owed him their lives. This kindness must not be forgotten. Cherry made a silent vow in her heart. Thank you, Fulton Sinclair, for saving our lives. The remaining dozen or so Beast W Mountain disciples also solemnly bowed to Sinclair, swearing never to reveal the incident, or they would be struck by lightning. Sinclair felt like crying. It seemed the whole world was against him, thinking he was lying. Admittedly, he did like to boast occasionally, but those were trivial matters. This was a serious matter. How could he joke about something like this? Why didn't anyone believe him? Fulton Sinclair, I believe every word you said. At this moment, senior brother Crosby from Beast W Mountain suddenly spoke up. Sinclair's spirits lifted. He almost shed tears. Finally, someone believed him. Do you really believe what I said? Manny nodded seriously. Fulton Sinclair, I believe you. Before Sinclair could feel touched, Manny continued earnestly. Given your life-saving grace, I'll believe whatever you say. However, Fulton, next time before you boast, please check your facts. It's less likely to be exposed this way. I'm quite familiar with this. I can teach you. For example, regarding the matter of the Grand Path, your perception is somewhat limited. A Foundation establishment venerable is strong, but not infinitely so. Saying a Foundation establishment venerable cleared the misty forest raises suspicion. Next time, if you change it to Golden Core Atabeo, it will be much more credible, greatly increasing believability. Finally, Manny stepped forward, leaning close to Sinclair, winking and whispering, Sinclair, believe your ghost? Wasted sentiment. Chapter 36, Rescue. After a bout of laughter, everyone began to explore Beast Taming Mountain. As for Sinclair's words, everyone had their own measure of how much to believe. Indeed, many things were as Sinclair had said. However, people ultimately had to rely on themselves. Like the many crises facing Philippian sect, it could only survive if it grew stronger itself. Continuously seeking protection was not a long-term solution. Moreover, as Sinclair mentioned, powerful individuals all had their own tempers, some being more peculiar and unpredictable. Staking one's life and safety on another's good temper was clearly an extremely foolish act. The storm is coming. In the crowd, someone muttered softly. Seeing the numerous traces left on Beast Taming Mountain, it was not hard for everyone to conclude that this once prestigious sect of the southern domain had truly been destroyed. This time it was Beast Taming Mountain. Next time? Could it be Philippian sect? No one knew. Haha, as cultivators, we should strive against heaven and earth, seeking immortality. These storms are nothing to fear. The chubby Tanya laughed heartily without turning around, his pudgy figure seeming especially tall at that moment. Upon hearing this, Cherry and others all felt a renewed vigor. The dense sadness in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by resolve and confidence. Indeed, we cultivators walk the path of defiance. If everything were smooth sailing, why seek immortality or cultivate? Gradually, the gloomy atmosphere lifted. Not long after, they found the underground chamber Beckett had destroyed. The accursed alien race. Seeing the carnage, everyone clenched their teeth in hatred. Unlike Beckett, who was a Chanyuachira transgressor, they were true inhabitants of this world. Living here, the human race held an irreconcilable hatred for the aliens, a grudge too deep for mere words to describe. An unresolvable enmity. Then, everyone's attention was drawn to the mysterious altar. Those eerie blood-red patterns made even innate realm cultivator Arya tremble from within just by glancing at them. This place has been destroyed. Arya's gaze flashed, focusing on a massive palm-shaped pit nearby. Her pupils contracted. Such formidable power. This lingering terrifying aura, could it really be the work of a Foundation establishment respected one? She probed with her strength. The underground chamber was incredibly sturdy. She couldn't leave any significant marks on the walls or floor. But looking at the ground sunken several meters deep, Arya was astonished. This kind of power was beyond the reach of innate realm cultivators. It must have been done by a senior. Sinclair's eyes lit up. These ruthless aliens were likely conducting some evil ritual when a senior punished them. Dovey. Cherry's gaze was drawn to a body with severed limbs, and she broke into sobs. Senior brother. Seniors, I swear that I will make the aliens pay for this. I won't live unless this grudge is avenged. Henry, I came too late. Other Beast Taming Mountain disciples also found their comrades among the corpses, tears streaming down their faces. An indescribable sorrow permeated the Philippian sect members. How many families have been torn apart by these aliens? Sinclair gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. That's why we must grow stronger. Only then can we protect those we cherish, kill more aliens, and save more lives. The lean Tanya's face was icy cold, almost dripping with sorrow. Before joining Philippian sect, his family of 5, parents and 2 younger sisters, all perished during an alien uprising. He swore in his lifetime to annihilate all aliens, to honor their spirits. Alas, dear girl, everyone, mourn with composure. Seeing the distraught Beast Taming Mountain members, Sinclair could not bear it and sighed deeply. Almost everyone here has lost loved ones to the aliens. But because of this, we should bury our hatred deep within us, strive to become stronger, and take vengeance for them. Sinclair's words were resolute. His demeanor was imposing. Gone was the hesitant demeanor he once showed. His eyes radiated intense killing intent. It was clear he hated the aliens just as much. There are too many bodies. It's not right to leave them here. Let's handle this quickly. Anton, old lady, who had the most experience, soon calmed down. She glanced at the bodies on the ground and spoke. Follow your orders. After hearing her words, everyone took action. It took half an hour to gather and bury the bodies on the spot. Then they sealed off the underground chamber and erected a tombstone, with just 4 simple characters. Tomb of Danyists. They were all from the top 10 sects, having fought against the alien invasion together and pursued the path of immortality. It was not surprising to call each other Danyists. Next, everyone searched multiple locations one after another, such as the alchemy room, the scripture hall, and the forging room, taking away some valuable treasures along the way. Leaving them behind might only benefit others. Better to use them to strengthen themselves. None of them would be foolish enough to play the role of saints or benevolent people. When there were benefits to be gained, they should seize them. Finally, they found the secret location where Crystal and others were impregnated in the dungeon. Supreme Fulton, is that you? In the dungeon, Fulton Hua from the alchemy hall suddenly stood up, looking out with surprise and called. Although he couldn't see the outside, he heard familiar voices just now. The Supreme Fultons had come to rescue them. Chew, finally we can leave this godforsaken place. Fulton Mu also looked delighted. Together with them were Fulton Missouri and Crystal, especially Crystal, who instantly broke down upon hearing the familiar voice, tears streaming down his face. After all, he was just a child barely over 10 years old. At first, when they came to Beast Taming Mountain, he was very excited, thinking he could finally help out and believed his junior brothers would be happy when he returned with medicinal ingredients. But later, realizing things were wrong, he felt immensely regretful. Has Dovey come? Crystal thought to himself. He had secretly given a small mirror to a senior sister from Beast Taming Mountain, asking her to take it to Philippian sect for help. He wondered if she succeeded. Daryl, haha, we finally found you. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. The fat Tanya laughed heartily. A loud bang followed as the dungeon seal was broken, instantly filling the narrow space with light. Tish, who's afraid? Fulton Hua shielded his eyes and retorted stubbornly. You finally came. One more step, and we might not have seen each other again. Fulton Mu said gratefully. Myra shimmy. Hearing the familiar call, Crystal's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly. Sister Alastair, Sob, you've finally come. I waited for you so long. Didn't expect you to come so fast. By the way, Sister Alastair, did you see my master? Your master? Cherry was stunned. She hadn't gone to Philippian sect but came directly here. Chapter 37. Oh my, look at what I found. Seeing Cherry's puzzled face, Crystal was also bewildered. Not Dovey? The thought had barely surfaced when she immediately shook her head to negate it. Impossible. While others might not know, she was well aware of the great danger within the Beast Control Mountain. Even the innate cultivator station there had perished. Relying solely on Priscilla and others would absolutely not be enough to safely reach here. Myra Senior's sister? It's nothing. I didn't say anything. Since they were safe now, if she wanted to know the truth, she could ask her junior brother or Dovey later. Thinking of this, Crystal said no more. Seeing that they had finally rescued everyone from Philippian sect heaved a sigh of relief. The next steps were simple. Return to the sect and spread the news about the fall of Beast Control Mountain. All the Tanias and disciples of Beast Control Mountain had perished. Even the innate cultivators bled out, and the mountain guardian spirit beasts were tortured to death before they arrived. One could say that apart from Cherry and these few people, the entire Beast Control Mountain had become a mere name. Staying any longer risked encountering unknown dangers. With this in mind, everyone chose to return immediately. It made no sense for Cherry and others to stay, so they left with the group from Philippian sect. Before leaving, Cherry cast a complex look at the quiet Beast Control Mountain. Dovey, I will definitely avenge you. Not long after the group left, in a sealed chamber somewhere, a seventh stage innate aura gradually faded. Young Tanya finally couldn't hold on. Crystal and her companions were saved and embarked on the journey back to Philippian sect. Beckett, on the other hand, went alone to the 10,000 Beasts Canyon. He wanted to see what lay behind that bronze sculpture. This is it. Looking at the layers of Thunder Mountains, Beckett felt a chill. The power contained in each bolt of lightning made even him feel uneasy. Just a touch would result in certain death or severe injury. Within this area spanning hundreds of miles, only the canyon offered a safe passage. Everywhere else was deadly. Found it. Soon, guided by a faint sensation, Beckett discovered an unusual spot. With a wave of his divine sense, he probed the distance. In an inconspicuous small canyon, the air was thick with condensed spiritual energy, the mountainside blooming with medicinal herbs emitting a strange fragrance, making it an unprecedented treasure trove. A child wearing a red belly band lay leisurely among the herbs. Beside him, numerous skeletons, both human and beast, were piled up. The eerie blood-red color seemed out of place in this paradise-like environment. Occasionally, angry shouts could be heard. You've infuriated me. Just a little more, just a bit more and the ritual would have been completed. The blood essence of hundreds of cultivators. If I could have swallowed it all, I could have fully evolved. Damn that human. The ritual is ruined, the connection with the witch demon clans severed. Where can I find enough fresh blood now? Sigh, truly troublesome. These beast bloods lack the purity of human blood. The effect is too poor. The child grumbled, grabbing a terrified wolf demon beside him, opening its crim gainer mouth and taking a bite. The wolf demon let out a piercing scream. The other living beasts nearby trembled, lying prostrate but not daring to flee. This scream, unique in its own way, though I still prefer the screams of humans. The child casually sliced open the wolf demon's belly, pulling out a beating heart and tossed it into his mouth, causing blood to drip down his chin. After a while, he sighed contentedly. Life is good without those annoying beings. It'd be perfect if not for that hateful human who ruined my plans. Every time the mysterious human came to mind, resentment and fear flashed in the child's eyes. That human was powerful. Even though it was just a projection of will, the child sensed the strength and threat of that Pergainer. Thus, despite its plans being disrupted, it did not rush to seek revenge. For now, it wasn't a match for that human. Once I complete my evolution and gain late foundation establishment stage power, that human's end will come. A sinister red glow flashed in the child's eyes. It remembered that human. This grudge must be avenged, but not now. Unbeknownst to it, as it ranted, a gray misty figure stood not far above, watching it intently. What on earth is this thing? Beckett activated the great concealment technique, hiding his presence and figure. As long as the opponent wasn't far stronger than him, there was no way they could detect him. Immediately after, he unleashed another ability, the illusion-breaking eyes. A purple glow surged into his eyes as he looked down at the strange child. Gradually, the image of the child in his sight disappeared. In its place was a bizarrely shaped plant. The main body was a wide stem surrounded by countless roots, somewhat resembling a human form. It was blood red all over, as if cast from rubies, with faint red liquid flowing inside, much like human blood. It vaguely resembled ginseng from Beckett's previous life. But Beckett knew this thing was definitely not ginseng but more like an evil entity. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. Beckett licked his lips, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the vast valley filled with high-grade medicinal herbs, a real treasure trove. With these herbs, he wouldn't worry about refining pills anymore. The rich spiritual energy in the valley left one gasping for breath. The herbs cultivated here were of extremely high quality, with over 80% suitable for refining yellow-grade pills. There were even quite a few mystic-grade herbs. As for this child before him, it appeared to be some kind of transformed herb of very high quality. I'll take all of these back. The pills refined from them should be enough to support my advancement to the Golden Core realm. Beckett felt this trip was absolutely worth it. The sum total of high-grade herbs here probably outnumbered those collected across the entire southern domain by dozens of times. If it were just herbs, it wouldn't make him this excited. But the pills he would refine from these herbs would significantly boost his cultivation. He had barely managed to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment through relentless practice. He still had a considerable distance to reach the peak of the middle stage foundation establishment. With these resources, cultivation wouldn't be an issue anymore. Thinking this, Beckett didn't hesitate. He extended a large hand directly toward the swearing child below. Based on his observation, this creature should be classified as a demonic entity, with a strength equivalent to around 3rd level of foundation establishment, far inferior to him. What? The lazy, feeding child suddenly found darkness enveloping its vision, as if the whole world had dimmed. Its pupils contracted sharply, looking up in shock, staring dazedly in horror. It saw a golden palm spanning dozens of feet descending from the sky, pressing down towards it. No! The child tried to escape but found the surrounding space completely sealed off. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free from the grip of the golden palm. In the end, with a tragic scream, it was captured. Got it! Beckett waved his large hand, and countless high-grade herbs within the valley rose from the ground, being stored into his system space. After completing this, Beckett felt incredibly delighted. Definitely worth it. This trip, not wasted at all. Chapter 38, Return. No, don't. The demonic child was tightly gripped by the giant golden hand, struggling desperately. Bursts of dense blood energy exploded wildly. Various means appeared all at once. A series of attacks that would make innate cultivators' hair stand on end failed to move the golden hand even slightly. Aya! The golden hand clenched fiercely, eliciting a shrill and tragic scream from the demonic child. The struggle became even more intense. Unfortunately, with such a huge disparity in strength, it was merely thrashing about before death. How could Beckett let such excellent high-grade herbs, which had already transformed into spirits, slip away? After a short while, as the golden palm slowly dissipated, the original child had vanished without a trace. In its place was a blood-red plant resembling ginseng, with red fluid flowing inside, emitting an overpowering blood chi that left Beckett somewhat surprised. What potent medicinal power! This is definitely a Tier-Earth spirit medicine, perhaps even showing signs of transforming into Tier Heaven. Having inherited numerous insights from alchemists through the system, Beckett quickly assessed the grade of the demonic child's true form. He felt delighted. Quite a harvest. Unfortunately, I cannot take this entire valley with me. Casually storing the blood-red ginseng, Beckett looked around regretfully. His current system space was limited. Bringing some spirit medicines was manageable, but an entire valley was out of the question. Since I can't take it, I'll seal this place temporarily for future use. With a wave of his hand, a layer of dense golden light spread, activating the grand concealment technique. An ethereal illusion enveloped the entire valley. Unless one's strength far surpassed his, this place would remain hidden. As for those far stronger than him, they wouldn't care for this minor treasure trove. Finishing everything up, Beckett felt at ease. Relaxing, a hint of weariness showed in his eyes. Continuous massive consumption of true chi, despite practicing a divine technique like the 9 transformations of true spirit, was still taking a toll on him. Now that this matter is settled, it's time to return to Philippian sect. Before leaving, Josiah Bean glanced toward the direction of the 10,000 Beast Canyon. There were quite a few repulsive presences there, presumably from alien races. However, the Thunder Valley was still covered by lightning forces, making it risky to go there rashly. It would take nearly 10 days for the thunder to dissipate. Shaking his head, Beckett decided to leave this headache to the people of the top 10 sects. No way could he stay indefinitely in this desolate canyon. Even if he dealt with those alien races, more would come soon enough, ultimately requiring the top 10 sects to handle it. Moreover, his involvement might complicate matters or draw attention from powerful alien races. Though he was now at the Foundation establishment stage, considered top-notch in the southern region, he was still insignificant on the broader continent. It's time to leave. Rescuing his disciple and gaining unexpected rewards should be enough. Thinking this, Beckett stood still as a gust of wind blew past, gradually dispersing the lingering afterimage. Beckett directly returned to the Philippian sect library. Just having obtained a large batch of spirit medicines, he couldn't wait to convert them into high-quality elixirs. Once refined, these would be at least yellow rank, and in terms of potency comparable to mystic rank. After Beckett's processing, equivalent to being enhanced by the system products are always top-notch. Beckett returned to the library within an incense stick's burning time, while Crystal and company were still far away in the Beast Control Mountain territory. Naturally, they couldn't match Beckett's abnormal speed. Traveling slower was expected. On his way back, Beckett sensed his disciple's aura, but chose not to intervene, allowing him to walk back on his own to learn a less gainer. To be careful next time. Otherwise, acting recklessly every time would eventually lead to a moment when Beckett couldn't help. Life only has one chance. Still, Beckett secretly cleared most dangers along the way. He even ventured deep into the misty forest to intimidate the Foundation establishment beast spirits, ensuring they wouldn't target Crystal and others. These actions went unnoticed by anyone, considered trivial to him. Beckett's efforts indeed paid off significantly. The Philippian sect party, passing through the misty forest, traversed what was notoriously known as a forbidden zone in the southern region, where even existence-level experts like the Anderson Elements Venerables had met setbacks. Caution was absolutely necessary for everyone. Originally walking on edge the whole way, they discovered that they hadn't encountered much danger. They hadn't even met a single high-level demon beast worth mentioning. In the misty forbidden zone, where high-level demon beasts roamed everywhere, this simply didn't make sense. Strange. Did we take a wrong turn? Why haven't we seen any demon beasts above grade 7 yet? After a while, Conan couldn't hold back any longer. He scratched his head and voiced his question. Grandma Anton also looked puzzled, while Fulton Skinny remained vigilant. We're almost there. Sinclair didn't give a direct answer, only saying something ambiguous. Conan was bewildered, exchanging confused glances with others similarly baffled, not quite understanding Sinclair's words. What does he mean by almost there? Why do I feel like we're not talking about the same thing? Huh. He noticed that not only Sinclair but also the group from Beast Control Mountain all had a calm demeanor, without a hint of tension. This shouldn't be happening. Aren't you guys scared? This is the misty forbidden zone, the perilous no-man's land of the southern region, where it eats people and doesn't spit out bones. Sinclair's ease was understandable, given he was a peak 8th rank expert who could afford to be a little arrogant. But why are these young brats who haven't fully grown up acting so nonchalant? Do they feel like they've lived long enough? Didn't your Tanias from Beast Control Mountain teach you to be cautious when you're out? How have you managed to survive until now? At that moment, Conan felt a lump in his throat, turning his face red from holding in words. He found himself speechless. The atmosphere seemed eerie. These highly accomplished cultivators walking alongside 8th rank experts should have been trembling with fear. Yet, these youngsters were walking casually and confidently. If they were just ordinary people, ignorance might be bliss. However, these disciples from Beast Control Mountain clearly knew the dangers of this forest and still acted so relaxed. Especially that guy Manny. His walking posture was arrogantly overbearing, eyes held high, making bold strides in the perilous misty forbidden zone as if he recognized no one around him. Where can you find REA Gainer in this world? Noticing Conan's gaze, Manny didn't seem to care. So what if he walks arrogantly? Isn't that what being a blessed child means? Shouldn't it be expected? As for Cherry and others, they smiled enigmatically, responding evasively with phrases like, we're almost there, or you'll know soon. No one gave a straightforward answer. They all dodged with vague responses. Conan felt like he was being tormented, torn apart inside, unable to find relief. Suddenly, Sinclair stopped in his tracks, his eyes brightening as he pointed ahead and shouted, look quickly, we've arrived. Conan, who was walking with a depressed look, raised his head indifferently upon hearing Sinclair's voice. Imph, I wonder what kind of trick you're playing. Whoa, Y-T. Whoa, T. Whoa, T-A. A series of exclamations vividly conveyed Conan's shock. Not just Conan, Grandma Anton, Fulton Skinny, and Crystal, who had been unnoticed throughout the journey, all had expressions of stunned amazement. Chapter 39. That figure, majestic as a mountain. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, feeling like they were dreaming. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Sinclair, meeting everyone's astonished gazes with a hint of pride, pointed to the sky-reaching road before them and said with a smile, "This path leads directly out of the misty forest and is absolutely safe, because those that were unsafe are mostly dead by now." Gulped. The Tanya, who was fat, swallowed hard. Immediately afterward, he rubbed his chubby eyes and looked again. Still, the same scene greeted him. A road about 100 meters wide, exuding a powerful and violent beauty, stretched before them. From the towering trees broken in half along both sides of the road, remnants of golden flesh could still be seen, left behind by the innate beasts that had died here. This road. Elsa, being an innate herself, felt more shocked than anyone else. She was so agitated that her speech was incoherent. So much time has passed, and yet this road still retains such a strong aura. There's even a trace of Danny Yun remaining. Danny Yun? Seeing everyone's confusion, Elsa remained in awe and slowly explained. What is Danny Yun? It is the Danny aura one carries after comprehending the Danny and integrating its power into their body. Every movement brings the power of Danny, making it incredibly formidable. To comprehend Danny Yun, one must at least reach the realm of Golden Core Heavenly Sovereigns. The senior who forged this path must have been incomparably powerful. Incomparably powerful. Elsa repeatedly shook her head in amazement. It was too bad. If she had seen this several decades earlier, perhaps she would have had a chance to advance further. Now, she was running out of time. What a pity. Such a great pity. To comprehend Danny Yun, one had to be at least at the innate level. Therefore, aside from Elsa, no one else present felt anything. Senior sister Myra? Though Cherry did not fully understand, she sensed the weight of what Philippian sect's innate ancestor had said. She glanced around to see others' expressions and noticed that Crystal had closed her eyes at some point, standing there motionless. A dense ice and fire force wrapped around her. Tiny ripples of elemental power emanated from her, gradually enhancing her constitution. Her cultivation rapidly ascended from the peak of 7th rank, swiftly breaking through the 8th rank threshold. And the speed of her advancement did not slow down. Do not make a sound. Elsa's eyes lit up. With her extensive knowledge, she instantly realized that Crystal was observing the traces of Danny Yun and had entered a state of sudden enlightenment, something countless cultivators dreamed of achieving. Although only those at the innate level could comprehend Danny Yun, Crystal was different. She possessed the innate ice-fire duality constitution. In a way, she was a natural-born innate powerhouse, lacking only in cultivation level to fill her potential. This was somewhat similar to Beckett. However, Beckett was far more extraordinary in terms of both the speed of her cultivation and her ultimate strength, far surpassing Crystal. Everyone held their breaths. They feared disturbing Crystal during her breakthrough. Such a state of enlightenment was rare and invaluable, and encountering it was a great opportunity. If seized, it would surely elevate one from commoner to elite. Elsa's expression turned serious. Elemental power spread from her body, enveloping the surroundings to protect Crystal from any interference. The rest also held their breaths. Enlightenment was extremely fragile and easily interrupted. If someone caused an interruption leading to failure in Crystal's breakthrough, it would create an unresolvable enmity, making them the #1 enemy of the entire Philippian sect. Even alien races would take a back seat to such a feud. Soon, after about half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Crystal's enlightenment neared its end. Her cultivation level stabilized at mid-9th rank, under the watchful gazes of the others. A single enlightenment allowed her to leap 2 ranks. Everyone envied her so much their eyes turned red. When Crystal regained awareness of her surroundings, she found herself having absorbed the lingering traces of Danny Yun. Due to the enlightenment, her perception had increased exponentially. Thus, she detected a familiar aura and, with the aid of elemental power, faintly saw some scenes. It was a mysterious figure dragging Fulton Sinclair, leaving a trail of carnage all the way toward Beast Dovey Mountain. Although she couldn't see the expression, she could clearly feel the urgency and worry in that Pergainer's heart. There was also the scene of that mysterious figure standing off against several Foundation establishment great demons, facing several beings of equal rank without retreating at all. He had no time to waste. He had more important things to do and dared not delay. For this, he was willing to risk falling. Moreover, she coincidentally discovered something that had just happened. That mysterious figure reappeared and tirelessly, cautiously cleared the beasts along the way. This road was indeed the one they would take. After completing this, the mysterious figure went alone deep into the forbidden mist. Battling 5 Foundation establishment great demons, his aura weakened. The mysterious powerhouse was injured. In the scenes she saw, he had always been incredibly powerful, pushing through everything with only slight fatigue shown at most. This was the first time he was injured. Why did he do that? What benefit did it bring him? Plus, there was that faintly familiar aura. At this moment, Crystal's body suddenly trembled. She slowly opened her eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Silently, she bit her lip, preventing herself from sobbing aloud. She already knew who that Pergainer was. Dovey. Myra Muchin whispered almost imperceptibly. She saw Dovey get injured. She saw that majestic figure walk out from the depths of the forbidden zone, spitting blood continuously, seemingly unnoticed by others. He sat on the ground unceremoniously, losing all grace. After a while, he stood up again, tidied his clothes, and left calmly. Throughout it all, he never came to greet her. He just silently cleared the obstacles along the way. At this moment, the grievances she felt when hearing at Beast Dovey Mountain that Dovey didn't come to save her vanished instantly. Now, she finally understood why she could so easily comprehend the residual Danny Yun here, and why she hadn't encountered any danger along the way. To reach the level of Danny Yun, even for someone with an innate constitution, how could a mere 7th rank like her casually comprehend it? It must have been someone helping her secretly, but never deliberately showing it. No danger meant Dovey had helped her clear the path in advance, not telling her to hone her abilities. This thoughtful effort was truly admirable. Teacher's grace is like the sea. Once a teacher, forever a father. Beckett didn't think much about it, just feeling that she should take care of her disciple, without questioning whether she should or not. But Crystal's heart was breaking, tears streaming under everyone's puzzled gaze. She kept murmuring something, listening closely. Dovey is hurt. He's hurt. Dovey got hurt because of me. Severely. This is the first time he's ever been hurt. Crystal looked up at the endless heavenly road before her. She seemed to see that silent figure tirelessly clearing the beasts from the forbidden mist. For what? Crystal could no longer hold back, bursting into sobs under everyone's worried gazes. She hated herself. Why was she so ignorant? If she hadn't been rash, why would she have troubled Dovey for her sake? From Dovey staying daily in the cold and quiet study hall, one could tell he wasn't one who liked trouble. Yet, for her unworthy disciple, he broke his principles repeatedly. Dovey, you've worked too hard. Chapter 40 Conclusion. Philippian sect, the library. Beckett's departure and return did not attract any attention. With his current strength and abilities, he could come and go freely in a sect like Philippian sect. Upon returning to the library, he immediately began adjusting his state. The battle with the 5 foundation-building beast cultivators from the misty forbidden zone had drained him considerably. Who would have thought that a place as small as Nanyu would have a foundation-building peak-level beast? I almost fell. Gradually calming his turbulent chi and blood, Beckett felt some fear lingering. Even though his cultivation of the 9 transmutations of true spirit made his combat prowess far exceed his peers, facing off against a peak foundation-building entity still left much to be desired. Not to mention there were 4 other existences with cultivation levels comparable to his own attacking him all at once. However, relying on the wonder of the Eye of Unillusion, coupled with the unfamiliar coordination among the 5 beasts, he ultimately had the upper hand. Though victorious, Beckett also sustained injuries. These 5 beasts are much more injured than me. They shouldn't bother me anymore. My disciples should be able to return safely. The world is really too dangerous. I originally thought that my strength would allow me to protect myself sufficiently even if I couldn't dominate everything in Nanyu, but I never expected to nearly fail. No good. I must continue to increase my strength. Let me set a little goal first. I won't venture out until I reach the golden core stage. Beckett gritted his teeth and resolved quietly. This time, it truly frightened him. He also blamed himself for hardly encountering strong opponents since coming to this world, leading to overconfidence. He had let himself get carried away. This blow brought Beckett back to reality. He was still weak. He must keep accumulating, and, by continuously signing in, he could steadily enhance his power without bottlenecks. At least, although there were losses this time, the gains weren't small either. Thinking of the large number of high-grade medicinal pills he harvested, Beckett smiled again happily. Get ready. Start refining the pills immediately. He couldn't delay. He needed to enhance his strength right away. Foundation establishment level Anderson just wasn't enough. Just as Beckett began preparing to enhance his strength, deep within the misty forest, roar. Pained roars echoed incessantly. A winged 2-headed tiger, one head gone, its wings broken halfway, and the remaining head marked with a deep sword cut to the bone. It was covered in wounds all over. Around it were 4 other foundation establishment level beast cultivators. A golden ape, snarling, with a gaping hole in its chest. A black giant wolf, once with lustrous fur now dim and listless eyes. 2 more foundation establishment level beasts, a deer and a colorful giant python. All these powerful beasts radiated terrifying auras but were now heavily wounded, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. Among them, the strongest was the golden ape, an invincible existence at the peak of foundation building, only 1 step away from achieving the legendary golden core realm. Then, it could awaken the trace of Titan Ape's ancient bloodline, transforming into an incredibly noble being. But now, the golden ape's aura was weakened. It was far from well. It doubted its own strength. Not long ago, they faintly caught a whiff of an inviting aroma, seemingly from a rumored human with a congenital constitution. The 5 great beasts were wildly excited. Swallowing such a human meant immense benefits. Their cultivation could rapidly soar, possibly awakening ancient divine beast bloodlines within them. Being able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage already signified the opening of their spiritual intellect. Naturally inclined to pursue profit while avoiding harm, they sensed an opportunity for breakthrough. At this stage, these beasts contained traces of ancient bloodline power within their bodies. The most direct and effective method to become stronger was to awaken these bloodlines, evolve themselves. This was what the spirit beast ginseng captured by Beckett was also seeking, an opportunity for evolution. Unfortunately, just when success was near, Beckett interfered. Interrupting another's cultivation path was considered a mortal enmity in the cultivation world. Hence, the strange young beast vowed to kill Beckett. However, it was unexpectedly discovered by Beckett first, failing before it even started. Feeling the imminent breakthrough, the 5 foundation establishment level beasts took action without hesitation. Yet, before they could completely leave the depths of the forbidden zone, they were then confronted by a powerful human cloaked in mysterious gray mist. Though they could not discern the opponent's aura clearly, a vague sense made them feel no imminent threat from this beginner. Despite the opponent walking on air, it indicated they were also at the foundation establishment level. Yet, they felt no fear whatsoever. They were great demons themselves. Moreover, as beasts, their physical prowess significantly exceeded that of humans. In equal level battles, they generally held an advantage. However, the 5 great demons had always harbored inner conflicts. Additionally, the golden ape was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing the other 4. Thus, the rest could only unite to resist the golden ape. In such a situation, with a sudden external enemy approaching, all the great demons had reservations, fearing others might take advantage of the chaos. Even the golden ape hesitated momentarily. Under normal circumstances, if a human dared to directly provoke the depths of the misty forbidden zone, they would be beaten severely and discarded outside, dead or alive. But now, a great benefit awaited them. An innate constitution was something rare and precious. Any injury now would be too regrettable. Unexpectedly, before the demons acted, the seemingly less powerful human struck first, and his attack encompassed all 5 great demons within its range immediately. A provocation. This was outright provocation. Enraged, the 5 great demons decided to temporarily set aside their grudges and deal with this reckless lunatic first. To provoke 5 equals at once, especially with a peer like the golden ape at full foundation establishment power, was simply asking for death. The human merely waved a hand, and a sky-obscuring golden palm descended, suppressing everything. At the moment of attack, the 5 beasts collectively shuddered, their hair standing on end. A threat of death. Now fully committed, the 5 beasts unleashed their combined might in Unigainer. Even so, they were caught off guard and injured under the human's first move. After the first exchange, the human remained unyielding against 5 foes. This stunned even the golden ape, who now attacked with utmost force, abandoning all reserve, because it sensed that harboring any treachery towards its companions would mean certain death for all. Similarly, the other 4 beasts erupted in terrifying foundation establishment auras. Instantly, thunder rolled and storms raged deep within the misty forbidden zone. Waves of overpowering energy explosions sent spine-chilling spirit pillars soaring into the sky, dispersing boundless clouds. Terrifying aftereffects formed shockwaves, radiating destruction in all directions. This battle shook the heavens and earth. Vast areas within the misty forest collapsed, mountains shattered, rivers split. The land lay ravaged, like it had endured a volcanic eruption followed by a meteoric impact. The battle lasted half an hour. The 5 great demons suffered heavy injuries, while the human only appeared exhausted and overextended. Ultimately, the great demons burned their essence and lifespan to unleash a heaven-shattering strike, finally driving the human away. The battle concluded, leaving a third of the vast misty forbidden zone destroyed. The human left, leaving behind 5 grievously wounded beasts hiding deep within the forbidden zone, afraid to step out even a bit. They did not dare separate either, lest the human launch a surprise attack and pick them off one by one. As for the innate constitution, they cared nothing for it now. Preserving their own lives was paramount. Thus, a few days later, Crystal and his party safely traversed the misty forest and returned to Philippian sect without further incident. The journey to Beast Mount concluded successfully. Chapter 41. A brief tranquility. The moment Crystal and his group returned to Philippian sect, Beckett sensed it instantly. With his last bit of worry put to rest, he immersed himself fully into alchemy. As for whether the outside world would be thrown into chaos due to the downfall of Beast Taming Mountain, that was none of his business. After all, he was just a lowly janitorial servant. No matter how one looked at it, such matters were not his to worry about. After relentless efforts over these few days, Beckett successfully elevated his alchemist level to that of a yellow rank alchemist. At this level, any further rapid advancement became incredibly difficult. Host, Beckett. Alchemist level, yellow rank 1 star. Proficiency, 0/100, 000. After reaching the yellow rank, each tier is divided into 3 stars. What Beckett needed now was continuous refinement of elixirs to increase his proficiency. Once it reached a certain level, his rank could be directly elevated. Moreover, different levels of elixirs refined at various ranks contribute differently to proficiency. In short, refining elixirs corresponding to one's own rank. Otherwise, it would be twice the effort with half the result, counterproductive. And every time an alchemist advances a rank, the required proficiency increases tenfold, significantly raising the difficulty. Prior to that, Beckett had almost entirely refined yellow rank and lower medicinal ingredients into pills, and more than half of them were pattern grade. There were mainly 3 types: restoring spiritual energy, healing injuries, and enhancing power. From 1st grade to 9th grade, all the necessary pills were included. In total, there were approximately 10,000 pills. More than 5,000 were pattern grade, while the rest were nearly all of pattern grade quality. Any single pill taken out would cause a frenzy among many people, but in Beckett's case, they were casually stored in bottles and left in the corner of the library, waiting to be taken away by Crystal on his next visit. After all, more than 70% of the lower grade herbs came from Crystal and several Tanias who collected them for him, helping himself to refine elixirs and improve proficiency. These little things were just rewards. Beckett didn't care too much about it. He forgot about the items after throwing them aside. The refinement of yellow rank elixirs was now the most important task. Concerning the improvement of his own cultivation, he couldn't afford to be careless. However, having refined alone had its advantages. He could use all his cultivation and cover it with heavenly power, unleashing invisible flames. This was far superior to using earthfire. Whether it was the speed or quality of refining elixirs, both were significantly better. That's why Beckett managed to refine tens of thousands of pills in just 2 or 3 days. Using earthfire wouldn't have been possible. Dovey, I'm here. Having completed 10 batches of yellow rank true spirit pills with over 50% being pattern grade, Beckett nodded contentedly, preparing to take a rest. Crystal's voice sounded outside the library. Beckett had no choice but to stop temporarily. It was strange. Lately, Crystal had been coming almost every other day, almost treating the place as her own home. While it alleviated Beckett's boredom somewhat, he also felt slightly helpless. With this girl around, he couldn't focus properly on refining. As for Susan, after the novelty of having a master wore off, he had long disappeared without a trace. Ultimately, she was still his disciple, so Beckett couldn't treat her coldly. What is it? Dovey, I've brought your favorite roasted bamboo chicken and jade wine. Upon entering, Crystal saw the same mysterious figure shrouded in gray mist, identical to when she experienced enlightenment in the misty forest. Not thinking much of it, she assumed it was Dovey's habit. Since experiencing Dovey's nurturing and earnest intentions inadvertently during her enlightenment in the misty forest, Crystal had become much more diligent in her practice, frequently visiting the library. Her strength improved rapidly under the influence of her innate constitution and the 2-instrument imperial cannon. She estimated it would only take another 2 or 3 months to break through to the late 9th grade, bringing her one step closer to the legendary Shantan realm. And regarding combat prowess, Crystal was already on par with ordinary late 9th graders. Within half a month of returning to the sect, Crystal repeatedly challenged the Tanias for sparring matches. Almost everyone in the sect, including the Grand Tanias, had been challenged by her. Even 7th and 8th graders weren't spared. Absolutely relentless. Many Tanias now avoided Crystal when they saw her, afraid even to greet her. Because losing was fine, but if she won even slightly, she would latch onto them, dragging them out for training deep into the night. Although many of the Tanias had deep cultivation and did not need much sleep, this could not go on. Unable to bear it any longer, they collectively asked the Priscilla Valentina to intervene, who finally managed to calm Crystal down for a while. Dovey, Fulton Sinclair and the others are so mean, running to the Priscilla to badmouth me. Now they see me as if I'm a ghost. It's too much. Crystal began to complain again. This was not the first time. Each time this girl complained about the Tanias misdeeds with puffed cheeks, Beckett found himself between laughing and crying. Don't the Tanias have a Aria gainer to avoid her? Isn't it because this child is too naughty and constantly disturbs them? If it weren't for her young age and innocent intentions, coupled with the valuable gifts she brings each time, she would have been hated by everyone in Philippian sect long ago. Even as the young master, she shouldn't disturb everyone so much, right? However, every time the Tanias were about to refuse her firmly, they saw Crystal looking pitiful, holding pattern-grade elixirs and gazing at them hopefully. Thus, under the double attack of cuteness and temptation, these old folks couldn't help but give in and surrender. There was no way out. They had to compromise. Pattern-grade elixirs were still quite desirable. Who knew where this girl got them from? Those pattern-grade elixirs, which were said to be incredibly precious and rare, seemed like nothing more than candy beans in Crystal's hands. She carried handfuls of them. What Crystal didn't know was that every time she came over, Beckett casually gave her a pile of refined elixirs. Anyway, these low-grade elixirs were useless to him. He might as well let his disciple take them away for fun. After all, the meat was just falling into a pot. It wouldn't leave Philippian sect no matter what. Ultimately, as Philippian sect's strength increased, he benefited as well. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about trifling matters, and only needed to show up for important events. Most of the time, he could hide in the library, signing in happily. Isn't it great to have someone else solving your troubles? Beckett thought this arrangement was perfect. After Crystal finished complaining, Beckett casually pointed to the stack of bottles in the corner and said nonchalantly, "These are your junior brother's spare elixirs. Take them if you don't mind. Your junior brother is going into seclusion for cultivation, so there won't be any next time." These were all the remaining elixirs. Moving forward, unless something unexpected happened, Beckett would not waste his energy on such trivial matters. His main focus was still on yellow rank and higher elixirs. Only those levels could provide some benefit to him. Crystal had been waiting for this sentence. Her eyes lit up instantly. They were all pattern-grade divine pills. Only in existence at Dovey's level could treat them like trash, carelessly piled in the corner. Although it was a pity that her junior brother wouldn't refine elixirs anymore. These were enough to pay off the group of old folks. Crystal thought happily. But when she saw the pile of bottles stacked like a small mountain in the corner, she froze, her mouth slowly opening in shock. There are too many. She was stunned by Dovey's generosity. All the elixirs she had received before couldn't even match the scraps from this pile. Wow, I'm rich. Crystal's eyes sparkled with stars. Her small fists clenched tightly. Looking at the mountain of elixirs, she silently vowed, "Humph, let them run away when they see me. Let them gossip about me behind my back. Want elixirs? Pattern grade ones. Even if you want them, I won't give you any. You'll starve, you bunch of rascals." This time, Crystal decided not to seek out the Tanias. She wanted them to cry and beg her. Chapter 42. Philigian Disaster. Inherent Lifespan Ends. Ding. Successfully refined 10 low-grade yellow true spirit pills, including 5 with Dan patterns, proficiency plus 2000. Another successful batch of true spirit pills. Each successful refinement added 100 to his proficiency. With the creation of Dan pattern pills, each one provided an additional 200 proficiency. After several consecutive batches of refinement, Beckett managed to increase the success rate and quantity of pills due to the extra buffs. It took another 2 months of effort. Beckett finally barely reached the level of a low-grade mystic alchemist. Host. Beckett. Alchemist level. 1-star mystic alchemist. Proficiency. 11, 312, 600/100, 000,000. To reach the next level, he needed nearly 10 million more proficiency points, which was enough to make anyone despair. Even more disheartening, Beckett ran out of alchemical ingredients. All the herbs he obtained had been refined into pills with only one effect. That is, to increase true chi reserves. He prepared these specifically for himself to boost his true chi, thus enhancing his cultivation. Still, looking at the pile of low-grade yellow and mystic pills, Beckett felt somewhat satisfied. These pills should be enough to get him to the golden core stage. As for what would happen after that, he would deal with it when the time came. Enjoy today while you can. First, he needed to fully convert these immediate benefits into his own strength. Then, when he became stronger, obtaining new pills wouldn't be a problem. Over the course of 2 months of high-intensity refining, Beckett significantly improved his control over true chi. Additionally, the prolonged exposure to spiritual herbs, combined with continuously ingesting high-grade pills, advanced his cultivation by a small rank within 2 months. He reached the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. This already placed him at the peak of mid-stage Foundation Establishment. Regarding combat power, it far exceeded this grade. If Beckett were to face the 5 great Foundation Establishment beasts from the Fog Forbidden Zone again, he believed the outcome would likely be similar. At most, it would be less dire. Not good enough. I'm still too weak. Continue refining. This time, I won't leave until I achieve the 3rd transformation of True Spirit 9 transformations and reach the Golden Core stage. Beckett detested things not under his control, hating even more that his life wasn't entirely in his hands, something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. For now, the library seemed safest. Once he became invincible, he could consider traveling the world and changing his sign-in location. For now, he was far from it. Without realizing, almost 5 years have passed since I arrived in this world. Beckett stuffed a handful of Dan pattern True Spirit pills into his mouth, followed by a sip of 100% pure spirit liquid from signing in, filled with nostalgia. Time flew. Anderson years. From a mere sweeper in the Philigian sect's library upon arrival to a 6th level Foundation Establishment expert now. Indeed, the change was huge. Invincibility has yet to be achieved. Much more effort is required. Another handful of pills went down. Feeling the surging medicinal power within, Beckett dozed off on the long chair. The True Spirit 9 transformations automatically circulated. Vast medicinal power constantly converted into his own true chi, rapidly filling his meridians and dantian. Gradually, the 7th compression of Foundation Establishment began. When it was thoroughly complete, Beckett would successfully enter the late-stage Foundation Establishment. Meanwhile, suddenly, a white light shot up from the restricted area of Philigian sect's back mountain, piercing the clouds and bursting like fireworks. Next, 9 bells tolled throughout Philigian sect, enveloping the entire sect in a profound sorrow. Beckett, who was cultivating in the library, opened his eyes slightly, revealing a complex gaze, sighed softly, then closed his eyes again. He knew what happened. Philigian sect's pillar, Supreme Fulton Valentina, could no longer hold on and had passed away just now. That white light was the escaped innate true chi following natural death. Philigian sect was about to fall into chaos. Sure enough, before long, all disciples of Philigian sect, as if receiving orders, rapidly tightened the defenses around the sect. They sealed off Philigian sect. Simultaneously, urgent commands were sent to all regions under Philigian sect's influence, summoning various Tanias and wandering disciples back. Moreover, a top-secret letter was discreetly and quickly escorted to the front lines by Antanya. They had to inform the sect leader that Philigian sect was about to change dramatically. The Supreme Fulton has already passed away. Without the presence of a Sintian cultivator, Philigian sect might soon follow in the footsteps of Beast Taming Mountain. It could become the 2nd of the 10 great sects to be exterminated. In today's southern region, what were originally 10 great sects have now become 9. Beast Taming Mountain has been removed from the list. The 10,000 Beast Canyon, which was once guarded by Beast Taming Mountain, is now temporarily manned by cultivators from the Wuxing sect. Soon, Philigian sect's turmoil was detected by certain powers that be. Even spies who had infiltrated Philigian sect saw with their own eyes that flash of white light shooting into the sky, took a long look at the direction of Philigian sect, and quickly left to report back. The impact of a human race Shintian's death was too significant, impossible to cover up. Moreover, Philigian sect was not some remote location but was situated right at the heart of the bustling southern region, where many people and mixed company existed. That white light marking the death of a Sintian had already been seen by countless people. Within just half a day, the news spread across the entire southern region through the efforts of those with vested interests. The higher-ups of Philigian sect had never intended to conceal it. Firstly, the commotion was too significant. They didn't have the capability to cover it up. Secondly, the alliance examination was approaching, leaving less than a year. Concealing it for a short time would not be effective for eternity. Even if concealed temporarily, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Philippian sect's allowance of information dissemination made sure various major forces received the news immediately. For a time, all over the southern region, storms were brewing. Wu Xing sect. Antanya in simple robes looked up at the sky, a trace of regret in his eyes. Alejandro, the news is confirmed. Philippian sect Xiantian passed away half a day ago. Is the news reliable? Yes, reliable. Leave then. Yes, Alejandro. This Tanya was none other than the foundation establishment ancestor of Wu Xing sect, Hero, the strongest cultivator in the southern region. Junior sister Anton, I promised you to protect Philippian sect from being destroyed. Whether it can retain its position as one of the 10 great sects still depends on Philippian sect's own fate. Before her passing, Valentina had contacted Hero, using an old favor to request his protection for Philippian sect to ensure its lineage continues. But it was only to this extent. Being a great sect meant ensuring lineage continuity. If it declined to a third-rate small sect with only a handful of disciples, it would still be considered continuous. Everything still depended on Philippian sect's own fortune. Shashua Gate. Ha ha ha, Philippian sect, karma will catch up, as sure as night follows day. Now, it's finally your turn to suffer. When Delbert received the news from his subordinates, he laughed heartily, coldness flickering in his eyes. What a pity. He glanced at the depths of the sect, revealing a hint of regret. Our Alejandro is on the verge of a breakthrough, and I need to remain here to prevent troublemakers from causing chaos. Otherwise, I would purganorally take revenge for the third and fourth Tanias. However, Alejandro's breakthrough outweighed everything else. A mere Philippian sect without a Xiantian guardian was no longer a force to be reckoned with. There was no need to risk losing sight of the bigger picture, just to vent anger now. A Philippian sect without a Xiantian was destined to fend for itself. It might not be long before it would be completely eradicated from the world. Delbert gazed in the direction of Philippian sect with a cold smile. Pity you may not live to see my Shashua Gates rise. I hope you struggle a little longer so I might have the chance to seek purgatorial vengeance. Afterward, Delbert paid no more attention to the matter. A doomed sect wasn't worth spending much energy on. It made no sense. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. Mentioning the once hostile Philippian sect now stirred little interest in him, lacking enthusiasm. Chapter 43. Reactions from all parties. Inyang Valley. A secluded valley in the southern domain, sparsely populated and unremarkable on the surface. Yet, this seemingly ordinary place is home to a formidable force that commands respect in the southern domain. One of the 10 great sects, the Inyang sect. Alejandro Yang have perished. Have you found out why? No clue. When Alejandro Yang left, no one was disturbed. What an old rascal, damn it. Upon hearing the report from her subordinate, Josie remained expressionless, her eyes cold. In the Inyang sect, there are 2 patriarchs, one Yin and one Yang. Each generation's leaders are dual cultivation partners who together explore the sect's secret arts. Now with one missing, it would greatly impact her cultivation. As for sorrow, she felt none. Rather, regret and anger were predominant. That Daryl seemed to head towards Beastmaster Mountain before his departure. The Josie's eyes flickered. Beastmaster Mountain appeared to have been destroyed. Could there be a connection? She didn't care about the life or death of Jason. They were merely partners. However, he possessed the treasure vital to Inyang art, which she must acquire. Dismissed. Increase manpower and continue investigating the cause of Jason's demise. Do not overlook any potential clues. Yes. Antonandan sect. Compared to other sects, Antonandan sect is established right in the bustling market area of the southern domain. The buildings looked opulent, lacking the high moral character expected of cultivators, emphasizing only 2 words, wealthy. Adamir in luxurious robes stared at a letter in his hand. His eyes occasionally flashed with calculating light, appearing extremely cunning and greedy. After a long while, he casually burned the letter in his palm. Philippian sect's innate cultivator has fallen. The Adamir lifted his head and smiled gleefully. Issue orders. Reduce the fixed supply of elixirs to Philippian sect by 70% and increase the price of additional elixirs by 70% from today. Without an innate cultivator, it's bound to fall to a 1-star sect, unworthy of previous privileges. Humph, serves Philippian sect right. Initially, those guys joined forces to resist our monopoly on elixirs. The Anderson Element sect and Philippian sect were the most vocal. They talked about serving humanity. If not for oneself, then what? Heaven kills and earth destroys. So what if aliens come? Others will stand up to them. Why should we risk ourselves for common ants? As a major sect in the southern domain, we should enjoy our lives at the rear. Aliens can only occupy some border regions of the southern domain, and the Alliance will take action. Ordinary deaths mean nothing to us. Hasn't this always been happening? Those sects are fools. A bunch of brainwashed idiots destined for misfortune. The Tanias below the Adamir clapped in agreement, laughing. Philippian sect, without strength, dares to hinder their interests, deserves destruction. With this retribution, the loss of an innate cultivator means Philippian sect's demise is imminent. Haha, well said. One must serve oneself first. We profit from the war. Earn blood money. And what's wrong with that? Knowing this, aren't they still begging us for help? Gentlemen, let's wait for the show to unfold. The Adamir laughed heartily. In the hall, cups clinked and music played, painting a picture of decadence. As for resisting aliens and forming alliances, just nonsense to fool fools. The southern domain is vast, so what if some die? It has nothing to do with them. Isn't it better to make money peacefully? If the aliens really attack, with the accumulated wealth of Antonandan sect, relocating the sect is feasible. Leave the southern domain if necessary. Commoners are just worthless. Why should esteemed cultivators risk their lives for them? Ridiculous. Other major sects like Wanjin Mountain, Baobao Pavilion, Shadowgate, and War Puppet sect watched indifferently. Whether Philippian sect survives or falls is irrelevant to them. Wanjin Mountain and Shadowgate are situated near the front lines, focusing all efforts on repelling alien invasions, leaving no time for Philippian sect's affairs. Its fate depends on Philippian sect's luck. For the other 2 major sects, the situation is similar. Baobao Pavilion, with its mysterious origins, rarely involves itself in southern domain matters. This force has an extremely small number of disciples and followers, even fewer than Antonandan sect. Each disciple is mysterious in identity and extraordinary in means, making them hard to trace. Some even suspect that there wouldn't be more than a dozen disciples within Baobao Pavilion. Baobao Pavilion mainly operates auctions and intelligence trading. Although it doesn't go to the front lines, it has a comprehensive understanding of the movements of the alien races and provides a great deal of intelligence support, helping avoid many losses on the front lines. Based on this, Bao Bao Pavilion managed to elevate itself among the top 10 sects of the Southern Domain with just a few dozen disciples. Moreover, Bao Bao Pavilion seems to have deep background connections. This is also a crucial REA gainer for other major forces to be wary of it. Therefore, both sides have always been peaceful with each other, unless it concerns the survival of the Southern Domain. As for War Puppet Sect, the last major sect, War Puppet Sect was re-established based on the original one of the 10 great sects, the Alchemy Sect. From crafting various magical treasures, it now focuses on creating various war machines, playing an indispensable role on the battlefield against the aliens. War Puppet Sect also devotes most of its efforts to the frontline battles. As long as no significant incidents happen at the rear, they can only temporarily ignore the disturbances there. After all, compared to a declining Philippian sect, the frontline skirmishes with the aliens are far more important. In summary, due to various REA gainers, all the major sects of the Southern Domain held a cold eye or even a malicious attitude towards the changes in Philippian sect. Philippian sect. Now it could truly be said that a storm was brewing. The entire sect was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere, countless Tanias and disciples expressionless, their eyes dim. The Priscilla had left. The innate cultivator of Philippian sect had left. Without an innate cultivator to anchor it, could Philippian sect still be considered the true Philippian sect? Many newly joined disciples were lost in their thoughts. They felt their future was bleak. Some with darker minds cursed their bad luck, wondering why that grace of Philippian sect didn't die at any other time, but precisely half a year after they joined. Isn't this just messing with people? Perhaps, Philippian sect really was in decline, and they should find another way out. Philippian sect, this large ship, couldn't carry many people anymore. It would soon be leaking everywhere, unable to withstand any significant storms. Quite a few people harbored such thoughts. Even some Tanias began to waver. A few Tanias who were outside when they heard about the fall of the Priscilla severed contact with the sect, choosing to live freely. Some became lone travelers, others switched to other sects. In short, Philippian sect was covered in gloom and despair, with numerous disciples feeling restless. Many had already started taking action, planning to leave Philippian sect. Philippian sect began to face the greatest crisis since its founding. Survive it, and it would be reborn from the ashes. Fail, and it would henceforth decline, fading away from the Southern Domain. Chapter 44. The Departed and the Cold Tea. A month later, at Philippian sect, on a mountain peak, Junior Nigel, a green-clad maid, looked worriedly at the young girl in front of her, hesitantly saying, "You've been standing here for almost 3 hours. Xiaosu, today I saw another 12 people leave the sect. In just 1 month, this once mighty sect is left with less than 300 people. I wonder what Nigel and the others will think when they return." Crystal retracted her gaze and said softly. With time passing, she had gradually adapted to her role as Junior Nigel. She no longer felt as uneasy as before, feeling unworthy of the position. Instead, she truly began to shoulder the responsibilities of the sect. Now, she was obligated and capable of doing so, having become a powerful figure at late 9th rank. Almost no one in the entire Philippian sect could match her strength. Has Philippian sect really come to its end? Since the death of the Priscilla a month ago, Crystal had witnessed too many betrayals and all kinds of faces. Initially, it would anger her, but as time went on, she grew numb. The originally 1,000-strong sect saw members either leaving or dispersing within a short month. Now, apart from the frontline Nigel and a few Tanias, the prestigious Philippian sect, one of the 10 great sects, only had a mere 278 people officially recorded. Of these, there were 23 Tanya executives and 255 disciples. Almost all talented disciples had already left, either finding their own paths or being poached by other sects. Those who remained were mostly ordinary disciples with average aptitude, mostly outer gate servant disciples. Even the once inner gate genius, senior brother Garrick, left the mountain yesterday. Many of the Tanias had also left, leaving only loyal figures like Douglas and Fulton Sinclair. These days, Crystal had faced immense pressure. She considered asking her master for help, but ultimately decided against it. She did not want to trouble him with every little problem. He had already sacrificed enough. Junior Nigel, the Tanias are waiting in the council hall. Seeing Crystal's pale face, Myra Xiaosu felt a twinge of pity. She admired how hard her cousin had been working over these past days. The Tanias were also concerned about Crystal and specifically brought Myra Xiaosu from the Myra family to keep her company. "Oh, let's go." Seeing another disciple leave right before her eyes, Crystal sighed and turned to leave. Myra Xiaosu glanced at the departing disciple, frowning and feeling displeased. She felt indignant on behalf of Philippian sect. A bunch of ingrates. Philippian sect had provided them with cultivation resources and taught them to become strong. Yet when the sect faced difficulties, they thought only of themselves. It was truly heart-wrenching. Walking into the council hall, Crystal immediately sensed something amiss. Looking around, she felt puzzled. Why are there so few people here? Weren't there supposed to be 23 Tanias? Inside the hall, the empty chairs added an indescribable sense of desolation. In this vast space, only a handful of people were seated. Sinclair smiled bitterly. Another group has left. Just now, Isidro and 3 Tanias took dozens of disciples and left the sect. Now, there are fewer than 200 people left in Philippian sect. Upon hearing this, Crystal's body trembled. More have left? The remaining Tanias similarly had grim expressions. Once a prestigious Philippian sect with thousands of disciples and Tanias, it had dispersed, leaving less than 200 people. It was almost laughable. Are there still more who will leave? Crystal pressed her lips together, not worrying about those who left, only glancing around the hall. Seeing that everyone was still seated, she felt a quiet relief. But as she scanned the room, she suddenly exclaimed, "Senior Sister Nellie?" Among the remaining dozen or so Tanias, she recognized a familiar face, none other than the inner gate genius who had been mentioned alongside Garrick, Nellie. This Briganer was now at the 5th rank, slightly stronger than the departed Garrick. "You didn't leave?" Crystal was surprised. She hadn't expected that among the talented disciples who had been poached, this inner gate genius would still remain. "Why should I leave?" A composed-looking Eliza among the Tanias smiled warmly, looking back at Crystal's surprised expression and counter-asked, "But, that's enough, young Nigel. Don't be sentimental. We're all members of Philippian sect. Let's not dilly-dally. Let's discuss what to do next. No matter what, our immediate priority is how to get through this current crisis." Nellie's expression turned serious as she spoke. "You're right." At this moment, a familiar stout figure stood up. It was Douglas. With a warm smile, he said, "Those who left were just fence-sitters. Philippian sect's core has always been us. Without those troublesome people, it might even be better." "You're right. Absolutely correct." Indeed, Myra girl, you are now the backbone of us all. You can't afford to slack off. You must stay resilient. Philippian sect hasn't fallen yet. Fulton moved from the alchemy hall, and others also stood up, nodding in agreement. Seeing several familiar figures one after another, Crystal's previously gloomy mood gradually improved, her eyes regaining their brightness. Senior sister Myra, don't forget about us. We're also part of Philippian sect now. Following this, Cherry, with a smiling face, stood up and looked at Crystal, laughing. Soon, one by one, more figures stood up. At this moment, Crystal realized that the dozen or so disciples originally left on Beast Taming Mountain had all stayed behind and joined Philippian sect. Hee, with a shortage of Pergain now, I promoted all of them to positions as officers and Tanias. We need to work together. Many hands make light work. Douglas smiled. Yes. Fulton Sinclair laughed, saying, though our Philippian sect no longer has any innate realm experts to hold down the fort, we are much weaker than other sections. But young Nigel, you possess an innate constitution and are already a powerful 9th rank. It won't be long before you become an innate. By then, our Philippian sect will still be a great sect in the southern domain. I understand. Thank you, Fultons, for your guidance. Crystal took a deep breath and said earnestly. Douglas approached with a warm smile, patted Crystal on the shoulder, and encouraged her. Human potential is limitless. Without pressure, there would be no motivation. Even if the situation now is difficult, could it be harder than when Philippian sect was first established? Back then, we truly started from scratch. At that time, the entire sect only had dozens of people, with the strongest being just an 8th rank Alejandro. Our Philippian sect achieved its current status because each generation of disciples worked tirelessly, ultimately becoming one of the 10 great sects renowned in the southern domain. You're right, Fulton. I won't give up hope. I will definitely rejuvenate Philippian sect. Crystal nodded heavily. Don't be so serious. At this moment, Sinclair smiled and said with a cheerful face, those fools leaving is their loss. They'll regret it in the future. Moreover, our Philippian sect isn't really without strong backing. Don't forget the one in the library pavilion. In a real emergency, I believe that Senior would not stand idly by. Wouldn't you agree, young Nigel? Sinclair chuckled, and everyone's eyes lit up. All of them vividly recalled that day, thinking of the figure who walked through the air, their spirits lifting. Dovey. Crystal's expression was wistful, the image of the misty forest that day once again appearing in her mind. Her previously uneasy heart suddenly filled with strength, all uncertainty and worry vanishing in an instant. Chapter 45. The Sign-In Artifact, the Ninefold Creation Tower. Mentioning that mysterious Senior, some were delighted while others were worried. At this moment, Tanya couldn't help but express his concerns. That Senior is indeed powerful, but strength remains strength, and this world is one of the survival of the fittest. While they may help once or twice, it's uncertain if they will act again. We have no way to influence their decisions. It all depends on their mood. If something goes wrong, it could lead to the destruction of our entire sect. This statement made sense. Therefore, we must rely on our own strength. We should only consider the Senior as a last resort in desperate times. Ultimately, we need to grow stronger ourselves. Sinclair nodded. Then he turned to look at Crystal and asked, the most important thing is that there is less than a year before the Great Alliance examination. Does the young master have confidence in breaking through to the innate realm before then? I'll do my best. Crystal thought about the pills given by his master. Although over 90% of them were for healing and combat, some could still aid cultivation. A large number of Donlin level pills could likely force one into the innate realm with sheer quantity. Pity that quite a few were already given away. Otherwise, I would have had a greater chance. Crystal had been challenging various Tanias around the sect. Although only a few familiar ones required Donlin level pills as rewards, some high-quality common pills were handed out more freely. Primarily, Beckett's refined pills were mostly for healing, providing little help for cultivation. These pills could be kept as sect reserves for war supplies, but to use them for enhancing cultivation was out of the question. The remaining pills were just enough for her own use. She had originally planned to help the Tanya's disciples, but now she felt it wasn't worth the effort. She lacked the capability. On this side, the Philippian sect's leadership was troubled about what to do next. On the other side, in the library, 7th level of Foundation establishment, feeling the innate true chi surging within her like a river, Beckett slowly stretched from the long bench with a yawn, finally reached late-stage Foundation establishment. I'm so exhausted. Even my neck is numb from sleeping. How did Philippian sect end up with so few people? Could it be on the verge of dissolution? As usual, Beckett casually scanned using her divine sense and noticed something odd. The cohesion of Philippian sect is poor. What kind of misfits have they gathered? They run at the slightest issue. But it's not bad. Fewer freeloaders mean better focus on an elite path. After all, while Philippian sect might be considered a major sect in the southern region, in the grand scheme of the entire continent, it barely qualifies as third rate, let alone first rate. What's the point of having so many disciples? 2 to 300 is a gainable number. Quantity-wise, it fits perfectly. Beckett was indifferent as her thoughts drifted far away. To her, Philippian sect, at its current level, held no mystery or power. It was merely a small sect in a desolate place. As books described, the northern part of the southern region is a realm inhabited by cultivators. Any sizable city there would have a comprehensive strength comparable to the top 10 sects of the southern region. Those innate families had populations of merely 100 or 2 at most, admitting only a few miscellaneous attendants and outer guards. Yet in terms of actual strength, they surpassed Philippian sect significantly, because their cohesion was strong. Compared to such sects, Philippian sect's methods to retain disciples were weak, with no binding contracts. People came and went as they pleased. Considering this, Beckett wasn't surprised by the current situation. Even if only 100 remained, it wouldn't shock her. Having been in this world for longer, gradually growing stronger, her perspective broadened. She was no longer the naive newcomer who revered any high-rank entity as a deity. System sign-in. While contemplating, Beckett casually initiated today's sign-in. Ding! Congratulations on successful sign-in. Reward received. Ninefold Creation Tower. Artifact, unactivated. Becket's eyes widened. Well then, this was his first time signing in to receive an artifact-grade treasure. Previously, some treasures might have had amazing functions, but either had limited uses or were specific types of special pills. None were truly practical. But this Ninefold Creation Tower is different. It's an artifact. Even if only a fraction of its power can be unleashed, it would still be enough to dominate the world, right? Beckett was filled with excitement. The next second, she immediately claimed the reward. Silence. There was no response. Beckett froze. What happened? Where is it? She looked around but found nothing additional. Such a treasure should have established some connection with her by now, but at present, everything seemed normal. Beckett was bewildered. She hurriedly checked the system space and noticed an extra strange golden symbol. What is this? As soon as her divine sense touched the golden symbol, Beckett felt a sudden dizziness. The world started spinning wildly. When she opened her eyes again, she realized she was no longer in the library. She had arrived in a place filled with mysterious energy. Welcome, Dovey, to the Ninefold Creation Tower. I am the Tower Spirit Aldo. What do you need, Dovey? Just as Beckett was thoroughly puzzled, a distant, cold voice echoed across the vast expanse. Is this inside the Ninefold Creation Tower? Beckett was shocked. This wasn't just a tower. It was a vast world, with skies, continents, and even living beings. Many of these beings emitted auras that made Beckett tremble. However, as the owner of the Creation Tower, Beckett held supreme dominion here. Otherwise, merely sensing some of these auras would be enough to cause mental collapse. Moreover, she could vaguely feel that this world operated under its own supreme laws, far superior to those of her own world. Indeed worthy of being called an artifact. Dovey, the Creation Tower is currently in a dormant state and cannot unleash its full power. Please activate it as soon as possible. Aldo's voice sounded. Not activated? Beckett recalled and quickly asked, how do I activate it? The first method is through formidable strength, which clearly doesn't apply to you, Dovey. Becket's face turned sheepish. She knew her limits. Given the title of artifact and the omnipresent aura of immortality, it was obvious how difficult activation would be, at least for her current condition. Perhaps when she perfected the true Spirit 9 transformations, she could try, but that would take a long time. The second method is by absorbing the faith of all beings, continuously nurturing the Creation Tower, gradually unlocking its power. Aldo answered coolly. Absorbing faith? Isn't that something only deities and legends do? Beckett secretly wondered what the system wanted her to do, giving her such an incredible artifact like the Ninefold Creation Tower so easily. Chapter 46, Power of Faith. Having grasped the basic information and successfully gained preliminary control over the 9-9 Creation Tower, Beckett, with the help of the Tower Spirit Aldo, returned to the Archive Pavilion. At this moment, he could finally sense a subtle connection in the unknown. As long as he closed his eyes, he could vaguely see an eternal blazing sun. It hung high in the 9 skies, surrounded by pitch darkness. Only that blazing sun continued endlessly, emanating an aura of eternity and immortality. Within the blazing sun, an ancient golden giant tower could be faintly seen, as if it contained various worlds. It felt like this tower was a miniature universe. The power it contained, even if only a wisp leaked out, could wipe Beckett's plane of existence into nothingness. Such power made one's heart tremble. However, Beckett found no matter what, he could hardly activate the power inside. He could only watch, not move. Furthermore, he discovered a problem. Only in the Archive Pavilion could he freely enter and exit the 9-9 Creation Tower. Outside of the Archive Pavilion, that subtle connection would instantly break. This was extremely uncomfortable. Beckett had thought with the invincible defense of the Creation Tower, he could wander about without worry from now on. After all, if danger came, he could just hide inside the Creation Tower. Who could find him? Unfortunately, this loophole couldn't be exploited for now. Next, is finding a way to absorb faith and activate the divine artifact. But how? Suddenly, Beckett sensed something unusual. A spot of pure white light appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding space, floating towards Beckett, and then fused into his body on its own. Soon after, another sesame-sized speck of white light emerged. Basically, every few seconds, a small white speck would appear out of thin air, being absorbed autonomously by Beckett. Is this faith? Seeing this, Beckett immediately deduced that these white specks should be the faith power the Creation Tower Spirit mentioned. Does faith appear out of nowhere? Beckett tried to carefully sense the white specks. The next second, vague images floated up in his mind, which were none other than scenes from Philippian sect's main hall. At this moment, in the image, Philippian sect's main hall, white sesame-like particles kept floating off the Tanius, then disappearing into space. Among them, those who had met Beckett, like Fulton Sinclair and Douglas, emitted the most and largest white specks. Beckett saw this scene and pondered silently. Next in the scene, white specks began to emerge from Show Mountain's Cherry, Manny, and others. Moreover, the quality and size were better than those from the Tanius. These faith powers are also different. Beckett observed this scene in the air, reflecting, these guys seem to be talking about me, and I can sense their awe and reverence. Is this the source of faith power? Moreover, people who have seen me in Pergainer emit stronger faith power than those who have only heard of me. But why do Sinclair and Cherry have such a big gap? Beckett pondered again. In theory, Fulton Sinclair went through the experience of crossing the misty forest with him and witnessed countless scenes. He should be more profoundly affected. Why did Cherry and others, younger ones, have more faith power? Could it be because they were more impressed? No. A flash of inspiration struck Beckett. Young. Perhaps, more importantly, young. Could it be that the faith power of geniuses is stronger than ordinary people? Thinking this, Beckett hurriedly looked at his disciple Crystal. A human head-sized white light suddenly erupted from Crystal's head, spanning the spatial distance, directly merging into Beckett's body. At that moment, Beckett could even feel a tremor from the Creation Tower. The effect was evident. Crystal's faith power alone far exceeded the sum of everyone else in Philippian sect. This discovery thoroughly confirmed Beckett's thoughts. He roughly figured out how to absorb faith. This is forcing me to show my divinity in public. Beckett pinched his chin. Put nicely, it's called showing divinity in public. Put bluntly, isn't it forcing him to show off everywhere? No way, as someone so low-key, how could I possibly enjoy such vulgar acts like showing off? Thinking of this, Beckett was displeased, feeling his pergainerality was insulted. Then, in the next second, a small white light orb emerged from Beckett himself and was subsequently absorbed by the Creation Tower. Oh? Beckett had a baffled look on his face. What kind of strange move was this? Absorbing from himself? Was this even possible? The 9-9 Creation Tower trembled slightly. In essence, it meant stop pretending. You love showing off. Beckett's face turned grim. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself speechless after moving his lips a bit. It seemed to make sense. But then Beckett felt somewhat troubled. Being low-key has made me strong, but now it seems showing off will make me stronger. This is contradictory. Should I give up the 9-9 Creation Tower? The thought of giving up such a powerful artifact immediately chilled him. No way. How could he let go when the meat was already in the bowl? Perhaps I can show off discreetly? This idea made Beckett pause, then slowly lift his head to look at the sky. Oh, I really don't like showing off. Another small white orb was absorbed by the Creation Tower. Beckett. Forget it. Forget it. Beckett. Forget it. Forget it. As long as he became stronger, the process wasn't important. Power was what mattered most. As long as he became stronger, the process wasn't important. Power was what mattered most. So next, I can't just hide anymore. I need to figure out how to gain some faith power. How to do it. After some thought, Beckett suddenly had an idea. He opened his palm, and above it appeared a tiny black tower. Of course, this wasn't the creation tower. Rather, it was a little gadget Beckett obtained during a random sign-in. A spatial treasure, the sky-burning tower. Looking at the black tower in his hand, inspiration struck Beckett. He decided to create a similar sacred land based on the 9-9 creation tower. This was a king-level treasure, ranking above spirit treasures. After spirit treasures came mystic treasures, followed by king-level treasures. They corresponded to predestined, foundation establishment, and golden core stages respectively. In terms of value, spatial treasures were far more valuable than ordinary treasures. Even golden core experts would envy them, and foundation establishment ones would be driven mad with envy. It wasn't that Beckett didn't have better treasures to use, but possessing too valuable an item might invite trouble. Although the southern region was small, there might still be some reclusive experts lurking around. If the treasure was too precious and attracted too strong enemies, Beckett's current strength wouldn't be enough to handle it. And if the treasure's level was too low, it wouldn't suffice. This king-level sky-burning tower was just right. I need to get to work on setting this up soon. All the unused gadgets can be put inside, along with some challenges. As for whether to use Philippian sect's name, let's not think about that for now. Add a few more things here, there, and there. Alright, it feels about right. After being busy for a whole day and night, Beckett wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was finally done. Zalayan accomplished. Now it was time to wait for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 47. Storm brewing. Everything is ready, but we still need to wait for the right moment to decide where and when to place it. Beckett stared at the small black tower in her palm, playing with it casually, feeling rather pleased. Next, whether she could reap a wave of faith power would depend on how well this thing performs. On the other side, Tanya's sect's letter? Crystal looked bewildered, seemingly not quite understanding what was going on. Seeing Myra Xiaosu standing before him who didn't appear to be lying, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, our Philippian sect is one of the 10 major sects in the southern region with revered status. Where does this Tanya's sect come from? Seeing Myra Xiaosu standing before him who didn't appear to be lying, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, our Philippian sect is one of the 10 major sects in the southern region with revered status. Where does this Tanya's sect come from? Little Lord, the messenger said exactly that, claiming to be from our Tanya sect, the Battle Heaven Pavilion. Myra Xiaosu was also puzzled. Theoretically, only less powerful sects would choose to affiliate themselves with a stronger major sect, respecting them as in Tanya's sect, paying annual tribute to seek protection. Even though Philippian sect was at the bottom of the 10 major sects, it wasn't bad enough to find itself in Tanya's sect. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Both decided to consult the Tanyas. When Crystal appeared before Douglas with the letter, he noticed that the latter's smile gradually faded after reading the letter, replaced by an inexplicable gloom. Humph! Douglas's eyes turned cold as he crumpled the letter in his hand, speaking in a hostile tone. These clowns actually dare to bully us Philippian sect. What is really going on here? Crystal realized something was wrong and quickly asked. She had read the letter's contents and found it baffling. The sender seemed to speak from a high and mighty position, yet it lacked any substantial information. Overall, it felt more like a challenge or a warning. This was even more puzzling. If it were truly in Tanya's sect, wouldn't they consider it unnecessary to challenge an affiliated sect? Isn't that just finding trouble? There must be something strange going on here. I've heard of the Battle Heaven Pavilion, but it's merely a third-rate minor sect. Fulton Sinclair arrived upon hearing the news and spoke up upon seeing the situation. A third-rate minor sect? Everyone present, upon hearing these words, surprisingly did not explode with anger immediately, but instead shared a single thought. Is this Battle Heaven Pavilion tired of living, daring to provoke Philippian sect in such a manner? Even though Philippian sect has suffered the loss of its innate cultivators, and overall strength has declined, the core forces have not been significantly diminished. The sect's true elite are all on the front lines of battle. Without mentioning that, the current Philippian sect's remaining strength alone is enough to wipe out 10 Battle Heaven Pavilions. These guys must be crazy. Do they want to commit suicide? Cherry said with a bitter smile. Wang and Toner also nodded. Unless they are completely mad, this Battle Heaven Pavilion absolutely wouldn't dare to bother us Philippian sect without Arya Gainer. Even looking for death isn't done this way. So, there must be some hidden force behind this, probably the mastermind behind the scenes. I agree, Cherry concurred. Fulton Sinclair and Chaz also nodded slightly, agreeing that things were likely so. It seems someone wants to kick us while we're down, Fulton Sinclair said with a mocking smile. Fulton Hua slammed the table, suddenly standing up, a mere third-rate force, whether or not there's someone backing them. Since they dared to make a move, chop off their hands and feet. If not, I will perganorally lead a team to destroy them. Just a third-rate force, not worth worrying about. Fulton Sinclair shook his head, signaling Fulton Hua to calm down, saying slowly, at this moment, it might even be an opportunity. Now that our innate cultivators have perished, various parties are eyeing us greedily. Some forces may not be weaker than us in terms of depth, just lacking certain conditions to ascend to a one-star sect. The current situation is akin to being surrounded by ravenous wolves, all targeting Philippian sect, the injured tiger. That Battle Heaven Pavilion is most likely just the bait they've set to hook us. I suspect the original Battle Heaven Pavilion has already been secretly replaced. The real author of this letter is another party. We must understand their true intentions. Otherwise, with Philippian sect's current situation, rash actions could easily provide them with opportunities. Fulton Sinclair analyzed systematically, gaining tacit approval from those present. There is one more thing to tell everyone. After seeing everyone calm down, Sinclair spoke again. Due to the fall of the Priscilla, our sect has become weaker. Consequently, the other 10 major sects have been openly and secretly suppressing us, especially the Antonandan sect. They reduced the fixed supply of elixirs provided to us by a full 70%. Furthermore, they raised the cost by 70%. This small amount of elixirs is not enough for our sect master and others on the front lines at all. We need to find a way to resolve this issue. Currently, Philippian sect had too many problems. There was even more that Fulton Sinclair didn't say, but everyone was well aware. For a sect to continue its legacy, it needed powerful forces as a deterrent. More importantly, it required fresh, high-quality talent. But look at the current state of Philippian sect. Those who remained were mostly average outer disciples. Even worse, half of them were ordinary people. The overall strength was generally low, and there weren't many true experts either. Most were just ordinary first or second-class disciples. Those with real talent had left Philippian sect a month ago, poached by other major sects. According to investigations, over 30% were gathered by a new force called Sanshan Alliance. As the name suggests, the Sanshan alliance consisted of 3 large forces originally second only to the 10 major sects, the Josiah family, Guasho Mountain, and Arjankan Gate. Among these, the Josiah family seem to have some connection with Crystal's Myra family. The Sanshan alliance is very suspicious. I suspect they are the ones stirring up trouble behind the scenes, targeting us, Philippian sect. They probably see us in our current downturn and want to take advantage of the opportunity to replace us and become one of the new major sects in the southern region. Ever since becoming Intanya, Wang and Toner mainly took charge of the sect's intelligence system. It was hard for any moves from the various forces in the southern region to escape her notice. Now, Sinclair, Wang and Toner, Douglas, and Crystal could be considered the true decision-makers of Philippian sect. Meet force with force. As long as the other 10 major sects care about their reputation and don't act preganorally, merely uniting some secondary forces won't pose much of a threat to us. Sinclair nodded slightly after listening. Now, we just need to see how the game plays out between both sides. Based on my estimation, the other side will likely take quick action soon, gradually weakening us step by step. After all, the current Philippian sect is still quite substantial. Even if they get lucky and can swallow us, it would be like trying to eat something too big. They crack their teeth. Chapter 48: The Eager Three Mountains Alliance. Fulton's like Isidro. After leaving Philippian sect, they went straight to a newly established huge campsite. It was only dozens of miles away from the main gate of Philippian sect. Given the speed of martial artists, it would not take long to arrive there. Even slightly observant people could sense the tension and hostility in the air. When Isidro and the others arrived, there were already crowds gathered here, voices bustling with intense hostility. There were even many familiar faces, former disciples of Philippian sect who had come here after leaving the sect, at the Three Mountains Alliance camp. Haha, Adrian gang, you're here too? Someone saw Isidro and the others arriving and laughed. Isidro and his companions nodded slightly without saying much more. Please come in. The Pregainer gestured invitingly with a smile. Everyone understood. Since they were here, they were allies. As long as they contributed their efforts, they would share in the benefits of bringing down Philippian sect. Wave after wave of groups arrived one after another. Soon, several thousand cultivators gathered here, many of them formidable fighters. Some were even 7th or 8th rank cultivators. Many had rushed here from various parts of Nanyu, hoping to gain some advantage in the upcoming confrontation against Philippian sect. In the military tent, representatives from the Josiah family, Gue Tushan, and Arjankan Gate sat at the highest positions. Below, hundreds of people were seated, emitting powerful inner energies that made the air ripple. Ha ha ha, never thought that the mighty Philippian sect would meet such a fate today. It's satisfying. A scar-faced man laughed madly toward the sky. Philippian sect. My second brother merely fancied an ordinary Eliza and killed a few humans who tried to resist. Wasn't that justified? As esteemed cultivators, what's wrong with that? But Philippian sect sent an old coot out of jealousy over my handsome brother and flattened him. A Montgomery with a sharp nose sneered angrily. And me. I just happened to kill an ordinary human while drunk one day because I felt like it. But then I was hunted for hundreds of miles by an inner disciple of Philippian sect, who cut off my arm to avenge those humans. How unreagainable. Another man with a savage expression stepped forward, missing one arm. You are absolutely right. The sharp-nosed man nodded in agreement. You're right. We cultivators should be above all else. Ordinary humans are nothing but ants. Kill them. And so what if we do? Yet that damned Philippian sect always meddles in things that don't concern them. Bullying the weak. I see those Philippian sect members as ruthless killers who just found excuses to bully you. Someone snorted coldly, exposing his scarred chest, clearly having grievances with Philippian sect as well. Listening to these conversations, some former Tanias and disciples of Philippian sect winced, but they didn't bother arguing with these lunatics. After all, they were here for profit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have betrayed their sect. As for the incidents these people talked about, they felt that indeed weren't too significant. However, within the sect, there were always some picky people causing trouble, which also affected them daily. There were over 100 Philippian sect traders gathered here, all with similar intentions. Most were dissatisfied in Philippian sect. Lacking talent and harboring jealousy, they held grudges against the sect and wanted to seize this opportunity to make big gains. Not to mention, the sect supposedly stored a large quantity of high-quality elixirs. Isidro, as in Tanya, once witnessed such riches firsthand. That yellow-haired girl, who got lucky enough to become the young miss, casually pulled out a Dantex grade elixir as a gift. Elixirs, Dantex grade, handed out carelessly. How ridiculous. The sect wasted such precious treasures on her, instead of giving them to him. And Tanya, what did he do wrong? He only embezzled a little, suppressed some disciples, and collected some tributes. Isn't that normal? Why does everyone distance themselves from him and treat him unfairly? He couldn't accept it. He resented inequality more than poverty. Since Philippian sect showed no mercy, he wouldn't either. Cough, cough. Everyone, since we're all here, I'll get straight to the point. Standing on the platform, the head of the Josiah family raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Then he spoke in a clear voice. Philippian sect, as one of the top 10 sects in Nanyu, has committed countless atrocities, bullying the weak while fearing the strong, causing widespread suffering. Now it has finally received its comeuppance, which I deeply sigh over. In the past, Philippian sect was powerful with innate cultivators guarding it, leaving us oppressed civilians with no choice but to endure. We didn't dare to utter a single word of protest, or we would be killed. But now, the chief villain Valentina has fallen, and hearts are scattered. This is our chance to uphold justice for heaven. The head of the Josiah family's words struck a chord with everyone present. Well said. Philippian sect must be destroyed for its numerous wrongdoings. A group of hypocrites, preying on those weaker than us. They've been utterly detestable, and we have long wanted revenge. In an instant, emotions ran high, with many tearing up, deeply moved by the speech. Finally, someone understood them. Finally, someone showed understanding. No more living in constant fear. Suddenly, all grievances erupted at once, as if ready to die for their newfound allies. Destroy Philippian sect. Destroy Philippian sect. Destroy Philippian sect. Gradually, the cries for Philippian sect's downfall grew louder and louder. Rest assured, destroying Philippian sect is the core mission of our Three Mountains Alliance, and we will not let you down. The head of the Josiah family shouted loudly, eliciting cheers from the crowd. He nodded in satisfaction. The three men on stage exchanged glances, all smiling faintly. When it comes time to attack Philippian sect, these simple-minded fools will serve as the first wave of cannon fodder. After all, Philippian sect remains one of the top 10 sects in Nanyu. Even with the loss of innate cultivators and mass desertion of disciples, a dead camel still outweighs a horse. The sect's core strength remains intact. Years of accumulation cannot be easily overcome by mere words. Thus, it requires gathering sufficient power to ensure the upcoming attack goes without a hitch. Most of Philigian sect's elite forces are far on the front lines. The loss of innates and a large number of Tanias and disciples at home leaves them vulnerable, with no time for replenishment. This is their weakest moment. We must seize the opportunity and strike decisively. Once we capture Philigian sect and absorb its resources, the Three Mountains Alliance will become the next major force in Nanyu. By then, even if those at the front realize what's happening, we will already control Philigian sect, ready to devour them. After so many years, it's time we enjoy the benefits of being a top-tier sect. At this thought, the three burst into laughter. Their laughter seemed to ignite a fuse, filling the entire tent with deafening roars. Philigian sect seemed within reach, and some began pondering its wealth distribution. Once Philigian sect falls, how should its ill-gotten gains be divided? With enough wealth secured, how should one spend it? A significant question indeed. Considering the future prospects, many found themselves deep in thought, smiles unconsciously creeping onto their faces. Envisioning certain beautiful futures, their eager hearts could hardly wait. Chapter 49. When the great wind rises, clouds fly high. The Three Mountain Alliance made no attempt to conceal their movements. It was clear that they intended to fight a major battle, and were going to use overwhelming force. The gathering of many experts created an intimidating atmosphere that could be felt from afar. Thus, news from this side spread easily. The first to receive the news were naturally the 10 major sects. However, for various Arya gainers, no one came forward to stop them. If it were an alien race attacking Philigian sect, there would be no question. Regardless of any hidden intentions, there should at least be some show of action on the surface, even if it were just a protest or some support. But now it was an internal conflict among humans, which did not violate the 10,000 Alliance's treaty. So, all major sects, with various intentions, sat back and watched the fight like spectators, as if turning a blind eye. This attitude gave the Three Mountain Alliance great confidence. As long as the other 10 major sects didn't intervene, they were almost certain to win this battle with their strength. With over 10,000 people, mostly cultivators, even without strategy, just rushing forward relying on numbers alone could crush Philigian sect. Inside the military tent, the three major leaders suddenly received a message. Philigian sect's frontline forces are quickly reinforcing. The head of Philigian sect, though not innate, is still a peak 9th rank powerhouse. With the help of innate spiritual artifacts, he might be comparable to someone at the threshold of innate. If he joins in, it might add quite a few variables. The head of Arjankan Gate frowned, feeling a bit troubled. What's there to fear? The W of Gazaushan Mountain, Hanley, sneered coldly. To get the frontline troops back, they must take care of the entire force. Even if they hurry, it will take 2 to 3 days. By then, we will have already completely taken down Philigian sect? Yes, agreed the head of the Josiah family with a smile. But Christine is indeed quite powerful. The head of Arjankan Gate still had concerns. Christine was the current leader of Philigian sect, only one step away from fully entering the innate realm. Humph, when did the esteemed head of Arjankan Gate become so timid? Hanley said displeased. The Josiah family patriarch stepped in to mediate, smiling. No worries, don't forget, we have that Pergainer supporting us. Even if Christine comes back, she'll just add one more soul. Hee, I've seen Christine. Regardless of her strength, she is undoubtedly beautiful. Hanley thought of something, his eyes gleaming strangely. Seeing the other two weren't worried at all. The head of Arjankan Gate felt he might be overthinking things. Don't worry too much. The Josiah family patriarch smiled, saying, whatever happens, we three are all peak 9th rank powerhouses. Apart from lacking innate spiritual artifacts, we're no less than Purple Cloud. If we really meet her, we can hold out until that Pergainer takes action, ensuring Purple Cloud's demise. Besides, it's highly unlikely she'll make it back in time for this battle. What we need to consider is what happens after. At that time, with the benefits gained from capturing Philigian sect, facing that Eliza, who knows whose fate will be sealed. Listening to the Josiah family patriarch, the head of Arjankan Gate nodded slightly, acknowledging the plan. The Josiah family patriarch added, our priority this time is to capture Philigian sect as quickly as possible. Hanley laughed maliciously. Now Philigian sect has only 2 9th rank practitioners. One is in Gainer, the other is Fritz, who is nearly 100 years old with a deteriorated physical body, probably not much stronger. When the time comes, Arjankan, you hold off in Gainer, while I and old Josiah try to kill Fritz as quickly as possible. Then we'll immediately come to help you. As long as we quickly deal with these 2 9th rank, cleaning up the remaining scattered forces will be easy. Hanley chuckled coldly, licking his lips, a hint of red flashing in his eyes. A stern killing intent rolled within him endlessly. Haha, looks like old Gazaushan is almost impatient. Well, better not delay unnecessarily, rest tonight, and attack Philigian sect early tomorrow morning. The Josiah family patriarch also showed a cruel smile. So, it's settled. The head of Arjankan Gate hesitated, feeling something important was overlooked, but under the direct gaze of the two, he gritted his teeth and agreed. But deep inside, his unease grew even more. With the top brass of the Three Mountain Alliance making the decision, the subordinates naturally had nothing more to say. They became extremely excited, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Bloodthirsty eyes stared intently in the direction of Philigian sect, unable to hide the greed in their gazes, including the original Tanias and disciples of Philigian sect. At this moment, everyone's true intentions were finally revealed without concealment. Man dies for wealth, birds die for food. Everyone for themselves, heaven slays and earth exterminates. For my own path to immortality, I can only ask all fellow disciples to take the first step ahead. Adrian Gang stood quietly under the night sky, his face flickering between light and shadow. There was no trace of pity or reluctance towards the impending massacre, only excitement and agitation. The other Tanias and disciples were no different. In an instant, the entire camp became eerily quiet, devoid of any noise or curses. A solemn silence prevailed, interrupted only by occasional sharpening of weapons and heavy breathing. Everyone was waiting. As soon as the first ray of sunlight appeared in the sky, it would be the time of Philigian sect's downfall. The Three Mountain Alliance was ready to strike. Philigian sect, having received early warning, was also fully prepared. However, the development of events was slightly different from what they had anticipated. They did not expect that the other side had no intention of using any tricks, but planned to directly assault Philigian sect. This was completely different from what the Tanias had speculated. We're in big trouble. Sinclair frowned tightly when he heard that the Three Mountain Alliance intended to launch a direct attack. He massaged his temples and shook his head, saying, those leaders of the Three Mountain Alliance don't seem like fools. they should know that such a fight will only end in mutual destruction, benefiting others. Although Philippian sect now had only 200 to 300 people left in the sect, among them, there were quite a few ordinary people. But among the remaining Tanias and disciples, there were many 7th and 8th rank experts. With the help of the sect's grand array, they could defend against dozens of times their strength, even achieve a counterkill. And there were 3 9th rank cultivators. Although Crystal was newly promoted to 9th rank, in terms of combat power, he might surpass veteran 9th rank cultivators. For the enemy to dare charge over so bluntly, they must have something to rely on. Could there be an innate realm powerhouse within the 3 Mountain Alliance? Someone speculated. Sinclair shook his head. He didn't know either. According to intelligence, there wasn't one. If there really was an innate realm cultivator, the other side wouldn't go through so much trouble. They would simply send the innate realm cultivator over. With the current Philippian sect, they couldn't withstand an attack by an innate realm expert. Have those elixirs been distributed? Sinclair thought for a moment and asked. He remembered that the young sect master had somehow obtained a large quantity of high-quality elixirs, most of which were suitable for war. This was exactly what they needed now. With 10,000 elixirs, even if Crystal used some, about 9,000 remained. Giving 30 elixirs to each member of the sect would not be a problem, especially with the aid of the sect's grand array. As long as the array was intact and the spiritual energy supply unexhausted, Philippian sect would remain safe. Chapter 50. Returning home in glory. These are all high-quality elixirs, including a large number of Donlin grade ones, which belong to the legendary divine objects. Just distribute them to those disciples like this? Someone hesitated. Donlin grade elixirs weren't as common as cabbages on the roadside. He had never seen a Donlin grade elixir in his life except for this time. If we just distribute them like this, won't it be a waste? Sinclair smiled and finished talking. Seeing this, that Pergainer gritted his teeth and nodded. Indeed, such precious treasures should not be easily bestowed. It does not align with the rules of our sect. AI. Sinclair waved his hand and sighed. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be willing either. But now that we're at the brink of life and death, clinging to useless things may lead to our own demise. But still, isn't this too extravagant? Some of the disciples are ordinary people, many only having 1st or 2nd rank cultivation. That Pergainer wanted to say more. Sinclair raised his hand to stop him, looking seriously at the other Pergainer. Looking around, he spoke solemnly. Let's settle this matter. If young Nigel has no objections, then let's distribute the elixirs. After all, these are her possessions. At this point, Sinclair showed a hint of complexity and helplessness. Moreover, for these disciples to stay under such circumstances means they have endured considerable pressure, whether from family and friends, their future prospects, or even direct threats to their lives. These are truly people who care about the sect. For this Arya gainer alone, us old fellows cannot let them down. Otherwise, what difference would we have from those traitors who only think of themselves? His words carried weight. Sinclair's meaning was very clear. Since these disciples did not abandon the sect during critical times to save themselves, the sect would absolutely not let them down. These are just some elixirs. Distribute them. 30 per Pergainer, 15 ordinary ones and 15 Donlin grade ones based on their cultivation levels. At this point, there's nothing else to discuss. Eat well, drink well, and fight to the death. Since the 3 Mountain Alliance dares to challenge our Philippian sect, we will die fighting until they fear us. By the end, Sinclair's eyes were bloodshot with overflowing murderous intent. So let's fight. Douglas exhaled lightly and said decisively, fight, fight, fight. Cherry and others nodded lightly, everyone present showing solemn expressions and heightened battle spirit. Without mentioning anything else, with the supply of high-quality elixirs, their combat strength could increase by multiples. Inform everyone to use the distributed elixirs without restraint. Use them promptly. In the end, whatever can't be used shouldn't be left as spoils for the enemy. After saying this, Fulton Sinclair exhaled deeply. Ever since the young Nigel entered seclusion, major decisions in the sect have mainly fallen on him and Douglas. Wong and Toner, Cherry, and others provided support. This put immense pressure on them. However, no matter how great the pressure, they must not give in. In the library, Beckett was reading a storybook while sipping tea, completely at ease. The chaos and tension outside had no effect on him. To him, the threat from the 3 Mountain Alliance was akin to children playing house. Not worth a second thought. Currently, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. As long as he took one more step, he could attempt to perceive the Danny and condense a Danny Golden Core, achieving the rank of Golden Core Celestial Dovey. This threshold meant nothing to him. Since cultivating the true Spirit 9 transformations, Beckett had never worried about bottlenecks in cultivation. To put it bluntly, even if he lay still for millions of years, doing nothing but sleeping, he would naturally reach the legendary realm. For him, the only difference in cultivation advancement was the speed. As for the limits, he didn't know. With the increasing power, he increasingly felt the elusiveness and unpredictability of Heavenly Danny, a sense of reverence rising in his heart. It seemed that no matter what realm he reached, he would still be an insignificant mortal ant. This displeased Beckett, so he trained even harder. Now, with the supply of abundant elixirs, he was getting closer and closer to his initial small goal, becoming a Golden Core expert. Once I become a Golden Core, there will be nowhere in the southern region that can threaten me, right? We'll have to meet those guys from the Misty Forest again when the time comes. After getting kicked last time, this grudge has to be avenged. Beckett was lost in thought while enjoying himself. Suddenly, someone came to the library. It's that Alana Crystal again. Without using his divine sense, Beckett could guess who the visitor was. Now, with some of his affairs becoming known, the upper echelons of Philippian sect had begun to form vague speculations. This area around the library had virtually become a forbidden zone. Fultons and disciples usually passed by cautiously, making no noise for fear of disturbing the great expert. Only Crystal would barge in so brazenly. To be honest, spending more time with Crystal made him feel older, as if he were 70 or 80 years old. But, according to Beckett's estimation, even if he were really 70 or 80, with his cultivation, he would probably still look like he does now. His mind had aged, or rather, matured. Dovey. As soon as she entered, Crystal started shouting at the top of her lungs. What happened? Don't rush, take your time. Your master might be in seclusion. Beckett helplessly dug in his ears. This girl never changed despite all the times he told her to calm down, not having an ounce of modesty. Beckett felt like he wasn't just taking on a disciple. He was raising a daughter who would never grow up, and one who broke his heart. Is Dovey in seclusion? Crystal spotted her junior brother sitting leisurely in a recliner reading, and approached hastily. See you, slow down. The sky isn't falling. Have a cup of tea first. Beckett glanced up, then immersed himself back into the storybook. He was right in the middle of an exciting part when this girl interrupted. Junior brother, stop reading. Something big happened. Crystal finished the whole cup of tea in one gulp, and then hurriedly shook Beckett. Beckett felt utterly helpless. Because of the Three Mountain Alliance? You actually know, junior brother? I know a bit. Seeing that Beckett knew her purpose for coming, Crystal's heart, which had just sunk, lit up with hope again. Hurry, is there a way? Yes, and it's very simple. Beckett glanced at her, satisfied to see she was at peak 9th rank, indicating she hadn't slacked off in cultivation these days. What? If Philippian sect produces another innate cultivator, wouldn't that solve the problem? Beckett said indifferently. Then he pointed smilingly at Crystal. If I'm not mistaken, senior sister should already be at the limit of 9th rank. It's about time you tried advancing to innate. If you succeed, Philippian sect's crisis will be resolved immediately. Once Crystal became an innate powerhouse, her combat strength, with the advantage of innate constitution and the 2 instruments Emperor Scripture, would rival Sea-Gainerd innates. Dealing with the insignificant Three Mountain Alliance would naturally be no issue. Chapter 51. Seeking fierce warriors to guard all sides. Transcend innate? Crystal pondered over these words, doubting himself. Can I really do this? I just reached the peak of the 9th level yesterday. To transcend innate, doesn't it usually require a long period of cultivation? Crystal was clearly not confident. Beckett felt somewhat sentimental. Before they knew it, only a few short years had passed. The little kid who used to cry and beg to run to the library in search of opportunities has now achieved a certain level of cultivation. Don't worry, you can definitely make it. Beckett nodded resolutely and explained. If it were someone else, hesitation would indeed be necessary. However, you have an innate constitution. In a sense, you're already half a naturally born strong innate cultivator. Breaking through to the innate realm is just a matter of time. Seeing Crystal still wavering, Beckett added with a smile. I'll help protect you during your cultivation. Here are 5 innate pills that can assist you. As he spoke, Beckett conjured up a small jade bottle as if by magic. Inside the bottle were 5 lustrous white pills emitting a mysterious aura. Well then, I'll leave my safety to you, brother Josiah, and when this is all over, I'll bring you some good food as thanks. After hesitating for a moment, Crystal immediately took the pills and said earnestly, Got it. Beckett nodded. Let's go to the back courtyard. W has set up an array there to assist with breaking through, which will make the process smoother. These are for you. Take good care of them. On the other side, Tanya finished distributing pills to the last disciple. Under the stunned gaze of the disciple, he turned around and addressed the more than 200 disciples present, saying solemnly, You all should know that our sect is about to face an unprecedented crisis, which is both a trial and an opportunity. In just a few hours, the Three Mountains Alliance army will arrive here, and a fierce battle will surely ensue. If we win, we will rise from the ashes and remain a major power in the southern region. If we lose, we will be erased from existence. Therefore, I hope you all muster all your strength and fight for the survival of our sect. Having finished speaking, Tanya took a deep breath and asked rhetorically, Is there anyone who has any questions now? There was silence at first, but soon, an ordinary-looking outer sect disciple timidly stood up. Fulton, are these pills really for us? Even now, he felt like he was dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal. Fulton, did you make a mistake? These are Donlin grade pills. This is incredible. The other disciples also found it hard to believe, feeling both amazed and apprehensive. Could I still be dreaming? Yes, must be dreaming. Pinch me. Ow, lighter please. Hurts, not dreaming. Is this all real? In an instant, with this disciple taking the lead, murmurs spread across the entire square. Yes, these pills are for you, and you deserve them. Looking at these youthful faces and their expressions of shock, Tanya's expression softened slightly. He said earnestly, You stayed during the sect's difficult times, regardless of the Arya Gainer. The sect cannot let you down. These pills are intended to boost your strength and help you recover. Do not hesitate to use them during the upcoming battle. If anyone dares to leave even one pill as spoils of war, they will be a sinner against the entire Philippian sect. By the end of his speech, Tanya's tone had become stern. Being Tanya who often interacts with lower-ranking disciples, he understood their mindset. They usually hesitate to use valuable items. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but with a major battle imminent, such hesitation cannot be allowed. Think about the Arya Gainers why you stayed. Think about your future and ideals. Think about your families. Think about the sect that has nurtured you. In this battle, everyone must be in top form and give it everything you've got. Looking at the pills in their hands, all the remaining disciples felt a complex mix of emotions. Regardless of the Arya Gainers, by staying, they all harbored some expectations and responsibilities towards the sect. They felt that they couldn't just walk away, even if they were only insignificant outer sect servants. They also wanted to contribute their humble strength to the sect in return for its years of nurturing. They never expected to receive any benefits. But now, looking at the pills in their hands, legendary Donlin grade divine pills, these treasures were something an ordinary Pergainer would never see in a lifetime. Now, they lay quietly in their palms, and there was more than just one. In that moment, everyone felt the trust and value the sect placed in them, as if they could see expectant gazes directed toward them. A burning passion surged in their hearts. Everyone lifted their heads and puffed out their chests simultaneously. There was only one thought in their minds, unanimous without prior agreement. We will not disappoint the sect's expectations in this battle. The Three Mountains Alliance. The army had long been poised below Philippian sect's mountain, ready to strike at dawn, annihilating Philippian sect. At this very moment, inside the main military tent, the 3 major figures who had wielded power during the day, W. Josiah, Guizhu, and the head of our Janken Gate. Now they all stood respectfully at the lower end, paying respects to a Josie. All 3 were peak 9th level cultivators and leaders of the Three Mountains Alliance. Regardless of strength or status, there were few who deserved such solemn treatment. Across the entire southern region, there might be very few. Yet at this moment, this Josie simply standing there, emitting not the slightest bit of aura, made these 3 people tremble with fear, daring not to overstep in the slightest. You have done well. You are still of some use. The Josie turned around, her gaze coldly falling on the 3 figures below, as if looking at ants. But this kind of gaze did not stir any dissatisfaction in the 3. They even dared not breathe loudly. For no other Arya Gainer, the Pergainer before them was a true innate powerhouse. And not just any innate. One of the 2 grand Dovies of Inyang sect, the Een Dovi Tatum, a super powerhouse at 7th level innate. With just a wave of her hand, she could obliterate them completely. Reporting to your excellency, the army has been assembled, totaling more than 20,000, with over 8,000 cultivators, all ready to attack Philippian sect at any moment. Should we launch the attack immediately? W. Josiah stepped forward and respectfully asked. There's no need to rush. Proceed according to your own plan. As long as you achieve the goal, there will be ample rewards. The Josie responded indifferently. She had already investigated and found that the young W likely perished in Beast Taming Mountain, but when she visited there, she found nothing she wanted. Further investigation revealed that several survivors from Beast Taming Mountain had taken refuge in Pavilion sect, and on that day, Pavilion sect had once visited Beast Taming Mountain. If they could capture some people, perhaps they could find what they needed. Coinciding with Adrian's death, Pavilion sect lacked an innate powerhouse to defend it. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily weak. Thus, she took the opportunity to plan this operation against Pavilion sect. As long as she obtained what she desired, the destruction of a single Pavilion sect would mean nothing to her. Chapter 52. Blood rain pours and morale rises. As tensions reached a boiling point between the two sides, mysterious figures leaped from one concealed spot to another within the dense forest. Some hid among the lush branches of trees, some lurked behind massive boulders, some crouched in the grass, and others stood openly atop pavilions. All their eyes were fixed on the direction of Pavilion sect. The sky there seemed unusually dark, as if a heavy rainstorm was slowly brewing and about to pour down. Pavilion sect, one of the 10 great sects, once basked in glory. Who would have thought it would come to this? The world is unpredictable indeed. While Pavilion sect has long occupied its place among the 10 great sects with profound depth, the Three Mountains Alliance is no easy opponent. A fierce battle between them is inevitable. With the fall of Pavilion sect's innate master, they've lost their strongest card. The Three Mountains Alliance's numbers are overwhelming. It's hard to say which side holds the advantage. Pity, no matter who wins today, it will be a loss for our human race, truly tragic. In secret, voices murmured low and softly. Some were excited, others disdainful. These were informants from various factions who had heard the news and rushed here to witness the confrontation. Neither Pavilion sect nor the Three Mountains Alliance paid attention to these people. On one hand, they were few in number and couldn't significantly influence the outcome. On the other hand, both sides needed these spies to establish authority and declare dominance after victory. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountains beneath began to tremble, drawing everyone's gaze with grave expressions. A dry voice spoke. It's starting. Looking up, they saw a faint light appearing in the eastern sky. The gathered forces of the Three Mountains Alliance sprang into action, moving like a black behemoth towards the dawn's light. Leading the charge were the three major figures, Clifton Josiah, Gue Jose, and Dovey of Arjankin Gate. Three-peak ninth-rank powerhouses, the Three Mountains Alliance's openly recognized strongest. Within the ranks, a shadowy figure occasionally flashed by, undetected amidst the swirling elemental energies. Clifton Josiah, who was standing ready, suddenly perked his ears. He received a message from Isaiah. Directly launch a large-scale attack on Pavilion sect's main gate. Once you're fully engaged, I'll take the opportunity to infiltrate Pavilion sect's interior and break their formation. Clifton Josiah's face lit up. Pavilion sect's defensive formation, when fully operational, could even hold back ordinary innates, the greatest obstacle on this mission. Now he needn't worry about that. While the formation could withstand ordinary innates, it couldn't block Isaiah, a late-stage innate superpowerhouse. Sir, why don't you join us directly? With your strength backing us, we can take Pavilion sect in the shortest time possible? Clifton Josiah asked, intrigued. It's not that simple, Isaiah continued via telepathy. There are many scouts from other great sects around. If I reveal myself, my aura might be recognized, causing trouble. After all, the Alliance's rules forbid unprovoked attacks on other great sections. Therefore, I can only assist secretly. The rest depends on you. I see. Then sir, just break through the formation, and we'll handle the rest. We won't disappoint you. Clifton Josiah assured confidently. Excellent. Let's begin. Clifton Josiah nodded slightly, and gave a signal to the two beside him. Gue Jose and Dovey of Arjankin Gate understood, exchanging a glance. The next moment, their auras erupted simultaneously. The three-peak ninth-rank presences made the entire world seem to choke. Dovey of Arjankin Gate shouted loudly, without any hesitation or chatter. Today, we carry out heaven's will and destroy Pavilion sect. Brothers, follow me in charge. With that, he led the charge straight toward Pavilion sect's main gate, followed closely by Clifton Josiah and Gue Jose. Their auras exploding, the already vigilant Pavilion sect disciples braced for battle. Charge. Brothers, charge. Destroy Pavilion sect and carry out heaven's will. Carry out heaven's will. Roars filled with excitement burst forth, shaking the heavens and causing the entire mountain range to tremble. The cries rose and fell like waves. The massive army surged forward like a flood of black ants, madly sweeping toward Pavilion sect. Their momentum suggested they aimed to crush Pavilion sect in one relentless push. Activate the protective formation. Fulton Sinclair had anticipated this scene and issued orders without any hurry, straightforwardly, without any probing or hesitation. Seeing the enemy charge over, Sinclair immediately ordered the activation of the Great Formation. The disciples who had been on standby shouted in unigainer as their scattered figures linked together, forming a unified front. In an instant, before the Three Mountains Alliance's forces could close in, mysterious and profound runes cascaded down from the sky like waterfalls, forming a roaring river of spirit energy that stood between the two sides. Aya! No, no! Help, I don't want to die. Why me? Why am I the first? You old villain Josiah tricked me. Immediately, countless members of the Three Mountains Alliance who couldn't retreat in time, slammed into the river of spirit energy, resulting in Han Jiao Sung Hershuro Hung Fei Jing Sheng. Humph, cannon fodder is meant to die. Witnessing this, Clifton Josiah showed no trace of regret or guilt. Instead, a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. The purpose of the first wave was to deplete the energy of Pavilion sect's grand formation, as well as the spirit energy of its disciples. Once their spirit energy was exhausted, the formation would naturally lose its power. At that point, with no protective formation to shield them, Pavilion sect's Tanius and disciples would be nothing but fish on a chopping board, left to be butchered at will. Charge forward. No retreat. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. With one slash, Guizhu split a Braxton rank cultivator trying to escape into two, revealing a cruel smile as he laughed aloud. Aya! With the protective formation ahead and three ninth rank experts blocking the retreat path behind. For a moment, many cultivators caught between these two forces found themselves trapped with nowhere to go, leading to heavy casualties even as they hesitated. In just a few breaths, hundreds were dead or wounded. If this continued, within half an hour, almost everyone here would be dead. At this critical juncture, one Pregainer who found himself in dire straits looked back, his head pounding with rage. He saw that the disciples of the Josiah family, Guay Mountain, and Arjankan Gate all stood where they were, watching coldly with disdainful smiles, showing no intention of rushing to help. When they noticed him looking, they even deliberately raised their middle fingers, mocking and sneering. We've been tricked. This cultivator suddenly realized, but it was too late. The next second, a ruthless surge of spirit energy flashed by, sending his severed head flying high, his dimming eyes filled with intense regret and venom. Aya! I don't want to die. Let me back. I regret it. The damn Three Mountains Alliance tricked us. I won't accept this. I can't accept this. As a ghost, I won't let you off either. Three Mountains Alliance. I swear I'll kill all of you in my next life. Fellow Danius of Philippian sect, please open the formation and let us in. We promise not to attack you. Let's unite against the Three Mountains Alliance. Fulton. It's me. I'm a Philippian sect disciple. Don't kill me. Immediately after, waves of agonizing screams came one after another, growing louder and louder, shaking the entire valley. On the other side, both Philippian sect and the Three Mountains Alliance watched this unfold with cold eyes, not uttering a word, showing no mercy to those being slaughtered. Chapter 54. Hey, this formation is quite persistent. My talent has improved. This disciple's face was covered in black dirt, but his eyes shone brightly amidst the mist. For so many years, I've always been ridiculed for my low talent and weak cultivation. Now, everything will be different. At this moment, this disciple finally regained confidence and stood tall with his head held high. I can't waste time. Continue cultivating. Casually sensing the external attacks, he found them to be nothing out of the ordinary. The disciple quickly seized the opportunity to continue cultivating. He had a premonition that if he used up all these pills, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. From then on, he would also become one of the dazzling geniuses. It wasn't just him. The other 200+ disciples, even those who were ordinary people, experienced significant improvements in their physical constitutions after consuming the Danlun-grade medicinal pills. A disciple who swallowed a Danlun-grade rejuvenation pill felt a surge of vitality within his body, causing his hair to grow at a visible rate. Even the gruesome wound on his arm, which exposed bone, was rapidly healing. More astonishingly, some severed limbs were slowly regenerating. The efficacy of these Danlun-grade medicinal pills far exceeded everyone's expectations. Blah. A disciple who took the medicinal pill suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood due to unstable internal energy, nearly entering the state of chi deviation. Even if he stopped in time, his entire meridian system was ruined. Ordinarily, this disciple would have felt utterly hopeless and thought about committing suicide. But now, after consuming the Danlun-grade rejuvenation pill, his flesh was filled with immense vitality, and it was only a small matter that all his meridians were severed. Darn, they broke again. Quickly reshape them. The current meridians still can't withstand the speed of inner force circulation. It's just 10 times faster, and they can't handle it yet. How weak I am. One disciple frowned upon discovering that his meridians had broken again. Before he could react, he felt warmth throughout his body, and the broken meridians were restored and became even tougher and wider. Good, much stronger. Seeing his meridians fully recovered, this disciple happily continued cultivating, even attempting to strike acupoints he previously dared not touch. For example, the conception and governor vessels. If it were an ordinary pergainer, let alone increasing the circulation speed tenfold, even doubling it would cause death. However, after consuming the Danlun-grade rejuvenation pill, boundless vitality surged within him. Any injury short of instant death would be healed within a few breaths. Severed meridians were indeed a trivial matter. The rejuvenation pill's effect is quite good, but the cultivation speed is still somewhat slow. Well, let's take another essence-gathering pill. Some disciples consumed multiple types of medicinal pills consecutively. The rejuvenation pills continuously repaired injured meridians and dantian, while the essence-gathering pills provided an endless supply of spiritual energy, and the explosive chi pills increased the speed of inner force circulation. Under the combined effects of several pills, the strength of all the disciples increased sharply. For a moment, they almost forgot about the enemies attacking from outside. They all focused on breaking through their realms. As for the sect protection formation, they only needed to dedicate a bit of attention to it. After all, there were only 3 9th rank experts outside with weak attacks. Such a minor matter was not worth delaying their cultivation. Don't tell me I'm slow again. Haha, I've already broken through to 3rd rank, faster than you. 2 competing disciples glanced at each other. Though their mouths didn't admit it, both saw the joy in each other's eyes. One disciple, originally just an ordinary pergainer, thought he would never have the chance to cultivate in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, after swallowing a Danlun-grade medicinal pill, it forcibly refined his body and changed his talent. He transformed from a mediocre disciple with poor talent into a genius renowned among major sects. His cultivation soared like a kite, climbing swiftly through the ranks. Within less than half an incense stick's duration, he went from an ordinary youth incapable of tying a chicken to a 2nd-rank cultivator, and his strength continued to rise. Another disciple, similarly, was originally a bottom-tier 1st-rank outergate disciple. Now his cultivation skyrocketed, making him a 3rd-rank cultivator. Such cultivation standards placed him solidly in the mid-rank among all disciples. Such rapid progress and strength were things they wouldn't have dared dream about in the past. But now, their dreams had suddenly come true. The excitement in their hearts was unimaginable. Not only these 2 disciples, but the other 200+ disciples were also in the same state. More than 100 ordinary people's cultivation levels jumped directly, reaching 2nd rank or even 3rd rank in the blink of an eye, matching the strength of ordinary innergate disciples. And the disciples who originally had 3rd rank cultivation levels directly approached the Fulton level. The highest one had already reached the 5th rank level. As for the Fultons, their progress was not as significant as that of the disciples, but they all improved by nearly 1 rank. 7th rank became 8th rank, and 8th rank advanced to 9th rank. Fulton's Chaz, Sinclair, and several other 8th rank cultivators all became 9th rank powerhouses. Even among the top 10 sects in the southern region, a 9th rank cultivator could be considered on par with the head of a sect, capable of being the pillar of a sect. Looking across the entire southern region, short of innate realm experts, they were truly the strongest. The Tanius looked at each other, first falling silent, then bursting into laughter toward the sky. Heaven blesses our Philippian sect. Ha ha ha, this Daryl has become a 9th rank. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. The Tanius showed various expressions, some sighing, others with complex looks. In short, everyone wore an indescribable joy on their faces, looking at the disciples breaking through one after another, feeling incomparably elated. Originally, they thought that with the loss of numerous disciples, Philippian sect's overall strength would enter a low point. But unexpectedly, those countless Donlin-grade pills gave them a huge surprise. This surprise came too suddenly, making them feel like they were living in a dream, with a faint sense of unreality. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a mysterious wave spread out, causing the surrounding natural energy to simmer. Sinclair and others exchanged glances, immediately widening their eyes, trembling with excitement, vaguely guessing something. Yet they felt this idea was too absurd, to the point where everyone looked at each other, no one daring to voice it. Then, a loud laugh rang out. This Daryl today achieves the innate realm. It's Joseph Gaynor. Fulton. He actually broke through to the innate realm. Before the crowd could rejoice, another terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, no less powerful than the previous one. Ha, achieving the innate realm is nothing to be surprised about. Let's do it together. It's Fulton Fritz. Another innate. Heaven, am I dreaming? Ha ha ha, our Philippian sect is rising. 2 innates, unprecedented. Too good, this is too good. For a moment, within Philippian sect, 2 terrifying auras echoed, the natural energy churning continuously. In an instant, the entire world seemed to boil. 2 innates, and Gaynor, Fritz. These 2 had been 9th rank Tanius, but today they broke through to the innate realm directly. Such an event had never occurred in the history of Philippian sect. Philippian sect is really rising. Some even wept tears of joy. With the birth of 2 innates, the pressure brought by the 3 Mountains Alliance instantly vanished. Chapter 55. Trust me, this is their last gasp. 2 individuals with innate power emerged as if they were ghosts, enveloped by the forces of heaven and earth. The overwhelming presence of 2 innate powers pressed down on everyone present, making it hard to breathe. Despite this, the joy on everyone's faces was evident. Ha ha ha, after so many years. I thought I would die in my 9th rank realm. Never did I think that I'd have a chance to experience this pinnacle. Well said, well said. Old man, congratulations. The same to you, mutual celebration indeed. Fulton's and Gaynor and Fritz exchanged glances, laughing madly toward the sky. With 1 step into the innate realm comes 200 years of life. Another century of living. How could this not bring joy? Especially Fulton Fritz, who was already half-foot in the grave, unexpectedly found a resurgence of vitality, advancing further, successfully stepping into the coveted innate realm sought by countless martial artists. Congratulations and admiration. The Donlin Great Elixir, truly deserving its name as an elixir that seizes the essence of heaven and earth. Its efficacy is extraordinary, truly remarkable. After breaking through to the innate realm, Gaynor felt that everything about the world had changed. Every movement caused the power of heaven and earth to burst forth, far surpassing the 9th rank strength. Strongly agree. Fulton Fritz nodded slightly, showing his agreement. With the birth of these 2 innates, everyone in Philippian sect was both surprised and deeply impressed. Alessio, Fulton, Missouri. This? Douglas's plump body trembled, pulling out several beard hairs without caring about the pain, eager to confirm the answer. Innate. These are innate level experts. 2 actually appeared at once. It's unbelievable. How long has it been since a new innate expert appeared in the entire southern domain, with tens of millions of people? It must be several decades, right? On average, nearly every 30 or 40 years a new innate appears. Each emergence is a significant event for the whole southern domain, even causing the top 10 sects to pay their respects. The deterrent power of a single innate is immense. Provoking an innate expert, even for a level of power like the top 10 sects, is a nightmare. Without mishap, they would desperately try to court them rather than offend. Back then, Philippian sect was able to deter the southern domain for decades just because it had Anton Lautai, a near-dead innate, guarding. They dared not provoke in any way. Now, the 3 Mountains Alliance attacked only after confirming Philippian sect's innate expert was dead, emboldening them. Otherwise, even if Anton Lautai had just a breath left, no one would dare make a move. Haha, just a stroke of luck. Barely stepped into the first stage of the innate realm, haven't even consolidated yet. Barely can be considered entering the first stage of innate? Joseph Gaynor laughed, clearly in high spirits. Haha, I also consider myself at the first stage. Not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. Fulton Fritz feigned modesty, but his face couldn't help but bloom into a wide grin. They really made it to the innate realm? And both at once? Douglas felt as if a huge piece of pie had fallen on his head, dazed and mumbling as if drunk. His face flushed, smiling involuntarily. So wonderful, truly wonderful. Not just Douglas, everyone present was stunned by the appearance of the 2 innates. Fire Fulton and others immediately jumped up excitedly. Unable to contain their joy, they almost burst. They began frantically channeling spiritual energy into the formation, slaughtering the invading enemies outside, roaring madly, appearing utterly insane. Philippian sect, another innate? Cherry and Manny exchanged glances, heaving a sigh of relief while their eyes showed mixed emotions. With such formidable foes now, the emergence of 2 more innates from Philippian sect was undoubtedly a great blessing. But as they rejoiced, they couldn't help feeling a bit envious. They couldn't help it. This is the innate realm, a true pillar of the southern domain, capable of leading a sect. An innate alone, as long as they are alive, is the greatest deterrent, ensuring a century of prosperity for the sect. One couldn't help but marvel at Philippian sect's thick fortune. Originally, after Anton Lautai's fall, Philippian sect, though not going down the path of Beast Control Mountain, was expected to decline for some time, enduring for a few years. But unexpectedly, in a blink, within just a few months, Philippian sect's strength skyrocketed, not only showing no sign of decline, but becoming even stronger. Even unprecedented in Philippian sect's history, having 2 innates presiding over the sect at the same time. Don't forget, there's also younger sister Myra. She has a congenital constitution, so breaking through to the innate realm is a certainty. Suddenly, someone sighed with an ambiguous meaning. Upon hearing these words, Cherry and the others were once again taken aback. Yes, there's still Crystal with her congenital constitution. She is destined to become innate. Now, Crystal's cultivation has already reached the peak of 9th rank, not far from breaking through. As long as she breaks through, Philippian sect will have 3 innates presiding over it at the same time. Only a 2-star sect like Wuxing sect could possibly compare. Moreover, when Crystal breaks through, her combat power will rival veteran innates. Her deterrent power will likely surpass even the former Anton Lautai. The more they thought about it, the more envious and admiring they became. If Beast Control Mountain had such luck, Dovey wouldn't have died. Cherry sighed. Fulton's sister, the past is past. Now we are part of Philippian sect. Manny comforted for a few moments before turning excitedly and saying, besides, this time we've gained significantly, with our strength greatly enhanced. I'm already 7th rank. Philippian sect didn't treat them poorly at all. All the required elixirs were given to them without any discrimination, treating them completely like their own. With the help of the elixirs, the already formidable members of Beast Control Mountain saw their combat power skyrocket. Almost everyone was above 5th rank. Cherry, leading the way, had already reached 8th rank. A few elixirs saved them at least 10 years of hard cultivation. Very good. The past is the past. Drowning in pain serves no purpose. Only by becoming stronger can we avenge our dovies. Thinking about the future, it was still very promising. Among all present, probably the only one unaffected was Sinclair. Thanks to the power of the elixirs, Sinclair had successfully reached 9th rank and advanced quite far on that path. Having experienced the might of Foundation establishment, Sinclair felt that facing the pressure from the two new innate Tanias was nothing much. It was average, not even comparable to the scraps of the Venerable's aura. Seeing Douglas discussing with the two newly promoted innates whether more innates could be created using the remaining elixirs, Sinclair impatiently shouted towards them. Don't think too much. Old Crosby and Old Amo accumulated strength for many years, almost reaching breakthrough. The elixirs were just a catalyst. They're still fighting outside. Solve it quickly. I need to enter closed-door cultivation. He still hadn't completely refined a large amount of pure medicinal power left in his body. These guys were dragging their feet. Did they want him to get back to cultivation soon or not? As for forcing someone to become innate using elixirs, dream on. Although these elixirs were of high quality, they were generally of lower tier for people of their caliber. They did work, but not nearly as well as they would for ordinary disciples. However, they were comparable to most yellow-grade elixirs, crucially having fewer impurities and being easier to absorb. But that was all. Their efficacy was far from the transformative powers seen in ordinary disciples. No way, they were simply too powerful. Here, Philippian sect members were happily boosting their strength. 200 disciples all advanced, and 2 innate experts emerged. Outside, unable to clearly see inside the Great Formation, they could only guess based on vague observations. Keep it up, put in more effort. They must be running out of steam. Head of Clan Josiah panted heavily, still pushing hard to attack the formation. Really? Ghost Campbell wasn't in much better shape, pale-faced. As for the Heavenly Gate Nigel, he was even worse, panting so hard his tongue was hanging out, barely breathing in more than out, speaking with evident weakness and intermittence. Old Josiah, old Ghost, I can't keep going. My internal energy is almost gone. I want to rest a bit. Head of Clan Josiah glared. Rest? How can we? Trust me, there are many of us and we're strong. Those Philippian sect guys must be half dead by now, waiting for us to slack off. Absolutely cannot stop. Chapter 56 Josiah Juju is this confident. Lord Josiah Juju and his companions faced the grand array. With a rumbling sound, they unleashed a frenzied bombardment, their expressions gradually changing, from initial excitement to sneering, and then to doubting their existence. Slowly, a doubt spontaneously surfaced in the hearts of the thousands present. That is, they had been bombarding it for hours on end. Why hadn't the grand array been breached yet? The 3 9th-rank powerhouses were still fine. After all, their cultivation was formidable, and they could barely hold on. But those below weren't so lucky. Most were only at the 1st or 2nd rank. Many were killed by the backlash of the grand array. Even more were injured. Gradually, some people began to want to retreat. A bunch of fools. Meddlers who can't accomplish anything. Lord Josiah Juju noticed someone quietly retreating and instantly became displeased, fury blazing within him. He swung his hand. With a single palm strike, he sent flying those who wanted to flee, and roared, Today, if we don't break the grand array, I'll see who dares to withdraw. Don't blame me for being unforgiving. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of those who had turned to flee changed abruptly, their eyes wide with horror. Lord Josiah Juju let out a cold snort. His palm struck repeatedly, bursts of formidable internal energy erupted, like rapid-fire arrows from a powerful bow, each attack causing the air to tremble and hum. Ah! In an instant, blood splattered and screams filled the air in some parts of the battlefield. A group of people trying to sneak away were directly killed on the spot by Lord Josiah Juju. Having done this, Lord Josiah Juju expressionlessly flicked his hand, slowly sweeping his gaze over everyone present. Those caught in that icy stare shuddered one after another, hastily lowering their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Cursing inwardly, most already regretted coming to assist. By now, anyone with any sense could tell what was happening. This man was clearly using them as cannon fodder. Though many had come for profit, when compared to their lives, that small benefit seemed trivial. However, despite their dissatisfaction, they could only grit their teeth and charge forward. No one dared to secretly escape anymore, because they discovered that numerous core disciples of the 3 Mountains Alliance were surrounding them, watching them like prey. There was no doubt that should they dare to run, their fates would be extremely miserable. For a moment, everyone angrily cursed the 3 Mountains Alliance for lacking righteousness, but who had let greed cloud their judgment, insisting on creating trouble for Philippian sect, thinking that since Philippian sect had declined, they could take advantage and feast on the leftovers, leaving unscathed. Yet, the course of events was clearly different from what they had hoped for. Even though Philippian sect had declined, it was absolutely not something they could provoke casually. Now, having lost thousands of lives, they finally understood this. Regret filled their hearts, but it was too late. Having boarded the pirate ship, they could only follow the dark path to its end. Seeing that no one was slacking off or trying to escape anymore, Lord Josiah Juju's expression slightly improved. Coldly watching batch after batch of subordinates rush to their deaths, Lord Josiah Juju sneered. Truly a pack of scum bones. Knowing this now, why didn't you think about it before? Haha, these brainless fools actually thought they could manipulate us, making us fight Philippian sect until both sides were weakened, thus giving them a chance to gain advantages. It's sheer fantasy, naive and foolish. Gue Jose and W.R. Jenkins did not feel the slightest dissatisfaction with Lord Josiah Juju's slaughter of his subordinates. Hearing this, they all nodded slightly. They still have some value. At least they can help us wear down Philippian sect strength. They die with some meaning, Gue Jose said with a cold smile. Then, disregarding this matter, he furrowed his brow looking at the Philippian sect grand array, which showed no sign of weakening after such prolonged attacks. Philippian sect, even without any innate abilities, it's still so hard to breach. A tough bone indeed. But it's merely thrashing about in its dying moments. The 3 9th-rank powerhouses stopped their hands, starting to recover their internal energy. It couldn't be helped. They truly couldn't keep up any longer. Fortunately, there were enough cannon fodders. Otherwise, today would have been quite troublesome. Lord Josiah Juju mumbled, his gloomy eyes staring at the shimmering grand array, feeling somewhat disheartened. I didn't expect Philippian sect to be so willing. Willing? Willing for what? Gue Jose and W.R. Jenkin, who had become somewhat agitated due to their inability to breach the Grand Array for a long time, cast glances when they heard Lord Josiah Juju's mumbling. W.R. Jenkin was even more puzzled, asking, "Old Josiah, what are you talking about?" At this point, could the Philippian sect still have any trump cards? Do I need to spell it out? Lord Josiah Juju's expression was blank, his eyes narrowing. The situation is already very clear. With Philippian sect's limited manpower, the spiritual energy provided wouldn't be enough to sustain the Grand Protective Array for this long. So there's only one explanation. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Lord Josiah Juju grunted. Philippian sect must have started burning its sect's spirit vein. Burning the spirit vein? That makes sense. W.R. Jenkins suddenly understood. Gue Jose also nodded. That explains why the Grand Protective Array has been holding on so tenaciously. By burning the spirit vein, Philippian sect is setting itself up for a last stand. As everyone knew, a spirit vein was the lifeline of a sect. Once it lost its spirit vein, the sect would cease to exist. Philippian sect was going all in. It's merely drinking poiganer to quench thirst. Lord Josiah Juju sneered indifferently. Those people are probably trying to delay time until Catherine and her team return from the front lines, but they've miscalculated. Not to mention, even if Catherine and her team come, it won't make any difference. Besides, even if they manage to buy time, a low-grade spirit vein, no matter how much it burns, can only hold on for so long. I bet that with half a day at most, the Grand Array will surely fall. Lord Josiah Juju was confident. Philippian sect was doomed to be destroyed today, regardless of who came. He said so himself. Let them struggle a bit longer. It's a pity for that low-grade spirit vein. Gue Jose shook his head regretfully. Only W.R. Jenkin had a vague intuition that something wasn't right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He could only murmur to himself, "Why do I always feel uneasy, as if disaster might strike at any moment? Could this just be my imagination?" The faint premonition was intermittent and unclear. Soon, W.R. Jenkin shook his head and stopped thinking about it, deciding it must be an illusion. Their forces were dozens of times larger than Philippian sect's, and they had an innate powerhouse secretly supporting them. How could anything go wrong? It must be because he was too tired recently and hadn't rested well. It had to be that. Gradually, W.R. Jenkin stopped worrying, turning instead to eagerly anticipate the scene of Philippian sect's downfall in 2 days. His smile gradually widened. Then he imitated Lord Josiah Juju, glaring ahead and shouting loudly, "Hurry up! Give it your all! Philippian sect can't hold on much longer. Whoever dares to slack off will be executed without mercy." Upon hearing this, the bursts of internal energy became even more intense. W.R. Jenkin nodded approvingly. Surprisingly, commanding people feels pretty good. Over 100 miles away from Philippian sect. Hurry up! The sect can't hold on much longer. Eliza, with delicate features, led a large group anxiously heading towards Philippian sect. This was none other than W. Catherine and her team, who received the message and rushed back urgently to support Philippian sect. Chapter 57. Why hasn't the array been broken yet? Time passed. Half a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Philippian sect. My cultivation is almost consolidated. It's about time to deal with those troubles outside. Joseph Gaynor, since breaking through to the innate stage, seemed to have his vigor and spirit return to their peak. His once completely white hair had gradually turned black. I've been waiting for you. Fulton Fritz stood up at some point and now gazed eagerly. It's time to show the Three Mountain Alliance what Philippian sect is capable of. Not only were the two innate Tanias ready, but the rest of the sect members also looked invigorated. Seeing the two innates stand up caused ripples of excitement among everyone. Are we finally going to launch a counterattack? We've been treated like turtles for so long, and I'm sick of it. Let's fight our way out and show them what we're made of. Everyone was visibly excited, rolling up their sleeves and exchanging determined glances. The past couple of days have been unbearable. A prestigious sect among the top 10 in the southern region being besieged by a few minor sects at its front gate. This humiliation was about to be avenged. The damn fools, they'll regret ever opposing us this time, someone said, seething with murderous intent. While most were fired up, a small number remained hesitant. Looking outside, one of them hesitated. Just like that? There are still thousands of them, more than 10 times our number, and most of them have cultivation. If we go head to head, even if we win, there will surely be heavy casualties. Yes, we could continue to rely on the protective array and wait until the sect W returns for a pincer attack, another Pergainer suggested. That wasn't without merit. Still waiting? Someone got upset, hands on hips and pointing out the door, shouting, "These bastards are attacking right at our doorstep. You can endure this, but I can't. Besides, we have two innate Fultons backing us. What's there to fear?" But, there's no but about it. This time, it was Sinclair who spoke. He glanced at the hesitant disciples and sternly stated, "Not even considering the two innate Fultons, even with these 200 people here, who among us is below the Braxton rank, to be afraid of facing first or second rank cultivators, how can we call ourselves a major sect?" Sinclair's expression was serious. As disciples of a major sect, it's not just talk. Having the courage to fight and the belief in victory is crucial. He swept his gaze around, pausing on those retreating disciples. Each disciple caught in his gaze lowered their heads shamefully. Sinclair continued, "While we may be fewer in number, our combined strength makes us fully capable of a fight. And with two innate powerhouses leading us, if we hesitate now, how can we expect you to face even fiercer and more ruthless enemies in the future?" Mentioning those enemies, all eyes widened and bodies trembled slightly from fear. Seeing this reaction, Sinclair snorted coldly and continued, "Is this the mindset of a major sect disciple? Many of you were previously outer sect disciples or even servants, and there's a Arya Gaynor for that. You lack the fierce resolve to push forward even when faced with death. Today is your first test. If you can't step up now, why bother cultivating? Just go back home and farm." Sinclair roared out this speech, his voice harsh. It left the disciples with complex expressions, mixing fear and intense unwillingness. Their faces flickered, many struggling within themselves. After a while, Sinclair watched them and spoke calmly. "Now, those willing to join the battle, step forward. Remember, despite the innates backing us, swords and spears don't distinguish friends from foes. Be prepared for casualties. If you choose to fight, you must accept the possibility of death." Hearing this, some who were about to step forward hesitated momentarily, but then, as if recalling something, they clenched their teeth, stepped firmly, and moved forward. Fulton is right. Afraid of death and still want to cultivate? How can you expect rewards without sacrifices? I, Theo, am willing to fight for the sect. Next, a robust youth stepped forward with determined eyes. Good. Sinclair glanced at him approvingly. I am also willing to fight. For the sect. Fight. Damn it, if I die, so be it. Birds fly toward heaven when they die, and living 10,000 years if they don't. What's there to fear? Count me in. Soon, everyone stood forward. The moment they took that step, everyone seemed to heave a sigh of relief, as if something had changed within them. For the sect. With even more resolute gazes, someone started the chant, and instantly everyone roared in unigainer. For the sect. For the sect. For the sect. From afar, the Tanius watching this scene nodded lightly, smiling. Although Fulton Adalberto's words were a bit extreme, overall the effect is quite good. These disciples who stayed during the sect's crisis are already determined in heart. This response isn't surprising. These are the future of the sect. It doesn't matter if their aptitude is lacking. What matters most is having the heart of a powerful practitioner. Their aptitude isn't bad either. After all, you saw the miraculous effects of those pills with your own eyes. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Haha. The Tanius chatted, their aura gradually rising, permeated with killing intent. Since everything was ready, it was time for a decisive battle. In the library, Beckett, who was swaying while reading, suddenly glanced out the window and smiled slightly. Is it about to start? He then glanced at his disciple who was in closed meditation for a breakthrough. Good. This can serve as a test for you from your master. With Beckett's 8th rank foundation building strength, his divine sense already enveloped the entire Philippian sect, even observing the Three Mountain Alliance. Alana, hidden among the crowd, had naturally been locked onto by him. The aria gainer he hadn't acted yet was to give his disciple a test. Simultaneously, it served as some tempering for Philippian sect. After all, he wasn't Philippian sect's nanny. He couldn't intervene every time a trivial matter arose. As Beckett pondered, Crystal, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly felt the power of heaven and earth around him churn ceaselessly, faintly forming a vast ice and fire domain. He's breaking through? Beckett's mind stirred, revealing a delighted look. Just 1 second later, fierce winds abruptly raged throughout the library, and an immense innate aura erupted like a volcano. Extremely cold and extremely hot. Even a trickle of this energy could make vegetation within several miles completely vanish. Beckett casually waved his hand, blocking those fluctuations. He prevented any destructive waves from damaging the library in the slightest. I've broken through. I'm now an innate realm expert. The moment Crystal opened his eyes, he jumped up, almost dancing on the spot before barely suppressing his excitement due to the presence of others. Innate third stage? Beckett sensed his disciple's aura and froze momentarily. Immediately, a mix of subtle emotions surged within him. Joy, jealousy, and admiration. In the end, he could only sigh. Indeed, the innate constitution was extraordinary. Breaking through directly leaped over 3 minor stages, reaching the peak of the initial stage. There was no helping but admire. Chapter 58. Alas, this old man is uneducated. Damn. The night sky hung high, with a cool breeze blowing. On a hillside, report to the Fulton, Philippian sect has rejected our proposal. A rock paid his respects formally. In front of him stood an energetic Daryl, his head held high, wearing an Anderson Element's danniest robe that fluttered in the wind. Rejected? The Daryl's eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards the direction of Philippian sect, coldly saying, in that case, we will just sit back and watch the show. There is no need to concern ourselves with the fate of Philippian sect. But the Alejandro said, the Alejandro cherishes past favors, but why should our noble Anderson Elements sect treat an inferior sect with such courtesy? It's absurd. To seek the protection of our Anderson Elements sect naturally comes at a price, merely becoming an affiliated sect. This is already preferential treatment out of respect for the Alejandro. They refuse even this. The Daryl's face was cold and filled with dissatisfaction, saying, ungrateful, they do not know what it means to be favored. If they're wiped out, so be it. Order everyone to stand down here, and provide no aid to Philippian sect. The Daryl sneered as he gave the command. As you wish. The Rock hesitated, wondering if defying the Alejandro's orders might not be right. But the one before him was one of the 3 Sciention of the Anderson Element sect, someone he dared not provoke. He could only follow orders. As he turned to leave, he cast a look of pity toward the direction of Philippian sect. What a pity. Why must it be like this? A little humility and enduring temporarily. Is dignity truly more important than life? Philippian sect. Humph, too overbearing. Want us Philippian sect to become an affiliated sect? Not a chance. Douglas's face flushed red as he roared. Anderson Element sect in the past, the Supreme Clifton still lived and cared for us. Now with the Supreme having passed away, it's human nature, nothing surprising about it. Sinclair remained calm and composed. Sigh. I knew it. These powerful figures have peculiar tempers, changing on a whim. Relying on others is unreliable, sighed Fulton Hua. There's no need to pay them any heed. Without the Anderson Element sect, are we afraid of not winning? Joseph Gaynor smiled indifferently. Since breaking through to Sciention, the usually taciturn Daryl had become much more outgoing, full of vitality. It was as if he had suddenly become decades younger. Not helping from Anderson Element sect is a small matter. We never relied on them anyway. Douglas expressed his worry. What truly concerns me is that those from the Anderson Elements sect might stab us in the back. If they are confident in resolving this trouble, it's likely because a Sciention has arrived. The 2 Fultons have only just broken through, and may struggle against them. It can't be that bad, someone said uncertainly. Regardless, we should take precautions. Someone nodded in agreement. But how do we guard against it? If they secretly sabotage us, it will be very troublesome. Sanshan Alliance wouldn't dare to be so arrogant without someone backing them up. You mean behind the Sanshan Alliance, there might be a Sciention? Most likely, Sai. If that's true, then the Anderson Elements sect takes advantage of the situation. Everyone discussed and strategized various countermeasures. Don't worry, they won't dare. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts tremble, suddenly turning their heads. They saw the power of heaven and earth slightly distorting at the edge of their vision. In an instant, a figure appeared before them. A terrifying aura of ice and fire rippled faintly, filling the air with countless threats. Everyone's body hairs stood on end, their instincts screaming wildly. Even the 2 Sciention Fultons' pupils constricted slightly, their bodies tensed. Sciention. Veteran Sciention. The 2 Fultons cried out simultaneously. In the next second, they quickly shielded the group behind them, warily staring at the figure shrouded in the power of heaven and earth, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, as if facing a formidable enemy. They sensed an intense danger emanating from the newcomer. A mortal peril. The moment this Brigadier appeared, they felt the surrounding power of heaven and earth subtly spiraling out of control. This indicated that this Pergainer's strength far exceeded theirs. How could such a powerful Sciention appear within Philippian sect? How did he breach the Great Array defenses? Everyone's hearts were filled with astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. Without exception, their bodies quivered slightly. They sensed the profound terror from the newcomer. It seemed that the slightest move from the opposite side could cause their immediate demise. This was an instinctive warning of the vast disparity in power. Facing the two Sciention Fultons earlier, although they felt similar, it was far less intense than now. What's going on? How could such a powerful figure appear in Philippian sect? And why hasn't Venerable Senior made any move? Even the relatively calm Sinclair was sweating on his forehead, placing all hopes on the mysterious Venerable. After all, from certain signs, it seemed that the latter harbored goodwill towards Philippian sect. Surely he wouldn't stand by and watch them get killed. Just, why does that voice sound familiar? While thinking, Sinclair vaguely felt that the speaker's voice was somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Under the imminent threat of life and death, there was no time to dwell on it. He had to assume it was just an illusion. After all, similar illusions were not uncommon in daily life. Fulton, may I ask what brings you to our Philippian sect? After a brief hesitation, Fulton Fritz forced himself to speak despite feeling uncomfortable. Meanwhile, his mind raced with speculations. Could this be a Sciention from the Anderson Element sect? Did they come out of anger after being rejected, intent on revenge? Or perhaps, the Sanshan Alliance really has a Sciention backing them? Regardless of the REA gainer, it wasn't looking good. From his perception, this Pergainer's strength absolutely surpassed him, at least reaching the advanced stage of Sciention. Killing him would require minimal effort. Even adding Joseph Gainer, they would only struggle for a few moments longer. As for escape, this thought was instantly dismissed. He couldn't abandon so many fellow disciples. Nothing left but to fight to the death. Fritz subtly exchanged glances with Gainer, both nodding slightly, readying their Sciention true chi, preparing for combat. Crystal had just emerged from her seclusion in high spirits, only to find everyone looking less than welcoming. She was puzzled. Also, when did the sect have two more Xiantians that she didn't know about? Just as she spoke two words, she noticed signs of impending action from the two Xiantians, promptly shutting up. Confused, she looked at the frightened crowd, then down at herself. Suddenly enlightened, she smacked her forehead, hurriedly dissipating the shroud of elemental power, revealing her true form. Fultons, it's me, Crystal. Hearing Crystal's voice, everyone paused, the two Xiantians momentarily stunned, their minds not quite grasping the situation. They remained on guard. But when they saw the figure before them gradually taking the form of a petite young girl, everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape. What's going on, young lord? Who was that terrifying Sciention earlier? Why is young lord here? Everyone's minds struggled to catch up. Only the two Xiantians, who had remained vigilant, reacted first. Seeing the great enemy, they were prepared to fight to the death was actually Aelana. Their faces froze. Looking again at Crystal, their expressions stiffened even more. Why, young lord? Fulton Fritz couldn't believe his eyes, swallowing hard, stuttering as he spoke. It's me. Crystal nodded. Fritz stood petrified, his face flushing red and pale alternately, holding back countless questions, unable to utter a word despite opening his mouth several times. Finally, after much effort, he managed to blurt out two words, almost choking. His old face flushed, body trembling, mouth opening wide. Damn! Chapter 59. Preparing to reap benefits. Not just him. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What about that innate from earlier? Fritz cleared his throat, which was still somewhat hoarse. He could hardly believe it himself. Yet, looking at Crystal and sensing the faint innate aura emanating from her, Fritz felt as if he had received a devastating blow. He had worked tirelessly all his life, only managing to break through on his deathbed by sheer luck. But when he looked at her, born with an innate constitution, her talent was simply beyond comprehension. He remembered when Crystal first entered the sect. Back then, she was just an ordinary Aelana. He had already been a 9th rank Fulton, one step below innate prowess. Now, less than 3 years later, she had become innate too. If not for his age and concern for his dignity, Fritz would have almost cried out loud. Damn it, is this human? This is monstrous. Fulton, what's wrong? Is there anyone else besides me? Crystal blinked her eyes and chuckled. Innate? Innate? Really? Really? Fulton, are you okay? Should I get a doctor for you? Seeing Fulton Fritz murmuring incessantly in a daze, Crystal stopped joking around. She felt that the Tanya had been shocked speechless. A family of 3 innates. In the crowd, someone muttered under their breath. Immediately, everyone looked at each other, all stunned beyond belief. Thud. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Someone plopped onto the ground, wiping cold sweat. The young Clifton is actually innate now? Many still felt like they were dreaming. In the blink of an eye, Philippian sect now had 3 innate experts. Why do I feel the young Clifton is even stronger than the 2 Tanyas? Relaxing a bit, someone voiced their doubt. It's not just an illusion. And Gainer glanced at the Tanya who spoke and shook his head, bitterly laughing. Although I can't see clearly, based on the aura alone, the young Clifton has indeed surpassed both Oldemo and me. What a prodigy. With even the Pergainer involved admitting it, those words sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. Since that's the case, why wait? Open the formation and charge out. At Douglas's order, everyone's expressions became serious. Charge! 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 Rumble. The 3 9th rank experts relentlessly attacking Philippian sect's formation suddenly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, the previously unshakable protective formation began to violently shake and tremble. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Those closest to the formation, originally panting from exhaustion, perked up instantly upon seeing the formation break. Far away, on hilltops, tree branches, and in pavilions, one by one, hidden gazes suddenly shifted toward Philippian sect, where the spiritual energy suddenly erupted in intense fluctuations and exploded with a boom. Soon after, they saw the vast formation surrounding the entire Philippian sect rapidly disappearing at a visible speed. Philippian sect's protective formation is broken. This battle will finally be concluded. Too bad for Philippian sect. Quick, gather everyone. Once the 3 Mountains Alliance starts their attack, we immediately follow and see some benefits. Go report to the Nigel quickly. Philippian sect is done for. If you want your share, you better hurry before other forces take it all. Ha ha ha, Philippian sect is finally wiped out. Hurry, we'll miss out if we're late. One by one, their gazes swiftly intertwined. Then without looking back, they hurried away, clearly off to spread the news. On a familiar hillside, The Wuxing sect had sent over 300 people, led by a 7th rank Shintan expert, accompanied by 3 9th rank Tanyas. Philippian sect is finished. Serves them right? Serves them right for not knowing their place. How dare they reject our Wuxing sect when they're so low on the ladder? Exactly. In the entire southern domain, no one dares say no to us Wuxing sect. Philippian sect deserves what's coming. Haha, what goes around comes around. While it's true that Philippian sect was a bit stubborn, but given the Clifton's order, shouldn't we think twice before making things too easy for ourselves? What's there to worry about? The Clifton only ordered us to ensure Philippian sect's lineage continues, not to preserve the entire sect. Right, later we can just grab a couple of people during the chaos, hide them somewhere remote, let them start a small gang or clan under the name of Philippian sect. Ha ha ha, that's a brilliant plan. The group laughed heartily, watching Philippian sect, showing no intention of helping but rather thinking about how to benefit from the situation. After all, regardless of anything else, Philippian sect used to be one of the top 10 sects in the southern domain, with plenty of resources left after its downfall. There's still quite a lot of wealth waiting to be claimed. If they don't take this opportunity now, there might never be another chance like this. Gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled. The 7th rank Shintan Tanya glanced at the distance and suddenly smiled mysteriously, his eyes darkening. Yes, sir. His subordinates exchanged glances and grinned. Some couldn't help but lick their lips. They weren't exactly rich themselves. A big score like this could be incredibly profitable. Why not? As for morality, how much does it really count for? What about the Clifton's orders? A mere fallen Philippian sect offered no real benefits. Even if the Clifton found out, he would likely overlook it. After all, as a major force in the southern domain, Wuxing sect had significant expenses. Focusing solely on righteousness would leave the whole sect destitute. Boom. The entire mountain range trembled slightly, and all phenomena vanished instantly. The internal scenery of Philippian sect became clear and visible, no longer obscured. The grand formation had completely lost its effect. Ha ha ha, brothers, charge. Attack and give it everything you've got. Riches and glory are within reach. The Philippian sect trash. I'm coming for you. In an instant, the entire Philippian mountain range erupted into chaos, filled with murderous intent, reaching to the heavens. Chapter 60. A devastating battle. Kill. The dense crowd transformed into rolling waves, madly surging towards the Philippian sect. Terrifying internal energy erupted and converged, causing the entire world to tremble slightly. Wind and rain gathered, and the sky darkened in an instant. We are also going. The head of the Josiah family exchanged glances with the other 2 people. Then they pushed off with their feet, soaring into the air like great rock birds, catching up from behind. 3 streams of 9th rank energy surged upward like pillars supporting the sky, shaking heaven and earth. The Philippian sect is extremely wicked. Today, this Josiah will mete out heavenly justice. Prepare to die. The head of the Josiah family leaped high, internal energy gushing forth. He roared, and a blade of chi several yards long howled toward the Philippian sect's mountain gate. Boom. Debris flew everywhere, and the ground shook. Break through for me. With 3 consecutive slashes, obstacles were cleared away, and the dense crowd took advantage of the opportunity to press forward. Ha ha ha, charge. Gue Jose saw this and transformed into a shadow, weaving through the crowd, occasionally releasing sharp attacks. The great array of heaven and earth, activate. The master of our Jankin sect raised a single palm, sending out a mysterious wave that settled upon thousands of people. In an instant, a faint golden light emerged, and a subtle connection appeared among the thousands, making them subtly one, greatly increasing their combat power. On the other side, the people of the Philippian sect looked down from above at the dense crowd below. There was not the slightest trace of fear. Someone from the 3 Mountains Alliance noticed that leading the crowd was actually a small girl who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. Beside her were 2 expressionless Tanyas. Behind them stood around 200 scattered Philippian disciples. Unexpectedly, not a hint of tension or fear could be seen on any of their faces, only boundless calm. As if the dense army of the 3 Mountains Alliance did not exist at all. Or perhaps, they simply did not care. Some people saw confidence, strong, unwavering confidence, on the faces of the Philippian sect members. Where did this confidence come from? Looking at those emotionless faces, somehow everyone felt a twinge of unease rise in their hearts. Seeing this scene, the head of the Josiah family and others sneered disdainfully and shouted, "Don't pretend to be spirits. Don't be fooled by their bluster. They've surely exhausted all their internal energy sustaining the defensive array for so long. Now, they're just putting on a show. Don't be afraid. Follow me and kill." Noticing some uneasy glances, as one of the 3 major figures, the head of the Josiah family had to step forward to shout and boost morale. And to prove his words, he leaped forward, leading the charge. Seeing the boss move, the followers' unease vanished instantly, and they charged forward with loud cries. "Haha, old Crosby, prepare to die." Upon approaching, the head of the Josiah family locked his target on Gainer. As long as he could detain him and Fritz, these 2 remaining 9th rank experts, victory was assured. The remaining Philippian sect disciples wouldn't even be enough to fill the teeth of the 3 Mountains Alliance army. "Young Dovey, let me handle this." And Gainer glanced casually at the charging head of the Josiah family, bowed to Crystal, and calmly saluted. "Be quick, something feels off." Crystal swept his gaze over the dense crowd, feeling an inexplicable jolt in his heart, reminding Gainer, "Don't worry, it'll be fast." Joseph Gainer was confident and immediately shot out with a fleeting shadow, appearing ghost-like before the head of the Josiah family. What incredible speed! The head of the Josiah family's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be so fast? Even faster than his maximum speed by 30%. And this was just Gainer strolling casually. After reaching the innate realm, strength changes dramatically, and this speed was far from Gainer's limit. Kill! Seeing Gainer approach, the head of the Josiah family had no time to think. A thick, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he slashed with all his might. And Gainer shifted lightly, and the strike missed completely. What? The head of the Josiah family exclaimed in shock. How could this be? Both being 9th rank, it was already unbelievable that the other's speed surpassed his own. Yet his reaction time was even faster? Is this really still 9th rank? Before the head of the Josiah family could think further, a sudden intense pain surged in his chest. His eyes bulged, and he bent over, spitting out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. So weak. The trouble back then. I have little interest now. Joseph Gainer sent the head of the Josiah family flying with a single strike, then shook his head and smiled as his figure vanished once more. No. Still airborne, the head of the Josiah family's eyes widened again when he saw Gainer's ghostly figure catch up to him at some point. This is impossible. This can't be. Go to your death. Ignoring the head of the Josiah family's Tanjiao Sung, Joseph Gaynor caught up with him and delivered another palm strike with a reverse swing, hitting him directly on the dantian. Pooh! The head of the Josiah family flew backward like a broken kite, leaving behind a trail of wildly splattering blood. Thud. Oh, this can't be. Upon landing, the head of the Josiah family's dantian was shattered, his meridians destroyed, and his cultivation ruined by a single blow. Struggling to lift his head, he stared hard at Joseph Gaynor, who had appeared at some point, and vomited a large mouthful of blood. You're not ninth rank. It's impossible to be this strong. Innate? And Gaynor glanced down. The head of the Josiah family had already died, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and terror. He hadn't expected that what was supposed to be a certain victory over Philippian sect would turn into such a huge disaster and oversight. Philippian sect actually had an innate realm practitioner. Humph, anyone who dares to offend Philippian should be prepared for this. Joseph Gaynor gave a cold laugh, waved his hand, and released a mighty surge of innate true chi, causing countless bodies to explode in its path. The head of the Josiah family is dead. What? The head of the Josiah family was killed. He was killed so easily, without any resistance? Just a few seconds later, everyone suddenly snapped back to reality. The scene fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. What seemed like a long time was, in fact, only a few short seconds from the moment Gaynor attacked until the head of the Josiah family died. An innate realm practitioner and a ninth rank expert are separated by an insurmountable gap, a difference beyond measure. All below the innate realm are mere ants. For an innate realm practitioner to kill a ninth rank expert takes merely 1 or 2 moves. This was even because Gaynor hadn't taken it seriously. Otherwise, the head of the Josiah family wouldn't have even had the chance to speak. From that moment on, the situation was completely reversed. Countless people who were fiercely charging toward Philippian sect now desperately tried to stop and retreat frantically, their eyes filled with deep terror. Innumerable gazes focused on Joseph Gaynor, who seemed indifferent. No one had expected that this unremarkable Daryl possessed such terrifying strength. Philippian sect actually has an innate realm practitioner. Someone's voice was hoarse, their heart heavy with bitterness. Their eyes revealed deep despair. It's over, we've lost. After Gaynor swiftly killed the head of the Josiah family, no one dared to underestimate Philippian sect anymore. Gue Jose and the master of our Jenkins sect, who had been following closely behind, now had stiff faces, pale as paper. Being glanced at by Gaynor sent chills down their spines, soaking them in cold sweat. It felt like they were being watched by some world-class beast. Their bodies trembled from fear. Joseph Gaynor raised his head and slowly scanned the entire area, his cold voice sweeping across all directions. Anyone who offends Philippian shall be killed without mercy. Silence engulfed the entire scene. Chapter 61. Flee quickly. Philippian sect still has an innate. Joseph Gaynor's words silenced the thousands of people. Seeing this, Sinclair gave a command. Members of Philippian sect, follow me to fight the enemies. Kill. Kill. Eliminate these invaders completely. Originally, everyone was stirred by Joseph Gaynor's actions. Upon hearing the order, they did not hesitate at all, roaring as they rushed back towards the Three Mountains Alliance army. Go to hell. Sinclair's ninth rank cultivation erupted. With one palm, he killed a 5th rank member of the Three Mountains Alliance's upper echelon and immediately moved on to the next. Rogue, face your death. Douglas's eyes were bloodshot, his obese body surprisingly agile. Each of his movements claimed a life. Cherry and others also joined in, unleashing relentless attacks. Though Philippian sect only had more than 200 people, in terms of quality, they far surpassed the enemy. The Three Mountains Alliance, though numerous, mostly consisted of ordinary people. Of the cultivators left, most were 1st or 2nd rank. Even 3rd rank cultivators were scarce. They relied purely on their numerical advantage to challenge Philippian sect. In contrast, Philippian sect, bolstered by abundant high-grade pills, had a minimum cultivation of Braxton rank. This was not a contest of the same level. Now, one side had their morale shattered while the other side's morale soared. Faced with the unstoppable Philippian sect disciples, the Three Mountains Alliance, a hastily assembled group, had no resistance whatsoever. After just a brief confrontation, they were utterly routed. Let these newcomers get a taste of battle. Future fights against different races will be much more perilous. Fulton Fritz was unfazed by the scene, watching with ease. Fulton speaks the truth. At this moment, the only ones from Philippian sect who hadn't acted were Fulton Fritz and Crystal. Anyway, the situation was overwhelmingly in favor of Philippian sect. With Joseph Gaynor, an innate level expert, present, there was nothing to worry about. Whether they acted or not made no difference. Hurry faster. We're about to miss out on the spoils. Philippian sect used to be one of the top 10 sects. Its resources are unimaginable. Just taking a few bites of what's left by the Three Mountains Alliance would be enough to make us wealthy. Such a good opportunity doesn't come often. Right, you Daryl, hurry up or I'll thrash you. Just as Philippian sect engaged in battle, another crowd of black-clothed figures appeared on the other side. These people represented various forces that gathered together to take advantage of the chaos and profit from the misfortune of others. They looked anxious, rushing hurriedly, afraid that if they were late, they would miss out on the spoils. Huh? Why did it suddenly stop? Suddenly, someone noticed the road ahead was blocked by a dense crowd, prompting an impatient roar. Boom. Suddenly, a magnificent beam of light descended from the sky, tearing this Gaynor into pieces. Ah! Run for your lives, flee. Philippian sect still has an innate expert. Everyone run. Don't kill me. I have Tanya Lee parents and young children. Don't kill me. The scene turned chaotic. The forces that had rushed here to take advantage now faced each other in confusion, bewildered. Did I hear correctly? An innate expert at Philippian sect? Someone broke the silence, unsure. I think I heard that too. Me too. So did I. I also heard that Clifton Josiah is dead. Realizing everyone had heard the same, there was no possibility of mistake. Thinking about it, they all shuddered, feeling an intense cold rush through their hearts. Without another word, they turned and fled. Philippian sect still has an innate expert. With such chaos ahead, it must be the innate expert slaughtering them. If they didn't run now, it would be their turn. Life is more important than wealth. Run quickly. The hell, fortune lies in danger. I'm going in. However, although most people fled, a small portion remained undeterred, moving deeper into the battlefield. Regardless of anything else, those corpses alone represented considerable wealth. After all, which cultivator travels without carrying valuable treasures? Now that they were dead, wouldn't these treasures become unclaimed? For a moment, various factions converged, driven by different motives, causing the scene to become even more chaotic. Philippian sect actually has an innate expert? Amidst the crowd, originally planning to follow through for some loot, several people from the Wuxing sect halted upon hearing the cries. So that's why they dared to reject our offer of goodwill. They have the innate expert hidden away. Philip Tom's sect certainly has been keeping things deep under wraps. Titania leading them glanced at Gainer, who was chasing enemies everywhere, his eyes flickering with uncertain thoughts. Fulton, what should we do? Should we retreat? Retreat? Titania revealed a strange smile, causing the Gainer to shiver uncontrollably. Why should we retreat? He retracted his gaze and cast a look towards a certain direction in the crowd, a peculiar glint passing through his eyes. He waved a hand and said, continue forward, keep a low profile and avoid being discovered. Yes. They all responded in Gainer. Titania nodded, a cold light flashing across his eyes, his voice becoming almost inaudibly low. It's merely a freshly initiated innate cultivator, not even reaching the first level of innate yet. This level of cultivation dares to show disrespect to us of Wuxing sect? On the other side, Isaiah from the Yin Yang sect darted through the crowd. Glancing at Gainer, she paid no mind to Clifton Josiah's death. After all, it was just another cannon fodder underling. Dying didn't make it anything worth mourning over. However, at one moment, Isaiah suddenly paused. Her brows knitted together, looking towards a certain direction. Just now, someone seemed to have noticed her presence. Discovered? It seems I'm not the only one with designs on Philip Tom's sect. If our objectives don't conflict, perhaps we can cooperate? Muttering softly, Isaiah vanished in a flash. The entire scene grew more chaotic. Overall, Philip Tom's sect still had the upper hand. So far, 0 deaths occurred, with only a few disciples injured, none too seriously. After all, with Joseph Gainer clearing the way, major dangers were addressed beforehand. What remained was just to provide some training for the disciples. Bang! A heavy thud sounded. Crystal and Fritz looked over and saw Gainer walking over with 2 people in tow, tossing them aside carelessly. That's the old geezer from Gutu Mountain and the guy from Aryan Kuan sect? Fritz glanced at the bodies on the ground and smiled. Humph, tried to run away in front of me, but couldn't escape death in the end, Joseph Gainer remarked nonchalantly, though a hint of pride showed in his eyes. After all, he was still at 9th rank recently. Now promoted to the innate stage, crushing former peers gave him quite an accomplishment. Teutonius, be cautious around you. Crystal suddenly spoke up. The smiles of the Teutonius immediately vanished, their expressions turning vigilant. Being stronger than them, Crystal must have sensed something. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such urgency. Moreover, despite the imminent victory, none of them felt much joy. Because it had been too easy. Many anticipated dangers never materialized. Too easy meant something was off. This wasn't over yet. You guys are quite alert. 3 innates, Philip Tom's sect, truly surprising. Daryl here is astonished. Just then, 2 voices appeared successively, as a thick sense of danger heavily enveloped the 3. Chapter 62. An unanticipated battle. Who's skulking about? Come out. Without a word, Fritz gathered the power of heaven and earth, striking at the void with one palm. Bang! The blow struck as if against an invisible wall, causing not a ripple. This scene caused the pupils of the 3 to contract slightly. Something's not right. Before Fritz could react, a withered old hand appeared like a wraith, gently pressing on his chest. Poot! Fritz's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling backward. Lalamo! And Gainer caught Fritz, feeling a slight numbness in his arm and secretly astonished. Haha, indeed a Sintian practitioner, but unfortunately a bit weak. It seems you can't escape today. To die by my hands isn't too much of a disgrace for you. The group braced themselves warily, looking up to see a hunched Daryl appearing before them, a smile on his face. Who are you? Why attack our Philippian sect? Haha, it doesn't matter who I am. The key point is, looking for death. Interrupted mid-sentence. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive force swept toward him, aiming straight for the Daryl's vital points. Frowning suddenly, the Daryl shot out a palm forcefully, colliding heavily with a small white hand, staggering back. A mighty Sintian actually resorts to sneak attacks. SSS. The Daryl felt a sudden intense pain, sucking in a cold breath. What pure and terrifying Sintian true chi. Young Solara, are you alright? Fritz and Gainer watched Crystal flash forward, clashing with the Daryl, and both stumbled back. I'm fine. Be careful, this old guy is late-stage Sintian. Crystal's expression was solemn, no longer smiling as she stared at the surprised Daryl, saying each word slowly. Colton, even a little kid proves too difficult for you. I'm starting to doubt the necessity of cooperating with you. Suddenly, another slender figure appeared. Alana, cut the chatter. This girl is peculiar. Let's join forces to take them down first. The Daryl's expression darkened, clearly not expecting her strength. Colton was none other than the Sintian Tanya of the Wuxing sect. He glanced down at his palm, where a layer of gray ice frost was gradually being dispelled by the power of heaven and earth. This discovery made Colton raise an eyebrow. Only then did he realize that this seemingly unremarkable young girl was the strongest among the 3. Though only at the 3rd level of Sintian, she practiced a very peculiar and tenacious true chi, which made him wary. It was evident she had inherited something extraordinary. Her cultivation method must have been special. This is quite different from what we agreed upon. Alana didn't rush to move, glancing calmly at the trio and saying, Are you reneging on your promise? Colton's face changed as he turned sharply to look at her. Reneging? No, I mean the conditions and rewards previously agreed upon need to be altered. Her eyes lingered on Crystal for a moment. This young girl wasn't simple and Philippian sect, originally considered weak, had now produced 3 Xiantians. She couldn't believe there weren't any significant secrets behind this. Earlier, she just wanted to find the whereabouts of her sect's treasure and hadn't thought much of Philippian sect. But things were different now. She had developed an interest in Philippian sect. So, she couldn't let Colton reap all the benefits as they originally planned. Fine, I agree. As long as we work together to eliminate Philippian sect, whatever you want, plus 40% of Philippian sect's wealth, including hidden secrets, will be given to you. Colton breathed a secret sigh of relief upon seeing Alana wasn't backing out. Just now, though it seemed he had the upper hand, it hadn't been easy. If he faced them alone, it was uncertain who would win. That girl's true chi was indeed peculiar and difficult to deal with. If Alana pretended to leave, but stayed hidden, watching like a hungry tiger, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. 40%, Alana said coolly, threads of heaven and earth power coiling around her fingertips like wandering snakes. Agree or not, it's up to you. Alright, 40% it is. So be it. Colton nodded lightly. As you wish. Satisfied, Alana revealed a smile, her allure overwhelming for a moment. The two late-stage Scintillan completely ignored Crystal and the others, directly beginning to discuss how to divide the spoils. Clearly, they didn't take these three newly ascended Xiantians seriously. The trio from Philippian sect was filled with anxiety, their expressions extremely grim. They hadn't expected things to turn out this way. In their original plan, there was only one Scintillan. Even if it were a late-stage expert, the three of them combined would have been enough to fight. But now, with an additional one appearing suddenly, it threw off all calculations. Who are you? Are you not afraid of the punishment from the 10,000 Alliance if you attack Philippian sect? None of the three recognized Colton or Alana, only vaguely sensing a connection between them and other major sects. They could only hope to make them wary by invoking this. If either of them backed off, the situation would improve drastically. Unfortunately, neither seemed to care. Upon hearing 10,000 Alliance, Alana's expression changed slightly, while Colton scoffed. 10,000 Alliance? The 10,000 Alliance does indeed have rules against sects harming each other, but that's among peers. An upper-tier sect targeting a lower one is not within that rule. Hearing this, Fritz instantly raised his head, his anger bursting forth. Upper attacking lower? You're from the Wuxing sect. In the South Domain, the only sect ranking higher than Philippian sect was the Wuxing sect, a 2-star sect. Is this the will of the Farron? Gainer was also filled with rage, but relatively calmer, knowing action was unwise in the current situation. Mentioning the Farron was meant to restrain them. Everyone knew the Farron despised intrahuman conflict the most. It was also a subtle reminder that the Farron owed Philippian sect a favor. If news spread that Antanya had attacked Philippian sect, still waiting? Attack. Unexpectedly, Gainer's words had no effect on Colton. Instead, he showed disdain. He shook his head. In the next second, he flashed forward, palm aimed at the three. Vast amounts of heaven and earth power stirred, thick vines appearing like giant serpents, wrapping around the trio. Clearly, his previous test strikes had held back some force. Now, he unleashed his full strength, instantly placing Crystal and the others on the defensive. Countless vines blocked every possible retreat route, resilient and hard to sever. Giggles. Suddenly, strange laughter echoed through the air, disorienting the trio. Watch out, the old hag has joined in too. Fritz paused, dizziness sweeping over him as a whistling vine whipped him away, causing a heavy grunt. Not just him. Gainer and Crystal were similarly affected by the laughter, coupled with the surrounding vines. Within moments they were overwhelmed, especially Gainer and Fritz, whose strength was weaker, finding themselves in dire straits. This scene unfolded rapidly. Within seconds, the battle nearby continued without notice, until 5 powerful Scintillan auras surged skyward, colliding fiercely, making the power of heaven and earth churn violently, finally catching everyone's attention. Immediately, the entire battlefield fell silent as countless eyes, filled with confusion and shock, turned towards where the battle occurred. What's happening? Chapter 63 Heaven would not have me, Crystal. No. Sinclair was startled by the sudden explosion and turned around, his face abruptly changing as he anxiously shouted, Douglas, don't chase after them hastily. Young Clifton and the others have run into trouble. Boom. Douglas's hair and beard stood on end as he punched a black-clothed figure away. Just as he was about to continue fighting, he heard Sinclair's words and couldn't help but change expression. What happened? Ha ha ha. Maniacal laughter echoed from afar, and Sinclair and company suddenly grunted, blood surging chaotically from an invisible shockwave impact. Before their horror could fully reveal itself, they saw 2 blurry figures flying backward, crashing down forcefully, their clothes stained red with blood. When they finally identified the 2 men's miserable appearances, Sinclair and company were instantly alarmed. Lau Crosby, are you alright? As they spoke, Sinclair and Douglas took a step forward, hurriedly supporting the 2. Hurry, go to the library hall and ask for Senior. Do it quickly. Gainer brushed Sinclair aside, spewing a mouthful of blood as he gasped faintly in barely their breaths. Colton, don't leave any loose ends. Leave this girl to me, you go deal with those 2. Hearing the voice from afar, Gainer and Fritz's faces changed, attempting to rise but trembling with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, unable to muster strength. Damn it, you get out of here. Seeing a shadowy figure rapidly approach, Gainer's pupils contracted. Heh, wanna run? Colton had already caught up, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Oh no. Far off, where Crystal was entangled in battle with Michelle, she felt Colton leave, her heart racing with anxiety like an ant on a hot pan. In that instant, terrifying ice and fire energy erupted, crazily engulfing Michelle. Heavenly power swirled like a giant vortex, violently tearing everything within 1,000 feet apart. So it's a Shantan teacher, congenital constitution. No wonder. Seeing Crystal's desperate efforts, Michelle dared not take things lightly. Eyes heavy with solemnity, he relied on the substantial power gap between them, forcibly enduring Crystal's assault. Why rush to your death? You can just watch your fellow disciples die miserably. Don't worry, soon it will be your turn. Watching Colton draw closer to Sinclair and the others, Crystal felt utterly helpless, only able to stand by. Fulton, Sinclair, and the others are doomed. Looking at Michelle's smug smile, watching the rapidly departing Colton and the Philippian sect members shaking with fear, Crystal felt a collapse deep within. Again, it was always like this. Every time she was powerless. Again and again, childhood shadows resurfaced, tormented by the pain inflicted by ice and fire. Back then, despite being somewhat numb to pain, Crystal would feel a sharp, stabbing pain in her heart every time she saw her parents' heart-wrenching, self-reproaching expressions. Each time she watched them suppress inner anguish while wearing tender smiles to comfort her, Crystal's heart ached with intense pain and suffocation. Powerless, she opened her mouth, wanting to reassure her parents not to worry. But all words seemed so feeble. She could feel their pain, thus hating her own incompetence even more. There was also the trip to Beast Taming Mountain. If not for her impulsiveness, she wouldn't have caused everyone so much worry and trouble. Moreover, her always doting Dovey was gravely injured because of her. Seeing that once majestic and proud figure sitting ungracefully on the dirty ground, her heart ached painfully. So many times, she swore to protect those who loved her, protect family, friends, and sectmates. But each time, it seemed just a little too late. An invisible force seemed to push her towards hope from endless darkness, only to crush that hope right before her eyes. In those moments of pain and confusion, it felt like she heard silent mockery and ridicule echoing in the void. Countless times, whenever she hated herself for being powerless, she wanted to try harder. Yet reality always seemed to stay one step ahead of hope. Despair seemed never to truly arrive, but clung close like a shadow. Perhaps this was her destiny. In that moment, countless images collided wildly, fragments of memories stabbing painfully at her heart. Under the seemingly bright exterior lay numerous scars, bloody and raw. Always like this. The long-suppressed anger and frustration from Crystal's years of suffering due to her constitution were suddenly ignited by an inexplicable fury. Her originally bright and clear eyes gradually darkened bit by bit. An overwhelming mix of indescribable emotions collided fiercely, suffocating Crystal. Gradually, a mysterious restlessness surged up in Crystal's heart. She wanted to roar loudly, but it seemed as though some unseen force had locked her throat, preventing her from making any sound. Suddenly, Michel's body trembled, realizing he was enveloped by an inexplicable aura of hostility. The sudden change made his face, which had been carrying a smile, stiffen. She suddenly noticed that this girl, who had once been somewhat naive, now exuded a different kind of presence entirely. Those originally innocent eyes suddenly became profound. She saw Crystal smile, a smile completely different from all the ones before. It lacked innocence, lacked kindness. It lacked persistence, even lacked collapse and madness. It was a twisted smile, as if someone tortured to the extreme could no longer cry. You. Looking at the crystal in front of her, Michelle couldn't help but think of one word: insane. This girl seemed to have been driven mad by her. For some aria gainer, Michelle couldn't laugh anymore. She felt only irritability, and an instinctive urge compelled her to get away from this madman as quickly as possible. She sensed that this Pregainer was indeed insane. Unreagainable, they're just a few ants. Is it worth getting so riled up? Lunatic. Her unease grew heavier, and Michelle began to step backward, wanting to leave. Because she realized that the current crystal no longer showed any urgency to save others, but instead stared at her with an eerie half-smile. Considering your deep bond with them, I won't stop you. Go save them. If you're too late, they'll be dead for sure. Song Laogue may appear to be a righteous successor, but in reality, he's more ruthless than anyone. If your sectmates fall into his hands, their fate will be 100 times worse than death. What are you waiting for? Michelle conceded. She didn't want to face this mad like Alana anymore. The latter's cultivation wasn't strong, but her combat power was unusually high, seemingly having cultivated an extremely profound technique, not much weaker than her own. A real fight would make it hard to predict the winner. Normally, Michelle wouldn't back down easily, but now, this Pregainer seemed slightly off, and fighting a lunatic to the end would make her feel stifled even if she won. It wasn't worth it. Worse, it might lead to both sides being severely injured, giving Song Laogue the upper hand. Originally, counting on the other side's lack of experience and urgent need to save people, she could exploit the situation to gain an advantage. But now, the opponent wasn't concerned about saving anyone anymore. Instead, she kept staring at her, like a wild beast stripped of intelligence, left only with hunting instincts. This feeling made her hair stand on end. Each time those pitch-black eyes fixed on her, her heart felt cold, and her scalp tingled. She decided not to block this Madeliza anymore and let her deal with Song Laogue. However, gradually, as time passed, her heart sank. She realized that the girl opposite her remained completely unmoved, as if she hadn't heard a word, ignoring the path cleared for her. Her eyes were fixed solely on her, ready to pounce at any moment. This demeanor was entirely different from the previously urgent Crystal. She seemed to have given up completely. Knowing she couldn't save them, she decided not to try. Perhaps in this moment, Crystal believed that without hope, there would be no disappointment. Michelle thought this girl was targeting her. That occasional flash of madness in her eyes seemed to want to tear her apart, piece by piece. She wants to take me down with her? This thought suddenly surfaced in Michelle's mind, accompanied by frustration and deep regret. Why not focus on Song Laogue? After all, the one slaughtering her sectmates was him. What did I have to do with it? I merely stopped you for a moment. Even if you seek revenge, shouldn't I be lower on your list? Moreover, what alarmed her even more was that she noticed the girl opposite her was growing stronger at an alarming, visible rate over time. Even with her composure, Michelle was almost unable to resist bursting into a torrent of curses. What bad luck. How did she end up provoking such a lunatic? However, in the moment she was distracted by fear and apprehension. A blur too fast to discern flashed past her line of sight. Chapter 64. Beckett takes action. Finally achieved the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Soon I can challenge the Golden Core stage. Now, I won't be beaten up by anyone I meet randomly, right? Beckett, who was cultivating in the library, was enjoying the feeling of the sea-like, surging true chi within her body. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. Oh no. What a reckless girl. Beckett's divine sense had been covering the surroundings. Suddenly, she stood up in a rush, almost tripping over the chair in her anxiety. The next moment, she vanished from where she stood. Then, she appeared unexpectedly on the battlefield. Her gaze swept around, and her brows furrowed tightly. She didn't expect that such a huge change would occur while she was distracted for just a moment. Then Daryl at the 7th level of Innate Realm had appeared unnoticed, likely because he was too far away earlier. With a casual wave of his hand, a sky-obscuring golden palm appeared out of nowhere, as if cast from gold. The terrifying aura it emitted made the space within dozens of miles tremble faintly, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield like daylight, as if a second sun had risen. The grand and overwhelming presence directly swept across hundreds of miles, drawing everyone's attention to the battlefield. Fulton Sin, who was about to attack Sinclair and others, naturally sensed this soul-shaking aura. Turning his head, his vision was filled with blinding golden light. He saw a sky-obscuring golden giant palm, which seemed to replace the sky and transform into the entire world, thundering down upon him. No! Fulton Sin's soul nearly fled in terror. Just sensing a thread of the aura from that golden palm nearly sent his spirit scattering. Unimaginable. If this palm truly landed, not even ashes might remain of him. Alejandro, save me. At this moment, Fulton Sin disregarded everything else and screamed to the heavens with all his might. Spare his life. Immediately after, a powerful aura rose in the distance. A figure soared through the air, rapidly rushing toward this place. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was in Daryl in coarse cloth. It was none other than the guardian ancestor of the Anderson Element sect, Amias. Boom. Ignoring everything, Beckett let the golden palm fall. Soon, Fulton Sin's scream and the Daryl's anxious voice were both drowned out by the deafening sound of the ground collapsing. Dust filled the sky. When the Daryl in coarse cloth arrived, only an isolated meteor crater remained at the scene. It looked like it had been created by a meteorite impact, except that the overall shape was distinctly a 5-fingered palm. In the deepest part, even light struggled to penetrate temporarily. This palm strike seemed to have carved out an abyss. This. The Daryl in coarse cloth rushed over, but when he saw the enormous chasm before him, He was stunned, speechless, staring blankly ahead. Sinclair and the others, who had been awaiting death with their eyes closed, suddenly stumbled, then felt the earth shaking and heard a buzzing in their ears. Despite their closed eyes, they still saw the glaring golden light. After a long time, feeling no pain, they opened their eyes hesitantly. The eyes that had barely opened widened dramatically. Their eyeballs almost fell out. What met their eyes was a deep, bottomless pit where the originally flat ground had been. The edges of the pit were irregular, faintly resembling the shape of a palm. It looked like it had been smacked by someone's palm. As this thought crossed their minds, all of them shivered and broke out in cold sweat. Glancing down at the pit just meters away, they felt a chill run up their spines, their throats dry. Swallowing hard, they had indeed come close to the gates of hell. If they had been touched by that terrifying attack, even a trace of ash wouldn't have remained. Is Fultonson dead? Suddenly, Fulton Fritz, who had keen eyesight, pointed to a pool of blood and some fragments of clothing at the edge of the pit. They appeared to belong to Fultonson. Hearing Fulton Fritz's words, everyone, who had been marveling at their escape, hurriedly looked in the direction he indicated. The next moment, they all sucked in a breath sharply. It must be him. He was killed by that single palm strike. How powerful must that force have been? Could even a Foundation establishment venerable achieve this? The shock these few seconds brought was greater than what they had experienced in the past 2 days combined. Quick, look. It's that senior. Sinclair casually glanced around. Suddenly his face flushed with excitement, and he pointed shakily at a figure in the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up. There, a shadow cloaked in gray mist stood calmly in midair, as if on solid ground. Its hand was still outstretched. Seeing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They understood what had happened. It was the senior who saved us. The venerable senior took action. That's great. In the sky, Beckett slowly withdrew her hand. She ignored the dazed Daryl in rough clothes nearby and flashed to a secluded part of the battlefield. Standing quietly, she pressed her lips together, looking down with complex eyes. Just a few seconds ago, Crystal had been neatly dressed, but now she was covered in blood, with multiple wounds on her arms and face, bleeding profusely. At this moment, she sat on the ground in a daze. In front of her lay a completely unrecognizable, genderless corpse, mangled and mutilated. This corpse had broken limbs, incomplete body parts, and eyes that seemed to hold unspeakable fear and regret. It appeared to have suffered immense torture before death. At this time, Beckett noticed that Crystal's fingernails were filled with shattered flesh. Even some bits of flesh lingered at the corner of her mouth. It seemed she had experienced an extremely brutal battle, even resorting to biting her enemy. Ah, Beckett sighed softly. She descended step by step from the air, as if walking on invisible stairs. Seemingly sensing someone behind her, Crystal's body stirred slightly, her eyes flickering with emotion. At that moment, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Dovey. Feeling warm true chi flowing into her body from her shoulder, healing her wounds rapidly, Crystal finally came back to her senses. Her eyes wandered around aimlessly, and when she saw the corpse, her whole body shuddered, memories of frantic scenes flooding her mind. She started trembling slightly, unsure if it was out of fear or regret. Dovey, you did well. She deserved it. Beckett helped stabilize Crystal's injuries, patted her shoulder lightly, and withdrew her hand, speaking calmly. This is war. This is just a minor conflict within our race. In battles against alien races, every aspect is 10 times worse than this. You need to adapt. I was a little worried that this test might be too difficult for you, but fortunately, you did better than I expected. Chapter 65. Philippian Sect Foundation Establishment. Alejandro. We, the juniors of Philippian, pay our respects to Venerable. Thank you for your assistance, Venerable. At this moment, a large crowd suddenly gathered behind the two people. Everyone paid their respects humbly, not daring to slack off in the slightest. However, each Pregainer visibly trembled slightly, clearly revealing their inner agitation, especially the Tanias of the Philippian sect. They exchanged glances and saw the same wild joy and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. The Philippian sect actually had a Venerable sitting in reserve. For a major sect like the Philippian sect in the southern domain, this was simply fantastic news. Even upon learning that the sect now had 3 innate realm powerhouses, they hadn't felt as excited as they did at this moment. A Venerable of the Foundation Establishment realm. While it was true that an innate realm cultivator was indeed very powerful and could match countless cultivators below that level, as long as there was one innate powerhouse present, it was enough to ensure the prosperity of the entire sect for 100 years. But compared to a Venerable of the Foundation Establishment realm, it was an entirely different league. An innate realm practitioner is merely called a strong cultivator. However, anyone who reached the Foundation Establishment realm would be respectfully addressed as Venerable. Just from the titles, one could roughly feel the difference in status between the two. If we were to classify cultivation, all those beneath the innate realm are just barely initiated into the path. Only by reaching the innate realm can one truly be considered on the path of genuine cultivation, and Manshang can be referred to as a cultivator. And only after successfully establishing one's foundation can one be called a powerhouse. An ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator can easily eliminate an innate round completion practitioner. The gap between the two realms is incomparably vast. One could say that sects with Foundation Establishment Venerables versus those without were completely different concepts in terms of status and strength. Just look at the Anderson Element sect. Although they have only one Tanya who has just entered the Foundation Establishment realm, they can call the shots in the vast southern domain, feared by none. They are considered the overlords of the southern domain. Even outside the southern domain in more prosperous major cities, numerous powerful forces would have to give them some face and wouldn't dare to offend them easily. Ordinary sects with innate protectors fare well within the corners of the southern domain. Once out of the southern domain, any respectable family or force might not even bother considering them seriously. Even a popular sect like the Black Dan sect, once outside the southern domain, would be suppressed due to lack of strength. Therefore, most sects huddle within the lands of the southern domain for almost their entire existence, rarely venturing out. It's not that they don't want to go to better places, but rather they dare not. But if they had a Venerable of the Foundation Establishment realm, everything changes. They would have the qualification to occupy better locations, with superior spirit veins and more abundant cultivation resources. True empowerment. When one gets the way, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. This vastly different treatment is indescribable with mere words. Stand up. Beckett glanced at them indifferently, issuing his command in a casual tone. Thank you, Venerable. Everyone quickly rose to their feet, far from feeling apprehensive due to his cold tone, instead secretly elated. This seemingly meaningless phrase actually represented the Venerable's recognition of the Philippian sect. Otherwise, why would a Venerable bother acknowledging them? Usually, one speaks only when close or familiar. like some Foundation Establishment sects, where many Foundation Establishment Tanias often display erratic tempers. This particular venerable is already quite considerate, just slightly aloof. Moreover, they overheard the young master addressing this Pergainer as Dovey. With this connection, he could be considered a quasi-member of the Philippian sect. In some sense, this meant that Philippian sect now had a venerable of the Foundation Establishment realm in reserve. How could this not delight everyone? Report to Venerable, the bandits who invaded our Philippian sect have been thoroughly eliminated or captured alive. We seek guidance on how to deal with them. Please instruct us, Venerable. Joseph Gaynor stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the back view of the figure before him. Here, only Gaynor and Fritz, both Fultons in the innate realm, were qualified to speak with the Venerable. The rest remained silent in awe, too afraid to cause offense. Beckett didn't respond immediately. His gaze turned to Crystal, who still appeared somewhat pale, and he frowned disapprovingly, then waved his hand. A pure surge of true chi enveloped Crystal, and soon, all the dirt and grime disappeared. His expression softened slightly, looking more composed. He spoke gently yet sternly. A young lady should clean herself up and not look like this. What does it say about you? Sorry, Dovey. Crystal lowered her head, her tone somewhat dejected. Seeing this, Beckett frowned slightly, worried that this incident might leave a heavy psychological shadow on his disciple. Cough, cough. Honorable Alejandro, can I speak to fellow disciple Myra for a moment? At this moment, a timid voice came from behind. Beckett turned around and met the gaze of Cherry. Seeing her anxious and worried face, glancing at Crystal now and then, he pondered briefly and nodded. Watching as Cherry led Crystal to one side, Beckett had no interest in eavesdropping. Instead, he turned his attention back to Joseph Gaynor, who was still maintaining his respectful bow. He paused for a moment, then spoke. These trivial matters, you can handle them yourselves. Unless you encounter unsolvable troubles, you may send someone to the library. Remember, do not come to disturb me casually. Having said that, he turned to leave. Things here were almost wrapped up. Seeing Crystal's spirits lift considerably after speaking with Cherry, looking much better, Beckett decided to return to the library. After all, he was currently at a crucial point for breaking through. Earlier, while channeling true chi, he sensed subtle signs of his Dantian spontaneously trying to break through and condense a golden core, but he forcibly suppressed it. Now, this feeling was growing increasingly strong. He needed to get back quickly and enter seclusion to prepare for his breakthrough. Honorable Alejandro, please wait. What else is there? Beckett, eager to return, sounded slightly impatient. Cold sweat trickled down in Gaynor's forehead as he noticed the displeasure in the Venerable's tone, hurriedly bending lower. His lips moved but didn't form any words. Instead, he cast a glance at the rough-clothed Daryl standing nearby, motionless. Beckett followed his gaze and suddenly understood. He silently scolded himself for almost forgetting about this unobtrusive Daryl. If he guessed correctly, this guy should be the ancestor of the Anderson element sect, the Farron. After all, he is also a Foundation Establishment powerhouse. It made sense why Gaynor and the others dared not let him leave, fearing this Pergainer would take advantage of his absence to attack Philippian sect. Immediately, Beckett released a faint pressure. The previously dazed Farron was instantly startled, as if abruptly awakened from sleep, his eyes initially bewildered. Only upon sensing Beckett's gaze did he recall why he was here. He inwardly cursed himself for being too careless. He had forgotten that others were around, completely captivated by the profound essence of that palm strike. Fellow Daniest, Farron opened his mouth, then sighed, clearly recalling the deceased Fulton San. Though Fulton San dared to defy his orders, attacking Philippian sect on his own and offending such a formidable power, dying was well deserved. But still, he was a 7th rank innate powerhouse and had contributed much to the Anderson element sect. To die like this right before his eyes, without any resentment, was impossible. However, he could sense that Beckett's cultivation far exceeded his own. Even if he felt aggrieved, he could only swallow it. Otherwise, he might die without knowing how. Thus, his original intention to capture this Pergainer and use him as a vanguard against the alien races, redeeming his sin, became impossible. After all, he dared not offend this Pergainer in front of him. Just from that single palm strike earlier, it was clear that killing him would be child's play for this individual. Chapter 66, Dovey Susan Saves the World. Daniest friend, this Daryl is truly unaware of the matter. I just came over to check out of some unease and didn't expect to be discovered by that rogue. Regarding this, I'm also at a loss. Please understand, Daniest friend. Pentagonal Fulton showed no arrogance and directly bowed. The gap in strength led to a difference in status. Though both were at the Foundation Establishment stage, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Yet, someone full of anger questioned him. If it weren't for Senior's secret incitement, how would you explain what just happened? Pentagonal Fulton opened his mouth but found himself speechless. However, thud. Below, Philippian sect disciples spewed mouthfuls of blood, their energies weakening instantly. Due to the distance, they were not greatly affected by the black-robed Pergainer, yet they were still heavily injured. How bizarre this power is. This old guy wasn't advancing to Foundation Establishment, so why is he so strong? Moxie Fritz and Gaynor, at the Sintian realm, felt their blood flowing uncontrollably too. If this continued, within an hour, they would die from excessive blood loss. After all, being at the Sintian realm didn't mean immortality, and even Pentagonal Fulton at the Foundation Establishment was affected, let alone them. This black-robed Pergainer was unnaturally powerful. Are you the Nigel of Blood Oath sect? Suddenly, Patrick in the sky paused, surprised and looked down. There was a figure with indiscernible features seemingly staring at him without being affected by his domain. Even though he had reincarnated using a secret method and was no longer the world-renowned great ability cultivator of the nascent soul stage, retaining only part of his consciousness, with the strength of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it should have been impossible for anyone to ignore his methods. There's something off about this Pergainer. Can't see clearly, perhaps a high-level concealment spell? He had been delayed earlier and didn't reach in time. He didn't know the exact situation here on the way, only aware of an unexpected incident where a subordinate died. Most importantly, Patrick noticed that whenever his nascent soul stage domain touched within 1,000 feet around that Pergainer, it quietly vanished as if swallowed up. How could this be? Although his strength had significantly diminished now, domain power was something only nascent soul stage cultivators could barely control. Even with just a hint of power remaining, it shouldn't be easily resisted. You're not right. Patrick looked at Beckett, feeling a trace of caution arise, deciding to deal with this Pergainer first. But before he could make a move, suddenly, a huge golden fist appeared in the sky, brimming with dense golden light, descending from above, smashing him into the ground at breakneck speed. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Even Beckett paused, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyes. He hadn't gotten a chance to make a move yet. Amitabha. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant echoed through the sky. In everyone's sight, a bald head emitting golden light appeared, descending from the sky. It was clear that this Pregainer had just punched Patrick into the ground. Wah! What lowlife dares to ambush this seat, lacking martial virtue? With a loud noise, Patrick shot up from underground, his black robe somewhat torn, and his blood-red gaze filled with murderous intent. Amitabha, practitioner, your killing karma is too heavy. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. The bald figure glanced at Patrick and sighed without changing his expression, as everyone was drawn to the bald figure and Patrick in the sky. Below, Beckett's mouth twitched slightly, because, from this bald figure, he sensed a subtle connection. If he hadn't sensed wrong, this guy should be Susan, right? This damn thing. I asked him to help teach Crystal, but he vanished. Where did he come back from, abandoning immortality for monkhood? And not just any ordinary monk. Others couldn't see clearly, but Beckett could see Susan's current appearance. Bald head plus golden kasaya. There was a faint Buddha light behind his head, radiating with golden brilliance. Overall, quite dignified and solemn. But what was that thing in his hand? It didn't look like it belonged to this world. Rather, it resembled a Gatling gun? Beckett was utterly baffled. What the hell? Seeing Susan's carefree demeanor, Beckett quietly hid further back in the crowd, trying not to let the figure in the sky see him. If people knew they were acquainted, he'd lose face. The system's doppelganger was too bizarre. Who are you? Patrick felt an intense pressure emanating from Susan, as if facing an exalted being, filled with caution and suspicion. Amitabha, this poor monk is the Namu Gatling Bodhisattva? Susan smiled and answered every question. Patrick frowned, not understanding but sensing it was formidable. He had only intended to destroy Philippian sect, while consuming some blood essence to recover strength. Yet here he encountered a master in this small southern region? Susan's true form was a divine immortal lotus, naturally beyond Patrick's comprehension. No need for idle talk. The sins on your body are boundless. They should be purified by my Buddha. Taste this poor monk's Vicfold purity depleted uranium bomb. These words left everyone bewildered. Only Beckett rolled his eyes secretly, recalling a picture from the internet in his past life. Namu Gatling Bodhisattva, Vicfold purity depleted uranium bomb. One breath with 3,600 revolutions. Great compassion saves all beings. This guy is about to have a bad time. Since Susan was back, Beckett saw no need to act himself, as he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Patrick was clearly no novice. One move probably wouldn't finish him off. If he were to break through mid-battle, that wouldn't be ideal. Let Susan handle it. He would just watch the show. Boastful. Patrick didn't understand much, but caught the part about purification, promptly sneering coldly. Just now, he was careless and got ambushed. That's why he was injured. Now fully focused and relying on his past combat skills, the opponent couldn't possibly match him. After all, having consumed much blood essence, his cultivation had recovered to around the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. He believed himself invincible below the Foundation Establishment stage. As Patrick rapidly assessed the situation, ready to face a formidable enemy, calculating the opponent's attack route, he saw the opponent remain motionless, merely raising a black, long stick toward him. Chapter 67. Respectable Foundation Establishment Guardian at the Mountain Gate. Tap tap tap. In an instant, the black staff suddenly blurred and began to spin rapidly. What followed was a barrage of attacks like a storm. It was as if a dense rain of laser beams fell down. An overwhelming golden storm swept through the 100-jong void instantly, with an incomparably terrifying momentum, colliding forcefully into Patrick's body. Boom! Plop plop plop. Caught off guard, Patrick was directly turned into a sieve by countless invisible darts. His breath stalled for a moment before he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Amitabha. Bogdan retracted the Gatling gun with one hand, shook it slightly, and it transformed into golden liquid that returned to Bogdan's body. This weapon was created based on his indestructible physical form and memories from the true body. As for the bullets inside, they were the true body's lotus seeds. As long as his internal energy didn't run out, the supply was inexhaustible. In terms of power, it was quite remarkable, comparable to some of the top martial arts techniques, even surpassing them. The scene unfolded abruptly. The battle had barely begun when it abruptly ended. Many people were still in a daze, not fully comprehending what happened. Soon, seeing Patrick breathe his last, the crowd below immediately burst into an uproar, dumbfounded, staring at the continuous golden storm, unable to stop their scalps from tingling. He just killed a Foundation Establishment respected one? Someone stared hard at the direction where Patrick fell, too shocked to speak for a long time. So powerful. Where did this Pregainer come from? With one move, he eliminated a Foundation Establishment respected one, truly terrifying. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't lose your head talking about such powerful figures. Cough cough, I'm just speaking casually. Anyway, we Philippian sect also has Foundation Establishment respected ones. What do we have to fear? Numerous people whispered among themselves, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Foundation Establishment masters who were rarely seen in everyday life appeared so many times today, as if they were nothing precious. Everyone felt extremely excited. Is he dead already? He didn't last a hit. Bogdan's gaze scanned over, noticing that Patrick across from him had no more signs of life. He couldn't help but curl his lips in disappointment. In the vast southern region, there wasn't even one Pregainer worth fighting. Next time, he would have to go check out the territories of other races. The human side was simply too weak. Bogdan thought endlessly, feeling a bit bored. His original form being a divine lotus, he had no cultivation bottleneck issues. Only the upper limit of his cultivation was restricted by his true body. However, Beckett's cultivation advanced rapidly, while Bogdan, despite having unparalleled talent, always lagged slightly behind. Now, he was barely at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, still a distance away from the 9th level. Still, with such terrifying physical strength, Bogdan was practically invincible. Even if he met a core formation powerhouse, he would dare to take on a few bites. Such prowess was enough to dominate the entire southern region. These past few months, wandering around, he encountered many experts, but none of them could match his strength. Feeling bored, he finally decided to return. Coincidentally running into this scene, he couldn't resist acting, only for Patrick's strength to be somewhat lacking. He was dispatched within a single exchange. This made Bogdan a little unhappy. Too weak, just as everyone thought Patrick was dead. From where Patrick's corpse lay, blood mist rose gradually, a strange force slowly seeping out and quickly burrowing underground to escape far away. No one else noticed this anomaly. But Beckett, endowed with the Eye of Revelation, whose divine sense covered the surroundings, instantly sensed the irregularity. Not thoroughly dead? Beckett's figure moved, suddenly appearing on the path where the blood mist was escaping. With a heavy stomp, a surging dark force, akin to a volcanic eruption, plunged into the ground, striking the strange force heavily. A piercing cry echoed through heaven and earth all of a sudden. What? The deafening screams startled the others. All eyes turned towards here, witnessing Beckett wave his hand and grab a fleeing shadow, vaguely discerning Patrick's appearance. Heaven! What kind of ghostly thing is this? Divine sense manifestation? Others couldn't recognize it, but Beckett realized this shadow was primarily composed of forces similar to divine sense, very mystical. If not for his eye of revelation awakening divine sense in him, he wouldn't have noticed it, let alone captured it. Good catch. Unbeknownst to everyone, Bogdan had appeared, his eyes glowing as he stared at the shadow, full of longing. He swallowed hard. He had a premonition that if he swallowed this thing, he would gain considerable benefits. At the very least, his cultivation would catch up with the main body's monstrous level. You cannot kill me. I am of the Heavenly Demon Hall. If I die, the Heavenly Demon Hall will never let you off. Patrick screamed in agony and did not forget to threaten. Heavenly Demon Hall? Never heard of it. Beckett was considering how to deal with this thing. It seemed quite unusual. He did not believe that a Foundation establishment could possess divine sensibilities. One must know, divine sense only appeared at the nascent soul stage. Not everyone was like Beckett, having a system to assist, with unearthly means. Could it be soul snatching? Beckett continuously guessed in his heart. My Heavenly Demon Hall is not something an ant like you can imagine. I advise you to be sensible, release me, help me recover my strength, and you won't lack rewards. The black shadow suddenly screamed in pain. Beckett was annoyed by the incessant screams, so he crushed it into a lump, sealing it casually. This guy seemed to have many secrets. He would interrogate him later for potentially useful information. In this world, acquiring information was as important as enhancing power. As for the Heavenly Demon Hall, who cares about what kind of force it was? Anyway, he stayed cooped up in the library and could enter the Nine Nines Creation Pagoda anytime. Even if the Heavenly Demon Hall came, it would be useless. Moreover, his strength increased rapidly. If the Heavenly Demon Hall really came looking for him, who knew how long it would take? By then, who would subdue whom remained uncertain. Having sorted everything out, Beckett looked at the Anderson elements, old Alejandro. As for today's incident, though you are not entirely at fault, your failure to discipline properly is a mistake. Now, I give you two choices. Without waiting for the Anderson elements, old Alejandro to speak, he continued, first, receive one strike from me, life or death be damned, and this matter ends here. I will not cause any trouble for you, or the Anderson elements sect. The Anderson elements, old Alejandro's face was filled with bitter laughter. He had witnessed Beckett's strength. One hit was not even necessary. Just a brush or touch would likely result in severe injury or death. There was no way he could choose this option. Second, guard Philippian sect's gate for 10 years. During this period, you need only resolve minor troubles. You don't have to care about major events, and you will receive annual compensation. Upon hearing this, the Anderson elements, old Alejandro once again showed a bitter smile. This clearly pinned him down. Once agreed upon, he would be tied to Philippian sect forever. If that were all, there wouldn't be much resistance, as serving such a terrifying existence didn't seem too bad. However, being a mere gatekeeper, this somewhat embarrassed him. After all, he was also an ancestor who controlled a 2-star sect, where his word was absolute. Now, he was just being asked to be a gatekeeping servant, which felt somewhat insulting. But things had already gone too far to hesitate. Biting his teeth, he agreed. Do I have another choice? Since Dania's friend speaks, it's acceptable. From now on, I will stay at Philippian sect for 10 years. As long as I am here, Philippian sect will not suffer harassment. Hearing these words, Beckett nodded slightly. Guard the gate for 10 years, redeeming your sins. After 10 years, we will consider ourselves even. Whether you leave or stay at that time, it's up to you. Seeing the Anderson elements, old Alejandro's pained and helpless expression, Beckett said, don't feel insulted by guarding the gate. Perhaps one day, you will be grateful for your decision today. Beckett kept the sentence unsaid. You're complaining about just being a gatekeeper. I'm only a sweeper. Do I say anything? Chapter 68. The Nigel returns. The war had ended, and now it was time to clean up the battlefield. What needed to be sorted out was being taken care of, and what needed repairs was being mended. After the battle, some parts of Philippian sect seemed different, but no one could quite put their finger on what had changed. Just half a day later, on this day, Omrit, also known as the Fultons of Anderson Elements, was sweeping the ground in front of the main gate of Philippian sect when he suddenly perked up his ears and looked up. At the end of his line of sight, a group of people appeared. With Omrit's sharp eyesight, he instantly recognized that these people were wearing the uniforms of Philippian sect. After a moment's thought, he understood that these must have been the reinforcements who came to help after hearing about the great battle at Philippian sect. Omrit sensed several unusual presences from this group and raised his eyebrows, slowing down his sweeping motion. Lord Nigel, we've arrived. Someone in the group, upon seeing the main gate of Philippian sect, immediately exclaimed with joy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at these words. Seeing the gate so close, they felt a wave of relief. They had finally made it after all. After battling with the alien army for years on the front lines, they were finally back. In this moment, everyone felt a complex mix of emotions, almost hesitant to advance, just staring blankly at the scene before them. There was nostalgia in everyone's eyes. Why are you all standing around? Hurry up. My legs are already numb. Do you guys know anything about respecting guests? An untimely voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was a rock who looked quite handsome at first glance, with an impatient and domineering air, as if everyone present was his servant. This rock wore clothing distinctly different from the Philippian sect members, embroidered with large fire clouds and 3 big characters, Tianyan sect, written in flowing script. Behind the youth followed an Tanyali man dressed in the same attire, looking like an ordinary Daryl on the verge of death, with no signs of cultivation. But judging by the cautious glances from those around him, everyone showed considerable respect and fear toward this Daryl. And this mysterious Daryl was merely a servant to the rock, indicating the rock's noble status. Haha, Enrique, you talk too much. Don't you let people catch their breath? You're such an impolite one. You really make your Tianyan sect look bad. At that moment, another voice chimed in. The speaker was a bold-looking teenager, whose gaze towards Enrique subtly carried a hint of challenge. The latter did not back down, and for a moment, the atmosphere was tense, until a rather spirited-looking Eliza stepped forward, and both men immediately fell silent, turning their ardent gazes towards her. Enrique's gaze was especially unrestrained, revealing greed. Right ahead is our sect. Let's go. The speaker was none other than the Nigel of Philippian sect, Christine. Haha, heard that? The fairy herself has spoken. Why wait? Let's catch up. Enrique discreetly wiped his mouth, exchanging a glance with the Tanya beside him, giving a secret signal. Then he revealed a meaningful smile, his greedy gaze nearly uncontrollable, fixed on the retreating figure of Christine. Pitied, this guy is still as full of himself as ever. On the other side, Keaton saw Enrique's expression and frowned slightly, exchanging a nod with the Tanya Eliza beside him before following along. Philippian sect had returned from the front lines with over 300 people, all of whom were elite warriors, none below the third rank. Each face carried a serious expression. They had rushed back upon receiving news of the sect facing imminent destruction, hoping it wasn't too late. But after walking for a while, seeing the bloodstains, pockmarked ground, and scraps of torn clothes, everyone's faces turned pale and grim. Christine's complexion also turned slightly white, her eyes widening, fists clenching tightly. Without a word, she gritted her teeth and hurriedly ran towards the sect entrance with all her might. The rest also looked grim, realizing they had arrived too late. It seemed the great battle had already erupted, and they didn't know how badly the sect had fared. Alicia, let's follow too. If anything happens, please lend a hand. We promised to come and assist, so we should contribute. Keaton sighed, gazing at the back view of Christine, his eyes showing a hint of infatuation. Compared to Enrique, he hailed from Tinshue's sect, with a softer demeanor and more tactful approach. He acknowledged that when it came to pursuing someone, he wouldn't be as relentless as Enrique, but would rather take things slowly and steadily. Thus, along the way, although Christine didn't like these two fellows, she harbored a bit more favor towards Keaton compared to Enrique. After all, this guy was quieter on the journey and did not disturb her. To be honest, it wasn't that Christine was deliberately asking for their help, but Enrique insisted on following despite lacking propriety. Everyone feared the Tanya with him and, given the critical situation of the sect, any additional strength was beneficial, so they turned a blind eye to it. As for Keaton, upon seeing Enrique tagging along, he followed under the pretext of being a knight in shining armor, assuring himself that this decision was justified. Of course, to outsiders, there was little difference between the two of them. Contrary to everyone's anxiety and concerns, Enrique's eyes suddenly lit up at this scene, and his lips curved into a smile, seemingly quite pleased. Haha, Philippian sect, this trashy sect has indeed run into trouble. Great, I hope more die. That way, when I step in to deal with those 3 Mountain Alliance guys, that Eliza, Catherine, will be grateful to me? What a great opportunity. But keeping Philippian sect around is a bit troublesome. Best find an opportunity to eliminate it entirely. Then, that Eliza, Catherine, can completely devote herself to me. With this thought, Enrique laughed loudly and quickly caught up. Meanwhile, Keaton glanced at this guy, sneered, and thought, with such a brain, he thinks he can compete with me in pursuit? What a fool. Christine ignored the rest. The moment she sensed something was wrong, she immediately rushed toward the sect entrance, her eyes filled with immense worry, her face pale. Something happened to the sect. When she learned of the fall of the Priscilla, she immediately sensed the impending danger, but the war at the front lines delayed her return. She originally thought Philippian sect had many Tanias and disciples to handle any situation, but the crisis came faster than expected without any warning. When she finally arrived, breathless, she paused, seeing several disciples cleaning up the battlefield, all wearing Philippian sect uniforms. At least, the 3 Mountain Alliance hasn't captured the sect yet. We've returned in time. Seeing this and sensing familiar auras within the sect, Christine's heart finally began to settle. In no time, the others gradually caught up, gathering hundreds of people at the entrance of Philippian sect, startling many disciples who had just gone through a fierce battle. Everyone was still on high alert after the ordeal. Suddenly, such a large group appeared, each looking battle-hardened and intimidating, causing everyone to become vigilant instantly. Chapter 69, Conflict Reignites, Old White Mingpa. Stop right there. Marion halted as a lethargic yet aged voice suddenly rang out. Following that, an Tanyali man holding a broom and dressed in a gray servant's uniform appeared, watching her intently. Where did you come from, old fool? How dare you block the path of my party? If you want to live, get out of our way. Enrique saw an opportunity to make an impression, immediately stepped forward, frowned, and looked disdainfully at the Daryl with an arrogant expression on his face. To enter, present your Philippian sect identity token. The Tanya spoke indifferently. Enrique instantly flared up. This Daryl had no sense, daring to ignore his words. A flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. Had it not been for considering Marion's dignity, he would have long sent this presumptuous Daryl to see Yama. Marion, it seems that your Philippian sect is lacking if you don't even have a properly cultivated disciple guarding the gate. Are these the kind of riffraff you admit? Is this how you treat honored guests? Enrique's face darkened as he glanced at Marion, his eyes full of blame, as if questioning an underling. To him, Marion was already his property, unable to escape. Now, this lackey dared to act so insolently towards him. It was sheer audacity. Before Marion could respond, Keaton sneered mockingly, speaking sarcastically. Honored guest? I think you're more like a troublemaker. No wonder they aren't welcoming you. Without paying attention to Enrique's suddenly darkened face, Keaton coughed lightly. He tidied his clothes, took a step forward, and bowed respectfully to the Daryl, trying to sound friendly and approachable. Fulton, we are here with Zion Nigel to support Philippian sect. We mean no harm. Could you possibly let us enter and speak? Seeing Keaton act this way, Enrique secretly cursed him for being crafty. This man was clearly seizing the opportunity to gain favor with Marion, the one he considered his greatest rival, a purgainer of deep cunning. What a miscalculation. As Enrique pondered whether to lower his stance to salvage some impressions, the seemingly ordinary-looking Daryl finally spoke. Ignoring Keaton's politeness, the Daryl remained indifferent, replying lazily, present your Philippian sect identity token, or wait here for summoning. Unexpectedly, the Daryl showed no respect. Even with Keaton's depth of experience, his expression stiffened slightly. His raised hand didn't know where to go, making him feel awkward beyond measure. Not just him, everyone was stunned by the Daryl's brash behavior. It was hard to understand where this Daryl got the courage to offend both parties. Even after Keaton lowered his stance, he didn't give him any face. Couldn't he tell these people were of high status? That shouldn't be the case. Now, not only Enrique but even the usually well-tempered Keaton felt his mood darken. Old fool, you don't appreciate courtesy. Do you know who we are? Offend us, and do you believe a word can make your Philippian sect extinct? Enrique, who had hesitated initially, exploded upon hearing this. He lunged forward, pointing his finger at the Daryl's nose, cursing wildly, and then threw a punch directly at the Daryl's head. With his 7th rank cultivation, If this punch landed, it would surely cause severe injury to this ordinary-looking Daryl. Stop. Marion couldn't bear it any longer. With a wave of her hand, she sent Enrique flying. She looked at him, whose face was filled with disbelief, with icy anger, her voice laced with murderous intent. If you came here to help, Philippian sect welcomes you. But if you're here to cause trouble, regardless of your status, Philippian sect will not hesitate to fight. The peak 9th rank aura of Marion erupted, pressing down on Enrique, making it hard for him to breathe. Her demeanor suggested she had tolerated this for far too long, and now wanted to solve the issue once and for all. Leader, please don't. Leader, think carefully. Everyone's faces changed, quickly trying to mediate. They weren't necessarily biased towards Enrique at all, but because of their extraordinary origins, all from 2-star sects, offending them recklessly could lead to serious consequences. Are you alright, Fulton? Once inside Philippian sect, you are one of us. Our sect will not allow anyone to bully you. After sending the opponent flying, Marion immediately turned to check on the gatekeeper Daryl. She had already noticed earlier that he was just an ordinary Pergainer, vulnerable to any danger. If anything happened to him, it would be regrettable. As the sect leader, Catherine was very concerned about her disciples. Especially after the incident that led to a mass exodus of disciples, causing her grief and pain, she valued the remaining disciples even more. Even an ordinary gatekeeper Daryl could not be bullied by outsiders without REA Gainer. Even if the other party came from a 2-star sect, it wouldn't be allowed. This was the bottom line for a sect leader. Amrit glanced at Catherine with surprise, showing no joy or fear of survival. He calmly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Nigel. I am fine. Seeing Catherine's anxious look, Amrit found it slightly amusing. As a dignified Foundation establishment respected one, how could he be hurt by someone merely of the 7th rank? That would be a huge joke. Very well indeed. Catherine, I have been wholeheartedly devoted to you, and this is how you repay me. At that moment, a hateful voice echoed. Enrique slowly got up, his eyes clouded with gloom, staring at Catherine with a grotesque expression. I was going to use some roundabout tactics, but you injured me just for a mere mortal Daryl. It truly breaks my heart. Upon hearing this, Fairy Catherine frowned and looked at him coldly. Just as everyone thought she was about to scold him, Catherine only spat out 2 words coldly. Rubbish. These 2 words were like thunderbolts, making Enrique's eyes instantly turn bloodshot. You call me rubbish? How dare you call me rubbish? How dare you? Enrique felt his sincere intentions had been betrayed. Looking at Catherine's cold face, his emotions surged, revealing greed and malice unashamedly. Old Atlee, what are you waiting for? Enrique suddenly roared. Sigh, Catherine girl, why do you make things difficult for yourself? The young dovey loves you deeply. Why not go along with it, and let him take care of you? You've disappointed me too much. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using force. A gaunt Daryl stepped forward, looking at Catherine with disappointment. For some REA Gainer, everyone shivered, sensing a chill. The gaunt Daryl's body trembled, and a powerful innate aura swept through like a storm, sending everyone reeling in shock and fear. This Daryl is indeed an innate powerhouse. The casual members of Philippian sect shuddered, realizing the situation was bad. With the death of the Priscilla, Philippian sect had no means to counter an innate powerhouse. If targeted, they would suffer heavy losses. Do you need me to intervene, young dovey? On the other side, a hunched Grace appeared quietly beside Keaton. Not yet, wait a bit. Keaton remained calm, let them fight a while. Once some die, I'll step in as the hero saving the beauty. That will have the best effect. This fool Enrique has unknowingly made it easier for me. Young dovey is indeed exceptionally wise. Haha, that's true. How can that fool Enrique compare to me? Keaton stood in the corner, watching the scene unfold, enjoying everyone's fear and panic. Looking at Fairy Catherine, he smiled slightly. One must choose the right moment to act. In winning a beauty's heart, Enrique still has a long way to go compared to me. Chapter 70, The Death of Enrique and Mad Aaron. In the blink of an eye, Aaron moved. His speed was so fast it was almost imperceptible, vanishing from his spot as if he had teleported. Leader of the sect, be cautious. Everyone was taken aback. They hadn't expected him to make a move without any warning. Oh no. Zion Aquila Maiden's intuition screamed danger. Without hesitation, she summoned a long sword measuring 3 feet 3 inches and 1/3. A mystic light shone upon it, making it look quite profound. This was the sect's innate spiritual treasure, the celestial light bod-higgling sword. With this treasure, Zion Aquila Maiden could easily battle with someone who had just entered the innate realm, matching them equally. Unfortunately, Aaron was clearly not in that category. Behind you. Relying on her combat instincts, Zion Aquila Maiden unleashed a blade beam at full force. There was a clink, as if it had struck iron, halting abruptly without moving forward any further. Zion girl, now is still the time to regret. If you agree to properly serve my young master from now on, I can spare your life, said Aaron, who had appeared behind Zion without anyone noticing. He carried one hand behind his back and blocked Zion's attack with just 2 fingers. How is that possible? The crowd's pupils constricted as they witnessed this scene. Haha, a bunch of ignoramuses. Aaron is one of the 4 Guardian Tanias of our Heavenly Flame sect, an 8th layer innately powerful expert. Dream on if you think you can challenge Aaron with that broken sword. Enrique laughed heartily, finding pleasure in Ziyun's predicament. Since the confrontation had become unavoidable, Enrique did not bother hiding his repulsive nature anymore. His gaze towards Ziyun was filled with greed and ardor, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Foolish daydreams. Zion Aquila Maiden's eyes turned cold. She pulled her sword back and attacked again. Just a futile struggle. Ziyun was thoroughly overpowered. Aaron toyed with her like a cat playing with a mouse. With casual moves, he made it difficult for her to defend, causing her blood and chi to churn, her chest feeling stifled. Aaron, stop playing around. Hurry up and subdue this Eliza. Bring her to my bed. I can't wait any longer. Unconsciously, Enrique's breathing grew heavy as he shouted impatiently. From a corner, Simone looked at Keaton. Do you want me to intervene? Keaton didn't look too pleased. Philippian sect hadn't lost anyone yet. Acting now might not have the desired effect. How could he make Ziyun loyal to him? This did not meet his expectations. Let's wait a bit more. No matter what, she must experience some hardship to realize how good I am to her, even if she falls into Enrique's hands. As long as I eventually get her, that's all that matters. Keaton's face showed struggle. In the end, he stared deeply at Ziyun, his eyes full of obsession. Young Dovey is wise. Simone nodded gently and concealed herself once more. Within moments, Zion Aquila Maiden and Aaron had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Had it not been for his lack of intent to kill and desire to capture her alive, The outcome would have been decided long ago. At Enrique's shout, Aaron paused. He gave Ziyun a pitiful glance. Old man gives you one last chance. Are you sure you want to go against me? If you give up now, Daryl will pretend nothing happened before. You know, you can't escape from my palm. Why endure such pain? A little stubbornness is fine, but too much is unappealing. Old man knows you might be trying to lure me, but young Dovey's patience is running out. You should know when to stop. Die. Ziyun Aquila Maiden nearly vomited at his twisted logic and disregarded the Daryl, turning to strike Enrique directly with her sword. Kill this fool first. He loved boasting. Aaron. Seeing Ziyun abandon Aaron and come straight for him, Enrique was both shocked and furious. Insolent. Aaron also got angry, unleashing his full power, striking towards Ziyun with a palm. Kill you first. Sensing the enormous threat from behind, Ziyun gritted her teeth and, disregarding everything, aimed to kill Enrique with her next move. This strike would certainly leave Enrique mutilated beyond recognition. You dare. Aaron was both anxious and enraged. He hadn't anticipated this deviation, as she shifted her target directly to Enrique. Too late to react, he couldn't stop her. No, you can't kill me. My father is the head of the Heavenly Flame sect, a Foundation establishment powerhouse. This is suicide. Killing me will not let you off easy. Even if you don't care about your life, are you going to drag your sect down with you? Seeing the Ziyun's sword light approach, staring into those eyes full of murderous intent, Enrique was utterly terrified and directly collapsed onto the ground, his face full of fear, constantly moving backward while not forgetting to threaten. Ziyun Aquila Maiden wasn't afraid of death, but thinking of her fellow disciples, she hesitated for a moment. But it was only for a moment. The next second, a piercing scream echoed as Enrique was pierced right through the heart by the sword. Ah! Filthy Eliza, even in death, I won't let you off. No, don't kill me. If you release me, I'll give you anything. My father is the head of a 2-star sect, a resilient Foundation powerhouse. You will suffer terribly if you kill me, please don't. Facing imminent death, Enrique was completely reduced to tears, all traces of arrogance gone, his face full of pleading. Even death is better than falling into your hands 10,000 times over. Without hesitation, Ziyun Aquila Maiden, unaffected by Enrique's words, sliced with her long sword, sending a head soaring into the sky. Enrique, dead. Damn brat. Aaron behind him saw the severed head fly up and instantly turned livid with rage. I will tear off your limbs and take you back to experience every torture known to man, leaving you unable to live or die. How does she? Doesn't she know killing Enrique would cause massive uproar and trouble? Doesn't she understand how serious offending a 2-star sect can be? How could she dare? Aaron was driven mad by this outcome he had never anticipated. With Enrique dead, the sect leader would never let him go unpunished. Even if he returned, he faced extremely cruel punishments awaiting him. He harbored no doubt about the mercilessness of the Heavenly Flame sect leader. At this moment, a mix of terror and fury distorted Aaron's usually kind Tanyali face into something grotesque. I've killed. So what? It's come to this, I have no fear. Come on then. Ziyun pointed her sword forward, with a similarly intense aura enveloping her body. On the front lines of countless battles against different races, how could she possibly be indecisive? If not for thoughts of her sect earlier, would she have tolerated his repeated provocations? Fine. Aaron repeated several goods, his facial muscles twitching, looking utterly terrifying. Boom. In an instant, Aaron vanished, his figure turning into an afterimage as he rushed towards Ziyun Aquila Maiden at a terrifying speed, stirring up thunderous sounds in the air. Ziyun Aquila Maiden's face was grave, teeth clenched, ready to forcefully withstand this blow. Watching Aaron's fierce face enlarge in her vision, feeling the chilling intensity on her skin, this strike would surely severely wound Ziyun. But at that moment, an invisible ripple silently swept over. To Ziyun's surprise, she found an indifferent Tanyali figure standing lazily before her, holding a broom, nonchalantly blocking in front of her. This sight left Ziyun stunned, seeing the enemy attack approaching. She didn't have time to think much, nor did she wonder why this Daryl suddenly appeared here. She assumed he intended to shield her with his frail body, moved and resolute, grabbed the Daryl's arm, exerted gentle strength, and threw him with all her might to a safer place. She didn't need a disciple to sacrifice himself for her. Yet, in the next second, the Daryl remained immobile, instead pulling her forward, staggering her steps. For a moment, her brain couldn't process what was happening, leaving her standing there confused. By then, it was already too late to dodge. Aaron's terrifying attack was upon them. Chapter 71. The Pitiful Aaron. Grandmaster. As Catherine was in danger, everyone from Philippian sect was in an agonizing hurry. It's over. After a brief daze, Catherine regained her senses. Unfortunately, the terrifying attack had already arrived. It was too late to dodge now. She looked at the Daryl in front of her with a complicated expression. Why must you choose death? Now 2 lives will be lost together. Ha, you can't escape. Aaron's grotesque face laughed maniacally as his face loomed larger and larger, filled with malice. Boom. With all his might, Aaron unleashed a strike. Catherine, who had been resigned to her death, suddenly found no pain at all, feeling puzzled. Have I already died? That's why I don't feel any pain. Thinking of this, Catherine's heart sank. Instinctively, she glanced around, wanting to see her sect one last time before her life ended. But this glance made her eyes suddenly narrow. Not only her, but everyone else, including Aaron, also had expressions of shock. Everyone's gaze, filled with disbelief, saw that when Aaron threw a punch, it didn't hit its target but was blocked by a dilapidated broom. The almost bare broom seemed like it would crumble at a touch, yet those soft twigs were now harder than steel. Drip. Aaron's expression changed as he suddenly felt intense pain from his fist. Slowly looking down, he widened his eyes in shock. His fist, wrapped in primal power strong enough to split mountains and crush rocks, had been pierced directly by the seemingly weak bristles of the broom, turning into a honeycomb. Drops of blood dripped continuously along his arm. How is this possible? Aaron's face twitched violently, and his body trembled slightly. In his mind, he raged furiously. This cannot be possible. He was a formidable expert at the 8th level of innate realm, not to mention a simple broom. Even if a towering tree stood in his way, it would only end up shattered by his punch. Yet, the real scene unfolding before him, and the pain from his fist forced him to accept it. Who are you? Aaron struggled to lift his head, following the broom's line of sight to a wrinkled palm casually resting on it, seemingly exerting no effort. Yet, this frail broom easily penetrated his 8th level innate defense. As Aaron raised his gaze, He saw a lazy-looking face, making his pupils suddenly contract. It was the gatekeeper, who looked like an ordinary Pergainer. The next moment, Aaron couldn't help but let out a strangled cry. It's you. At this moment, the others also clearly understood the situation on the field. Seeing that Catherine was unharmed, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, shifting their gaze, they were stunned to find the once powerful Aaron standing quietly where he was, his fist pierced by the bristles of the broom, with blood dripping continuously onto the ground, which was now red with blood. That Aaron is actually injured? What kind of divine being used just a broom to wound Aaron? That is a super strong expert at the 8th level of innate realm. With such strength, even a full innate wouldn't dare say they could do this easily. This time, not only the people from Philippian sect, but even Keaton and Elisha, who had been watching, were shaken. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the other end of the broom was held by a plain-looking Tanya-Lee hand, as if casually sweeping dust. Heaven, it's that gatekeeper. What, a gatekeeper? Am I seeing things? This is simply unbelievable. Our Philippian sect's gatekeeper has such terrifying strength? What happened in our sect while we were away? The Philippian sect members' eyes nearly fell out of their sockets in shock. Damn it! Why is this happening? Keaton couldn't help but shudder, his eyes switching between viciousness and madness as he realized his plan had been disrupted. You! Catherine stared blankly at the Daryl holding the broom, momentarily speechless from shock. Sowing chaos outside Philippian sect, truly thinking I don't exist? Amrit cast a faint glance at the cold-sweating Aaron, completely ignoring his 8th level innate prowess. Entering the Foundation establishment stage bridged a chasm, creating a vast gap in strength far beyond imagination. At this moment, Aaron deeply felt the same powerlessness Catherine had faced earlier. Not possible. How can I be inferior to a lowly garbage gatekeeper? Aaron went berserk. Roaring with anger, he ignored his injured palm and launched another frenzied attack on the Daryl holding the broom. Too slow. Put some strength into it, haven't you eaten? This move has enough power, but the accuracy is lacking. Not bad, not bad. This move looks promising. Aaron roared madly, each attack coming one after another in a relentless storm. His figure moved so fast it blurred, making it impossible for anyone to distinguish his movements. But the Daryl holding the broom stood quietly in place, never moving his feet. He simply swung the broom from time to time, and Aaron would be severely wounded, spitting blood and retreating. The vast gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance. At this moment, even the most sluggish among the crowd realized that this gatekeeping Daryl was no ordinary Pergainer, but a superlative expert of unimaginable prowess. They appeared like ordinary people only because the disparity in strength was too great, leaving them unable to discern the true extent of the Daryl's cultivation. So powerful. Catherine had been dumbstruck by the scene. The Aaron who had previously suppressed her without any resistance now seemed as weak as an infant facing a robust man in the hands of this unremarkable-looking gatekeeper. Even with all his might, Aaron couldn't make the Daryl take a single step back. This formidable strength belonged to merely a gatekeeper of their Philippian sect? The fairy Catherine felt a mixture of emotions, finding it somewhat absurd. What had happened in Philippian sect during her absence? And were the Tanyas of the sect out of their minds? To dare have such a powerful existence guard the door? If they displeased him, wouldn't it bring calamity to the entire sect? No, after this incident, she must invite this Tanya into the sect, treating him as a distinguished guest. If he wished to stay, honoring him as the new Supreme Fulton would not be too much. Fairy Catherine's heart was filled with myriad thoughts, ups and downs. As everyone watched the Daryl casually toy with Aaron, seeing the latter's mad expression, they felt both relieved and secretly alarmed. Just how terrifying was this Daryl's strength? In this moment, they suddenly found that Aaron, who had once felt like a towering mountain pressing down on them, wasn't so intimidating anymore. The wheel turns full circle. Philippian sect members, looking at the disheveled Aaron and the lazy-looking gatekeeper, felt this situation was profoundly dramatic. Chapter 72. Such haste. Where are you heading? The battle on the field was completely one-sided. The Tanya holding a broom seemed to be playing around, effortlessly suppressing the once arrogant Arrigo. In just a few rounds, Arrigo suffered severe injuries. Seeing the situation turn against him, a shadow of gloom crossed Arrigo's eyes, and he suddenly roared, "I'll fight you to the death." As he spoke, cosmic energy surged violently around him, the overwhelming momentum making everyone feel suffocated, instantly becoming wary and pulling away. This Daryl is going all out. Be careful, senior. Catherine saw that the Tanya-Lee man still looked calm and immediately warned him. The Daryl with the broom only raised his eyelids slightly upon hearing this. However, not good, Nigel. Suddenly, everyone's pupils shrank as they noticed that Arrigo, who was originally attacking the gatekeeper, abruptly turned and rushed toward Fairy Catherine. Haha, turning your own trick against you. In an instant, Arrigo's figure rapidly enlarged in Fairy Catherine's eyes. At this distance, the old gatekeeper couldn't come to her aid in time. You didn't expect this. You're my true target. If I capture you, no matter how strong this old thing is, he'll still have to do as I say. This move I learned from you. Surprise? Arrigo laughed madly and reached out toward Fairy Catherine. Previously, Fairy Catherine had suddenly changed her target under Arrigo's nose, taking advantage to kill Enrique, which enraged Arrigo. Now, Arrigo planned to do the same under the watchful eyes of the gatekeeper. His target was none other than Fairy Catherine. The terrifying attack drew closer and closer. Fairy Catherine braced herself for the imminent danger. Just as she was about to resist, suddenly the entire space stilled. Do you think such petty tricks can escape my notice? In an instant, space distorted, and everyone was shocked to see the gatekeeper, who had been hundreds of meters away, now standing before Fairy Catherine, looking at Arrigo disdainfully, whose face had drastically changed. That's enough fun. It's time to send you on your way. Amrit flicked his broom lightly, releasing an inexplicable force. Everyone saw the once formidable Arrigo suddenly explode into a cloud of blood mist without warning. In the blink of an eye, he went from full of life to barely clinging to it. Hiss! Everyone saw Arrigo's pitiful state and couldn't help but suck in a breath sharply, their faces filled with shock. A powerful 8th stage innate expert reduced to less than a dead dog before their eyes. Anyone would think they were dreaming. Unbelievable. You can't kill me. I am in Fulton of the 2-star Tianyan sect. Killing me will bring you endless trouble. Our Nigel is a Foundation establishment venerable? Amrit's displayed killing intent stirred Arrigo, causing him to beg repeatedly while threatening. The people of the Tianyan sect are still bullying the weak. A bunch of spineless cowards. Hearing Arrigo's words, Amrit did not show the hesitation or shock expected by the other party. Instead, he shook his head lightly as if he had anticipated this scene. Without any hesitation, he killed him with a single palm strike. He actually killed me so easily? Before dying, Arrigo's mind flashed with his last thought, his wide-open eyes revealing intense resentment and regret, unable to close even in death. Arrigo has been killed. From afar, Keaton saw this scene and felt his body tremble, sensing something was wrong. He wanted to leave this cursed place before being noticed. They reported the name of Tianyan's sect, but were still killed. Where does Philippian's sect get the nerve and guts? Emi also wore a grave and puzzled expression. In her view, a one-star sect should naturally revere a two-star sect. Even if not bowing down, it should at least try to meet all its demands, never having any thoughts of resistance. But what happened before her eyes completely subverted her understanding. Her equally powerful counterpart, Arrigo, was killed so easily, offering no resistance. This made her increasingly uneasy and absurd, feeling some regret for coming to this place. She hadn't expected that a fallen one-star sect could hide such strength. She needed to report back to the Nigel as soon as possible. Philippian's sect must be hiding major secrets. If these secrets could be uncovered, it might provide her with a chance to advance further, reaching a realm that countless others dream of. A glint of greed flashed in Emi's eyes. Young Dovey, let's go. Emi couldn't wait to drag Keaton away. The old gatekeeper seemed peculiar, and only the Nigel could have the confidence to kill him. Moreover, the Tianyan sect had lost an 8th stage innate Tanya and the Nigel's beloved gainer, which would certainly enrage them into a thorough investigation. If they returned too late, the Tianyan sect might snatch their share. This didn't align with Emi's interests, nor did it align with the Tinshui sect's interests. But I haven't gotten my hands on that Eliza Catherine yet. How can we just leave? Keaton was somewhat reluctant. Emi gave him a look filled with disappointment, wondering how his mind could still be occupied by such trivialities at this moment. But since he was her young Dovey, she decided to give some face. That old gatekeeper is too powerful. Staying here won't help much. We should return to gather more forces, ideally even ask the Nigel to act. Once we've gathered our strength, we can directly take over the Philippian sect. Won't everything be ours then? Just a mere beauty. When the time comes, you'll get her tied up and delivered to you, free to do whatever you want with her. Keaton's eyes lit up, finding Emi's REA gainering logical. He glanced regretfully in Fairy Catherine's direction, thinking to himself, it's a pity to make Catherine wait for a while. Damn Philippian sect, forcing us apart for some time. But don't worry, I'll soon bring people back to rescue you. Having reached this decision, Keaton no longer hesitated and hurriedly followed Emi as they slipped away under cover. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Atli Lau who had been killed, so no one noticed the two leaving. They left the Philippian sect's territory smoothly. Only when they felt they were far enough did they slow down, breathing a sigh of relief. Just now, they had rushed rapidly, with Emi dragging Keaton, sprinting at a life-saving speed for half an hour straight. Confident the gatekeeper wouldn't pursue them, they gradually stopped. Keaton looked back at the direction of the Philippian sect, clenching his fists. He murmured to himself, don't worry, Catherine. No one can keep us apart. I can sense your feelings towards me are different from that fool Enrique. You love me deeply. I will come back to save you from this suffering. Tiesque, you better stop ruining this young lady. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed. A figure slowly emerged from behind a tree, and the two hadn't sensed anything until it was right before their eyes. Who? Emi tensed up, quickly shielding Keaton behind her, eyeing the newcomer warily. The figure was not old, dressed in a white robe, with a gentle smile on his face, looking like an ordinary next-door boy. However, his body hovering a few inches off the ground stabbed sharply at their eyes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Beckett. I'm here to claim your lives. The youth chuckled softly. As he spoke, mysterious Danny rhythms began to rise from behind him. Chapter 73, the third divine ability, Time Restart. In the dark, silent forest, under the terrified gaze of Keaton and Alicia, a rock in white stood Shin Fu Wei Xiaojia, with countless Dao auras faintly surging behind him. He looked ineffably wondrous and divine, as if he were an immortal sent down from heaven. Gulp. Both swallowed hard. They felt enveloped by an inexplicable force. As they stared at the youth in white, their blood began to run cold and their scalps tingled uncontrollably. Danger. Their instincts screamed a dire warning. Everything around them seemed to turn bleak and lifeless. Yet when they looked, the surrounding forest remained vibrant with life. The clash between perception and reality produced an inexplicable paradox and eeriness. You know, Senior. Having uttered one word, Keaton hastily corrected himself, bowing deeply. I truly don't know where I offended you, Senior. I hope you can spare me for my father, respected Jensen's sake. Whatever you ask, I will be eternally grateful. Though the other party hadn't released any true chi pressure, his instinct told him that this rock before him was absolutely the most terrifying existence he had ever encountered in his life, without exception. This gap at the level of life filled Keaton with fear and humility. It made him not dare to maintain any arrogance. He could only sincerely admit his mistake and then plead for forgiveness. He hoped that the other party would respect his identity and refrain from provoking respected Jensen, thus sparing him a living path. Otherwise, it was over today. He felt that it would be very easy for the other party to kill him. Easier than crushing an ant. Jensen? Beckett slowly repeated the title. In the sudden flash of hope in Keaton's and Alicia's eyes, he shook his head with a half-smile. Looking at the two people, seemingly sighing or perhaps sneering, do you think this lord fears a mere Jensen? You have miscalculated. This lord. These two words hit their hearts like a heavy hammer, causing both to feel suffocating and desperate. This was a term used exclusively by Golden Core Skylord. Alicia suddenly turned her gaze towards Beckett. Her eyes were instantly captivated by the countless previously ignored mysterious auras behind Beckett, bulging wide as if they might fall out. Her Tanyali body shook uncontrollably, like a sieve. Stammering, she said, Danny Aura? You're a Golden Core expert? What? A Golden Core expert? Hearing Alicia's words, Keaton's eyes twitched sharply, feeling the world had become absurd. To be sought out for death by a Golden Core expert? Was this honor or misfortune? Moreover, why would there be a Golden Core expert hidden in such a remote place in the South region? No, I don't believe it. Keaton broke down. If the other party was merely a Foundation establishment respected, it would still be possible to scare off the other side with his father's identity and survive. But if the other party was a Golden Core Skylord, even 10 of his father combined wouldn't be worth a glance to the other. They weren't on the same level at all. Thus, he was almost certainly going to die today. He didn't believe he could escape from a Golden Core Skylord. With just a finger, the other could easily crush him. Alright, your curiosity is satisfied. Now it's time to go. Beckett ignored the two people's collapse and waved his hand lightly. Instantly, neither Keaton nor the 8th stage innate Alicia found themselves unable to move. No, I can't die. Alacia suddenly cried out wildly, desperately mobilizing the power of heaven and earth to try to break through the intangible barrier. Prohibited. Beckett glanced at her and spoke a single word. In that instant, something terrifying happened. Alacia discovered that upon the landing of his voice, she could no longer sense the fluctuations of heavenly power. She seemed to have instantly transformed from a proud innate expert into an ordinary cultivator who hadn't reached the innate stage. If it weren't for her memories, she might have doubted whether she had ever broken through to the innate stage. Her gaze filled with fear and disbelief as she looked at Beckett, Golden Core Skylord, whose words carry law. With nothing more than a light word, the other party had severed her connection to the heaven and earth. What kind of unfathomable means was this? I'll give you a choice. I will ask some questions, and you will answer. If I'm satisfied, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, Beckett laughed twice, but did not elaborate on the consequences. Even so, this made the fear in their hearts even deeper as they looked at the rock in white before them, seeing him now as a devil with a sinister smile. Beckett didn't wait for an answer from the two, but spoke again by himself. What is the name of the place where your organization resides? I'll tell. Before Keaton could speak with his face full of fear, Alacia suddenly struggled fiercely. The next second, a terrifying force suddenly erupted, briefly shaking the restraint Beckett had imposed, creating a tiny gap. In an instant, Keaton's eyes bulged out, his eyeballs almost popped out, and his throat rolled several times. Then he became silent. It seemed as if some poigainer inside him had been triggered, leading to his immediate death. Beckett frowned slightly. Alacia had exhausted all her cultivation and Yinbal Jun Qi, detonated her true Qi, to forcibly kill the young master of her own family, her tiny face filled with vindictive satisfaction. You will never get any secrets from our mouths. Seeing Alacia's skin rapidly shrivel and her vitality fade away, Beckett snorted. You are ruthless. Hee. When the young master dies, there will be another young master to replace him. As for this old body of mine, it's worthless. I also understand the principle of rooting out the enemy completely, but alas, even if you are a Golden Core Skylord, you won't get any clues about our sect from us. Looking at the nearly dead Alacia, Beckett suddenly shook his head. Then, under her puzzled gaze, he paused momentarily before suddenly saying, time restart. Instantly, an incredible phenomenon occurred. The wind, water flow, and everything in the world came to a sudden stop. Then, the falling leaves rose back into the air, returning to the tree. The flowing stream slowly reversed, flowing backward to a moment in the past. Everything around was rewinding frantically. Keaton, who had already died from poigainering, suddenly regained vitality under Alacia's horrified gaze, coming back to life. Impossible. Alacia was absolutely terrified. She had just triggered the 3 steps ultimate poigainer inside the young master's body. Even a Foundation establishment respected would die within 3 steps if infected. There were no exceptions. Yet, the young master, who had clearly died, was now alive again. There was only one explanation. Time had reversed. Time had gone back 10 seconds, back to when the young master was still alive, before being poigainered. This was the divine ability created by Beckett reaching the 3rd transformation in True Spirit 9 transformations. Time restart. Currently, with his strength, he could use this ability a maximum of 3 times a day, each time not exceeding 10 seconds. Each use also caused significant exhaustion. Despite this divine ability was powerful enough to be called God-defying. If used well, it could even bring someone back from the brink of death. Now, Beckett used this divine ability to pull Keaton, who had died from poigainering, back from the edge of death. Now, you can continue answering my questions. Beckett ignored the nearly breathless Alacia, who could no longer speak, and focused his gaze on the dazed Keaton, calmly speaking. Chapter 74 Seclusion, Changes in Nanyu. The dead coming back to life. This was a power akin to Jinji, taboo. Never did Emiper expect that this rock before her could actually achieve such a feat, which left her utterly astonished. Unfortunately, she had already lost all of her cultivation and was about to die, so she neither had the time nor the strength to stop Beckett from interrogating Keaton. Moreover, she deeply understood her young master's nature. Facing true danger, he would likely confess everything without needing any threat. Thus, Emipa helplessly watched as Keaton came back to life while she died with shock and despair, her vitality dissipating. Am I not dead? Keaton, who had been resurrected, still retained the memories from his moment of death. He didn't even understand what had happened when he suddenly felt darkness engulf him, losing all memory. Even fear was brief and powerless. I ask you answer. Beckett looked at him coolly, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Yes. Senior, feel free to ask. I will certainly answer everything I know. Feeling Beckett's icy gaze, Keaton shivered and hastily replied. That way, Keaton answered each of Beckett's questions in detail. Beckett gained some understanding of the world outside Nanyu, and learned where Keaton came from. Tianxue sect, a 2-star sect affiliated with the Kanglan Empire. The already deceased Enrique and Aaron were from another 2-star sect called Tianyin sect. Between these two 2-star sects, there was an intense rivalry, leading to frequent conflicts. This time, they both had their eyes on Christine. After a long period of competition between the two forces, their competitiveness made them decide to compete for Christine's favor. Actually, neither cared much for Christine. It was more about saving face. Any bloodshed that might occur in the process was merely entertainment to them. Just like many high-ranking cultivators who disregarded ordinary people's lives, they treated lower-level cultivators as ants that could be killed casually, finding replacements easily if a batch died. They simply didn't care. In short, these two groups were no good. Therefore, after obtaining the information he wanted, Beckett casually sent the recently resurrected Keaton to accompany Emipa. Having dealt with the bodies casually, Beckett flashed back to Philippian sect's library in an instant. Golden Core is indeed far superior to Foundation establishment. Moving through the air over such a large area consumes no true chi at all, making aerial travel as simple as walking. Upon returning to the library, the first thing Beckett did was carefully consolidate his newly advanced cultivation. His trip out earlier was just to resolve some unnecessary troubles. Next, he needed to seclude himself for some time, and he hoped no one would disturb him during this period, which might not be too short. By eliminating those two individuals, he had prevented trouble from seeking him out for at least a year or two. By then, once he was thoroughly familiar with his advanced cultivation, it wouldn't matter. Advancing to the Golden Core realm has significantly slowed my cultivation speed. If nothing unusual happens, it may take a year or two to Manshang, barely, advance a single level. Feeling the Golden Core inside his Dantian, which resembled a tiny sun, Beckett couldn't help but sigh. A Golden Core practitioner can live for 800 years. Fortunately, although breakthroughs were slower, he still had plenty of time. After all, he was only 20, far from his maximum lifespan. Bogdan. Yes, Dovey. With a gentle call, a golden figure appeared silently. Bogdan was still at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, full of resentment in his eyes due to the lack of divine consciousness from the Patrick. He thought his progress was fast enough, but unexpectedly, his Dovey progressed even faster. There was no justice. Who was the incarnation of the divine being? I need to seclude myself for some time, possibly for an indefinite duration. During this time, you are responsible for executing our previous plans. Suddenly, a small black tower appeared in Beckett's hand. Bogdan listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Recently, he had grown tired of playing around outside and was looking for a change. Now, he welcomed the opportunity to help ease his Dovey's burden. After giving instructions, Beckett flashed into the 9-9 creation tower. Connecting his consciousness to the creation tower, Beckett felt the boundless power of the world. His eyes were filled with awe and fascination. It took him a long time to gradually come back to his senses. Unfortunately, he still couldn't command the power of the creation tower, even though he had accumulated a considerable amount of faith energy. It was like trying to fill the sea with a teacup. The spiritual energy within the creation tower is abundant, 100 times richer than outside. I will proceed to seclude and cultivate here. He asked the tower spirit Aldo to set up a spirit gathering array for him before entering seclusion. As for everything outside, Bogdan would naturally help look after things. The latter was not weak in strength, making him an unparalleled powerhouse in Nanyu. Merely guarding Philippian sect was more than sufficient. However, Beckett was unaware. At the moment he broke through to the Golden Core realm, it seemed that some kind of restraint across the entire Nanyu continent had been silently broken, causing strange changes throughout Nanyu. Most noticeably, the once barren celestial chi in Nanyu suddenly became much richer, leading to the emergence of numerous treasure lands, attracting many gazes from outside Nanyu. 3 whole months had passed since the incident at Philippian sect. The next alliance examination was less than half a year away, drawing very close. But now, Philippian sect was no longer as anxious and worried as before. Instead, it was filled with confidence, even hopeful to aim for higher levels. Currently, among the original 10 major sects of Nanyu, Beast Mountain was destroyed, Bloodsworn sect and Inyang sect suffered heavy blows, nearly becoming defunct in name only. Only 7 major sects remained, with one of them, Babao Pavilion, having a mysterious background and rarely involving itself in Nanyu matters. This led to a sudden surplus of various resources that were previously in short supply, stirring movements among different forces. Coupled with the recent increase in celestial chi richness in Nanyu, more treasure lands emerged, prompting involvement from external forces, complicating Nanyu's situation. Once isolated and barren Nanyu was now regarded as a prize by many hidden existences. Throughout Nanyu, one could occasionally see new faces and teams not affiliated with the 10 major sects but possessing formidable strength. One day, one of the 10 major sects, Xianin sect, suddenly welcomed a group of uninvited guests. They were monks dressed in black robes, claiming to come from the EFO religion. They said they were the guides of the great EFO on Earth. Chapter 75. Heretic Buddhism. What was once the magnificent Antonandan sect was now in shambles. From the entrance of the Antonandan sect mountain, all the way up to the main hall, severely wounded disciples lay dying everywhere. In front of the grand hall stood a Adamir in resplendent robes, splattered with blood, staring at the black-robed monk before him with fear. The Tanyas were similarly pale-faced and critically injured. Who are you people? The innate cultivator of the Antonandan sect was a thin and short Daryl with squinted eyes that flickered constantly. As the only one who was relatively lightly injured, his face was now full of gravity and unease. Heretic Buddha is eternal. A black-robed monk with concealed features slowly stepped forward, hands clasped together, calmly watching the crowd from the Antonandan sect. All beings suffer. Why must you remain deluded? Only by submitting to the Heretic Buddha can you achieve supreme enlightenment and enjoy bliss. Heretic Buddha? You are followers of Heretic Buddhism, lackeys of the alien race? Tanya suddenly shouted in shock. The black-robed monk frowned in displeasure, then suddenly slapped out his palm. A pitch-black Buddha seal struck the Tanya's chest, and an eerie erosive force instantly erupted. Ah! The Tanya screamed in agony as dark threads of power began to grow from within his body. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in black patterns and visibly disintegrated into ashes. You! Everyone took a collective step back, wide-eyed in horror as they watched their fellow disciple fall. The small-framed Daryl was furious and terrified, his trembling finger pointing at the black-robed monk. To be disrespectful to the Heretic Buddha is not deserving of life. This is his rightful punishment. May the Heretic Buddha purify him. The leading black-robed monk clapped his hands together and whispered softly, Heretic Buddha is eternal. May the Heretic Buddha purify him. The other monks echoed his actions. The members of the Antonandan sect dared not protest or act as they witnessed the horrifying scene of their fellow disciples being slaughtered. After all, the Antonandan sect prioritized interests. No one would risk standing out until their own lives were genuinely threatened. Fear was merely concern for one's safety. Having said that, the leading black-robed monk turned back to the small-framed Daryl, his sole exposed eye flashing a faint red light. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation and wealth of the Antonandan sect of the southern domain. If we are to propagate the Dharma, funds are indispensable. Therefore, I come to see you first. I hope your esteemed sect does not disappoint us. With these words, the black-robed monk remained still, waiting for a response. The small-framed Daryl's gaze swept over the lead monk and the others, inwardly astonished. To his perception, none of these 10 monks were weaker than him, especially the leading black-robed monk, who gave him the feeling of gazing into an abyss. This group of people were at least at the innate level, and the leader was likely even stronger. Such a force could not possibly be from the southern domain itself, but most likely from outside. It seemed the changes in the southern domain had indeed drawn attention from many outsiders. Even such powerful figures had gathered here in groups. Each of these 10 monks, if taken separately, could stand guard for any of the top 10 sects. Now, however, they appeared as if nothing, coming in droves. The southern domain was about to change. The small-framed Daryl felt the 10 black-robed monks' gazes like icy needles on his scalp, cold sweat trickling down his back. He had a sense that if he refused, he would be instantly annihilated. 10 existences, each no weaker and possibly stronger than himself, attacking simultaneously left no room for luck. His eyes flickered. The small-framed Daryl licked his dry lips and asked, "What benefits can I get?" Hearing this, the members of the Antonandan sect collectively exhaled in relief. They feared the small-framed Daryl might act foolishly and confront these monks head-on, dragging them all down with him. Submission to the aliens? So long as it secured their interests, it mattered little. Since the small-framed Daryl spoke thus, it meant agreeing to cooperate with the Heretic Buddhism, securing their interests. Furthermore, with the help of such terrifyingly powerful monks, the Antonandan sect could potentially become the dominant force in the southern domain, bringing countless benefits. To them, family, friendship, love, all were nonsense. Only tangible wealth and interests were of utmost importance. For that, they could abandon and betray everything. Thinking this, many high-ranking members of the Antonandan sect couldn't help but show relaxed smiles. A wise choice. The black-robed monk nodded slightly. While they could forcefully capture Antonandan sect, it would inevitably lead to a significant loss of wealth, which did not align with their expectations. Moreover, occupying the southern domain would certainly require many underlings, and the people of Antonandan sect were perfect for that role. As long as they were given a little power, they would dare to bite others everywhere. They perfectly met their expectations. The great heretic Buddha will bless you all. As for benefits, anything you desire can be yours. By helping us achieve our goals, glory, wealth, power, strength, and beauty, all these will be easily within your grasp. The great heretic Buddha is omnipotent. As his believers, we are naturally endowed with his mighty power. Fulfilling some of your wishes is very easy. The leading black-robed monk affirmed confidently, firmly believing in the greatness of the heretic Buddha. So this is excellent. Then we rely on your trust. The small-framed Daryl took a deep breath. Having made his decision, any hesitation was instantly cast aside. As for whether it would harm the human race, what did that have to do with him? One must look out for oneself, or face heaven's punishment and earth's destruction. Furthermore, this matter left no room for refusal. Satisfied, the black-robed monk nodded. My Dharma name is Sterling. You may call them Ronnie. The heretic Buddha is eternal. May our cooperation be pleasant. The heretic Buddha is eternal. The small-framed Daryl also clasped his hands together. The heretic Buddha is eternal. The other Tanyas followed suit, their eyes filled with reverence, excitement, and eagerness. With these people joining, their Antonandan sect would likely become the most powerful force in the entire southern domain instantly. Even the two-star sect Wuxing sect would pale in comparison. Thinking of the elevated status and the enormous benefits that came with it, the discomfort in the Tanyas hearts vanished instantly, replaced by anticipation. Next, there is an important task for you to undertake. Dovey Sterling suddenly pulled out a portrait. He displayed the portrait to everyone and pointed at Eliza depicted on it. We need you to mobilize all available forces immediately to search for this girl. Find her whereabouts and inform us right away. When that happens, not only will you receive generous rewards, but even helping you become the largest sect in the southern domain is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, the grand hall fell silent momentarily. Then, the Tanya's slightly heavy breathing could be heard, clearly indicating the immense allure of being the top sect in the southern domain. This matter, we'll take full responsibility. Even the small-framed Daryl's eyes turned red. Becoming the largest sect in the southern domain meant he might have a chance to advance further, stepping into the realm of foundation establishment, a goal he had longed for day and night. At this stage in his life, ordinary power and wealth were hardly enough to move him. As an innate cultivator, possessing a wealthy and influential sect like Antonandan sect, his sole pursuit was to make greater strides in cultivation, to step into the true realm of strength. Now, the opportunity was right before him, within reach. Chapter 76, The Caitlin. The Antonandan sect acted swiftly. Almost immediately after the order was given, all disciples and Tanyas who were still able to move within the sect set out, using every possible means to search for the whereabouts of the Eliza in the portrait. To accelerate the process, they even made countless copies of the portrait and pasted them everywhere, offering a bounty. Anyone who had seen this Eliza and could provide useful clues would receive a generous reward of medicinal pills. If someone could provide an accurate location, they might even get an opportunity for the Antonandan sect to come to their aid with full force. Once this announcement was made, the entire southern region was in an uproar. In no time, streets and alleys alike were filled with countless people setting out to search for clues about the Eliza in the portrait. Even the slightest bit of information could be exchanged for exorbitant medicinal pills. For some cultivators who were not well off, this was literally a windfall. It was something they wouldn't find even if they searched with lanterns lit. For a moment, countless people went into a frenzy. As for the authenticity of the rewards, if it were another faction, people might have hesitated. But it was the Antonandan sect, the wealthiest sect in the southern region. Even the wealth accumulated by the Wuxing sect, a two-star sect, over many years probably couldn't match what the Antonandan sect earned in a year. With the Antonandan sect's backing, the credibility of the bounty increased greatly. Furthermore, as more people began to exchange clues for various precious medicinal pills, even more joined the ranks searching for the Eliza in the portrait. At a certain inn, in a corner, two figures sat quietly. These two individuals appeared somewhat slender, with features exuding spirituality. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that one was disguised as a man. However, their wide hats concealed their appearance, making such attire not stand out much in the Jianghu. For the moment, they did not attract much attention. But as time passed and more people filled the inn, the two gradually grew uneasy. One of them whispered to her companion, "Cleo, there are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else." Her companion hesitated for a moment, glanced around, and replied in a similarly low voice, "Your Highness, there are bounties posted everywhere recently. This place is secluded enough, and having more people around makes it easier to escape if anything happens." Carly frowned slightly, finding Cleo's REA gainerable, but still feeling nervous, she spoke without thinking. "How many times have I told you? Call me Zella when we're outside. Don't call me Your Highness. It's too easy to expose us." Cleo helplessly said, "You're Zella. I know, I just slipped. Damn heterodox Buddhists. We've escaped all the way to this remote part of the southern region, and they still won't give up." Thinking about the impending danger, Carly felt her heart tighten. She then sighed, "All because I was too playful and careless. If I had known, I wouldn't have left the imperial city so easily. If I hadn't, the heterodox Buddhists wouldn't have had a chance to attack. Cleo, it's my fault, dragging you into this." Cleo waved it off indifferently. "What are you talking about? The heterodox Buddhists have been plotting against us for a long time. Even if not now, it would have happened eventually. Besides, I think there must have been a spy in the imperial city, exposing our whereabouts. Otherwise, how could they have found us so easily? This time, it's just bad luck. Though they were nominally master and servant, they were actually childhood friends who had grown up together, closer than sisters. This time, if it weren't for Cleo, her loyal innate protector, Carly would have met an untimely end countless times already. Something's off. There are too many people here. We'll change places immediately when Xavier Wan returns." Gradually, Carly's heart started pounding, a sense of unease growing within her. Although they were chatting with each other, both were constantly vigilant, being chased for so long meant that any lack of vigilance could have ended in death countless times. This time, Cleo didn't refuse. They hadn't left yet because they were waiting for their greatest support. Xavier I, the leader of Carly's Perganoral Guard and a powerful Foundation establishment realm cultivator. When they encountered danger earlier, he had led the enemies away alone and got separated from them. Now, he left secret signals along the way, waiting to reunite and act together. Otherwise, just the two of them would find it difficult to remain unharmed. After all, those heterodox Buddhist fanatics were too strong. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. Both immediately became alert, ears perked up, bodies tensed, ready to counterattack at any moment. But it seemed not to be their pursuers. What's happening? They looked at each other, both puzzled. Almost every time they encountered major disturbances on the way, it signaled the appearance of enemies. However, this time was somewhat different. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of gongs regenerated, and the crowd gradually quieted down as an unknown bald figure emerged from nowhere. Seeing the bald head for a moment, Carly's blood raced. Her eyes widened, almost turning to run away without thinking. But upon closely observing that this Perganer did not seem to be from the heterodox Buddhists, she heaved a sigh of relief and suppressed the urge to flee. You scared me to death. Elena patted her chest, her large eyes filled with lingering fear. Seeing Carly still shaken, Elena chuckled. You were scared by that bald guy too. This place is indeed a bit off. So many unexpected incidents have happened. We really need to leave sooner. Carly exhaled heavily and nodded slightly. Although they intended to leave, they were not in a rush at the moment. Clearly, everyone's attention was now drawn to the bald figure. Any obvious actions right now would draw unwanted attention. Cough. Everyone knows our situation in Philippian sect. I'll skip the details. Today we're recruiting 10 disciples. Dallas's voice spread slowly across the area. Philippian sect, is it famous? Seeing everyone around getting excited, Elena was skeptical. At this point, someone nearby heard her words and looked at her in astonishment. Brother, are you serious? You don't even know Philippian sect, one of the top 10 sects? It sounds like you just started your journey in the Jianghu. Elena, Seeing someone respond, this Perganer couldn't stop talking. Speaking of Philippian sect, they've experienced quite some ups and downs. Not long ago, their only innate cultivator fell, causing the sect to nearly be wiped out. But now, after just a few days, it has stabilized again. And apparently, they now have 3 innate cultivators. They're truly making waves these days. So now they're re-recruiting disciples. If you could join Philippian sect, your future will surely be bright. You look extraordinary, brother. You should give it a try. Just pass through the Flame Heaven Tower, and you'll have a chance to become a disciple of Philippian sect. Then you'd really make it big. Listening to the man's enthusiastic description of Philippian sect's power and benefits, Elena couldn't help but laugh. Being from a place like the Saiyan Empire, she didn't hold Philippian sect, a major sect in the southern region, in very high regard. But seeing the man's enthusiasm, Elena asked curiously yet amusedly, Hey uncle, if it's so good, why don't you give it a try? According to you, becoming a disciple of Philippian sect must be better than your current situation, right? Looking at the man's attire, he certainly didn't appear wealthy. Little brother, you're pushing it. I'm too old, they definitely wouldn't accept me. But you should really give it a try. Otherwise, you might miss out. Seeing the man's earnest expression, Elena rolled her eyes carelessly. Pfft. Meanwhile, Carly, standing nearby, observed the direction of the Philippian sect group, lost in thought. Chapter 77. The sky-burning tower opens. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Many of you aren't first-timers, so let's get straight to the point. Dallas's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone's ears effortlessly. Same rules as always. Anyone who can make it through the 3 levels of the sky-burning tower will have the chance to become a disciple of Philippian sect. Spreading out his palm, a small black tower silently appeared in Dallas's hand, rotating slowly and emitting an indescribable aura. The Philippian recruitment, the apprentice assessment, officially begins. Boom. Suddenly, fierce winds swept across the land and sky, which instantly turned dark. Everyone looked up, struck by a profound shock. A massive black tower, towering hundreds of feet high, suddenly descended from the sky, striking the ground and causing thunderous roars. Even Aleka and Ainsley, who were well-versed in many things, were stunned by this scene. Heaven! Ainsley stared at the giant tower, dumbfounded. Its entirety was pitch black, standing hundreds of feet tall with 9 layers, looking ancient and majestic, seamlessly crafted. The deep black line sketched out a violently beautiful form, and the black glow occasionally shimmered with streaks of gold, adding a touch of mystery and nobility. At the base of the giant tower stood a colossal door several meters high. Above the door, the 3 golden characters, Sky-Burning Tower, were inscribed with graceful strokes, exuding an inexplicable essence. Just one glance made people's hearts tremble. These seemingly simple 3 characters seemed to contain some indescribable power. For a moment, everyone was captivated. The spectators all wore expressions of awe, with some whispering among themselves. How did such a large black tower appear? It's incredible. You don't understand. This tower is definitely an extremely powerful magical artifact. Just wonder what level it is. I think this giant tower must be a legendary innate spiritual weapon. No doubt about it. Innate spiritual weapon, I see. No wonder it's terrifying. Many present were ordinary people, while cultivators only made up a small portion, most of whom had lower cultivation levels. Even those with higher cultivation were limited by their experiences, and to them, an innate spiritual weapon was the pinnacle of imagination. No, this is absolutely not an innate spiritual weapon. Aleka, born into the royal family of the Azure Blue Empire, had far greater knowledge than these people. From the moment she saw the Black Tower, she was deeply mesmerized. The more she learned, the more she felt its overwhelming power. This level of power was far beyond what an innate spiritual weapon could match. Even the Azure Blue Empire's most treasured national relic seemed less impressive in comparison to this Black Tower. How could a place like the southern region, considered insignificant, possess such a remarkable treasure? Originally, Aleka had planned to join Philippian sect to evade the Yi Flagel, Yabugio search. She hadn't given much thought to Philippian sect itself, merely wanting to take refuge within a sect to avoid detection. But now, after seeing the Black Tower, her curiosity about this sect grew. She was eager to know what kind of sect could own such a powerful treasure. Was it due to luck, or had they been hiding something profound? This Black Tower is not simple. Among the crowd, a weathered man, ignoring the bloodstains on his armor, stared at the Black Tower in amazement, taking a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. As the commander of the Azure Blue Empire's royal guard, Benny had seen countless treasures. He thought coming to this tiny southern region would offer nothing surprising. Yet, the appearance of this black tower left him stunned. For a moment, he even forgot his original purpose of warning the Ninth Royal Highness and others to flee from the pursuit of the Yi Flagel, Yibujio. Philippian sect, what mysterious entity are you? Dallas looked satisfied at the stunned faces of the crowd. In the next second, with a gentle wave of his hand, the gate of the sky-burning tower slowly opened with a rumble, revealing a deep passage. Now, those who wish to join Philippian sect can enter the sky-burning tower. Those who qualify will naturally be kept, while those without sufficient destiny will have to apologize. There's no need to worry about encountering danger inside the sky-burning tower. It's just some basic tests and trials. Those who fail will be immediately expelled. So, who wants to go first? With these words, the crowd erupted into excitement. Figures leaped eagerly, including many enthusiastic young men and women, and even some Tanyali folks hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, Philippian sect's assessment did not impose age restrictions like other major sects. Anyone willing could give it a try. Only whether they could pass depended on luck. Ainsley, let's go too. Suddenly, Aleka grabbed the spectating Ainsley and walked straight toward the sky-burning tower. Are we going to? Ainsley was utterly baffled. Just follow me. Aleka didn't elaborate. Having seen this black tower, she felt this might be an opportunity to escape the pursuit of the Yibujio. Moreover, even if Philippian sect wasn't as powerful as imagined, it was still one of the major sects in the southern region. It would likely provide enough cover to prevent the Yibujio from finding them for some time, giving them a chance to rest and recuperate. So, no matter how she looked at it, this was a good choice. Without hesitation, she pulled Ainsley towards the sky-burning tower. Ainsley offered a token resistance, but soon followed along. After all, she was also very curious about what the inside of the sky-burning tower looked like. She had merely suppressed her curiosity out of concern for Aleka's safety. Now, with an opportunity, she couldn't miss it. It wasn't just Aleka and Ainsley. When others saw their chance, they rushed forward. For a moment, the large entrance of the sky-burning tower, which usually could accommodate hundreds of people simultaneously, became somewhat crowded. Hurry up, I'm definitely getting a Danwen-grade medicine this time. A spirit-level weapon. Even if I don't pass the test, getting a spirit-level weapon as a reward won't make the trip in vain. Don't crowd. Why is it so slow ahead? Damn it, that auntie, are you really trying this hard? With a big belly like that, shouldn't you be resting? Get lost, this is just fat. Not pregnant. Sir ahead, can you please walk faster? You're holding everyone up. Being pushed by an extremely eager middle-aged Eliza, Aleka and Ainsley exchanged bewildered looks, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Did something just pass by? Ainsley looked around confusedly. There seemed to have been a gust of wind, and she felt as though something had bumped into her. Aleka shook her head in confusion. She hadn't seen clearly either. They stared at each other speechlessly. I think I just heard Danwen-grade medicine? Aleka suddenly spoke hesitantly. I heard that too, and something about a Antonin-level spirit weapon? Ainsley also doubted her own ears. Chapter 78. You may call me Darren Philip. Must have heard wrong? Aleka clearly didn't believe that a Dan pattern-grade medicine could be so easily obtained. These people from small places might not even know what true Dan pattern-grade medicines were. She had once seen a 5th-rank lightness spirit pill in her royal family's treasure room, and until now it was still treasured as a supreme treasure. No one had dared to use it. Most of these guys were probably ordinary people or low-level cultivators who thought they'd found legendary Dan pattern-grade medicines when they saw some medicines of good quality. People from small places were truly pitiful. Not only were their strength weak, but their horizons were also limited. It was sad and lamentable. Let's go in too. Aleka exchanged a glance with Astrid, and they walked into the heaven-burning tower together. As they passed through the gate of the heaven-burning tower, Aleka inadvertently looked up, meeting the gaze of 3 golden characters written in bold strokes. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seemed there was an indescribable Danny rhythm hidden within. In an instant, Aleka felt as if her mind had been purified, becoming even more ethereal. If she started cultivating in this state, it would definitely have twice the result with half the effort. It was only second to the sudden enlightenment mentioned in legends. This is Danny rhythm. This is Danny rhythm. The Danny rhythm of a core formation powerhouse. The origin of this heaven-burning tower is extraordinary. In the brief moment, Aleka suddenly came to her senses, staring at the towering heaven-burning tower with astonished eyes. Dimly, it seemed like there were a pair of intangible eyes watching her through time and space. This illusion made Aleka feel immense pressure. She immediately dared not linger further and hurriedly dragged Astrid into the interior of the heaven-burning tower. At the same time, Bogdan faintly sensed something and looked towards the direction of the heaven-burning tower's entrance. Just then, he caught sight of Aleka's figure, showing a trace of surprise in his eyes. He smiled suddenly. After so long, finally met a good prospect. I wonder if they can pass the final trial of the heaven-burning tower? According to the memories acquired from W. Josiah, Bogdan knew that the trials of the heaven-burning tower consisted of 9 levels, among which, levels 1 to 3 were considered basic tests, while levels 4 to 8 had some difficulty. As for the final 9th level, one would be able to enter the 9-9 creation tower via a teleportation array if they managed to pass. There, they would encounter greater opportunities. To pass the 9th level required luck and talent. To set up the teleportation array, Beckett had spent a great deal of effort, even consuming a large amount of faith energy just to build a temporary one. It could only teleport a few times before it shattered. Anyway, since Bogdan took charge of the heaven-burning tower, at least several thousand people had entered it to take the tests. However, not many could pass the first 3 tests. The highest one successfully passed the 6th test and was directly admitted as an inner disciple of Philippian sect. As for those above the 6th floor, there were none. Of course, within the heaven-burning tower, not only were there tests but also numerous benefits. Anyone with decent character and a bit of talent basically received rewards. And some villains were suppressed by Bogdan secretly, and those with serious offenses were eliminated on the spot. With the power of this king-grade artifact, Bogdan could almost match a core formation powerhouse. Common villains had no chance of resistance. Moreover, Bogdan and Beckett discovered that killing villains for punishment could gain additional faith energy. The faith energy gained from killing one villain was equivalent to that provided by the faith of hundreds of ordinary people, making Beckett and Bogdan extremely delighted. Therefore, the review in this aspect became even stricter and more diligent. Well, the number has reached its limit. Those who miss the chance will have to wait for the next opportunity. Suddenly, Bogdan waved his hand. Under countless astonished gazes, the door of the heaven-burning tower rumbled shut. Oh, almost got in. What a pity. Failed to seize the opportunity this time. Next time, I must try to get in front earlier. Damn it. missing out on such a huge opportunity again. Even if I fail the test, getting any treasure inside would be enough to benefit me immensely. Too bad. So fast it's over. The moment the heaven-burning tower closed its door, countless people sighed regretfully, their gazes full of disappointment. Closing the heaven-burning tower, Bogdan's figure flashed away. When he reappeared, he was already inside the heaven-burning tower. First level of the heaven-burning tower. As a space magical treasure of the king level, each level of the heaven-burning tower has an extremely wide area, with the first level being the largest. On the huge square, hundreds of people gathered, yet it still appeared very spacious. Bogdan suddenly appeared, causing the noisy scene to instantly quiet down. Countless pairs of eager eyes cast hopeful gazes toward him. This included Aleka and Astrid. Everyone looked at Bogdan with curiosity or reverence, silently waiting for him to speak. Among these people, many were not first-time visitors to the heaven-burning tower. They deeply understood that this seemingly ordinary bald man was extremely powerful. Recalling a time when the heaven-burning tower opened, a 9th-rank Sansho, scattered cultivator, expert refused to follow the rules and even dared to try snatching treasures by force. The result was that Lord Philip only needed a glance to make him vanish into thin air, without even lifting a finger. This terrifying deterrence instantly subdued countless malcontents. Everyone, no matter how foolish, would understand that this bald man must be at least a Shintin-level super powerhouse. From the various methods he employed, he might even be stronger. The heaven-burning tower alone is a testament to this. Its exterior appeared to be only 100 zhang tall, but once inside, one would realize it was far more than that. Just the height of the space on the first level reached several hundred zhang, far exceeding the external appearance. This was an incredibly astonishing treasure, and the power Lord Philip, who owned such a treasure, would only be even more terrifying. Thus, those who had witnessed Bogdan's strength wisely chose to remain silent, fearing they might anger him and bring disaster upon themselves. Those unaware of the situation, seeing others staying quiet and sensing the anomaly, also rationally decided not to disrupt the atmosphere. And the facts proved they were right. After all, Bogdan's temper wasn't as gentle as Beckett's. In some ways, it was rather irritable, like an unpredictable child. Beckett had once been quite puzzled by this. The other party inherited his memories, his strength, almost everything. Yet only in temperament did they differ completely. Seeing everyone remain quietly, Bogdan nodded satisfactorily. Although there are quite a few familiar faces, I'll still give a brief introduction. I am the testing Tanya of Philippian sect, and also the one who decides your future here. In this place, my words are absolute commands. If you have questions, you can only ask when permitted. Do not attempt to contradict me, as the consequences may be what you don't want to see. As for the title, you may call me Lord Philip. The next step will be for me to conduct the assessment. So, let's start with the first item, the most basic and important, spirit root detection. Chapter 79, Unusual Evaluation Method. As Dallas's voice faded, the enormous plaza suddenly began to tremble violently. Some people were familiar with this scene. Despite being stunned, they remained relatively calm. But there were many more newcomers whose faces were filled with panic. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Oh no, is the tower going to collapse? Will we be crushed or buried alive? Don't panic, everyone. It can't be that bad. The rumbling continued for a while, until a certain moment. Silence. Dallas spoke calmly, and an invisible wave swept over the entire area. Instantly, everyone found themselves unable to speak, as if an invisible force had stitched their mouths shut. Why panic? Next, each Pregainer will choose one of the crystal pillars to test the quality and attributes of their spiritual roots. After Dallas's words, the shaking dust settled, and the scene before everyone's eyes changed instantly. On the once empty plaza, hundreds of crystal pillars now stood, shimmering with enticing light, exuding an indescribable charm. Several women present revealed entranced expressions, and many were eager to try, unable to resist touching the crystals, since almost no Eliza could resist the allure of gemstones. Moreover, these crystals were far from ordinary gems. Choose a crystal pillar, place your hand on it, clear your mind, and wait until the light stabilizes to complete the test. Dallas explained as usual. Next, people began to find their chosen crystal pillars and place their hands on them according to Dallas's instructions. Instantly, colorful lights flickered across the entire plaza, creating a magnificent spectacle. Inferior spiritual root, would attribute, passed. No spiritual root, failed. No spiritual root, failed. One after another, dozens of people were eliminated, showing signs of disappointment on their faces. Those who passed the first round, however, looked wildly delighted, their excitement barely contained. Dallas scanned the area calmly, occasionally pointing at someone, sending a figure out of the sky-burning tower. Those sent out represented those who had failed the evaluation. Beckett and Dallas, one being a divine creature born with supernatural abilities and thus needing no spiritual root, and the other being a Changyuechura. Changyuechura should be Transmigrator. With a system and possessing the divine skill True Spirit 9 transformations, did not care about spiritual roots. Therefore, the two never worried about their spiritual roots throughout the process. They couldn't relate to the common Pregainer's agony. In this world, one must have a spiritual root to embark on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, one cannot even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, let alone cultivate. Of course, even having a spiritual root does not guarantee becoming a cultivator. One also needs sufficient insight and aptitude. For example, Philippian sect had many disciples with average talent who possessed spiritual roots but lacked the necessary qualifications, thus failing to break through. The quality of spiritual roots is ranked from low to high in grades 1 through 9, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. To break through to the innate stage, one must have at least a 4th grade spiritual root to stand a chance, though there is still a slim possibility for lower grades. Take Beckett, for instance. He has no spiritual root but still cultivates as easily as flying. A spiritual root is merely a foundation. The quality of spiritual roots is subdivided based on the color of their spiritual light. The more colors of light, the higher the quality. The highest is 9 color light, which corresponds to the 9th grade spiritual root. After this selection, the original few hundred people were reduced to less than half. Most of them had 1st or 2nd grade spiritual roots, with a few having 3rd grade ones. Only 5 individuals had 4th grade or higher spiritual roots. Under normal circumstances, having 1 or 2 4th grade spiritual roots would be impressive, sometimes none at all. However, this time, Dallas was somewhat surprised by the results. There were quite a few promising candidates. Even more astonishing revelations were yet to come. Aleka, 6th grade spiritual root, fire attribute. Elena, 7th grade spiritual root, dark attribute. Declan, 4th grade spiritual root. Ferris, 5th grade spiritual root. Laura, 5th grade spiritual root. Surprisingly, most of them had spiritual roots above 5th grade, including Elena, a servant girl, who possessed an astounding 7th grade spiritual root. In the southern domain, let alone the entire Saiyan Empire, finding another 7th grade spiritual root would be nearly impossible. What kind of background does this Alana have? Dallas glanced at Elena again, and then moved past Aleka. This girl isn't simple either. With a 6th grade spiritual root, she has the potential to become a golden core cultivator. Today, I unexpectedly encountered so many geniuses. Grade 7 spiritual root? Shao LV, didn't you only have grade 4? Upon seeing the number on the crystal pillar, Carly looked at Ainsley in surprise. No wonder she could become a innate stage cultivator at around 20 years old. Her talent is this high. Moreover, she was actually able to hide her true talent from the royal family and pretend to have only a grade 4 spiritual root? Or, did her father already know and deliberately helped her with the disguise? Your Highness, Ainsley's expression changed for a moment when she saw the number on the crystal pillar. She didn't expect it to be able to detect her real talent. It's alright, this is a good thing. If you don't want anyone to know, I will keep it secret for you. It's not a big deal. Seeing that Carly was more delighted than anything else, Ainsley hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. This matter was not something I intentionally hid from you, but it really involves some things. Before Carly could reply, Dallas's voice sounded again. Not bad, this time we've selected a few promising ones. I hope your next performance won't let me down. Dallas waved his hand, and everyone's vision instantly blurred. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a similar plaza, a little different from the first floor, but not much. The second floor of Skyburning Tower. Here, the test was about insight. Similarly simple. What stood before everyone was not a crystal pillar but a picture, which contained very simple elements. It only had some simple symbols. What everyone had to do was to record as many symbols as possible within the duration of an incense stick burning. The more they remembered, the higher their insight. Isn't this just a memory test? How does this count as testing insight? Someone was puzzled. Many people agreed, nodding, and Carly and others were also confused. There were some old-timers here as well, who had more experience than newcomers, but it was limited to the first round. Starting from the second floor, the test content might change each time. Now, these old-timers found that their experience was not applicable, leaving them quite regretful. Let's skip the talk, start now. 1 incense stick, starting to time. Dallas didn't give everyone more time to question and was too lazy to explain further, so he started timing directly. An incense stick appeared out of nowhere, ignited, and slowly burned. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly focused, doing their best to memorize the symbols in front of them. However, those symbols, which previously didn't seem special, subtly transformed at this moment. Chapter 80. The Golden River. The originally simple and ordinary symbols seemed to come alive at this moment. An indescribable power filled them. Every time people carefully stared at the symbols before their eyes, trying to memorize them, their heads would spin. Then, the tiny bit of symbol they just remembered would be instantly forgotten, as if they had never seen it before. But when they looked at the symbols again, a faint sense of familiarity would emerge. This feeling made everyone's heart tremble with confusion. Perplexed, they were also filled with fear due to these strange means. These symbols are so bizarre. Yes, we can't remember them no matter what. What should we do? Ignore it, try hard to memorize, and go over them several times. There will be some effect. A group of people couldn't help but mutter softly. These symbols also contain a trace of Danny Yun. Carly gazed intently at the symbols, her face serious, trying to memorize them. Facing these difficult-to-remember symbols, Carly didn't show any disappointment. Instead, she looked delighted. Danny Yun was a privilege reserved for golden core cultivators. In the entire Saiyan Empire, golden core cultivators could be counted on one hand. She never expected to frequently encounter items with Danny Yun here. One must know that although golden core cultivators could utilize Danny Yun, they treasured it immensely due to its limited nature. Even the Imperial family's golden core consultants wouldn't casually waste their Danny Yun without special REA gainers. It was a fundamental issue. Unless there was an outstanding young talent they valued, only then would they sparingly grant some Danny Yun. Even Carly had never received any Danny Yun, infused item from a golden core cultivator. Otherwise, she would have already broken through to the innate realm long ago. She had stayed at the 9th rank for quite some time. Compared to her few gifted Tanya brothers, her cultivation talent was slightly inferior. Although her spirit root wasn't weaker than others, cultivation wasn't solely determined by spirit roots. Talent, perseverance, and physical constitution were all crucial factors. For example, Crystal's spirit root was inferior to Carly's, yet due to his innate yin-yang ice-fire constitution, his cultivation far surpassed hers. Continue. I don't believe I can't remember. Sweat trickled down Carly's forehead, her eyes resolute. With such an opportunity right in front of her, she absolutely couldn't miss it. She had a premonition that if she could successfully remember all the complete symbols, it would bring unexpected benefits. As time passed, everyone's complexion turned somewhat pale, appearing overly exhausted. Whenever they remembered a bit of the symbols, a hint of mysterious color would subtly appear on their foreheads. At the moment these marks appeared, they felt more harmonized with heaven and earth. The speed of absorbing spirit energy and comprehension abilities both increased a little. This made those who perceived the symbols' imprints overjoyed. However, more than half of the people gained nothing. Seeing their companions with joyous faces, they felt deeply disappointed. Time's up. Susan swept his gaze across the crowd. Some rejoiced while others fell into despair. If you didn't sketch out even a tiny part of the symbol, you may leave now. For your information, entering the Burning Sky Tower is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you enter this time, there won't be another chance next time, so choose wisely. Susan's voice echoed throughout the area. Immediately, with a gentle wave of his hand, several high-quality pills flew toward those about to leave. You've managed to pass the first round of trials. Consider this a small reward. Rewards and punishments were necessary to attract more people to the Burning Sky Tower. Regardless of whether good prospects could be found or not, at least it could gain considerable faith power. Speaking of those pills, for Beckett, they were like a light drizzle. Before seclusion, he almost gave Susan all the low-tier items that weren't needed, which filled the warehouse. Even Donlin-grade pills were countless, let alone some lower-quality ones. Still, despite this, those who received the pills were overjoyed. Thank you for Lord Philip's generous gift. Everyone bowed in Unigainer, then disappeared. Well, congratulations on passing the second round of trials. Next comes the most important third round. You don't need to envy those who left. Such insignificant garbage pills aren't an issue if you become disciples of Philippian sect. Seeing everyone's envious looks, Susan snorted coldly and spoke indifferently. With a wave of his hand, thunder rumbled, and countless treasures cascaded from the sky like a torrential flood. In an instant, dazzling spiritual lights flashed everywhere. There were river-like streams of Donlin grade pills, numerous high-grade magical weapons, mystic artifacts, and even imperial artifacts. Suddenly, the spiritual energy concentration on the second floor of the burning sky tower increased geometrically. Everyone was stunned by this grand spectacle. These are all Donlin grade pills. How is that possible? Especially Carly and Astrid. Their bodies were trembling continuously, their faces pale, clearly shocked. Philippian sect? What kind of existence is it? Why have we never heard of this name before? Astrid stared blankly at the golden river in the sky. She wondered if she had fallen into the illusion of a powerful being. Otherwise, how could she witness such an outrageous scene? They were all Donlin grade pills. Even a small portion of these would probably match the entire imperial family's storage in the Sign Empire. It was terrifying. Suddenly, Carly and Astrid wondered if joining Philippian sect was the right choice. They originally thought that even if Philippian sect had some secrets, they wouldn't be too shocking. With their strength and status, they could leave whenever they wanted. But now, things seemed to have become complicated. In the corner, a figure wrapped up tightly, with only her eyes visible, was full of amazement. The previously self-conscious and reclusive figure unconsciously straightened up, trying to see more clearly. Philippian sect. I must join Philippian sect. Only then can I find a way to save Mother and the others. Lara's eyes were bright. Her fists clenched slowly. She had to join Philippian sect at any cost. This sect was indeed the right choice. The fortune teller was right. Today, she would indeed encounter the greatest opportunity of her life. Mother, please wait. I will soon be able to save you. Lost in thought, Lara's eyes became a bit moist. Philippian sect is too terrifying. To casually take out such treasures, this sect's background must not be as simple as rumored. There must be greater secrets. If I join Philippian sect, I may have hope to avenge myself. Ferris raised his head, gently stroking the long sword on his back, his resolute face filled with determination. What a terrifying background. Is this really Philippian sect? I didn't expect that choosing this sect as a last-ditch effort would hide such depths. This time, I might get a chance to redeem myself after the engagement break. Declan's eyes gleamed, muttering inaudibly to himself. Everyone was stunned by the grand gesture of Susan, countless greedy and longing gazes fixed on the river of treasures in the sky. Unanimously, everyone had one thought in mind. That was to join Philippian sect at any cost. Chapter 81. Heaven and Earth Golden Flame to purify spirit and soul. The third floor of the Burning Sky Pagoda. The third floor is also your final test. Passing this place means you have the qualification to join Philippian sect. Bogdan looked at everyone calmly. The thing tested in this stage is also very simple, just 2 words. Willpower. It was the first time Bogdan's face turned serious. To step onto the cultivation path, it might be easy to start, but the process is the hardest. Those who can stick to it until the end and achieve success are few. During this process, talent and perception are important indeed. They decide your lower limit. But there is something even more crucial that determines your upper limit, and that is willpower. Only those with indomitable willpower can overcome all kinds of hardships on the way of cultivation, maintain their original heart, and move forward bravely. Now, Bogdan said as he suddenly pointed his finger, and a large amount of golden light rained down from the void. Looking up, everyone was shocked to see a ladder reaching sky-high right in front of them, radiating a holy aura. This is the burning sky ladder. Suddenly, golden flames sprang up on the tall ladder, releasing an inexplicable pressure slowly, suffocating everyone. Seeing the scene, Bogdan explained calmly. The fire on this ladder is called Heaven and Earth Golden Flame, a miraculous flame naturally born of heaven and earth. It can cleanse the impurities of your souls, making your souls more transparent and obtaining countless benefits. But along with it comes indescribable pain. Every step forward will increase the pain, yet the effect of the Heaven and Earth Golden Flame will also get better. Your goal is to reach the end of the Heaven and Earth Golden Flame ladder, totaling 999 steps. So many? Hearing this, everyone's face changed. Staring at the ladder wrapped in golden flames, they felt hesitant deep in their hearts. Their intuition told them that if they stepped on it and endured the pain, they would undergo a complete transformation. However, feeling the intense heat coming from afar, everyone trembled in their hearts. They shifted their gazes unconsciously, dared not to look straight. Wouldn't this turn into ashes once stepped on? Seeing that many people showed signs of hesitation, Bogdan spoke. If you're afraid, you can choose to quit now, it's still in time. I also remind you that the pain you're going to endure might be far beyond your imagination. Whether to go or stay, the choice is yours. Of course, you can also try and quit after climbing to a certain height. You'll still get rewards. Saying this, Bogdan waved his hand, and a big door glowing with blue fluorescence appeared on the third floor. Those who want to quit can leave through this door. Finished talking, he remained silent, waiting for everyone's decision quietly. This is too dangerous. Once stepped on, one might turn into ashes before even walking far. Someone chose to retreat, leaving directly through the door. Seeing someone leave, quite a number of people, who were scared, chose to follow suit. In the blink of an eye, almost 1/3 of the people left the venue. About 100 people were left. They chose to give it a try. But when a seemingly powerful cultivator stepped on the ladder and howled like a pig being butchered, everyone shivered again, and another group of people left. Your Highness, what should we do? Astrid hesitated, looking at the burning golden staircase, also somewhat fearing that flame. Although the flame seemed to have little power actually, it was just the result of Bogdan's suppression. Otherwise, even Foundation establishment venerables would be turned to ashes in no time. Alakeo looked hesitant. She didn't feel willing to just leave without giving it a try. Her hesitation wasn't due to other worries. Rather, she worried about this flame burning her clothes. After all, the few strong men who went up just now had their clothes burned to rags in no time. Even though only the upper body parts, it couldn't be allowed either. As girls, they couldn't tolerate that. With the passage of time, most people left within half an incense stick period, leaving only a few behind. There were only more than 10 people left, and this number kept decreasing. The furthest one went just over 500 steps before failing. However, since he made it so far, he still got quite good rewards when he left. Seeing those pill pattern level pills made Alakeo quite envious. I'll go. Seeing fewer and fewer people remaining, a solitary figure who had been lurking in the corner all along finally emerged, completely wrapped up. But from the body's curve, it could be roughly discerned that this was Eliza. Lara, one of the 5 geniuses under Bogdan's watch, she possessed a 5th grade spirit root. It was clear that this Pregainer seemed to dislike crowds, only stepping forward when most others had left. This trial tests your willpower. It won't cost you your life. Noticing that someone among the 5 finally stepped forward, Bogdan took the rare initiative to remind. Lara paused for a moment before decisively stepping onto the golden ladder. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling golden flame engulfed her whole. The roaring flames surged wildly, with threads of indescribable power entwined within. Lara grunted, but continued advancing silently. This flame seems a bit different. Seeing the sudden eruption of the flame, the rest were startled. Earlier people merely had traces of flame on them, but now, the flames were so intense that they couldn't even see the Pergainer inside. Remember the imprint we asked you to memorize in the second trial? At this point, Bogdan spoke up. Looking at the crowd, he calmly said, the more complete the imprint is, the purer the heaven and earth golden flame can be activated, and the better its effect, though the pain will also intensify. The primary function of the heaven and earth golden flame is to temper the soul and spirit. Thus, the purer it is, the less damage it does to the body. For those 5 of you who condense the complete imprint, the heaven and earth golden flame will not scorch anything outside the soul. As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at Alakeo and Astrid. So that's how it is. Astrid suddenly understood. Alakeo coughed lightly, blushing slightly. So that's the Arya gainer. The purest heaven and earth golden flame would not burn clothes. Only impure flames would damage material objects. However, because the complete heaven and earth golden flame targets the spirit more effectively, increased pain is unavoidable. And most importantly, the better the imprint, the greater the effect of the heaven and earth golden flame. This would greatly assist future cultivation. Opportunities like this are rare. A little pain is nothing. With this thought, the others, who had been waiting for various Arya gainers, all stepped onto the golden ladder one by one. Instantly, the entire 3rd floor lit up, filled with cries resembling pigs being slaughtered. Chapter 82, Core Disciples and the Final Assessment. Golden flames roared and surged. On the towering stairway, wails of agony echoed incessantly. Damn it, I'm in excruciating pain. Declan screamed in agony, bellowing wildly, yet his footsteps remained resolute as he continued forward. Though the intense pain was indeed tormenting, he would rather not face the scorn he endured when his fiancée broke off their engagement. He wanted to grow stronger. To get stronger, he must join Philippian's sect. Already at this final step, he absolutely couldn't give up easily. Dwight, mother, little sister, wait for me. I will surely become powerful and avenge you all. Ferris's face contorted as he clenched his teeth and moved forward. On the other side, Lara kept silent, her head bowed, silently moving forward while sweat dripped continuously from her forehead. Maintaining a similar pace were also Desiree and Astrid. These 2 were among the faster ones in the group, having already reached over 500 steps. Of those who had initially begun on the golden stairway, most had retreated in defeat, leaving only 5 individuals who continued advancing. Isn't this assessment too difficult? Bogdan stroked his chin, reflecting. According to the original scenario, the difficulty of the 3rd level shouldn't have been so high. It was supposed to be a simple pressure test. For instance, withstanding 1/10 of his pressure for a minute, while standing still counted as passing. It was far simpler compared to this. However, encountering so many promising candidates, Bogdan couldn't help but slightly increase the difficulty. They shouldn't blame bad luck for entering this batch. Besides, 10 is the maximum number I can take at once. These 5 geniuses alone are enough to surpass the rest. Fewer people? No problem. I can always recruit more next time. Soon, Bogdan convinced himself and stopped paying attention to the unlucky failures. Hey, someone just passed first. Bogdan suddenly perked up, nearly dozing off, then noticed someone completing the trial and immediately focused his attention. Surprised, he found that the first to pass was not the expected Astrid or Desiree but the quiet Lara. The moment she cleared it, the fastest of the others was only at around 860 steps. Having stepped onto the golden stairs almost simultaneously, her speed was unexpectedly fast. Great job. Bogdan's eyes sparkled. Finally, there was a promising candidate. Definitely worth cultivating. I wonder if she has a chance to pass the final challenge. Bogdan quite admired Lara. This girl seemed to carry an unresolved burden in her heart, with a resilient Pergainerality, making her a good prospect. Actually, each of the 5 present had their own stories. Bringing them into Philippian's sect might cause some trouble, but Bogdan didn't care about this. Even if the sky fell, the main body would handle it. As a mere avatar, he only collected benefits and dealt with no mess. Great job. Bogdan appeared beside Lara, giving her a thumbs up. Lord Philip. Lara, exhausted and slightly weakened, opened her lips upon seeing the Pergainer, but only managed a simple bow. She had tried many times to communicate more with others, but perhaps due to childhood trauma, she found it hard to overcome this issue. In short, she suffered from social anxiety. Congratulations on becoming a formal disciple of Philippian's sect. If you encounter any difficulties, the sect will assist you. Go rest aside for a while. We'll wait for these few. A surge of robust true chi entered Lara's body, rapidly restoring her energy. Thank you, sir. With this true chi, Lara instantly felt much better, able to walk without difficulty. Now that you're a disciple of Philippian's sect, call me Fulton. Yes, Fulton. Lara felt a bit excited, finally successfully joining Philippian's sect. She wondered what the real Philippian's sect looked like. Could becoming its disciple truly offer hope of rescuing her mother and the others? Shortly after, the second Pergainer cleared the trial, unsurprisingly Astrid. Despite being suppressed in cultivation upon stepping on the stairs, she was still an innate powerhouse, ultimately standing out. The third followed quickly, Desiree. The fourth and fifth were Ferris and Declan respectively. Compared to the top 3, these 2 were slightly slower. Seeing everyone complete the trial, Bogdan nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations, from now on, all of you are members of Philippian sect. Due to the adjustment of the assessment difficulty, you will directly obtain the status of core disciple. In Philippian sect, this status is second only to the sect Dovey and Fulton's, granting more cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, the 5 exchanged glances and were overwhelmed with joy. Core disciples. As far as they knew, the sect usually divided disciples from low to high into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. The previous few batches were mostly outer sect disciples, with a few inner sect ones and not a single core disciple. They didn't expect that this time they would all be promoted directly to core disciples. This meant an unimaginable allocation of resources. How could they not be elated? Among the 5, Ferris and Declan had cultivation levels of 5th rank realm, though it seemed decent. In reality, in their hometowns, such cultivation levels weren't impressive at all. Next was Lara, who had achieved 7th rank realm. If it were earlier times, this strength would have qualified her as an Fulton of Philippian sect. Desiree was 9th rank, while Astrid was the highest, having reached 2nd stage innate cultivation. Taking a quick look at the 5's cultivation levels, Bogdan appeared thoughtful. These guys might not seem powerful compared to him, but in places like South Region, any one of them would be considered top-notch geniuses. Especially given their ages of just 14 or 15, it was astonishing. Astrid, in particular, was already at the innate stage. In the past, Philippian sect wouldn't dare to recruit such a disciple. They'd probably revere them directly. But now, with the overall strength of Philippian sect considerably enhanced, guiding these 5 wasn't an issue. Next, you have 2 choices. Looking at the 5, Bogdan held up 5 identity tokens, symbolizing the status of core disciples in Philippian sect. The first option is to end the assessment and become core disciples, receiving full resource benefits, but that's all there is. At this point, Bogdan paused, noticing no one moved. A smile spread across his lips as he continued, meeting the gazes of the 5. As for the second choice, continue the assessment. If you can pass the 9th level of the Heaven-Burning Tower, trust me, you'll receive an incredible opportunity. As for what this opportunity is, telling you now won't do any good. You'll know when the time comes. So, please make your choice now. After saying this, Bogdan looked at the 5. I choose the second one. The 5 almost unanimously answered immediately in Unigainer. Their synchronized voices caused them to momentarily pause, exchange glances, and then laugh in agreement. It seems we're all on the same page. Bogdan smiled, then nodded gently. Since that's the case, let's proceed. The rules for the next assessment are very simple. You may choose any level from 4 to 8, and passing it will allow you to reach the 9th level. At that point, you'll know what the final challenge is. At this last remark, a mysterious smile appeared on Bogdan's face, making everyone secretly anticipate. Chapter 83. Anderson Stone Steals, Anderson Gifts. After undergoing the baptism of heaven and earth golden flame, the souls of the 5 individuals underwent a tremendous transformation. If one could see with their naked eyes, they would observe that each per gainer emitted an enigmatic light. This soul light even began to nourish their physical bodies, making them more perfect and powerful. Though it did not compare to innate physiques, it could greatly increase cultivation speed, enough to make countless people envious. When Dallas finished speaking, the space inside the Fuyan Tower trembled slightly. Suddenly, 5 beams of light doors appeared in front of everyone. Choose a door and enter. Dallas smiled and suggested. Because the 5 had officially become part of Philippian sect, Dallas's attitude became much kinder. Yes, Fulton. The 5 hesitated for a moment before immediately choosing a door and stepping through it. After all 5 vanished, Dallas stretched and finally felt that the task was complete. He could rest for a while. Each of the 5 appeared on different levels, but the trials placed before them were similar, even somewhat familiar. In front of each of them stood a huge stone stele covered with strange symbols. These symbols resembled those they encountered on the 2nd floor, and they seemed to form a self-contained system. Depending on the symbols each per gainer comprehended, the corresponding stone steles differed. It seemed as though they better suited each individual. At this moment, without any prompting, everyone sat cross-legged and began to carefully observe and memorize the symbols on the stone steles. The number of symbols each per gainer needed to memorize was roughly the same, but there were slight differences in attributes. For instance, Ainsley's stone stele. Since Ainsley cultivated dark attribute spirit energy, the stone stele was filled with a rich darkness. Not an evil darkness, but a pure, intense darkness. This aura instantly regenerated with Ainsley, forming a special connection between them. This made Ainsley's comprehension of the symbols on the stele much faster. The others experienced similar situations, each having a stone stele most compatible with them. Whenever they understood a symbol, a mark on their foreheads would change subtly. After expending great effort and finally completely memorizing all the symbols on the steles, a miraculous power emerged from within each of them. This is a cultivation technique? Carly widened her eyes in shock, feeling the obscure information in her mind. These incredible symbols each possessed miraculous powers. Once fully comprehended, everything suddenly connected. They automatically formed an extremely profound cultivation technique. Moreover, it fit them perfectly. Carly was the first to succeed, followed closely by the others. The moment they all successfully comprehended the cultivation technique on the steles, the scene before them changed. All of them suddenly found themselves in an empty room. Dallas was already waiting there, smiling at everyone. It seems you all had good luck and succeeded? I thought at least 1 or 2 might fail. Not bad, not bad. Thus, after practicing the cultivation technique specially bestowed by Beckett, the 5 naturally owed her a debt of gratitude. From then on, whenever they practiced, they would provide Beckett with an endless supply of faith power. All 5 were geniuses who had joined Philippian sect. This sacrifice was worth it. After all, for Beckett, the cultivation techniques were secondary. The most important thing was the harvest of faith power. Creating 5 faith sources comparable to crystal was Dallas's most important mission this time. Now, it had been successfully completed. These 5 stone steles were both a test and a gift. Fulton, does the stele record a cultivation technique? Ferris couldn't wait to ask, because the moment he comprehended all the symbols on the stele, a cultivation technique formed naturally in his mind and began to operate slowly. However, calling it a cultivation technique was a bit ambiguous, because this technique seemed more like an alternative support, not conflicting with their original cultivation methods. It offered no direct help to their cultivation. Except for seeming esoteric and profound, it seemed to have no practical use whatsoever. This left everyone perplexed. Yes, it's a cultivation technique. Dallas smiled amiably, answering every question. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at everyone and said, at the same time, it is also a key to help you unlock great opportunities. Great opportunities? The 5 were momentarily baffled, glancing at each other. Very soon you will know. Before that, you need to complete one last test. Dallas pointed to the sky above their heads, where a vast formation was slowly rotating. Vast spatial fluctuations continuously emanated from it. Staring at the formation for too long made it feel like their souls would be sucked in, transported to an unknown world. Suddenly, they all shivered and dared not look at the formation any longer. Through this teleportation array, you can reach the place of ultimate opportunity, but before that, as Dallas spoke, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. All of a sudden, everything went black before their eyes, and they lost consciousness. Your final test is about to begin. Only after everyone had fallen unconscious did Dallas leisurely finish his sentence. The final test would take place in an illusion. In an instant, the Fuyan Tower's built-in illusion array took effect, pulling the consciousness of the 5 into an illusory realm. Next, they would undergo a special evaluation. Meanwhile, outside the Fuyan Tower, a group of uninvited guests arrived. A crowd dressed in Antonin Dan, sect disciple attire searched arrogantly for information. Many disciples held portraits, asking around for clues about the Eliza depicted. Soon, they received a definite message. Someone had seen a Eliza resembling her recently, and she had just left. It seemed she entered the Fuyan Tower to participate in Philippian sect's recruitment evaluation. This discovery delighted the Antonin Dan sect greatly, immediately dispatching many people to the location. Soon, numerous Antonin Dan sect disciples surrounded the Fuyan Tower. What the heck? What kind of tower is this? Truly spectacular. One Antonin Dan sect disciple, seeing the Fuyan Tower for the first time, gaped, and others were similarly stunned. Philippian sect has quite a bit of backing. Antanya of the Antonin Dan sect, seeing the towering black tower, was deeply attracted, his eyes gleaming with greed. He thought to himself, perfect, taking advantage of this chance to capture that Eliza, I can seize this treasure. Does a mere Philippian sect deserve such a treasure? Don't rush, wait for Haelastair and the others to arrive before making a move. On the other side, in a corner of the crowd, Benny was extremely anxious, watching as the Antonin Dan sect encircled the area but could not find His Highness's whereabouts. Moreover, the connection through the carried treasure told him His Highness was nearby. How could Benny not worry now? If the EFO religion found His Highness first, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, why can't I find him anywhere? Could His Highness have gone into that black tower? Now we're in big trouble. Seeing monks from the EFO religion appear in the distance, Benny's expression turned extremely grim. Chapter 84: A Glimpse of the Future. When Carly, Ferris, and the others woke up, they found themselves somehow inside Philippian sect. Bogdan was grinning at them. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the test, and have become true disciples of Philippian sect. Passed the test? The five of them had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. However, seeing that they indeed seemed to have successfully passed all the tests, they couldn't help but feel excited. Finally succeeded. But just then, the world before them began to shake violently. The sky suddenly turned pitch black as if stained by ink. In an instant, everything became dim, dominated by an intangible force. Not good. The aliens are attacking. This sudden change alarmed many of the Philippian sect Tanias. Figures leaped out one after another, rushing toward the sky. There, it seemed invisible monsters were lurking, revealing their greedy grins and clawing with fury. Powerful figures, emitting awe-inspiring auras, rushed headlong into battle against these terrifying unseen creatures. The battle erupted instantly. The terrifying aftermath distorted and shattered the space for millions of miles around. Wherever it leaked, mountain peaks were silently erased by this invisible force, without a trace. How dare you? At that moment, everyone looked up in shock, seeing a golden hand blotting out the sky like it was cast from gold. It descended from above, striking fiercely at the invisible monsters, eliciting cries of agony. A large number of invisible monsters were obliterated by this fearsome palm strike. The Clifton has acted. Someone shouted excitedly, and countless figures cheered loudly, their morale soaring. This time, you won't stop me. Just as the golden hand obliterated countless monsters, an even more terrifying and evil aura surged forth overwhelmingly. Even slight contact made Carly and the others pale. What is that thing? Ferris's face was ashen, trembling with fear. Could it be the aliens? Are there really such terrifying aliens in this world? Even Carly, despite her composure, felt despair creeping in. If all this were true, how powerful would those final aliens be? Would humanity still have hope? At that moment, the five felt dead inside, full of despair. Roar! As the alien king roared, large swathes of darkness in the sky started to writhe, as if the entire world had become its body. Terrifying sound waves raged in all directions. Wherever they passed, space fractured bit by bit. It seemed only moments away from affecting the Philippian sect members, and the helpless Carly and her four companions. Under the threat of death, everyone paled. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Hemph! At that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere, wrapped in endless eternal energy. A cold snort reverberated, shattering the overwhelming intangible pressure. Phew! Facing death, Carly and the others collapsed on the ground in relief. Boom! Everywhere they looked, the world was split between endless darkness and eternal golden light. Both forces were locked in a stalemate, colliding wildly. Each collision caused the world to tremble slightly, as if it couldn't bear the transcendent power. What do we do now? At this point, Declan spoke, staring blankly at the frenzied fighting around him. He felt like a bystander, without any involvement. It seemed like watching a grand spectacle, though their lives were the tickets. Unbeknownst to them, over time, a large number of white light orbs emerged from the five of them. These orbs lingered for a moment before quickly disappearing, absorbed by some existence far away. In just a short while, the faith power contributed by the five surpassed months of previous gains. Watching everything quietly, Bogdan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Seemed like he was pretty smart, creating such an illusion. Were a few little guys like them hard to handle? This final test was indeed a challenge for them, because opening the teleportation array did require considerable faith power, and naturally, the cost had to be borne by them. Soon, the great battle lasted for an hour. That overwhelming darkness finally receded like the ebb of a tide. Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief, looking at the devastated ground before them, each heaving a sigh. Seeing the enemy retreat, the towering mysterious figure in the sky vanished instantly. As the people of Philippian sect started to tally up the casualties, an aged figure suddenly appeared before Carly and the others. The dazed group immediately snapped back to reality. Fulton, what was that? Ferris's voice was hoarse, asking eagerly. The aliens. The Tanya sighed softly. Are the aliens really that powerful? Carly, who had seen many aliens, found it hard to believe. If the aliens were truly so terrifyingly strong, wouldn't humanity have been wiped out long ago? But Tanya shook his head and explained, not the aliens from this world, but those from beyond the heavens. Aliens from beyond the heavens? Everyone felt a sense of absurdity. Beyond the heavens? Which heaven? Outside the world? Apart from this world? Could there really be other worlds? You know too little. You are new disciples, aren't you? Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Now that a great war has broken out, there won't be much time for you to grow stronger. Not even at the Golden Core stage, you aren't even qualified as cannon fodder. Sigh. The Tanya didn't delve deeper into the topic. He glanced at the five, a trace of pity in his eyes. Weak? Golden Core and cannon fodder? At this moment, everyone's minds were struggling to catch up. This world seemed utterly absurd. Powerful Golden Core cultivators were just cannon fodder? And how did they end up here so mysteriously? How did those aliens appear? Those aliens seem to have existed for a very long time. Yet why had they never made any move before? A myriad of questions bombarded their minds. Everything that had happened was so abrupt. Under the intense shock, all heads gradually grew dizzy. They felt like they had missed something important. What is wrong? Why can't I remember? They looked at each other, seeing confusion, bewilderment, and deep fear of those terrifying aliens on each other's faces. Every time they recalled that terrifying alien that seemed to want to engulf the entire world, they couldn't help trembling in fear. It was too horrifying. This was absolutely beyond human resistance. And who was that Tanya who stood against them? His power, no less terrifying than theirs, was absurdly strong. Why had they never heard of similar legends before? These people, along with those aliens, seemed to have sprung out of nowhere. At this moment, everyone sank deeply into thought. Chapter 85. I seem to smell the taste of faith. After a very long time, everyone finally gradually woke up from the illusion. During this period, they experienced many great battles with alien races. Although most of the time was spent as observers, they were still shocked by those terrifying scenes. The moment they broke free from the illusion, everyone's eyes were dazed and lifeless. It seemed they had endured tremendous torment. They faced life and death threats at all times. Every moment, they were enveloped by powerful forces. Any later, they might have truly collapsed. Where are we? I feel like I just had an extremely long dream, with many powerful aliens in it. So terrifying. Declan gradually came to his senses. Although he seemed to have left that strange place, he still appeared extremely shaken. In that short instant, everyone felt as if they had lived through decades. From newly joining Philippian sect to gradually growing into Tanius, constantly battling alien races, witnessing the casualties of fellow disciples, everyone seemed to have spent a lifetime in that unimaginably real illusion. Until the moment of death, they finally broke free. The alien races were too terrifying. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. This final test is really insane. Ferris let out a long breath. Now, having returned to the familiar Fengtian pagoda, their sealed memories had already returned. They realized what they had just experienced was merely some illusions. Despite this, they were still filled with lingering fear. It felt like at any moment, a cruel alien race could rush into their vision, ready for another intense battle. But even though it was an illusion, we got to experience what it feels like to be a powerful Yuaning expert. It wasn't bad at all. After calming down slightly, Ferris grinned, recalling the scenes of slaughter within the illusion, unable to suppress his excitement. In the illusion, all 5 of them eventually broke through to beyond the Yuaning realm. Recalling the volcano-like power surging within their bodies, everyone felt a pang of regret. What a pity, if everything had been real. At the Yuan-Ing realm, forget about the southern region. Finding one such individual in the entire Saiyan Empire would be questionable. With such strength, they could dominate everything. Well, you're all awake now? Suddenly, Bogdan appeared before them, smiling warmly, with an unusual gentleness and friendliness on his face. These 5 youngsters were now excited, and so was Bogdan. Just now, through his connection with the true self, he clearly felt the Nine Nines creation pagoda absorbing a massive amount of faith power. Even with this vast faith power, the true self was able to barely mobilize a trace of the creation pagoda's power. What a huge gain. No wonder these geniuses from prestigious places are different. If more came, the faith power they provide would make one's heart bloom with joy. In the future, one should indeed pay attention to gathering more geniuses. They are walking giants of faith. If not for noticing signs of impending mental collapse in the 5 during the last part of the illusion, Bogdan wouldn't have stopped. Too much of a pity. When they become stronger in the future, there must be another opportunity for this, harvesting even more faith power. Thinking of this, Bogdan looked at the 5 with an increasingly amiable expression. Fulton? The 5 felt somewhat uneasy under Bogdan's gaze, sensing that something was brewing. Alright, congratulations, you've passed all the tests of the Fengtian pagoda. Now prepare for the grand opportunity you've been longing for. As for how much you can gain, it's up to yourselves. Bogdan waved his hand, without waiting for a response. A vast true chi surged out and rapidly flowed into the large teleportation array above. Humming. Instantly, the originally slow-moving array suddenly burst with light. A blinding white light erupted. The array spun madly, and the space of the 9th floor of Fengtian pagoda twisted abruptly as if torn by a terrifying force. At this moment, Carly and others faintly sensed a fear similar to that in the illusion. Like the initial helplessness when facing bizarre monsters. Before anyone could scream, the array suddenly shrank sharply, and all their figures instantly vanished. Along with them, the entire Fengtian pagoda disappeared. Outside Fengtian pagoda, a dense crowd had already been separated by expressionless Antonandan sect disciples. The towering Fengtian pagoda was surrounded layer upon layer. The 3 black-robed monks stared at the black tower before them, their eyes reflecting an odd light as they contemplated. Based on their knowledge, this black tower was absolutely not just the Shantianling Qi inherent spirit artifact, as it seemed. Could the Philippian sect, which possesses such treasures, really be as simple as rumored outside? This thought had barely flashed across their minds when it was interrupted. Suddenly, the originally still standing 100-jong black tower trembled and then vanished into thin air. One of the black-robed monks, who had been half closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, a flash of red light passing through. Gone? How is that possible? And Tanya from Antonandan sect looked utterly disbelieving. Could such a large treasure simply vanish? Spatial magic treasure. The eyes of the black-robed monk suddenly lit up with greed as he abruptly stood up. He noticed it. The black tower did not just vanish but was put away by someone. To change size so casually, it must be a legendary spatial magic treasure. Ordinary magic treasures, even innate spirit artifacts, cannot achieve this. A spatial magic treasure is valuable enough for the Buddhist sect to pay a huge price to acquire. Philippian sect. A mere 1-star sect. Nothing to worry about. Black Vic pondered over the name. This monk must obtain this spatial magic treasure. Even if I can't keep it, submitting it to the Dharma protectors will be a great merit, earning massive contributions. It's my chance to advance further. With a spatial magic treasure, achieving spatial transfer over a certain distance would be exhausting. They won't run far. We should chase. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Vic leaped in one direction, quickly moving away. Guided by the artifact's presence, there was a very high-quality treasure appearing in that direction. They must have fled that way. But what if their strength is formidable? Someone expressed concern. The Tanya from Antonandan sect snorted coldly, saying contemptuously, precisely because they fled, we must chase. If they were truly strong, they could have attacked us directly or driven us away. Why flee immediately upon seeing us? They are definitely weaker than us. If you can't understand this logic, you're useless trash. Finishing, the greed in the Antonandan sect Tanya's eyes became obvious. A spatial magic treasure. Most importantly, it forms its own space, changing size at will. Given their strength no greater than ours, they definitely haven't fully refined the treasure. If unable to ignore the weight entirely, such a large black tower, even partially weighted, would be a significant burden. They won't get far. Chasing now, it's not too late. In this moment, everyone almost forgot to track down the whereabouts of the illustrated Eliza. Chapter 86, Green Mountains, Clear Waters, and a shepherd boy arrives. Just after seeing off Carly and the others, Bogdan, who was about to find another place to rest for a while, suddenly furrowed his brows and sneezed hard. What the hell? Bogdan rubbed his nose, feeling as if something or someone was targeting him. He felt somewhat bewildered. How long had it been? In the southern domain, it seemed he was always the one causing trouble for others. This was the first time someone was seeking trouble with him. This is getting interesting. I wonder which fool has grown impatient enough to challenge me. Deciding not to move, Bogdan halted the heaven-burning pagoda in a wilderness and waited quietly for whoever dared to cause trouble to come. This wasn't the first time. Initially, there were often treasure-seeking individuals who didn't fear death and targeted him. But after killing many of them, fewer people dared to provoke him randomly. Now, it seemed like robbers had appeared once again. He wanted to see who was this stubborn. Yawning, Bogdan's appearance gradually changed from that of a bald monk into an adorable shepherd boy. This had become his habit. Periodically changing his appearance was like trying on different clothes. It added some amusement to his boring life. With a gentle toss of the heaven-burning pagoda in his hand, it instantly transformed into a lively green ox, its eyes flickering as if it carried a hint of wisdom. The more advanced a magical treasure, the more likely it was to gain sentience. For instance, Aldo, the tower spirit of the 9 refinement pagoda, possessed wisdom surpassing even that of true humans. Being a king-level artifact and an extremely rare spatial magic item, it was natural for the heaven-burning pagoda to develop sentience. Bogdan was not surprised by this at all. Finally here. Just as Bogdan was growing slightly impatient, he suddenly sensed several unfamiliar auras within his perception range. Aliens? Quickly, Bogdan noticed that the newcomers emitted some alien aura. There were 3 of them, indeed, the 3 black-robed monks from the alien Buddhist sect who were tracking him down. The alien aura differed greatly from human aura, making it easy to distinguish. Although the 3 black-robed monks weren't purely aliens, they had accepted the power of alien Buddha, thus being tainted with peculiarities. However, as they approached, Bogdan realized something was off. These fellows seemed to be pursuing someone. Leading the group was a Pergainer in tattered armor, stained with blood, hair disheveled, looking quite ragged. His cultivation level fluctuated, high and low, indicating he was a gravely injured Foundation establishment expert. This Pergainer was none other than Benny, the head guard of Carly. Seeing the heaven-burning pagoda disappear, his heart sank. The 9th prince was still inside. Witnessing the alien Buddhist sect members chasing after the heaven-burning pagoda, Benny immediately became anxious and followed without hesitation. Unfortunately, due to his severe injuries, he leaked his presence halfway through and was discovered. After a fierce battle, Benny's injuries worsened as he was relentlessly pursued. Following closely behind him were indeed the 3 black-robed monks, Black Vic, Black 8, and Black 9. Apart from the leading monk, the remaining 9 had roughly similar cultivation levels, all at the 9th level of innate realm. Logically speaking, 3 9th level innate cultivators would struggle against a Foundation establishment venerable. However, Benny had already been gravely wounded, retaining only a fraction of his original strength. Even so, he managed to escape from their relentless attack. Currently, the situation looked grim. Due to continuous fleeing, Benny's injuries continued to deteriorate. With no time to heal, he suffered from chi backlash, further aggravating his condition. Under such a vicious cycle, it wouldn't be long before Benny fell under the hands of the 3 black-robed monks. Damn it, why isn't the Empire sending anyone to rescue us? Don't they know the 9th prince is in danger? While escaping, Benny cursed silently about the Empire's incompetence, unable to locate them even after such a long time. Of course, it might be possible that all his signals for help were intercepted. Even so, someone should have noticed something was wrong by now. Perhaps, there are issues within the Empire. Looking at the 3 black-robed monks drawing closer, Benny felt immensely frustrated. A respected Foundation establishment cultivator being chased by mere innates was nothing short of a humiliation. Yet he dared not stop. If he stopped, there would inevitably be another fierce fight. Even if he won, he would likely not survive much longer. If he were to die, the 9th prince would lose his greatest protection outside. At that time, those demon monks would only become even more reckless. Oh no. Suddenly, Benny, who had been silently fleeing, changed his expression as he discovered that the path ahead had been blocked by 3 black-robed monks at some point. In a panic, he immediately turned around, only to find that there were also 3 black-robed monks behind him, leading a group of Black Core sect Tanius and disciples in pursuit. He was surrounded. This is bad. If it were only the 3 black-robed monks, he was confident he could still fight with his heavily injured body. However, the enemy had reinforcements at some point. There were 6 9th level innate cultivators in total. In his current state, the chances of survival were slim. Damn it. Benny's face was grim. Hetero Buddha immortal. Benny, you cannot escape the great Hetero Buddha's punishment. You have offended the deity. The great Hetero Buddha has been watching you all along. One of the monks blocking his way clasped his hands together and said with a smile, "Does the Hetero Buddhist sect dare to harm the prince of the Saiyan Empire? Are you not afraid that the emperor will be enraged and wipe you out completely?" Seeing no escape, Benny gradually tensed up, his thick true chi slowly circulating, ready to strike at any moment. How can a mortal empire compare with a deity? The 9th prince offended divine power and deserves to atone. If the emperor becomes angry because of this, he will only burn himself. The great Hetero Buddha is supreme. You underestimate our power too much. The 6 black-robed monks subtly formed an encirclement. Vic's strange auras rose, gradually stirring up a storm in the sky, with the center of the storm being the heavily wounded Benny. It was at this moment. Moo. Just as tensions escalated and a confrontation seemed imminent, a distant cow moo came from afar, yet it reached close almost instantly. Benny became alert. The 6 black-robed monks were also distracted, for they had sensed a faint yet terrifying pressure in that simple cow moo. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Hetero-Buddhist sect? One of the Black Core sect Tanius noticed something amiss and immediately looked puzzled. Everyone knew the strength of these black-robed monks. Together, they could severely injure even a Foundation establishment expert. Yet, at this time, someone dared to challenge them? Soon, everyone saw a young shepherd boy riding a green ox appear before their eyes. The shepherd boy casually rode on the ox's back, with a blade of grass between his lips, half-closed eyes, as if strolling leisurely in the evening breeze. Such a relaxed posture made everyone wary, because they noticed that the green ox under the shepherd boy seemed to be floating. Chapter 87 The Mysterious Adolf. Moo. The green ox seemed to move slowly, but in fact, each step brought it visibly closer at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, from the end of their sight, it appeared within less than 100 meters. Another blink, and it was right before everyone's eyes. The herdsboy on the ox's back maintained a lazy demeanor, looking carefree all along. It was as if he didn't notice anything unusual in front of him at all, just like encountering a group of children playing around, completely nonchalant. What a lively scene. What are you playing? Can I join in? The herdsboy had a naively innocent smile on his face. It was as though he was genuinely asking a group of playmates what game they were playing, and whether he could join them. No one responded. Everyone looked at the young boy in green with caution, feeling a chill run up from their feet to their heads, making their scalps tingle. This child appeared ordinary, but the green ox beneath him was always floating a few inches above the ground. A Foundation Establishment Great Demon. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Though this green ox looked harmless, it was at least a Foundation Establishment Great Demon, and judging by its appearance, it was merely a docile mount. So, what level of cultivation could this seemingly ordinary herdsboy possibly have? No one believed he was an ordinary pergainer, because an ordinary pergainer would never remain so calm in the face of the overwhelming pressure emanating from these people. Gradually, cold sweat started breaking out on many people's foreheads. Especially the disciples of Antonandin's sect couldn't help but begin to retreat gradually, ready to flee at any moment. Whichever side this was, it wasn't something they could participate in at their level. In truth, they were merely equivalent to servants, whose main function was to assist these black-robed monks. As for real combat, they weren't even cannon fodder. The current situation felt somewhat strange, and they sensed danger. Yifo imperishable. Do you wish to intervene in the affairs of our Yifo sect? A black-robed monk stepped forward, showing no sign of panic, with a gentle smile on his face. There was not a hint of tension. In fact, from beginning to end, this group of black-robed monks remained quite calm. However, the true evil hidden behind their seemingly benevolent smiles was unknowable. I don't understand what you're saying. The herdsboy tilted his head, looking curiously at everyone. His gaze swept over the 6 black-robed monks and Benny, his smile becoming even more pure, as if he were really just an innocent child unaware of the world. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Since that is the case, please watch quietly. Seeing the herdsboy's appearance, the black-robed monk showed no annoyance and instead smiled understandingly. He then redirected his attention back to Benny. It seemed he intended to ignore the herdsboy and continue his attack on Benny. Benny saw the target of the black-robed monk shift back to himself, dashing any sliver of hope that had just formed. Benny, we give you one last chance. Do you truly intend to continue resisting and defy the will of the great Yifo? The smiles on all the black-robed monks' faces grew brighter. These monk smiles, for some Arya gainer, gave off an eerie feeling, as if they were wearing masks. Himph, noise. Seeing no place to retreat, Benny remained resolute, refusing to submit, his Foundation Establishment cultivation bursting forth as he stood ready for battle. Moo. The green ox suddenly let out a gentle moo. Sir, do you really want to intervene? At this moment, a black-robed monk seemed to laugh helplessly, abandoning the idea of attacking Benny and turning to look at the herdsboy. The herdsboy laughed, puzzled. Why say that? I haven't done anything. The black-robed monk shook his head. Everything that defies the Yifo will eventually fade away. You are inviting trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sword lights surged from the surroundings, charging madly toward the 6 black-robed monks, forming a huge storm vortex that connected heaven and earth. Barricade the formation. The lead black-robed monk shouted, emitting waves of red Buddhist light from his body. The 6 black-robed monks gathered together, releasing their true chi in Unigainer. Faintly, a smiling giant red Buddha appeared between heaven and earth, holding off the countless sword lights. Truly difficult. Seeing that his sudden sneak attack had failed to take effect, Benny's face was full of regret. It was just a hair's breadth away. He hadn't expected that these demonic monks would react so swiftly, which greatly deviated from his predictions. The surprise attack failed to yield any results. The 6 black-robed monks' figures suddenly became blurry as they began to rapidly move along a complex path. Wherever they passed, trails of red imprints were left behind. In a short breath's time, an eerie large formation formed, enveloping both Benny and the herdsboy. Jack's spell. Benny looked serious, brandishing his long sword to summon countless dense sword lights, which converged into a dragon of sword chi that fiercely charged at the great formation. With a thunderous boom, the formation trembled as the sword chi dragon was halted. You are overestimating your strength. Heterodox Buddha descends. The leading black-robed monk shook his head with a laugh upon seeing this. Changing his hand seals, the entire formation came alive as if animated by an entity. A massive red Buddha statue appeared in front of everyone. The moment the towering Buddha statue emerged, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth stirred restlessly and rapidly retreated, as if fearing the presence of some grand existence. The massive red Buddha statue slowly lowered its head, gazing down at Benny below. A flash from its crim gainer eyes, it casually reached down with a gentle press. Boom. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. A vast giant palm entirely composed of blood clouds, resembling a true Buddha's hand, carrying the power of mountains and rivers, heavily descended. This blow caused space to tremble slightly. With a gentle squeeze, the giant palm instantly scattered the sword chi dragon. Without slowing down, the giant palm continued to press down. The terrifying force had yet to fully descend but already caused Benny's face to change drastically. How is this possible? The power of this strike far exceeded that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment practitioner. Even at his peak, he might have suffered severe injuries. Even Gaynard Foundation Establishment cultivators would avoid the brunt of such an attack. And this was merely executed by 6 congenital practitioners working together. It was unimaginable what kind of terrifying power would be wielded by the black-robed monk leader. What if it was performed by higher-ups within the heterodox Buddha sect? Wouldn't it directly summon the true power of the heterodox Buddha? Over. This blow was nearly impossible to match even at full strength, let alone now, when he was severely injured. Benny's eyes revealed a hint of despair. Just as he was about to launch one last desperate attack and self-destruct to injure the enemy, his gaze suddenly caught a figure that seemed leisurely calm. There, the mysterious green-clothed herdsboy showed no concern for the crushing giant palm above, calmly playing with the strand of grass in his hand. The green ox beside him was quietly feeding, slowly chewing on grass roots without lifting its head. It was as if they didn't sense the terrifying attack overhead at all. This bizarre scene made Benny catch his breath, feeling a bit absurd. That moment of pause disrupted his plan for self-destruction because the attack of the red giant palm had already arrived. Ah! A soft sigh suddenly sounded in his ear. At this moment, he saw the green-clothed herdsboy slowly raise the strand of grass in his hand. In the next second, something that left him dumbfounded occurred. Chapter 88. A blade of grass slashes through Crosby, moon, and stars. The 6 black-robed monks maintaining the grand formation did not hesitate for a moment. They immediately enveloped the shepherd boy within the grand formation as well. Although they could not discern his cultivation level, it seemed that they also didn't sense any significant threat from him. As for the green ox, it indeed appeared to be a Foundation Establishment Stage Great Demon. But so what if it was a Foundation Establishment Stage Great Demon? With their combined power, they were equivalent to an experienced cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage. There had been Foundation Establishment stage experts who had died at their hands, and now, Cameron would soon be the next victim. The existence of the shepherd boy posed another threat. Considering this, the 6 black-robed monks launched their attack without mercy. No one can hinder the progress of the heretic Buddha. The leading black-robed monk smiled slightly, his surging true chi making the projection of the heretic Buddha even more powerful. In this instant, the 6 seemed to become one entity. Their aura pressed against the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. After reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, each additional level made an enormous difference in combat strength. To fight across levels was incredibly difficult. At present, aside from the green ox, whose strength remained unknown but didn't seem too formidable, only Cameron was at the first level of Foundation Establishment and grievously wounded. There was no way he could escape their hands. Just as the 6 believed that this attack would thoroughly cripple or even annihilate both Cameron and the shepherd boy. The shepherd boy sighed softly, lifting a blade of grass in his hand with apparent nonchalance. Useless effort. One of the black-robed monks couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. This shepherd boy indeed wasn't much of a concern. He actually fought using a piece of grass at such a critical moment. Even if the boy truly possessed impressive strength, it was too late now. This is the consequence of overconfidence. The other black-robed monks shook their heads, believing that while the boy might have decent strength, he seemed mentally unstable. Daring to be so careless at this juncture was practically courting death. It seemed this was someone who had been in seclusion for too long, having forgotten basic combat experience. Simply like a rookie fresh out of seclusion. However, the next second, the 6 black-robed monks suddenly gasped and their eyes widened. Ah! With a light flick of the blade of grass, the sky-obscuring red palm abruptly halted, unable to advance further. It seemed to have encountered some invisible, insurmountable barrier, stopping dead in its tracks. Before everyone could react, the terrifying red giant palm split apart with a loud boom, the edges smooth as glass, as if cut cleanly in half by an invisible gigantic sword. Why bother? Seeing this, the shepherd boy flicked the blade of grass once again, sending out an invisible wave. The world suddenly fell silent, then seemed to be divided into 2 parts by an unseen force. Puff! The 6 monks spewed blood in Unigainer, horrified to witness the mighty projection of the heretic Buddha being split in 2 by an invisible gigantic sword. The massive red shadow stiffened for a second, then burst into countless light points, slowly dissipating. The 6 black-robed monks, being part of the formation, suffered severe backlash injuries, their aura greatly weakened. The power of this single strike was terrifying. This is too frightening. The spectators from Anton and Dan's sect watched the defeat of the 6 black-robed monks, their faces pale. All eyes, filled with fear, turned toward the casually standing young shepherd boy in blue robes. Everyone stared intently at the blade of grass in his hand, which didn't resemble any kind of magical treasure, but rather looked like an ordinary blade of grass. Some had just witnessed him picking it up from the ground casually. Yet, this ordinary-looking blade of grass effortlessly deflected the terrifying attack. With another flick, the seemingly invincible projection of the heretic Buddha was destroyed, leaving the 6 black-robed monks heavily injured. How immensely powerful must he be? Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Cameron, standing nearby, was already overwhelmed with gratitude. It was clear to him that the shepherd boy who rescued him was an extraordinary master, at least a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible to subdue the 6 black-robed monks so effortlessly. Such strength would be revered and sought after by all major forces even in the Cobalt Blue Empire. Even the royal family would tread carefully. Not at all. The shepherd boy smiled faintly, his innocence sincere, and with a small wave of his hand, the 6 black-robed monks vanished. Spatial magical treasure? Cameron's pupils constricted at the sight, then he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to speak more. It was nothing surprising for such a powerful being to possess a spatial magical treasure. If one's strength matched the treasure, it was like a fine sword paired with a hero, as it should be. But if one was weak yet possessed great treasures, it would only invite trouble and disaster. Even if others knew that the shepherd boy owned a spatial magical treasure, few would dare to snatch it. Did they want to die? After dismissing the 6 black-robed monks, a trace of joy flashed in Dallas's eyes. These 6 fellows could provide a fair amount of faith power. This was simply fantastic. Definitely not a bad deal. Rescuing Cameron was just something done along the way. Although Dallas did not know the relationship between Cameron and Desiree, those pursued by these black-robed monks were probably not extremely wicked. As a divine object, Dallas had a sharp sense of karma. Those 6 black-robed monks clearly bore overwhelming sins. Similarly, many of the Anton and Dan sect disciples present had heavy karma, clearly indicating they were no good. Only this Cameron seemed acceptable, though with some karma, it was still within a normal range. Thinking this, Dallas glanced at the Anton and Dan sect members. Since they're not decent people anyway, might as well kill them. They can provide a bit of faith power. With this thought, Dallas once again lifted the blade of grass in his hand, giving a gentle wave under the shocked gaze of countless Anton and Dan sect disciples. The next second, the expressions on the faces of the Anton and Dan sect members froze, then slowly turned into flying ash and dispersed. It was like dark spots being erased from a painting, simple and straightforward, without any resistance. After casually finishing everything, Dallas rode the green ox, holding the blade of grass in his mouth, and slowly left under Cameron's reverent gaze. Only after losing sight of the shepherd boy did Cameron finally relax completely. The recent battle, although brief, had aggravated his injuries somewhat, and now he needed to treat them immediately. I wonder how the Caitlin is doing? These strange Buddhist pursuers have all been wiped out by the senior shepherd boy, so there shouldn't be anyone threatening the Caitlin for a while. Cameron sighed softly. This time, not only did he fail to reunite with the Caitlin, but his injuries also worsened. However, the outcome was still acceptable. After tending to his wounds, Cameron stood up again, looked around, and realized he had somehow arrived in a wilderness. The scorching sky tower was long gone. After some contemplation, Cameron headed towards the Philippian sect. He had heard that the Scorching Sky Tower was used by the Philippian sect to recruit disciples, so if the Caitlin entered the tower, they would eventually end up at the Philippian sect. He could go ahead and wait for them. Chapter 89 Illusion and Reality, Another World. Elsewhere, Aleka and the others felt a sudden dizziness as if the world was spinning. When their vision cleared, they found themselves in what seemed to be an unfamiliar realm. This sudden change instantly put the five on high alert. This can't be another illusion, can it? This is where? Is this another test through an illusion? Ferris scanned the surroundings, realizing this place wasn't anywhere he recognized. What incredibly dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is at least dozens of times stronger than the outside world. Aleka exclaimed in awe. The moment they appeared, she was astounded by the environment. The first thing that struck her was the intensity of the spiritual energy. The abundance of spiritual energy here was so rich that it had even condensed into visible mist. Even in the imperial family of the Azure Blue Empire, she had never seen a place like this. Even the secluded area used by Golden Core Fultons of the royal family wouldn't have a tenth of this density. This is too incredible. This land feels ancient and primeval. There are still such magical places on the continent. Moreover, it seems no power has discovered it yet. If we could use this for our Azure Blue Empire, the benefits would be... Aleka's eyes widened with amazement, and she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Even Lara, who had been silent all along, could not help but exclaim aloud when she saw everything. My God, even the ordinary stones and soil seemed to contain extremely concentrated spiritual energy, comparable to top-grade spirit stones. Looking around, the sky here was a clear blue, exuding an indescribable profundity. The entire sky resembled a deep-sea vortex hanging upside down, as if one more glance might suck you into it. In the distance, countless vast mountains rose and fell like waves. Trees stood towering like sky-reaching pillars, their trunks gleaming faintly with a golden light, exuding an immortal aura. Even the most common stones shone like fine jade, emanating a soft, ethereal light. Every blade of grass and every tree here seemed to contain an inexplicable power. Hold on, that's the Aquila grass. My God, it's really the extremely precious Aquila grass from the illusion. I thought these things didn't exist in reality, but there they are, everywhere. Heavenly dragonwood, star-suspended flower. These are treasures from the illusion. Could we really be in an illusion now? That shouldn't be the case. We've already passed the final trial, and our memories are intact. Why would we experience an illusion again? We don't know what Albie intended by bringing us here. This place is too mysterious. Facing the flora and fauna here, I suddenly feel a strange sense of inferiority. Because they trusted Albie would not harm them, despite being puzzled, everyone boldly explored the surroundings. As they explored, they quickly discovered numerous and valuable items. Look, there's architecture up ahead. Someone shouted suddenly, causing everyone to look up. In front of them lay a large cluster of ruined buildings. Seeing the structures, a chill ran down their spines unexpectedly. They were reminded of some unpleasant memories from the illusion. Why do I feel that these buildings resemble the remains of sects destroyed by those bizarre creatures? Alexei frowned, sensing something was not quite right. Mentioning those intangible, strange monsters, the rest immediately felt uneasy. Surely not? But despite repeatedly reassuring themselves, everyone had to admit, these buildings gave them an unusually familiar feeling. Could there still be traces of those bizarre creatures left here? This thought popped up simultaneously in everyone's mind, and they all trembled with fear. Recalling the early years in the illusion, it was utterly horrific. Facing endless pressure from the strange creatures, each battle was a struggle between life and death, terrifying beyond description. Without Norley experiencing a fight against those strange creatures, one would never understand how fragile and cheap life could be. Few people could fully grasp the horror of those creatures as well as they did. With their current strength, encountering even the weakest invisibles would mean certain death. Such creatures could only be killed by someone at the Golden Core realm. Even a group of Foundation Establishment venerables working together could barely survive, let alone win against such creatures. For a moment, everyone lost their initial excitement and hesitated, uncertain whether they should find another place. Huh? Lara, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Don't go over there. It's too dangerous. Suddenly, they realized Lara was gone, only to see her almost stepping into the ruins. They immediately shouted in alarm, but Lara seemed oblivious, continuing forward. She even turned around and waved at them, signaling them to follow. Should we go? Damn it, of course we should. How can we let Lara take the risk alone? That's right. How could we let a girl lead the way? Let's follow. Don't be too nervous. Albie wouldn't harm us. Since he brought us here, there shouldn't be much danger. Quickly catch up. Thinking of those Wuxing Gai Wu from memory, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. But the camaraderie they had cultivated in the illusion over the years made them decide to trust Lara. After all, having spent decades in the illusion together, they had become the most trusted companions. They had fought countless battles together, forging a bond like siblings. How could they watch Lara face danger alone? When they caught up with Lara, they found her standing still at the entrance of a grand hall, gazing at something inside. Seeing the others arrive, Lara pointed inside, indicating for them to look. What is this? In the center of the hall lay a pool of transparent liquid, as if something had melted after death. At the sight of this liquid, everyone's hair stood on end. It's one of those intangible monsters. Aliens from beyond. This place really did suffer an attack by those aliens. This must be the remains of one. At this moment, everyone was certain. This place had indeed experienced the same terrifying event as in the illusion. How could this be? This is reality. Realizing that the nightmare had become real, everyone felt an indescribable mix of fear and despair. If such terrifying creatures really descended upon the real world, they couldn't imagine what would happen to it. Look, there's a book here that seems to record these monsters. Suddenly, Declan held up a worn-out book and called out loudly to everyone. True Nightmare. Opening the book, for chilling words caught their eyes. Chapter 90. The Hidden Deity in the Library, Braxton Update. True Nightmare? Is this the name of that Wuxing monster? Ferris recalled the bizarre appearance of that monstrous entity. Its body was almost completely transparent, making it extremely difficult to spot unless it moved. Only cultivators who had reached the profound embryo stage and could utilize divine sense would find it easier to detect. Moreover, not only was its form bizarre, but its method of attack was also unpredictable, and its defense was incredibly strong. Attacks against it felt as if they were landing on air, doing little to no damage. Due to this, these creatures were also referred to as invisibles. They were a mysterious alien race from beyond the heavens, with unclear origins. They simply appeared one day in this world, Wait, did you notice something? Ferris suddenly spoke up. What? Everyone questioned, puzzled. Ferris closely examined this grand hall and recalled the Philippian sect from his memories. After some time, he took a deep breath. Did you notice how similar Philippian sect in the illusion is to the architectural style here? It seems like a product of the same era. At least, I've never seen buildings with this style in reality. The traces of age cannot be faked. What did this imply? An absurd idea suddenly popped into everyone's minds. Perhaps, the illusions they experienced had actually happened once. Long ago, such eerie alien beings truly descended and fought with countless powerful figures of that era, but no one knew how it ended. Based on present observations, these aliens were either exterminated or sealed away. Could the illusions we experienced be fragments of real history? As soon as this thought emerged, for some REA gainer, it started growing rapidly. It seemed as though an invisible force was guiding them naturally to believe this speculation. Quick look, Declan shouted out after seeing something in a book. The book recorded. In the year 13600 of the Ernst era, the Jericho world faced an external invasion. It was a bizarre and powerful clan, intangible. The intangible creatures immediately began slaughtering all living beings upon their appearance. Rivers of blood flowed. The 6 great holy lands deities intervened, to no avail. Bizarre intangible beings. True nightmare. Great terror, destruction. Perhaps due to the passage of time, many parts of the text in the book had become blurry. Although the words were mostly similar, there were still minor differences. Additionally, the handwriting was too faint, rendering much information unreadable. Despite searching for a long time, the group found few valuable clues. Apart from this book, made of somewhat special material, everything else had turned to dust over the years. This place is called the Jericho world, seemingly not our world. I heard Mytonius mention once that our world is called Garth Realm. Have we traveled to another world plane? The deeper they delved, the more absurd and unbelievable it seemed. What place had the Flame Heaven Pagoda's teleportation array sent them to? Where exactly was the opportunity everyone talked about? Did the true nightmares mentioned in the books really exist? Who were the 6 great holy lands and deities? Did gods really exist in this world? These questions continued to rise in everyone's minds. Next, the group arrived at the only relatively well-preserved building, which seemed to be the library of this vanished power. Thanks to protective formations, even after so many years, this place was not overly dusty. However, inside, it was completely empty. The only thing left was a statue placed in the center of the hall. It looked like a rock in white robes, with indistinct features, surrounded by faint gray mist. Even as just a statue, it exuded a sense of mystery. What was puzzling was why such an extraordinary statue was enshrined in the library. Moving closer, they saw some characters below the statue. Deity, position. The characters were blurry and hard to make out. They could barely identify it as a sculpture of a deity. Just as everyone was observing the statue, the originally still standing figure suddenly moved. It came to life in an instant. In an instant, an unparalleled power swept across the area, causing the heavens and earth to invert and space to shift. In a blink, inside the library, it seemed as if they had been transported into a mysterious new world. What's happening? Someone cried out in shock. After so many years, this world finally welcomes new life. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in everyone's ears. A rock in white robes appeared before them, his mere presence making the endless space tremble slightly. This Brigander was none other than Beckett, who had been in close seclusion inside the 99's transmutation tower. Finally, he seized the opportunity to make his appearance. Damn it, these kids are exploring too slowly, sightseeing or what? Beckett cursed inwardly. He had long been waiting in the library, but this group of young explorers took their time coming here. They explored all sorts of random places first before setting their sights on the library. This unknown, mysterious world was naturally inside the 99's transmutation tower. With the help of the tower's spirit Aldo, Beckett could barely muster a sliver of power here. Even though it was just a sliver, it was enough for him to accomplish many feats he wouldn't dare imagine normally. At least, the illusion he created felt incredibly real. Regardless of its realism, it was quite effective in startling people. This ruined relic was crafted by Beckett himself. While the idea of celestial aliens came from Aldo's suggestion, Beckett thought it was decent and directly used it. Especially when he saw waves of faith energy continuously emanating from the 5 young adventurers, Beckett couldn't have been happier. The more you invest, the more you reap. Someday, once he accumulated enough faith energy and gained true control over the 99's transmutation tower, there would be nothing to fear. He wouldn't have to hide in the library anymore, living in constant fear. You, who are you? What's going on here? Seeing a stranger appear, everyone was taken aback. When they noticed this figure was identical to the previous statue, unease filled their hearts. If memory served right, this sculpture was of an existence called a deity. Whether or not it was a real deity made no difference. It was still an existence capable of killing them with ease. Congratulations, your arrival here means you have the qualifications to obtain a legacy. I am Butler, about to engage in the final battle with the true nightmares. With the outcome uncertain, I have left behind a force projection for the destined ones. Beckett only held a sliver of privilege inside the 99's transmutation tower. Outside of it, he still couldn't harness any power. To bring people in required consuming large amounts of faith energy and meeting various stringent conditions. As the rock in white mechanically spoke, Carly and others gradually calmed down, realizing it was merely a pre-programmed force projection without any autonomy. Soon, once Butler finished speaking, the ultimate fortune finally arrived. They watched as the white-clad youth's silhouette suddenly dispersed into countless pure light points that surged into their bodies. Streams of information flooded their minds. These were 5 legacies from the Jericho world, faintly linked to the mysterious symbols on the previous stone steel. Alchemy, artifact refining, array formations, puppets, beast dovey. Anderson profound legacies were forcibly infused into the bodies of the 5 based on their unique innate talents. According to Beckett's observation, each of these chosen ones possessed a distinct talent. He had given them a head start and implanted a trace of power from the transmutation tower within them. As long as they cultivated their talents and continued refining artifacts and elixirs, Beckett would gain a steady stream of faith energy. Having completed the transmission, Beckett directly sent them away. Watching the 5 figures disappear, he glanced thoughtfully at the ruins behind him, sensing a vague sense of unease. True nightmares, really just a casual creation by Aldo? Antonin and sect. George and Black Vic have lost contact. The leader of the black-robed monks, Dovey Haidu, looked puzzled towards the distance. In such a small place like South Domain, how could there be something that would cause losses to their cult? Could it be that George and Black Vic ventured into some forbidden areas in the South Domain? There are indeed quite a few dangers there. It shouldn't be like this. How could it happen? Losing 6 companions at once, even Haidu, with his disposition, couldn't help but break into a furious tirade. No, we can't let this go. Send a message back immediately, dispatch more people, and bring search items over. We must find out what happened to George and the others. Chapter 91 Expansion of the Library. 9-9's Creation Tower. As time passed, in just a few short days, Beckett's Golden Core realm cultivation was completely consolidated. Now, he could be considered a true first-stage Golden Core powerhouse. In terms of various skills, even a 4th-stage Golden Core powerhouse could be challenged by him. What's happening? Suddenly, while cultivating, Beckett noticed subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space, generating a faint force of rejection. It seemed like the 9-9's Creation Tower wanted to drive him, its owner, away. Aldo, why is the Creation Tower rejecting me? Beckett was startled and panicked. What the hell? Isn't he the owner of the 9-9's Creation Tower? Is this the first time something from the system has been so unreliable? Aldo's voice came. The master hasn't truly gained the recognition of the 9-9's Creation Tower. Over time, it's normal to experience rejection. To stay inside the Creation Tower, one can achieve this by consuming belief power. After hearing Aldo, Beckett suddenly realized that his hard-earned belief power was gradually dissipating. It seemed to be resisting the Creation Tower's inherent rejection. Becket's face darkened. There's actually such a thing? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Feeling the continuous loss of belief power, Beckett felt like his heart was bleeding. He had thought that after signing into the Creation Tower, he could always stay here, solving any resource needs for cultivation. But then, unexpectedly, a change occurred. He was caught off guard. Does the master choose to continue staying in the Creation Tower? Aldo's emotionless voice sounded. Forget it. Beckett waved his hand hurriedly. Damn, the consumption is too high. In just this short while, 1% of the accumulated belief power has been consumed. As soon as these words were spoken, Beckett quickly backed out. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Just as Beckett's figure was about to disappear, Aldo's indifferent voice came again. The master can stay within the Creation Tower for no more than 10 cumulative days each month, otherwise, belief power will be consumed. Currently, apart from free use of the internal space of the Creation Tower, the master has 2 other options. 1. Consume all belief power to temporarily gain an enhancement of strength for approximately 0.01 seconds. 2. Consume all belief power to expand the long-term sign-in location. When these words faded, Beckett's figure reappeared in the library. Aldo's previous words echoed in his mind. Beckett was stunned. Can the system set long-term sign-in location be expanded? Beckett vaguely felt something was off. This 9-9's Creation Tower seems closely related to the system, able to affect the sign-in location. After careful consideration, Beckett silently chose the second option. Consume all belief power to expand the long-term sign-in location. No matter what, the sign-in system was his most crucial support. Choosing the second option couldn't be wrong. I wonder what use this will have. Maybe it's just renovating the library? Beckett muttered to himself. As for the first option, although he didn't know specifics, it sounded pretty good. Unfortunately, upon seeing the time limit, Beckett immediately abandoned this idea. Damn, only a measly 0.01 seconds. How could anyone do anything with such a short time? Even drinking water would cause coughing fits. As Beckett made his choice, the entire library gently trembled. Then, where the west side wall was bare, a black wooden door suddenly appeared. The south side was the main entrance, the north side was the backyard, and only the east and west sides had no additional structures. Now, a room seemed to have been added to the west wall. The library trembled momentarily and quickly settled down. It looked like there wasn't much change. Exploring with divine sense, the library only gained an extra bare black wooden door compared to before. Other than that, there was not a trace of change. Outside, the western wall of the library still looked the same. Inside, only a door was opened. Beckett gradually felt an unpleasant premonition. This damn thing. Did it really only add one more door after consuming all my belief power? What use is adding just one more door? It couldn't even lead outside. It looked entirely like an ordinary decoration, and a poorly tasteful one at that. At this moment, Beckett felt as if he had been tricked. Is this it? Thinking about the depleted faith power, Beckett felt like crying but shed no tears, sulking as he walked forward and pulled on the wooden door. At least let him try whether this thing was truly just a decoration. But the moment Beckett opened the black wooden door, he was suddenly dumbstruck. This? There was actually a room behind the black wooden door. Beckett thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and slammed the door shut. His divine sense surged out, circling around to thoroughly examine the library inside and out. Indeed, nothing extra has appeared? Opening the door again, he still saw an independent room. Beckett even walked back and forth several times. He was absolutely certain that the room behind this door was not his hallucination but did indeed exist. Damn, such things actually exist? Could this be the legendary space splicing? So-called space splicing. Throughout the entire continent, it was unknown if there were any experts who could control this ability. Simply put, it was somewhat similar to reducing distances. But it was different too. To be precise, it was more similar to an arbitrary door. Opening the door connected 2 ends to different worlds. Dovey, did you call me? Suddenly, a figure in green robe appeared ghost-like within the library. Beckett's eyes widened as he sensed the Danny aura emanating from Dallas. Did you break through to the Golden Core realm? As if realizing something, Beckett's eyes revealed joy. After all, regardless of various means, speaking purely of combat power, under the same level, Dallas was slightly stronger than himself. That virtually indestructible physical body was simply terrifying. Moreover, if it weren't for the bottleneck restriction on Dallas's strength due to W. Beckett being too weak, Dallas would be even more powerful. I finally caught up with you. Dallas smiled and nodded. Compared to Beckett, apart from being unable to cultivate true Spirit 9 transformations, Dallas was in no way inferior. In fact, as a divine object by nature, the supernatural powers Dallas possessed might not be inferior to the true Spirit 9 transformations. Each had their advantages and disadvantages. Beckett nodded in satisfaction, happily saying, "You've arrived just in time. I've just completed the expansion of the library and plan to go check the other side. Stay here to help watch over Philippian sect. Don't run around this time. The southern domain is unstable now and needs a powerful presence to sit tight." Dallas smiled confidently, calmly replying, "Go ahead. Leave Philippian sect to me." With him there, unless a nascent soul Fulton Purganorally descended, almost no one could threaten Philippian sect. After all, Dallas wasn't just formidable on his own but also possessed a large number of magical treasures given by Beckett. Among them were several perfect grade treasures. It could be said that imperceptibly, Philippian sect had long been fortified into a place comparable to a forbidden area. Here, Dallas was confident in facing any enemy. "With your word, I can rest easy. Instructing Dallas was just adding another layer of safety. In fact, Beckett could return to the Philippian sect library through this black wooden door at any time. It was just a case of being careful, never leading to mistakes. Additionally, there was one point. Beckett asked Dallas to stay mainly so he could sign into the library on his behalf. After all, they essentially counted as the same Pregainer, with both soul essence and true spirit being completely identical. Letting Dallas sign in on his behalf posed no problem. However, the ultimate rewards would all be distributed to the system space. Without Beckett's permission, Dallas couldn't obtain anything from the system space. Even without this restriction, the system-generated avatar was absolutely loyal to the master, harboring no ulterior motives. This point made Dallas more reliable than anyone else. Moreover, Beckett planned to try if this method could bring some unexpected gains. For example, getting double daily sign-in rewards? Chapter 92. The richest city, the poorest shopkeeper. Opening the black wooden door, behind it was a room that looked somewhat old. The moment she stepped out of the wooden door, a solid wall formed behind Beckett. There was no trace left by the wooden door. Only through a faint connection could one lock onto the way back. Apart from Beckett, no one else would ever be able to discover this magical passage. Where am I? Beckett immediately took in her surroundings, finding nothing particularly special here. It seemed to be a very simple living room. There was only one bed, one chair, and a simple wooden table. The floor was casually covered with a thin layer of stone slabs, slightly damp. Judging by the look of things, the Pregainer living here doesn't have much in terms of living conditions. Beckett thought of her previous life and sighed lightly. Life was hard. Now, coming to this different world, it had improved quite a bit. Walking out of the living room, what came into view was a narrow corridor and an empty courtyard. Further ahead was a relatively spacious shop. Overall, this place seemed like a very shabby ordinary store. She didn't know what kind of business it did. Beckett walked into the shop and saw the shelves placed around. They were basically empty, with only a few items scattered on them. There were 2 or 3 bottles of unknown medicinal pills, as well as some simple tools of average quality. Looking around, there wasn't a single Pregainer. Am I in some remote corner of a continent? And this shop is way too pitiful. There's not even a decent product to be seen. No wonder there are no customers. While wandering and muttering, the entire shop size was acceptable, not too large or small. However, it appeared rather old, probably because it hadn't been visited by any customers for a long time. Right at this moment, congratulations, host. The expansion of your long-term sign-in location has succeeded. You now have 2 such locations, Philippian Sect Library and Kanglan Imperial Capital Zahordan. Would you like to sign in? Beckett froze as a torrent of information flooded into her mind. Soon, she understood the situation. She had directly crossed multiple spaces and arrived at the capital city of the Kanglan Empire, Kanglan Imperial Capital, and became the manager of a tiny abandoned general store. After a brief silence, Beckett quietly observed the interior of the store, feeling utterly disheartened. What the hell? In this world, instead of letting her clean the library, they make her run a general store. Could they give her something more prestigious? System, sign me in. No matter how much she complained, she still decided to collect the sign-in reward first. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Reward. A set of low-grade shelves. Low-grade shelves can hold items worth no more than 1,000 spirit stones. Successful sales will grant you equal amounts of faith points. The system's cold voice echoed, making Beckett tremble with sudden joy. Selling items could earn faith points. What a great deal. Does she lack treasures? She does not. She has plenty of treasures. In other words, if she sells enough valuable items, she will have a constant flow of faith points. Pity the value of items on the shelf cannot exceed 1,000 spirit stones. I wonder what the limit is. Some very expensive treasures certainly can't be sold. Beckett felt a bit regretful about it. However, even so, it was enough to make her excited beyond measure. She immediately started placing items on the shelf. First, let's put a purple spirit pill. Beep, this item is too valuable and cannot be placed. How about a green mystic sword then? Beep, this item is too valuable and cannot be placed. Not even this? Then try the blazing lance. This should work, right? Beep, this item. After several attempts, all were shown as too valuable to be placed. Clearly, these items, which seemed average in value to Beckett, were all far above the 1,000 spirit stone limit. This was embarrassing. For the first time, Beckett resented being so wealthy. In the end, Beckett tried almost all the junk she could get her hands on and found only 3 bottles of toxin cleanser, hidden in the corner of the system space, barely qualified. Detox powder, yellow tier low quality medicinal pill, Dan pattern level, defective, priced at 999 spirit stones each. Beckett wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Finally, after searching for half a day, she only found 3 bottles of toxin cleanser, totaling less than 30 pills. Of those, 18 exceeded the Dan pattern level and were too valuable to place on the shelf. In the end, she barely kept 12 pills, which she tossed onto the shelf with little energy. It seemed she would have to take some time to refine some low-quality items if she wanted anything to sell. She also wondered how she could upgrade this shelf. After giving the shop a quick clean and checking the sky outside, it was almost dawn, so she prepared to open the shop. At daybreak, early in the morning, Beckett waited by the door, watching passers-by. She thought to herself that as the capital of the Kanglan Empire, it indeed had plenty of people, and they all looked quite wealthy. This place was far more prosperous than the remote corner in South Domain, and based on Beckett's observation, there were not a few innate realm powerhouses among the passers-by. Occasionally, she even spotted 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment realm experts passing by. This was incomparable with South Domain. At this moment, Beckett's eyes sparkled as she stared at the various pedestrians, hoping someone would come toward her. She believed that whatever she took out would cause a frenzy. However, as time passed, nearly an hour went by, and no one approached her store. Instead, the neighboring shops seemed lively. For a moment, Beckett felt bewildered and somewhat desolate. Is this really the capital? Opening the poorest shop in the richest place? In this vast capital, with a population of millions and countless wealthy individuals passing by, only her small shop's front remained empty. It felt as if she was isolated from the entire world. This is too pitiful. No wonder the previous shop owner was willing to cheaply hand over such a prime location. He must have been in such a sorry state. Beckett sighed and shook her head. Suddenly, a thin figure stumbled toward her direction in a panic. Beckett noticed and her eyes lit up. After waiting for so long, finally, a customer. At this moment, she felt like countless faith points were waving at her. Just as she considered being a bit more friendly for the best customer experience, the Pregainer arrived before her, breathing heavily. The visitor carefully sized her up, glanced at the shop behind her, then took a deep breath, opened his mouth, sounding a bit guilty. Manager, I'm sorry, I'm late. I didn't expect you to come so early today, my apologies. Chapter 93 Business Comes Calling. The visitor was a plainly dressed rock with bright eyes. It seemed he had run a great distance, as he was breathing heavily at the moment. Looking at the youth before him, Beckett gradually formed a question mark in his mind. Oh, there's actually a shop assistant in my store? A series of doubts popped up, and Beckett looked at the Andre before him uncertainly. Do you know me? For heaven's sake, this was his first day on the job, yet someone already knew him? How strange. Could it be that he was with the previous store manager? Moreover, this store, which appeared almost ready to go out of business, could still afford to hire staff? Andre scratched his head. I don't know you, but I guessed you were the new store manager because normally, apart from me and the derelager, no one just hangs around the store for nothing. With Andre's explanation, Beckett suddenly realized what was going on while his face turned slightly dark. He could almost predict the day the shop would shut down, if he hadn't come here. Sighing softly, Beckett glanced at the nervous Andre. It was apparent that the youth was in tough conditions. Even his clothing suggested so. He valued this low-paying job highly. Just now, the system provided information about the per gainer in front of him. Andre, a junior branch member of the Alastair family in Wangcheng, whose parents held low status in the family, was also unpopular, with no much cultivation talent. He suffered a lot of suppression within the family. Though not a top-tier force, the Alastair family was not weak either in Wangcheng. Born into such a family yet forced to work for a living, Andre didn't seem to have much luck. Manager, can I stay? I promise I will work hard. Seeing Beckett silent for a long time, Andre became anxious, silently blaming those guys who had blocked his way in the morning. If not for them, he wouldn't have been late and made a bad impression on the first day. Clearly, he needed this job very much. Since you're here, go inside. Just come on time from now on, and your salary will be paid as usual. Beckett waved his hand, indicating so. The youth hastily thanked him and hurried into the shop, starting to busy himself right away. Beckett glanced over and thought that the youth was indeed quite experienced as an old employee. Unfortunately, there were no customers. However, it couldn't be blamed on others for not coming. This store's merchandise wasn't very good. The only items worth mentioning were a few bottles of pills. Beckett examined them briefly and detected large amounts of impurities and toxins contained within. They looked black and irregular, not even perfectly round. Can people actually eat this? Beckett sighed, losing hope in the quality of the goods. Andre stole a glance at Beckett, puzzled by why the new manager kept sighing. He carefully arranged the bottles of pills. These items were quite valuable and must not be damaged. With only 4/10 impurities, this kind of pill was considered quite good. Even most of the alchemists from the Alchemy Guild in Wangcheng usually produced pills of this level. The sale of these pills was the main source of income for this store. In addition, it sold some weapons of lower quality, which were rarely purchased. Moreover, buyers often came not to choose weapons, but to find suitable chef knives. A Dahua Dan serving cultivators being this pitiful was quite unusual. Hey, what's this? Didn't see it yesterday? Detox powder? Andre found the 3 bottles of detox powder casually left behind by Beckett. These bottles seemed not to have been recorded, but he didn't pay much attention. He assumed they were small items the new manager picked up somewhere and placed on the shelf. The moment he entered, he noticed something different about the shelves. It seemed they had been refurbished a bit. Although they weren't particularly high-end, they were better than the rotten shelves from before. This shop doesn't even have a name. How shabby. No wonder no one comes. Waiting for a long time without seeing any customers, Beckett frowned as he scrutinized everything, discovering that the shop had no name at all. How could this be? Look at the nearby shops. Names like Marvel Hand Studio and Myriad Medicine Hall. They sounded classy. Then look at this place, simply called Dahua Dan. This damn thing sounded super lowbrow. No, it wouldn't do. The name had to be sophisticated and classy. As of now, my forte is only at the golden core stage, but I can't sell this strength, so that's not viable. Right, elixirs. I can also sell elixirs that I refine. As long as I control the quality carefully, I should be able to refine elixirs within 1,000 spirit stones value. In the future, this shop will basically revolve around elixirs. Let me think. How about Medicine God Pavilion? Beckett's eyes lit up, and a happy smile spread across his face. Let it be Medicine God Pavilion. It sounded prestigious, and very appealing. Moreover, this name was not an exaggeration since he had the system assisting him in his profession. When it came to refining pills and diagnosing illnesses, who in the entire Cyan Blue Empire could match up to him? Medicine God Pavilion. It would live up to its name. So it was settled. With that thought, Beckett raised his hand and summoned a signboard. He pondered for a moment and then pointed his fingers like a sword, swiftly carving out 3 large characters. Medicine God Pavilion. Elegant and graceful. It looked good. Satisfied with his handwriting, Beckett admired it. It was passable, shouldn't look too bad. After examining it closely for a while, he became even more satisfied. Haha, well, it turned out great. Who knew I had the potential to become a calligrapher? Just as Beckett hung the signboard, he didn't notice Andre's hesitating expression beside him. Andre stared at the crookedly written Medicine God Pavilion with a pained expression. Medicine God Pavilion? Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Might this new store manager get beaten up by someone? If I'm not mistaken, the largest elixir merchant in the royal city is the Medicine King Pavilion run by the royal family, right? Does the manager want to challenge the royal family? Andre opened his mouth, wanting to advise Beckett to change the name. The 3 words, Medicine God Pavilion, were likely to invite trouble. But before he could speak, Andre's expression suddenly changed as footsteps echoed outside the shop. Someone's coming. For a moment, Andre felt both delighted and anxious. Why did someone have to come precisely at this critical moment? If they saw the Medicine God Pavilion signboard and spread it around, wouldn't there be problems? However, it was already too late to remind the manager. The pergainer had already arrived. As Beckett, who was admiring his handwriting at the door, heard the footsteps, his eyes sparkled. Indeed. Just as I said, it must be because this shop's name wasn't appealing before. Look, just after I changed the name, customers came immediately. I'm simply a genius. Turning his head, he saw several burly figures hurrying towards him. Behind them, he could vaguely see a stretcher. On the stretcher lay someone with a feeble breath, their face dark purple, seemingly poisoned. Chapter 94 The Thorn Mercenary Group. Henrik, hold on. Eldest brother will definitely find a way to save you. A Truman hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his bloodshot eyes filled with worry and urgency. Looking at the critically injured Henrik, the Truman felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If it weren't for him needing to be saved, Henrik wouldn't have been ambushed by that damned alien race, thus falling victim to this cursed poisoner. Over these past 2 days, he had run around to almost every possible place, seeking help from physicians all over the royal city, but no one was able to save Henrik. Even the lords of the Medicine King Pavilion were helpless against Henrik's Poiganer. They could only Manchang maintain his last breath so he wouldn't perish on the spot. The Medicine King Pavilion was arguably the most likely place in the entire royal city to cure Henrik, yet they still gave a desperate answer. However, despite this, the Truman refused to give up easily. As the leader of the Thorn mercenary group, each of his subordinates had risked their lives for each other countless times. He would never willingly give up until the very end. But even the Medicine King Pavilion's divine doctors said there was no hope. What could he do? All he could do was seek fortune elsewhere as much as possible. Cough, cough, spurt. Henrik, how are you? The man lying on the stretcher, with a terrible expression, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood splashed onto the ground, sizzling. With a cough of blood, the man seemed to also exhale his last breath, his vitality visibly weakening. Henrik, hold on. Haven't you forgotten that your gainer and sister-in-law are waiting for you to come back? Antidote pill, do we have any more? Why did we run out so quickly? Just as the Truman was about to take out an antidote pill to prolong the man's life, he realized that the antidote pills had long since run out during the journey. Now things were bad. Without antidote pills, Henrik on the stretcher couldn't hold on for much longer. Hurry, hurry, boss. I remember there's still a shop ahead that sells antidote pills. At this moment, someone hurriedly reminded them. Everyone looked up and saw a shop indeed there. Although it looked dilapidated, at this point, they didn't care anymore. Saving lives was the priority. Hurry, quickly carry Henrik over. Seeing this, the Truman's eyes lit up, and he immediately began yelling commands loudly. In an instant, everyone urgently carried the stretcher with the Poiganered Henrik towards the shop as quickly as possible. Nothing else mattered now except that this shop was closest. Someone's coming. Beckett stood far away, noticing the urgent crowd approaching and couldn't help but smile. After waiting so long, finally, a customer arrived. Shopkeeper, quickly, do you have antidote pills? Bring them all. Before even reaching the shop, the Truman shouted loudly. Poiganered? Upon hearing the commotion, Andre glanced over and paused for a moment at the dark purple face of Henrik on the stretcher. Without a word, he quickly turned around to fetch the antidote pills. As for Beckett, he remained motionless. Noticing everyone's tense demeanor, he habitually glanced over and stopped on Henrik, nodding slightly. Just Poiganered, not a big issue. This particular Poiganer was unfamiliar to Beckett. Over the years, he had absorbed a vast amount of knowledge imparted by the system, including countless details about medicinal and poiganerous substances. One could say he was an expert in this field. Yet, he had never seen this kind of Poiganer before. It seemed to be a mutated toxin, more challenging than regular Poiganers. Beckett currently could only think of less than 30 ways to neutralize it. Shopkeeper, please save my brother. The Truman immediately begged humbly when he arrived. Despite his robust stature resembling a small mountain, he bent low, still towering over Beckett. Seeing such a polite attitude, Beckett felt a bit embarrassed. Immediately he nodded. Don't worry. Poiganering is just a small problem, nothing serious. Thank you, shopkeeper. The Truman bowed. Impressed by his politeness despite the Truman's intimidating appearance, Beckett felt pleasantly surprised. He had assumed such burly types usually had a temper, shouting and roaring at everyone fiercely. Unexpectedly, this man was quite kind-hearted. Nice. This group of customers has good manners. He was very satisfied. It's best like this. Less trouble. Hey, isn't that Vlad from the Thorn mercenary group? Is the one on the stretcher Hilton? He's Poiganered, isn't he? Such a fierce Poiganer. I feel a bit of palpitation even from a distance. This doesn't seem right. You wouldn't know this. It's said that it's a Poiganer encountered during a fight with an alien race, seemingly from a newly emerged alien race. The Poiganer is very potent. Even the divine doctors of Medicine King Pavilion are at a loss. Wow, that's strong? Then Hilton is doomed? A pity. Each member of the Thorn mercenary group is a master of the innate realm. Hilton is not even 30, with excellent talent. He might have had a chance to reach the Foundation establishment stage in the future. At that time, with 2 Foundation establishment masters in the Thorn mercenary group, its influence would skyrocket. What a pity. But, well, it's not bad for us. We'll have one less competitor. That's just fate. There might be no one in the world who can cure this Poiganer. Due to the Truman's loud voice and the group's imposing presence, many onlookers quickly gathered. Soon, a crowd densely packed around Medicine King Pavilion. Compared to the deserted situation earlier, Beckett was overjoyed at the sight. His gaze towards the Truman and his group became gentler, and his face lit up with a bright smile. For some Arya gainer, seeing Beckett smile, the Truman felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he were being targeted by some ferocious beast. Shopkeeper, here are the antidote pills. There are 10 bottles in total, all the best quality with no more than 40% impurities. At that moment, Andre hurried out, holding a pile of bottles and reported to Beckett. Hurry, bring them here. Seeing the situation, the Truman's eyes lit up. Finally, there were antidote pills. Although the 40% impurities were slightly inferior, it was still good, especially now, providing much-needed relief. At least, these antidote pills could extend Lausan's life a bit longer. Wait. Just as Andre was about to hand over the antidote pills to the Truman, Beckett grabbed his arm, stopping the action. Shopkeeper. Andre, whose arm was held, was puzzled. Shopkeeper, what does this mean? Denny was taken aback, showing a touch of gloom on his face but then suppressed it, seeming to understand something. He tried to stay calm. I was too rash. Please understand, shopkeeper. My brother urgently needs the antidote pills. I'm a bit anxious, but rest assured, I won't short you on the payment. I'll even pay double. I beg you not to delay. Seeing Lausan's condition worsening and potentially fatal at any moment, Denny was incredibly anxious but tried to soften his tone. He thought the shopkeeper might want to take advantage of the situation. He wasn't too concerned about the price. What mattered most was saving his brother's life. Even taking a loss was fine. But encountering such a heartless merchant still stirred a wave of anger within him. Chapter 95 really had me rolling. Farron is really going to get ripped off this time. Isn't it obvious? Farron seems too eager. Anyone can tell he urgently needs the detoxifying pill. Under normal circumstances, a detoxifying pill only costs 100 spirit stones. Now, it probably won't be less than 300. The shopkeeper sure has guts. An ordinary Poiganer actually dares to rip off Farron. He'll surely suffer the consequences. Heh, people die for wealth as birds die for food. This shopkeeper's actions are completely understandable. A group of people chuckled quietly, their eyes occasionally shifting between Beckett and Farron. Though the surrounding crowd didn't speak loudly, as a proud Foundation establishment expert, how could Farron not hear their whispers? Immediately, his expression darkened. But there was no other way. To save his brother, he had to obtain these detoxifying pills quickly, even if he got ripped off. But he would remember this humiliation. His money wasn't so easily earned. For a moment, all the members of the thorny mercenary group looked at Beckett with peculiar glances, their expressions uncertain. Shop manager. Andre sensed the murderous intent from the thorny mercenary group, his lips twitching. He instinctively hid behind Beckett. He felt both fear and admiration. Indeed worthy of the new shop manager, an ordinary pergainer daring to trick a Foundation establishment expert. But the consequences might be serious. Facing everyone's gazes, Beckett remained unperturbed, standing still while holding onto Andre. Farron's eyes shifted, taking a deep breath. When he spoke again, his posture straightened, no longer polite or friendly. His gaze now carried an air of intimidation as he fixed his eyes on Beckett. Shop owner, let's cut to the chase. Just name your price. I accept any gainable terms. As he finished speaking, faint Foundation establishment pressure began emanating from him, attempting to intimidate Beckett into not overpricing. Time was running out. His brother couldn't wait any longer. You misunderstood. Beckett paused for 2 seconds, then laughed gently, waving his hand for Andre to pass the detoxifying pills over. This action immediately drew mocking and sneering glances from the crowd. Some even laughed out loud. Damn, thought he was tough. Turned out to be a coward who wet his pants as soon as he was scared. Haha, that's more like it. What can you expect from an ordinary pergainer? True. The audacity to try ripping off a Foundation establishment expert is already surprising. Good that he knows his place. An ordinary pergainer, just like an ant, should know better. Deserves what he gets. Now he realizes, too bad. Already offended people. No use anymore. Hayes, notice the shop's name is actually Medicine Deity Pavilion. Truly fearless. Yeah? I wouldn't have known without you saying. Ignorance is bliss. If Medicine Deity Pavilion finds out, this shop will be in deep trouble. Ignoring their ridicule, Beckett simply turned and entered the shop. Well, here you go. Andre, under everyone's gazes, trembled slightly, but respectfully handed the detoxifying pill to Farron. The latter gave one last glance at Beckett's back, concluding that he had submitted. Fine by him. He didn't feel like arguing with a mortal anyway. Regarding the promised double price, he would honor it, not trying to take advantage of such petty matters. Hurry, give it to Gary. This is your reward. Farron passed the pill to his brother and tossed a bag containing 10,000 spirit stones to Andre, without hesitation. No matter what, the shop had helped alleviate their urgent situation. These extra 1,000 spirit stones were fair payment, settling the favor owed. After taking the detoxifying pill, Lao Shua's condition slightly improved but didn't look much better. It merely kept him hanging on by a thread, death looming close. Gary, it's all my fault, unable to save you. Farron watched his brother's weakening breath, feeling immense pain. Tisk, 10,000 spirit stones, that's valuable. How about we grab some for ourselves? Heh, could use some cash. Sounds good. At this moment, murmuring arose in the crowd as if someone was about to make a move. 10,000 spirit stones, that's no small amount. What are you guys planning to do? Sensing the ill-intentioned gazes, Andre immediately panicked, hugging the bag tightly in his arms. Noticing the commotion among the crowd, Farron glanced at them indifferently, not bothering to intervene. After all, he had already paid the reward. Whether Andre could keep it was none of his concern. Hee kid, hand over the goods. Don't make Grandpa do it himself. At this moment, a slick figure emerged from the crowd with a few companions, silently blocking Andre's path. Haha, this kid is about to be in deep trouble. Adam is about to strike again. We're in for a good show. The kid is only at the 5th rank realm, while Adam is a renowned Sciention expert. There's no compare gainer. Did you see those people behind Adam? They're all half-step Sciention fighters. Seeing such a large group bullying a mere child, tisk, it's truly exhilarating. Ha ha ha. The onlookers not only did not stop them but watched with great interest as the drama unfolded. Just then, Beckett, who had gone inside the shop, reappeared with a small bottle in his hand. As soon as he stepped out, he paused, noticing the chaos in the scene, and frowned unhappily. His gaze rested on Adam for a moment, who did not back down, returning a cold smile. Oh, the chicken finally came out? Was he changing his pants just now? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter, their eyes flickering thoughtfully over Beckett's lower body, guessing if he had really wet his pants out of fear. You are asking for death. Beckett cast a glance at Adam, who instantly laughed loudly, and the crowd joined in even more. Heaven, what did I just hear? An ordinary pergainer threatening an Sciention expert. Is this kid's brain squeezed by a door? I must be dreaming. How else could something so absurd happen? Adam laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Ha 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 ha. Beckett simply stared calmly at him, watching as Adam laughed wildly, a strange smile creeping onto his own lips. No one noticed that while Adam was laughing, mocking Beckett's recklessness, deep in his pupils lurked intense terror. Why can't I control my body? No, I can't stop laughing. Adam laughed uncontrollably, trembling madly inside. As Beckett's eyes grew deeper and more terrifying in his vision, they seemed like a slowly spinning whirlpool in the deep sea, radiating a suffocating, oppressive force. Ha ha ha. Adam continued laughing, but the crowd gradually stopped, staring dumbfounded at his solitary laughter. Their gazes lingered on the blood pooling beneath his chin, on his shirt, and even the internal organs scattered on the ground before him. It seemed as if he had laughed out his innards. Gulp. Unconsciously, everyone took a step back, their faces losing all traces of laughter, replaced by solemnity and vigilance, along with sheer terror. The bizarre event left them bewildered. Without any warning or abnormality, how could this suddenly happen right before their eyes? Chapter 96. He really died laughing. In the vast, open area, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was deathly silent, except for Adam, who was bending over and laughing heartily. His laughter echoed in everyone's ears. It seemed normal on the surface, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. Ha ha ha, no, ha ha. I won't, ha 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 laugh, ha ha. Spare me, ha 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 ha. I know I was wrong. Save me, ha 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 ha. Adam's laughter was intermittent, mixed with cries for mercy and help, yet no one dared to step forward. Even his comrades who had stood up with him were now watching him with caution and fear, not daring to move an inch. How could an experienced innate expert lose his mind so inexplicably? Someone watched Adam, who was laughing, crying, and spitting blood, with eyes that couldn't stop trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, in everyone's view, what else could it be if not insanity? Normal people don't act like this, especially seeing the vivid red stains all over the ground. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Too eerie, too terrifying. Even when facing vicious and strange alien races, they never felt this way. It was as if an invisible, overwhelming terror enveloped them, fearing that they would end up like Adam, mentally deranged and worse off than dead. But with the situation unclear, no one dared to flee. They feared that any attempt to escape might provoke the unseen eyes lurking in the shadows, drawing its attention to themselves. At this moment, everyone remained extremely quiet. Even Preston, the leader, trembled slightly, swallowing hard, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He couldn't understand what was happening. Is he possessed or something? Preston cautiously distanced himself from Adam, fearing that staying too close would expose him to some kind of strange curse. Not just Preston, but everyone present shared similar thoughts. They all moved farther away from Adam, afraid of being implicated. Ha 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 ha. Laughing for nearly the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Adam's laughter became hoarse. Tears and blood streaked his face, his bloodshot eyes bulged as if ready to pop out, and veins crawled wildly on his arms, seemingly about to burst. At this moment, Adam looked more like a vengeful spirit than a human, grotesque and horrifying. Why is it me? Why did I have to be the first to stand out? Why am I so unlucky? There's something wrong with this Driscoll, something seriously wrong. Adam's heart was filled with regret. His eyes locked onto Beckett, laughing madly, unable to form words. This guy deserved it. He committed countless atrocities. This must be karma. The only one feeling relieved at Adam's current state was Andre, hiding behind Beckett. Rumble. In Adam's vision, Beckett's eyes grew darker and deeper, slowly revolving as if crushing the entire world, like an ancient millstone turning gently, shattering space into fragments. Suddenly, the rumbling intensified. Adam's sight went black, and he could no longer hear or see anything. He felt his mind completely dominated by two terrifying black holes, his soul being continuously torn apart. Thud. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Adam's laughter abruptly stopped. A brief silence followed, and then he fell straight down like a puppet whose strings were cut. There was no sign of life left in him. The scene was deathly silent. No one dared to speak loudly at this moment. In their eyes, Adam's death was mysterious and sudden, without any warning. Such means were inscrutable and beyond their reach. Having dealt with Adam, Beckett didn't even glance back and turned directly toward the stunned Preston. The simple rhythm of footsteps became the only sound in the area. Each step seemed to land right on everyone's hearts, spreading an oppressive force. I think you misunderstood. I'm not trying to take advantage of the situation to lower the price. This can save your companion. Take it and remember to pay. Beckett stood calmly before Preston, who suddenly snapped back to reality, looking up at Beckett towering above him. Dimly, he felt the other's eyes as deep and desolate as the night sky. The Eye of Truth. Since Beckett entered the Golden Core realm, the Eye of Truth was no longer just an auxiliary ability but could also emit a certain amount of power. It was similar to an attack method akin to Divine Sense. Although Beckett could only use it very crudely at present, for ordinary people, it was still an unstoppable and terrifying means. Just now, he used this method to easily control Adam's mind, making him laugh until he died of exhaustion. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a method was intangible and indefensible, and under the fear of the unknown, a deep sense of awe naturally arose. Beckett was thus able to harvest a wave of faith power. This was the capital of the Cyan Empire, where the quantity and quality of experts far exceeded those in the southern domain. Just this wave of faith power was enough to match most of what he had painstakingly collected before. Preston looked at the rock in white before him, suddenly shivered, and for some Arya gainer, dared not look directly at him. Perhaps it's a lingering effect from the bizarre scene earlier? Preston didn't believe he would be afraid of an ordinary Pergainer, so he naturally found an excuse for himself. Take it. Beckett casually tossed it. A small jade bottle flew out, containing 4 pills with faint, strange patterns that were not very noticeable. These were clearly the detoxifying powder Beckett had displayed on the shelf earlier. Incomplete Dan pattern grade pills. Their efficacy was absolutely over 100 times stronger than ordinary detoxification pills, capable of easily removing most Pergainers. Preston was also an experienced Pergainer. Upon seeing the bottle of pills, his eyes widened abruptly. This is a Dan pattern? Before he could recover from the shock, the next second, he saw the other Pergainer casually toss such precious pills as if they were trash, which immediately scared him pale. He hurriedly reached out to catch the jade bottle. Phew, fortunately it almost fell. After catching the pills, Preston's eyes flashed with complexity. Looking up at Beckett, he was momentarily at a loss for words. For someone to even bring out such valuable pills, this was no longer about money. This was a great favor, a life-saving grace. But when he looked up, all he saw was a white figure calmly walking away, entering the small Zahud. Following that figure, Preston's gaze was suddenly drawn to the shop sign. Medicine God Pavilion? Looking at these 3 large characters, Preston vaguely felt countless mystical auras rise and dissipate. Before he could take a closer look, the next second, he felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. Daniyun. That seemingly ordinary sign actually contained an incomparably terrifying Daniyun. Chapter 97. Half-step Donlin level elixir. Stirring up. Is that a Donlin level elixir? Oh my god, it really is a Donlin level 1. No wait, it seems to be somewhat incomplete. A half-step Donlin level. Although it's not a true Donlin level, it's still astonishing enough. This small shop actually harbors such fine goods. Suddenly, greed shone in many people's eyes as they stared intently at the elixir in Denny's hand. He's made a fortune with this. One bottle here contains 4 half-step Donlin level elixirs. Denny has an initial foundation establishment peak cultivation level. He's not someone easy to provoke. Some people were even tempted to snatch from Denny right on the spot. Even just one half-step Donlin level elixir would be worth half of what they owned. Unfortunately, after glancing at Denny, many felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. His cultivation wasn't weak, and few present could match him. Moreover, he had the entire Thorn mercenary group, which included no less than 5 or 6 Yintian cultivators. Such a force was already comparable to ordinary 2-star sects. They weren't easy to provoke. Therefore, more people shifted their targets to the small sundry shop. To be able to produce 4 half-step Donlin level elixirs so easily, what background does this shopkeeper have? It would indeed be much easier to rob an ordinary shopkeeper. However, none present were fools. For the other side to casually produce such precious treasures, there might be some hidden major force backing them. Could it be Medicine King Pavilion? But even if it is Medicine King Pavilion, it's unlikely they would be so generous, some speculated but quickly negated it. It didn't necessarily have to be Medicine King Pavilion. It could also be another force. However, it appears that only these 2 individuals are involved in the shop. One is merely at the 5th rank realm, not something to worry about, and the other is just an ordinary pergainer without any cultivation. The only thing to be wary of is whether taking these items will invite retaliation from a potential power behind the scenes. Of course, it's also possible that there's no significant force backing it, and the shopkeeper just got lucky, picking up the elixirs from somewhere. And this possibility is extremely high. It likely exceeds 80%. Having thought to this point, everyone looked at each other, their eyes flickering. Clearly Xingdong moved. Some harbored thoughts of outright robbery. Others wanted to observe further to ensure there was no danger before making a move. Still, others swiftly passed messages, appearing to be spies for certain large forces. Even though this was the capital city, a half-step Danwen level elixir was still precious enough to stir up waves. Thus, even if a bloody battle broke out over it, no one would be surprised. After all, an elixir that could reach the Danwen level wasn't considered an ordinary elixir. It was divine. Any cultivator with a bit of knowledge knew that swallowing a single Danwen level elixir, even just a half-step one, would bring enormous benefits. If lucky, it might even cleanse the body and bones, completely renewing the constitution. From then on, the path to becoming a strong cultivator would be smooth. No more hardships or obstacles. Why did everyone dedicate themselves to intense cultivation? Wasn't it for the chance to one day stand at the pinnacle of strength, to experience the view from atop the mountain and control the fate of countless beings? Now, this opportunity lay right before them, and it seemed almost within reach. It all depended on whether they had the courage to take the risk. Gradually, everyone began to back away subtly, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. But those who appeared to leave the crowd were actually hiding nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. Quite a few had this idea in mind. Gary, you're awake. After swallowing a half-step Danwen level detoxifying powder, Harrison's complexion visibly improved. The feeble aura around him started to stabilize rapidly and gradually recovered. There was even a faint sense of growing stronger. In his daze, Harrison felt an unbearable pain in his throat, suddenly replaced by a soothing warmth. This warm current rapidly evaporated all the toxins invading his body. Injured meridians healed quickly, becoming even tougher and stronger. Harrison was originally at the peak of Xintian with exceptional combat prowess. In the entire Thorn mercenary group, only Chief Denny surpassed him. But this situation was temporary. With his talent of reaching the Xintian perfection realm in his early 30s, the Foundation establishment threshold was nothing to him. As long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Harrison and became the strongest member of the entire Thorn mercenary group. At that time, under his leadership, the entire Thorn mercenary group would become famous throughout the entire Cyan Empire. Then even the royal family would have to give them some face. This would be an immense honor. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by that damned alien race. In recent years, for some unknown Arya gainer, the alien races began to undergo inexplicable changes, occasionally adding races never seen before. These races might not be extremely powerful but were incredibly bizarre and formidable in combat. Moreover, they seemed to appear out of nowhere, without any warning. Because of this, many human experts who relied on past experiences to combat aliens often suffered losses due to insufficient information. The Thorn mercenary group was one such case. Who would have thought that what was originally just an ordinary hunt for an initial Foundation establishment alien suddenly turned up with a bizarre creature? That previously unseen alien race had skin that appeared semi-transparent. Through its skin surface, you could even directly see the internal organs. And this alien race had strong defense capabilities. Despite only having Xintian perfection cultivation, even Denny at the Foundation establishment level found it difficult to truly injure it. Additionally, this alien race possessed an extremely deadly poigainer. Once infected, even a Foundation establishment venerable would suffer immensely, and a single misstep could lead to death. Harrison was struck by the alien surprise attack while saving Denny and was poigainered. The most excruciating part was that after being poigainered, although his physical body gradually succumbed to the toxins and the pain intensified, his consciousness remained completely clear, watching himself slowly die, yet powerless to stop it. Thinking back to this feeling, Harrison always felt cold sweat running down his back, simply worse than death. Originally, he still harbored a sliver of hope, but when the master physicians from the Medicine King Pavilion in the capital city declared there was no cure, that last bit of hope was utterly shattered. Just as he had given up all hope, unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Denny actually brought him to a seemingly shabby sundry shop, and amazingly, they sold half-step Danwen level elixirs here. This discovery brought unimaginable joy to the conscious Harrison. He wept tears of joy. Finally, there was hope. Although he had never seen it, he had heard countless times about the miraculous nature of Danwen level elixirs. Today, he finally experienced it firsthand. In just a few breaths, the deadly poigainer that had tightly bound him melted away like ice encountering lava. His consciousness also began to gradually return to his body. Chapter 98 Night Falls. Davon, truly whole. Gary, you're okay? Eldest brother, Denny, moved, watched as Gary's complexion rapidly returned to normal. Feeling the gradual recovery of his vital energy fluctuations, his voice trembled with emotion. Eldest brother, you've saved me again. Harrison seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness. Though still somewhat listless, he was generally unharmed. Seeing that Gary was truly fine, Denny heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You brat, we're family, so no need for such formalities. I'm relieved you're safe. This time, we owe it to the healer from Yaoxing Pavilion who saved your life." A half-stepped on one-grade medicine was indeed marvelously effective. Regarding what had happened earlier, Harrison had a rough understanding. Hearing eldest brother's words, he nodded in agreement. Eldest brother, these fellows seem to have nefarious intentions. We've received such a great favor, we can't just walk away. Taking a deep breath, Harrison slowly stood up. His eyes regained their sharpness as they scanned the scene, lingering on some suspicious figures. Denny nodded in agreement. With such great kindness received, they indeed couldn't stand by idly. However, sensing the surrounding aura, Denny felt the situation was quite complicated. This matter won't be easily resolved. Feeling multiple powerful presences hidden in the dark, not weaker than his own, Denny furrowed his brow. Beckett finished handling the first transaction and lazily returned to the shop. He went straight to the manager's seat, leisurely brewed himself a cup of tea, and casually picked up a book to read. He paid no attention to the events outside. Although this was the capital of the Azure Empire, filled with formidable experts, none of them were a true threat to him. The Azure Empire and the Great Wasteland Tribes. Beckett flipped through the book leisurely, gaining knowledge about the Azure Empire. He discovered that the capital of the Azure Empire was actually built right at the edge of the Great Wasteland, serving as a defensive line against the alien races. No wonder the people here seemed fierce, with an air of cold bloodiness in the atmosphere. The Great Wasteland was a vast, boundless wasteland. Countless alien races lived there. The alien races in the southern region were merely a few remnants scattered outside the Great Wasteland. The true base of the alien races was concentrated within the Great Wasteland. The Azure Empire was responsible for defending one corner of this region. For the aliens to invade human territory, they would need to break through the Azure Empire, filled with experts. These matters don't concern me. If the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. With my mere first stage golden core cultivation, being able to barely protect myself is enough. After reading for a while, Beckett shook his head. In his view, this so-called Great Wasteland was incomparably larger than Earth in his previous life, akin to another vast world. Even just the edge of this wasteland was enough to keep a behemoth like the Azure Empire busy. If one ventured deeper, wouldn't every step encounter ancient yawning monsters? Too dangerous. My current strength is still too weak. I must find a way to quickly improve. The unknown changes among the alien races seem to signify something. For some Arya gainer, Beckett sensed a faint feeling of dread. It was as if death was quietly approaching, ready to swing its scythe at any moment. After harvesting a wave of faith power, it should be enough for me to cultivate in the creation tower for a while. At least until mid-stage golden core, I won't need to worry about resources. But speed-wise, there's no improvement. What I lack most now is time. Following the usual steps isn't suitable for me anymore. The more he thought, the heavier his unease grew. Just as Beckett was pondering, unnoticed, the night gradually fell. The last traces of twilight faded away, and darkness completely enveloped everything. How fast it got dark. What a pity. Today I only received one batch of customers. Beckett looked up, staring at the dark sky, and sighed slowly. When would this end? The faith power needed to fully control the 9-9 creation tower was terrifying, akin to an ocean. At least for now, Beckett saw no hope whatsoever. Perhaps, I could try getting involved with the alien races? Eliminating evildoers can yield a large amount of faith power. I wonder if killing alien races has a similar effect? If it does, to activate the 9-9 creation tower as soon as possible, Beckett might consider taking some risks. For example, wandering around the library in Yaoxing Pavilion, cough cough, it seems unlikely to encounter any aliens this way. So annoying. The system is a scam. It gave me a divine artifact but I can't even use it. So frustrating. While Beckett was complaining to himself, what had been quiet outside the Yaoxing Pavilion during the day was now quietly becoming lively. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures with indistinct faces flashed past outside the Yaoxing Pavilion, their graceful movements like mist and smoke. Their profound cultivation was completely hidden, appearing as ordinary people. They silently infiltrated towards the interior of the Yaoxing Pavilion. Nathan, Davon leader. Please stop for a moment. Just as the two were about to step into the Yaoxing Pavilion, a robust figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Who? Have we been discovered? Truall and Davon stopped immediately upon seeing this, eyeing the newcomer warily. Upon carefully recognizing the Pergainer, they exchanged glances, breathing a sigh of relief but frowning slightly again. Davon spoke. It's you, Denny. After being startled, he quickly calmed down, smiling knowingly. What's up? Is your Thorn mercenary team also here to grab a share? In his view, Denny's appearance at this time undoubtedly meant he too intended to take advantage of the darkness to act against the Yaoxing Pavilion, with the same goal, the half-step Donlin grade medicines. Everyone had the same objective. Their strengths were also comparable, all at the peak early foundation establishment stage. After considering, Davon decided it wasn't necessary to cause conflict at this moment. So he said, I've long heard of the reputation of Thorn mercenary team's leader. Meeting you today must be fate. Another Pergainer won't matter. Since we are all on the same mission, why don't we join forces? We can divide the spoils later. Agreed. Truall glanced at Denny, showing a trace of apprehension in his eyes. He also didn't want a conflict that would benefit others, so he nodded in agreement first. Although adding another Pergainer meant less loot for each, comparing the gains and losses, this seemed to be the best option. Thus, both unanimously accepted Denny's involvement. What do you think? Davon looked at the Yaoxing Pavilion in the dark, revealing a hint of greed and excitement in his eyes, then urgently urged Denny to make a decision. We're all here to earn a living. From what we saw earlier, there must be a large quantity of half-step Donlin grade medicines here. Maybe even true Donlin grade ones. With so much stuff, even your Thorn mercenary team can't possibly swallow it all in one bite. It's better for us three to join forces and ensure absolute success. Chapter 99. This courtyard is a bit too quiet. 3 people working together, foolproof? Sorry, I refuse. Hearing this, Theron was stunned for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head and sighed. You two, Medicine God Pavilion cured my brother. I owe them a favor. This time, I'm afraid I will have to offend you both. After saying this, Theron stepped forward and blocked their path. That stance was very clear. He was going to help Medicine God Pavilion. Theron, do you know what you're doing? Seeing this, Davon's smile gradually faded, and his expression turned cold as he stared intently at Theron. Davon warned Theron with a gaze. You're turning against everyone. Indeed. The two were well aware that they could reach Medicine God Pavilion without obstruction because many forces had tacitly accepted this outcome. They needed these two to be the vanguard, probing Medicine God Pavilion's situation, using them two to eliminate any potential dangers posed by Medicine God Pavilion. In case of an emergency, even if they died, it would have no relation to those who did not make a move. Davon and Emmett naturally knew the calculations of the forces behind them, but neither objected. In fact, they welcomed it. After all, as the first ones to act, there was danger, but also represented a great opportunity. If they could seize it, they could skyrocket. This was the tacit understanding between them and the major forces. So, Theron, by seemingly only blocking them two, was actually obstructing the financial interests of countless people and forces. He was declaring war on everyone. How could Theron not understand this? But he owed Medicine God Pavilion a favor. As the leader of a mercenary group, honor and righteousness were always paramount. This favor, he must repay. Otherwise, it would impact Thorn Mercenary Group's future credibility, and once credibility is damaged, it would be a devastating blow to the mercenary group. Realizing this left him with no retreat. Theron gave a bitter laugh. You two, come at me if you want. No matter what, I must repay this favor. Honestly, he didn't want to provoke two enemies of his level simultaneously. Unfortunately, circumstances forced his hand. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. On the other side, Emmett nodded slightly after seeing this, exchanged glances with Davon, then simultaneously gathered their true chi. Their palms thrust out with a powerful strike. The air rippled like surging tides, transforming into terrifying waves hurtling toward Theron. Come on. At this point, Theron had no choice but to give it his all. he summoned 2 gleaming large axes with a swipe of his hands. With a roar, his muscles tensed as he slashed down fiercely at the invisible waves rolling towards him. Rumble. Instantly, the 2 formidable attacks collided, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outwards like a hurricane. The ground cracked and crumbled rapidly along the way. Roar. Farron laughed despite staggering and quickly re-stabilizing himself. He leaped up again, moving like a typhoon, covering dozens of meters in a flash. The axes swept over, engulfing Devon and Emmett in a storm of relentless attacks. The overwhelming assault carried powerful gales, forcing Farron to pin down the 2 of them single-handedly. Not bad for the leader of Thorn Mercenary Group, indeed strong. With a thunderous bang, Emmett and Devon staggered back, one holding a saber and the other a long staff, their arms trembling slightly. Exchanging a glance, they nodded in unigainer. The next second, their figures separated, attacking from both sides. Discovered, huh? Seeing them split up, Farron felt a slight tightening in his heart. His advantage was obvious, his strength. In a direct confrontation, he could press down on 2 equally powerful opponents alone. However, once they separated and avoided confronting him head-on, his disadvantage in mobility would immediately become apparent. Most importantly, they could easily keep one Pergainer occupied while the other went to destroy Medicine God Pavilion. Devon, I'll hold this guy off, you move quickly. Sure enough, just as Farron thought things were turning sour, Emmett's voice rang out. Never! Farron roared in anger, unleashing terrifying brute strength as one of the axes flew out to intercept Devon. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Emmett had somehow approached without being noticed. He brandished a scimitar with a cold gleam toward Farron's neck. Farron's pupils constricted as he hurriedly swung the other giant axe for defense. Emmett sneered, and the scimitar that was originally lunging out suddenly withdrew, aiming instead for Farron's chest. For a moment, Farron found himself struggling to keep up. Emmett had completely 把握住了胡老大的缺点，就是不和其硬碰硬，反而凭借着鬼魅的身法以及神出鬼没的弯刀，不断消磨其体力。Thus, Farron was firmly ensnared. He found it hard to break free. On the other side, Devon narrowly avoided the roaring giant axe, watching it vanish into the distance as a flash of cold light. With a leap in mid-air, he directly darted into the Medicine God Pavilion. Silently, without making a sound, a series of watchful gazes from the shadows observed the changes at the Medicine God Pavilion every second. Seeing Farron detained by Emmett and Devon successfully infiltrate the Medicine God Pavilion, everyone's spirits lifted. The climax was finally approaching. With Devon's foundation establishment cultivation, searching through the small Medicine God Pavilion would be effortless. Half a cup of tea time was enough to thoroughly search several times. All they needed was to wait quietly for the results. Some people even began contemplating how to ensure that once Devon emerged with a large quantity of pattern level pills, they couldn't let him leave easily. They must find a way to secure sufficient benefits for their side. On the other side, Devon successfully evaded Farron's Jochan and silently landed. Surveying the surroundings, he sighed with a sudden chuckle upon seeing the dilapidated inner courtyard of the Medicine God Pavilion. He wondered if he should say the shop owner was too carefree, or had simply given up resistance. Despite all the commotion outside, no one seemed alarmed inside. At this moment, the entire inner courtyard of the Medicine God Pavilion remained pitch black without a single trace of light. Relying on his heightened senses, Devon could clearly detect the faint signs of life. 5th rank realm, not far from him. That direction was still dark. So you're awake already? If so, I don't need to waste my time. Trying to hide from me? How naive. Devon chuckled, looking at the blackened house, thinking that turning off the lights would make him unnoticed. Was this underestimating the perception of a Foundation establishment expert? Inside the house, Andre watched in fear through the cracks of the window, helplessly witnessing a shadow descending and landing not far from him. Foundation establishment, respected one. Heavens, such an existence targeting a mere sundries store? Andre was full of disbelief. At the same time, intense fear enveloped him. Did he notice me? Suddenly, he saw the figure seem to smile at him and slowly approach. Wandanla. Andre shivered, regretting having listened to the manager and staying overnight here. Why hadn't he stayed at home where it was safer? Chapter 100. The wind is rather noisy tonight. I found you. Daryl smiled slightly and walked confidently towards Andre. A mere 5th rank cultivator was no different from an ordinary Pergainer to him, easily subdued with one hand. He's coming over. What should I do? Andre watched the figure approaching step by step, his palms sweating nervously. He dared not escape, sensing the terrifying power radiating from the man. Moreover, the man had clearly arrived by levitating, indicating he was at least a Foundation establishment venerable. There was no way he could escape from such a powerhouse. What should I do? What should I do? Caught between fear and anxiety, Andre impulsively dashed out, determined to flee this place. At least, he wouldn't just wait for death. Finally can't hold it anymore? Daryl smiled mockingly. He stretched out his palm and grabbed at the air. Andre, who was frantically running away, suddenly found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Wandanla. It's all over. Just as Andre felt despair creeping in, a lazy footsteps sounded nearby. Store manager? From the corner of his eye, Andre saw a yawning figure emerge but couldn't warn him or make any sound. There's still someone here that I missed? I actually didn't notice his presence. Seeing Beckett appear, Daryl was initially surprised but soon smiled more broadly. This is perfect. Finding you wasn't hard at all. What's going on? It's so noisy late at night. Don't let people sleep? Beckett yawned as he came out, looking sleepy. This wasn't feigned. Apart from essential cultivation, Beckett sometimes enjoyed experiencing life as an ordinary Pergainer, reminiscing about the times before his transmigration. Sleeping soundly, he was awakened by the noise outside. Now, he was quite irritated. Damn it, which bastard chose to fight right outside his home at midnight? Curious, he stepped out and immediately heard Andre's cries and spotted the intruder. Noticing Daryl's suspicious black attire, Beckett frowned and rebuked. Who are you? Don't you know it's very impolite to barge into someone's house without permission? This caught both Daryl and Andre off guard momentarily. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse, Andre urgently shouted, Store manager, run now? He's a Foundation establishment powerhouse, here to kill us. Though unsure if shouting would help, Andre felt he had to try. After all, store manager had treated him well and even raised his salary by 30%. He felt responsible to warn him. Maybe luck would have it that the store manager could escape. Killing. Beckett, already annoyed from being woken up, frowned deeply at Daryl, staring like an angry Tanya. You want to kill? Seeing Daryl silent, Beckett repeated the question. Gradually regaining his senses, Daryl realized he hadn't planned to kill right away, though it might be necessary soon to force information about the pills. Why was he following this man's train of thought? However, since Beckett spoke, Daryl decided to drop the pretense. He sneered, threatening, "Kill? Haha. I suggest you be sensible and hand over everything valuable. If I'm in a good mood, I might leave you whole. Otherwise, you'll experience a fate worse than death." In Daryl's estimation, Beckett was just an ordinary human. A commoner faced with such threats, accompanied by years of killing aura and added pressure, should buckle under the strain. He would immediately be scared out of his wits. In such a state of mental collapse, he would certainly answer whatever questions were asked. Daryl had even prepared his next move, whether to directly ask where the pills were hidden, or to give a taste of something severe first. Murder is wrong, and now you want to rob us? You're setting yourself up for a lifetime in jail. Beckett was still a bit dazed, reminiscing about his past life, so his choice of words hadn't quite adjusted yet. Ha, jail? Killing a few insignificant ants. Who dares to arrest me? Daryl seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and burst into uncontrollable laughter. It was very noisy, disturbing the peace. That was Beckett's most genuine thought at the moment. Vaguely, he remembered that not long ago, there was someone who laughed like this in front of him. What happened in the end? Seemed like he died. If you want to kill me, I should defend myself. Yes, that's right. Beckett yawned again. The next second, under Daryl's mocking gaze, he slowly raised his hand. Well, you actually want to fight? Daryl instinctively wanted to mock again, but the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. The smile on his face had not yet faded, but his eyes were filled with terror. What is this? On the other side, Andre found that the force restraining him had vanished. He could move freely now. His first reaction was to flee as fast as possible, escape as far as he could. But suddenly thinking of the store manager, he felt it necessary to bring the other along. Turning back, just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was struck dumb. He forgot what he was about to say. In his pupils, reflected the mysterious golden light and a gigantic golden palm that seemed cast from gold. Instantly, an invincible power erupted. Andre saw with his own eyes. The once seemingly untouchable Foundation establishment powerhouse, now shattered like a mere bubble. Crushed by that golden palm, with a bang, he exploded into countless bloody mists, dying gruesomely, offering no resistance, even failing to scream. So easily killed by one slap. This scene deeply etched itself into Andre's heart, his eyes wide in shock. The next second, he looked at the lazy figure in front of him, unable to catch his breath, swallowing hard. Dumbfounded, he couldn't speak, feeling his legs trembling as if shivering with fever. Too terrifying. Andre's mind raced through countless adjectives, but ultimately, all he could mutter was this pale statement. Only now did he realize. The store manager, whom he regarded as an ordinary Pergainer, possessed such terrifying power. Such strength was enough to make the entire Cyan Blue Empire tremble, and he mistook him for an ordinary Pergainer. This was simply outrageous. Chapter 101. It's you who disturbed my sleep. Casually crushing Davon, he erased an existence that was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. To Beckett, it was as if he had just finished a triviality. It was akin to casually brushing dust off his clothes, without a care. Manager? Only Andre, who had witnessed everything from behind, now stared at Beckett's back with fear, his voice trembling. A difficult-to-describe reverence and inexplicable excitement surged within him. Vaguely, this reverence even surpassed the pressure he felt in front of his family patriarch, Antonius. He found it hard to gauge the extent of the manager's strength. How terrifying must it be for everyone to misjudge him as an ordinary Pergainer, just like the utterly obliterated Davon, who paid with his life for his foolishness and underestimation. You're awake too? These guys are truly devoid of any sense of public morality. In the dead of night, they don't sleep themselves but come here to disturb others. Absolutely heinous. Thinking about the ones who woke him up, Beckett couldn't help but scold. It was clear he had some morning grumpiness. For a moment, Andre didn't know what to say. He felt the manager hadn't quite grasped the main point. Why keep emphasizing others disturbing his sleep? Wasn't it because of the assassination by a Foundation establishment expert? More importantly, the seemingly ordinary manager had casually wiped out a powerful Foundation establishment realm figure. Such strength probably could not be found anywhere else in the entire Cyan Empire. There are still a few outside. Beckett gradually regained clarity, glancing at the dead Davon, then let out a faint snort. His gaze then shifted outside. His divine senses expanded, taking in Preston and Emmett, who were engaged in battle. So cold. It felt like something was staring at me just now. A terrible feeling. What happened? At that moment, the two, who had been fighting, simultaneously stopped and warily looked around. Just then, their instincts went wild, as if a terrifying presence had locked onto them, as if it could end their lives at any moment. This sensation made their hearts tremble. It's you two causing a ruckus in the middle of the night, instead of sleeping? Suddenly, a bland voice came from above. Preston and Emmett, shocked, abruptly looked up. The concealed gazes around also shifted, following the direction of the voice. Upon seeing, all present felt a chill shoot up from their feet to their heads, making everyone's scalps tingle. A plain white-clad figure, without revealing any aura, lazily walked down from midair. Its posture was like strolling leisurely. Yet, with every step, an invisible oppressive Danny rhythm would flow around it. The void seemed to buckle slightly under that terrifying pressure. Philip Dan Adebayo. Heavens, what on earth is happening? Attracting a Philip Dan powerhouse is here. Among the hidden spectators, several people turned pale, hearts nearly stopping. Philip Dan experts were the absolute pinnacle of the pyramid in the entire Cyan Empire. They were usually seen only partially. Even most Foundation establishment experts present had rarely seen Philip Dan experts in their lifetimes. That showed how mysterious and rare Philip Dan experts were. And here, a Philip Dan expert appeared. Wait, that face, it's so familiar. Oh, isn't this the manager of the Medicine God Pavilion we saw earlier today? What do you mean manager? Show some respect. It's Pavilion Lord. He's actually a Philip Dan expert, and I was planning to target him. Fortunately. In an instant, recognizing Beckett's identity, many people were relieved. Thanking their lucky stars they didn't act rashly. This was practically picking up a life from the hands of death. Too frightening. An inconspicuous old shop suddenly harboring a Philip Dan expert. No wonder everyone was astonished. He is actually a Philip Dan Adebayo? Preston, sensing the deep Danny rhythm surrounding Beckett, shivered in shock, almost kneeling on the spot. No wonder I sensed the rich Danny yun from that sign earlier. If this seemingly ordinary existence is actually a golden core Atabeo, then everything makes sense, including why there are so many half-step pill pattern grade medicinal pills here. This indicates that this entity might not only be powerful in strength, but also a powerful alchemist. This speculation made Beckett's identity even more mysterious and noble. Looking at Emmett beside him, who was now trembling uncontrollably under the terrifying Daniyun emanating from Beckett. I actually plan to assassinate a golden core Atabeo. At this moment, Emmett truly felt bitter and speechless, filled with regret and despair. Finished. Offending a golden core Atabeo means I'm completely finished. Even if the other party doesn't kill me, just one word from them would be enough to make me live in fear and hunted for the rest of my life. A favor from a golden core Atabeo is worth this price. Greetings, Your Excellency. Seeing Beckett approach, Preston hurriedly saluted, filled with reverence. Emmett gave a bitter smile, not daring to be negligent, and quickly bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Excellency. At this moment, Andre also came out, coincidentally witnessing this scene. His heart shook violently. Golden core Atabeo. The shop manager is actually a golden core powerhouse. I have been working for a golden core powerhouse? Never before had Andre felt his job so sacred and noble. Involuntarily, as he stepped out, he straightened his body and lifted his chin slightly. He became more confident. Manager, what should we do with them? Andre asked Beckett. Beckett looked at Preston and Emmett. Under the excited and reverent gaze of the former, he nodded slightly and said to him, You did well. My shop needs a guard team. If you're willing, you can take up the position with your Thorns mercenary group, and we can negotiate the salary. With just a glance, he roughly understood what happened here. Unexpectedly, this Preston is quite righteous. Although those few pills aren't valuable to him, the fact that the other party values them shows he's not bad. Just right. Besides himself, there's only Andre left here. Short on manpower, having someone to guard the door isn't bad. It can prevent some unnecessary minor troubles, like if anyone disturbs his sleep again, they can simply be chased away. Upon hearing this, Preston felt as if fireworks exploded in his head, thinking an enormous windfall had fallen on him. Such good fortune, could it really happen to him? Just returning a favor, and he gained recognition from a golden core powerhouse. What a sturdy crutch. With this backing, who else would dare to provoke the Thorns mercenary group? Even the royal family might give some face. Thinking to this point, without hesitation, Preston immediately agreed enthusiastically. This is an honor for our Thorns mercenary group. Chapter 102. As long as I keep calm, others will panic. As for you, Beckett then turned to look at Emmett, who was trembling with fear. Before she could finish her sentence, he knelt down with a thud. Heavenly Lord, I didn't mean to offend you. I was forced into this. Heavenly Lord, I'm willing to atone for my sins by serving you as your servant for the rest of my life. Please show mercy and spare me. Under Beckett's gaze, Emmett was so terrified that his heart nearly stopped, and without hesitation, he knelt down under everyone's astonished stares, begging for mercy. There was not a trace of pride left in him, the former Foundation establishment powerhouse. Many people around secretly observed this scene, their brows twitching. They cursed him inwardly for being such a shameless opportunist, but despite their disdain, they understood his actions. In the face of impending doom, there seemed to be no other way to gain the Heavenly Lord's mercy. Besides, serving a Golden Core Heavenly Lord as a servant didn't seem like an unbearable outcome. After all, how many Golden Core powerhouses were there in the entire Azure Empire? That guy. Denny's eyes revealed murderous intent. This guy wanted to snatch his position? How could he endure this? However, since Beckett had yet to speak, he didn't dare say anything more and could only glare fiercely at Emmett. What a shameless one. True, what did one's dignity matter compared to one's life? Surviving was the most important thing. Beckett was also startled by this man, her eye twitching as she hesitated about whether to bring her raised palm down. After all, it seemed he hadn't caused her much trouble. At worst, he just disturbed her sleep. But Beckett paused, realizing this man had come here with lethal intent. If not for her formidable strength, tonight's outcome would have been very different. Then, kneeling and pleading for mercy would have been herself. The more she thought about it, the more Beckett felt she couldn't let him off. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too unfair to her? With this thought, killing intent flashed in her eyes, and terrifying Danny rhythms converged around her raised palm, ready to slap this villain to death. Just now, she had noticed his shifty eyes. No matter how humble a Foundation establishment venerable might be, would he really act so shamelessly? He seemed to be stalling for time. What use was stalling for time? Beckett vaguely sensed something amiss and lightly pressed her hand downward. Rumble. A large section of the floor instantly shattered into pieces, turning into flying daggers that shot in all directions. A group of hidden figures trying to take advantage of the chaos screamed in agony. A single servant is enough. You should die. Seeing Beckett make her move, Emmett's pupils suddenly constricted. His thoughts had been discovered. Without another thought, he turned to flee while sensing an imposing aura rising from afar. That aura appeared and rapidly headed toward them. At this speed, it would arrive in just a few breaths. Humph, indeed there's something fishy. Now, Beckett was even more certain of her suspicions and mercilessly slapped down at the fleeing Emmett. Boom. Vast areas of the ground collapsed, revealing a deep pit, and Emmett's figure vanished. Is he dead already? What a terrifying attack, truly worthy of a Golden Core powerhouse. Emmett, a Sea-Gaynard Foundation establishment expert, didn't even get a chance to escape. The Alchemy God Pavilion cannot be provoked. Hidden gazes quickly withdrew, no longer daring to spy. Meanwhile, news swiftly spread, relaying the night's events to various major forces. A mysterious Golden Core powerhouse had emerged within the Alchemy God Pavilion, easily extinguishing the Sea-Gaynard Foundation establishment expert, Emmett. The capital was about to change. Manager is too powerful. Andre looked up excitedly at the godlike figure in the sky, filled with pride. Denny also exclaimed, indeed, too powerful. Such an effortless attack. If it had been me, I wouldn't have fared much better than Emmett. He felt increasing reverence for Beckett and immense fortune in joining the Alchemy God Pavilion. Such a great opportunity. Regardless of other matters, with this backing, he could defy anyone in the entire Azure Empire, as long as he didn't provoke a few specific entities. Is he dead? Beckett furrowed her brows, slowly retracting her palm and glancing at the distant pit. She sensed that Emmett's aura had dissipated. Yet, why did she feel that he wasn't entirely dead? What was going on? There was no time to think further, as a tearing sound suddenly echoed from the sky. A figure exuding boundless power had already arrived. Patrol Dovey. Heavens, we've actually roused this Pregainer. What, you don't even know Patrol? This Pregainer is one of the few Golden Core experts in the entire capital. With this Pregainer responsible for patrolling and guarding the capital, we enjoy our current peace. At the sight of this figure from afar, cries of surprise erupted from the crowd watching the spectacle. Clearly, this figure was extraordinary. 7th rank Golden Core. Upon sensing the aura of patrol, Beckett's heart trembled, feeling a bit uneasy. He was currently only a 2nd rank Golden Core cultivator, so there was quite a gap between them. He couldn't fight him. For the first time since arriving in this world, she encountered a powerful being whose strength exceeded her own. Of course, Bogdan didn't count. He was Beckett's avatar and should be considered as one Pregainer. Who was causing trouble just now? The voice of Patrol Dovey sounded middle-aged, with a silver mask covering his face. His eyes emitted a chilling light that was almost mesmerizing. A palpably icy gaze swept around, sending chills and a sense of threat even to Beckett. This confirmed something to her. This guy might really be too much for her to handle. Of course, this inability referred to regular sparring, not a life-or-death battle. If push came to shove, Beckett could unleash all her faith power to make a full-strength attack with the Creation Pagoda, which could bring down someone a level above her. But doing so would cause irreversible damage. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Beckett wouldn't resort to the power of the Creation Pagoda. Moreover, while this Pregainer gave her a slight sense of danger, it wasn't overwhelming. Even if she couldn't win, escaping was likely out of his grasp. Thinking this, Beckett gradually relaxed. Suddenly, Patrol Dovey's gaze fixed on a white-robed figure hovering in midair. In the next second, his heart stirred. If not for his eyes, he wouldn't have sensed anyone standing there. This feeling was similar to facing an ancestor of the royal family. Why is this guy staring at me like that? Beckett grew wary, gradually releasing her divine sense to cover the surroundings. If anything seemed off, she could immediately decide whether to fight or flee. Unexpectedly, the moment she released her divine sense, Patrol Dovey's expression changed dramatically. Divine sense. And nascent soul expert. Chapter 103, Nascent Soul. This is divine consciousness. Only a powerhouse at the level of an Fulton with a nascent soul can cultivate such divine consciousness. Meryl's heart was shaken profoundly. Having reached his level of cultivation, he had already entered the late Golden Core realm, beginning to touch upon the abilities related to the nascent soul. Therefore, he could vaguely sense the existence of divine consciousness. Moreover, Beckett did not deliberately conceal it. He could clearly feel that an invisible, immense pressure enveloped him from all sides. How long has it been since the Azure Empire has produced a nascent soul powerhouse? Even the royal Tanya ancestor only has half a foot in that realm. I actually encountered a true nascent soul powerhouse today. The intensity of this divine consciousness is dozens of times stronger than that of the royal Tanya ancestor. Meryl's limbs turned cold, feeling as if he had stumbled upon some significant secret. From the aura fluctuations earlier, he thought it was just a strong, early Golden Core cultivator. Though surprised, he wasn't flustered. With his 7th level Golden Core cultivation, he could handle it. However, the situation now was clearly far beyond his expectations. This wasn't an early Golden Core at all, but clearly a hidden nascent soul Fulton. Did he deliberately release his divine consciousness to intimidate or warn me? Could it be that he doesn't want to reveal his identity? His mind raced rapidly, cold sweat drenching his back. Facing a terrifying existence at the nascent soul level, the pressure was immense. What the hell is going on with this guy? Why is there no movement? On the other side, Beckett was equally wary, never expecting to encounter such a powerful presence upon arriving in the Azure Empire. 7th level Golden Core. Dealing with it based on his current cultivation would be somewhat troublesome. Just as he was racking his brain to figure out how to avoid the conflict, he didn't expect the other party to be stunned as well. You, sir. Beckett and Meryl looked at each other and spoke simultaneously, then paused in surprise. Please, you go first. Without waiting for Beckett to continue, Meryl hurriedly said. Hearing the somewhat respectful tone, Beckett was momentarily stunned, a hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, people in the Azure Empire were quite polite. Even Denny acted that way, and so did this 7th level Golden Core powerhouse. Since the other party had spoken first, Beckett didn't hesitate further. He directly stared at the cold mask on the other's face and cautiously said, I believe this might be a misunderstanding. Judging by the other's attire and the reactions of the surrounding people, this Pregainer seemed to be something akin to a patrol maintaining order, probably drawn here by the commotion earlier. Seeing how polite the other party was, Beckett decided to try Arya Gainering with him. After all, the fault was not on his side. Someone tried to kill him. He was merely defending himself. But before Beckett could finish speaking, the seemingly ruthless figure nodded eagerly and repeatedly agreed. Yes, what Sir says is correct. This indeed appears to be a misunderstanding. I came over to see what happened. Since everything seems fine here, I will take my leave. Finally, he asked tentatively. Beckett was momentarily taken aback, subconsciously nodding. The moment he moved, the other party immediately turned ecstatic and swiftly vanished without looking back, leaving Beckett standing alone, bewildered. What exactly just happened? Watching the departing figure, Beckett felt tonight's events seemed off in some inexplicable way. This Pregainer is strange. Came and went hastily, exchanged only a few words, then ran off into the distance. Beckett truly couldn't understand the minds of these experts, but perhaps it was for the best. At least it seemed there wouldn't be any trouble this time. Having experienced this incident, Beckett secretly became cautious. This wasn't South Domain anymore. He had been too conspicuous this time. This was the capital city of the Azure Empire, where many existences were far more powerful than himself. If it weren't for good luck, and the fact that the Silver Alpha seemed a bit off, things could have been problematic. Fortunately, no, I must lay low from now on. My strength at the Golden Core stage is still too weak. Just leaving once, and I bump into someone stronger everywhere I go. It's like there's no justice in the world. Let's set a small goal. I won't leave until reaching the nascent soul realm. After sorting things out, returning to the inn, Beckett's first action was to check in. Ding! Congratulations to the host, rewarded with 9-turn golden pill, *10. Beckett's face immediately lit up with joy. 9-turn golden pill. It was actually the legendary 9-turn golden pill. This pill, according to legends, originated from the Aquila realm, each one possessing an unimaginable effect, even more powerful than heaven rank pills. Unable to wait any longer, Beckett immediately retrieved a 9-turn golden pill from the system space. Whoosh! The moment the 9-turn golden pill appeared, the surrounding space began to ripple gently, emanating rings of golden ripples, and an indescribable force descended. At this moment, it felt like even breathing was a great fortune. Looking at the tiny golden relic-like pill on his palm, Beckett did not hesitate for a moment, swallowing it down in one go. With a cultivation technique as powerful as true Spirit 9 transformations, even if he could not digest all the medicinal power immediately, he could store it up for gradual digestion later. It would not impose any additional burden on his body. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. A torrential surge of strength, akin to a tsunami, surged wildly, continuously battering Beckett's meridians and dance. Simultaneously, Beckett's own cultivation soared visibly at a rapid pace, until all 10 9-turn golden pills were exhausted. Beckett slowly stood up, extending a finger and lightly slicing through the air in front of him. Tear. A dark crack appeared out of nowhere, exuding an abyssal stillness and indescribable terror. Beckett nodded slightly, wiping his hand again, and the crack vanished as if it had never been there. Second stage of nascent soul. Using up all the 9-turn golden pills, Beckett's cultivation skyrocketed directly from second stage golden core to second stage nascent soul. Moreover, true Spirit 9 transformations broke through to the fourth transformation. Chapter 104. Integration of powers, heaven and earth dharma body. Taking an internal view of himself. In the original position of his dantian, the golden light shimmering golden core had vanished. In its place stood a baby made like translucent glass. This baby emitted mysterious divine light, with 2 circular light wheels akin to full moons faintly visible behind it, floating rhythmically. This symbolized the second level of the nascent soul stage. When one's strength reaches the 9th level of nascent soul, there would appear 9 moonlight wheels. Ultimately, when these 9 levels merged into one radiant sun, it officially marked stepping into the rumored divinity transformation realm. At this moment, Beckett felt that he was no longer just an ordinary cultivator. He seemed to have become a piece of heaven and earth. Just by raising his hand, he could summon the power of a domain, easily slaying enemies. This feeling resembled the utilization of heavenly power in the inborn stage. However, the inborn stage only borrowed a tiny fraction of heaven's power. It wasn't nearly as profound as now. It felt as though he himself was part of heaven and earth, embodying its law. An Alejandro at the nascent soul stage could, if willing, effortlessly harness the power of the heavens within 100 miles, turning an entire city into a ghost realm with a mere thought. Such power was incomparably greater than what was attainable during the golden core stage. Furthermore, reaching the nascent soul stage allowed for comprehension of divine will, forming one's own domain of laws. Within this domain, one was invincible. Indeed worthy of being the 9-fold golden core. It's too rare though. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for me to break through to a higher level. Beckett sighed slowly. His mind kept replaying the rapid advancement experience, which was exhilarating. It was incredibly satisfying. Too bad such opportunities are so rare. According to Beckett's estimation, it was probably a benefit from the early phase of signing in at a new location. After this time, it would likely return to normal conditions. With a mental command, Beckett's divine sense instantly expanded, transforming into a terrifying field covering the entire capital city. The maximum range extended for at least 100 miles. Moreover, now Beckett could fully utilize the power of his divine sense. He would no longer be restricted to merely rudimentary usage. Scanning around once, Beckett detected several powerful presences within the capital. However, none of their owners noticed his probing. The Azure Empire is indeed not comparable to those backwater places in the southern domain. Just within the capital city alone, there are no less than 20 golden core presences, and even one more vast and oceanic presence, seemingly on the brink of entering the nascent soul stage. That must be Azure Fulton, the guardian deity of the Azure Empire? It seems I was not cautious enough before. Beckett nodded silently, then moved directly outside the capital, arriving in a desolate area. He wanted to test how things changed after his strength increased. First was the vision-piercing delusion. A layer of seemingly real yet illusory purplish-golden color gradually emerged in Beckett's eyes, exuding coldness and nobility. In an instant, wherever his gaze fell, time began to warp, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. This was the integration of the third power, time restart. Also, it involved the effect of the domain, allowing Beckett to disrupt time over large areas, although the duration was short, less than a minute. Moreover, the stronger the enemy, the more they were affected. This also served as a potent means against enemies. Beckett nodded satisfactorily. Due to the effects of the vision-piercing delusion, his divine sense post-nascent soul was dozens of times stronger than peers. Even nascent soul peak experts might not match him in terms of divine sense range. After a brief pause, gray mist suddenly rose around Beckett, spreading rapidly to cover 1,000 zhang radius. Swish! Beckett stepped forward, disappearing from one end of the mist and reappearing at the other. This was not an illusion of speed but genuine teleportation. Though, it could only be done within the mist, not beyond. This technique can only be used against enemies. It's still lacking for travel purposes. Testing the amplification effect of the second power, Beckett smiled, finally having some self-preservation strength in this world. A nascent soul expert wouldn't be considered weak anywhere. At the very least, definitely not cannon fodder. Taking a deep breath, Beckett's figure flickered, continuously moving within the gray mist, like a wraith. As he moved, the surrounding time slowly changed, space became distorted. Beckett was continuously refining the 3 great magical abilities, hoping to fuse them into an even more powerful means. However, this required some time and couldn't be achieved in just 1 or 2 attempts. Gradually, Beckett found that he could control time and space within a certain range, allowing him to execute all sorts of inconceivable techniques. Does this count as the true form of a legendary divine realm? Beckett mused to himself as he continued experimenting. As the saying goes, time and space are the foundation of all things in the universe. Dovying these two would mean grasping the highest truth in law. Although it was only a fraction of that power, it was enough to make Beckett feel a sense of novelty. Until a certain moment, Beckett suddenly stopped. With anticipation, he began to test the final magical ability, the recently awakened fourth magical ability, Heaven and Earth Dharma Body. Beckett abruptly called out. Instantly, an indescribable force surged within his body. The world outside was ravaged by fierce winds as the skies darkened. Thunder illuminated the heavens and earth. Beckett's figure continuously expanded, with the power of heaven and earth fusing wildly within him. His flesh gradually became crystalline and transparent, like gemstones. In no time, a giant shimmering with glass-like light appeared between heaven and earth. The giant's eyes resembled the sun and moon, with endless, auspicious phenomena rising behind him. His form was solemn and holy, akin to a descending deity. The giant looked exactly like Beckett in his white attire, but had constellations etched all over its body. At this moment, it seemed as if he were no longer mortal, but had gained divine attributes. Along with it came incomparable power. A wave of his hand could summon storms, while his breath could cause thunder to roar. It felt as though he could punch a hole through the sky. However, Before Beckett could revel in this, a sudden scream echoed. The colossal deity vanished in a flash, lasting only for a brief minute, almost like an illusion. Damn it! After revoking the heaven and earth Dharma body, Beckett felt completely drained, unable to muster any strength. This was the first time in his life that he had truly exhausted his true chi, leaving not a drop remaining. This magical ability is too terrifying. I must never use it recklessly again. If I can't resolve an enemy quickly, won't I be finished? Beckett felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, it was only a trial and not an actual battle. While this magical ability was undeniably powerful, its side effects were extremely severe. In his current state, he would need several hours to recover fully. This was only possible because he had cultivated the 9 transformations of true spirit, which allowed for extraordinary recovery. If anyone else tried it, they might have been dried up into a human husk and met their end. This technique should be used as a last resort, just like the creation tower. It cannot be easily employed. Fortunately, there's no one around in this wilderness. I almost killed myself. If his strength had been slightly weaker, he might have been directly consumed by the terrifying drain. Phew. Beckett let out a heavy sigh, realizing he couldn't even mobilize his divine sense for a while, leading to a bitter smile. Chapter 105. Uncommon Buddha. Beckett was almost exhausted to death by himself. Fortunately, it was just the depletion of his true chi, and he would be fine after some rest. The Saiyan Empire remained calm as usual. Nothing unusual happened in the capital. It seemed they hadn't detected any movements here, which made Beckett heave a heavy sigh of relief. Given his current state, it indeed wasn't suitable for him to deal with those people. Let's go back first. Taking out some restorative pills from the system space, he swallowed them all at once inside. Once he had recovered a little, he directly teleported back to the medicine god pavilion. Philippian sect. Since regaining a Xintian powerhouse, Philippian sect has been flourishing day by day. They were filled with confidence about the upcoming sect assessment. Philippian sect is about to rise. Amrit, holding a broom, looked at the increasingly prosperous Philippian sect with complicated eyes. It was impossible not to envy it. After all, it had only been half a year since he came to Philippian sect. That once impoverished Philippian sect had undergone a complete transformation. Not only had it regained its former prosperity, but it had surpassed it. Xintian powerhouses, who were once scarce, now emerged one after another. At this point, the number of Xintian powerhouses in Philippian sect had reached an astonishing double digits. Douglas, Adalberto Fong, Marion, and others successfully ascended to the Xintian realm. Carly, Astrid, and Ferris, who joined later, also stepped into the Xintian realm, especially Astrid, who led by a wide margin and was already at the peak Xintian stage. In addition, Beckett's only treasured disciple Crystal successfully completed his foundation establishment yesterday, entering the venerable realm. If we count Amrit, who sweeps the ground and guards the gate, the strength of Philippian sect has completely surpassed that of a regular 2-star sect. Plus, with Susan and Boy secretly sitting in residence, even compared to ordinary 3-star sects, there's no Arya gainer to give way. With such strength, how could they not be proud? As for the upcoming sect assessment, they were full of confidence and were even considering whether they should directly aim for a 2-star sect status. After all, they were already fully qualified in every aspect. Whether it was middle-grade spirit veins or foundation establishment venerables, they weren't lacking at all. Dovey, the remnants of the Antonian sect have been completely annihilated today. The Fulton Tion of the Xintian realm resisted to the death and was purganorally executed by young Dovey. Inside the Philippian hall, Antanya reported respectfully. Standing high up was a graceful figure, clearly the current sect master of Philippian sect, Marion. You have worked hard. You may leave. Marion nodded slightly. Now that she had returned, she usually handled most matters, much to Crystal's delight. She still retained a childlike nature and disliked troublesome matters. But Marion was different. She handled seemingly trivial tasks skillfully and orderly. Haha, it has been so long. The Yin-Yang sect has long been utterly destroyed, and now only the remnants of the Antonian sect are left. This thorn in our side has finally been removed, Douglas chuckled. The enmity between Antonian sect and Philippian sect had lasted for several hundred years. Once upon a time, Philippian sect's great Tanya was killed due to Antonian sect's treachery. Their hatred was deep and unbridgeable. It was only due to pressure from foreign invasions that a surface-level peace was maintained. However, everything changed when Clifton Antonian tore off his mask, igniting a war. Now, it finally ended with Philippian sect's victory. The Antonian sect is just a minor matter and needn't be taken too seriously. On the other side, Adalberto Fong appeared quite happy but reminded, what we need to focus on the most is Antonandan sect. They have been quite active lately, and there's a mysterious strong force backing them, starting to infiltrate the entire southern region. They come with ill intentions. In the past 2 years, of the original 10 major sects in the southern region, the Beast Taming Mountain, Yin-Yang sect, and Antonian sect had fallen one after another. Now, only 7 major sects remained. However, with the changes in the southern region's celestial energy, many forces from outside the southern region were attracted. This included but was not limited to the Saiyan Empire. Even some secretive alien races began to cast their eyes toward the southern region. Especially in the last half year, the southern region has been in turmoil. Though it seemed calm on the surface, countless conflicts had already arisen in secret. Many forces have either been destroyed or risen anew, seemingly returning overnight to the chaotic southern region of old. This has not happened for a very long time. Especially the Antonandan sect, which for some unknown Arya gainer has been making continuous moves lately, constantly suppressing the other 6 major sects. Even the current Philippian sect has felt a subtle pressure, let alone the other sects. Except for the Wuxing sect, most only have one Xintian powerhouse to hold the fort, with strength far behind the situation's demands. The South region is no longer the place where one Xintian could dominate everything as it used to be. Nowadays, even Foundation establishment respected ones must be cautious when traveling outside. If I'm not mistaken. At this moment, a figure who had never drawn attention spoke up. It was none other than Carly's bodyguard commander, Benny. With a grave expression, he said, the force backing this Antonandan sect should be the Uncommon Buddha sect. Uncommon Buddha sect? Others wore bewildered faces, except for Marion, who seemed thoughtful, as if she had some impression of this name. Benny nodded. This is a quite terrifying and dangerous organization. According to legend, they worship a great existence from another world, the divine Uncommon Buddha. Considering Carly had joined Philippian sect, Benny naturally became an honored Tanya of Philippian sect in order to protect Ninth Hall's safety, enjoying treatment similar to Gatekeeper Amrit. Initially, Benny looked down upon what Philippian sect could offer, until later on, when he saw the alchemy pattern grade pills in hand, he found them truly desirable. From then on, He genuinely acknowledged this sect's mystery and heritage. Such generosity was not within the means of ordinary forces. Benefiting from the salary of alchemy pattern grade pills, his strength has improved significantly, officially becoming a mid-stage foundation establishment powerhouse, second only to young Dubby Crystal and gatekeeper Amrit. As for Amrit, it was not surprising that he was stronger, since he joined Philippian sect earlier and received more benefits. But he never expected that a young master from a minor sect in the south region would be a legendary Shantan Jur. Although merely at the first stage of foundation establishment, his combat power surpassed him slightly. Of course, this was under sparring conditions. In a life and death battle, he believed he would still be stronger than Crystal. However, this slight advantage would completely vanish over time. Upon hearing the name Uncommon Buddha Sect, there was a sudden silence in the hall. For some Arya gainer, everyone felt that the air seemed to become oppressive, as if mentioning the name of Uncommon Buddha would attract the gaze of certain entities. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing everyone silent, Benny pondered incessantly. The Uncommon Buddha Sect must have chased Ninth Hall all the way to the south region because of her. With the target in sight and the mission almost completed, yet recently, the Uncommon Buddha Sect's actions suddenly slowed down, seemingly not as urgent. Could there be a plot behind this? Chapter 106, The Fall of 10,000 Formation Mountain. 10,000 Beast Canyon. Mountain peaks stood towering and undulating, their summits enveloped by dense, thunderous black clouds. Occasional ripples would tear through space, splitting it into dark fissures. This place had once been a significant natural barrier for the Beast Taming Mountain to fend off attacks from alien races. After the fall of Beast Taming Mountain, this area was temporarily guarded by dispatched members of the Anderson Element sect. Fortunately, there had always been peace. Until one moment, the entire world trembled slightly, the clouds atop the mountain peak rippling with motion. Lightning flashed around in all directions, transforming into dazzling tendrils that violently struck the mountains, emitting waves of destructive energy. Is it an earthquake? The human powerhouses responsible for guarding stumbled, eyes wide with confusion as they looked around bewilderedly. No movement from the alien races. Another voice spoke. Their main task was to guard against attacks by alien races. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, at the horizon, a vast, black mass emerged, furiously sweeping towards them. Even from a distance, a chilling aura could be felt. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't black clouds at all. It was a bird-like demon beast. A bird-like demon beast of immense size. On its back, barely visible were figures cloaked in black robes. It's the alien race. Not good, report quickly. The aliens have bypassed the defenses and are charging forward. Some of the humans' faces paled abruptly. Which demon clan? More identified the black-robed figures as one of the major alien clans, the Witch Demon Clan. Although only a branch of the Witch Demon Clan was present in the southern domain, its strength remained terrifying. And judging by the momentum, these weren't just a branch but likely reinforcements from elsewhere. How dare they brazenly invade the human territory? Do they not fear retaliation from human powerhouses? Just as everyone braced themselves for battle, the enormous bird-like demon beast flew past them, clearly uninterested in the few ant-like humans below. After all, though these people weren't weak, they certainly weren't strong either. None of them even reached the Scintian realm. Not enough to fill the demon bird's beak. It's gone. Someone breathed heavily, his body relaxing. The pressure exerted by the bird-like demon beast far exceeded their comprehension. Just what is going on? What changes in the southern domain could possibly attract such a powerful entity? Coming back to their senses, everyone stared at each other, unable to make sense of the situation. However, just when everyone thought it was over, suddenly, all voices froze. Immediately after, they widened their eyes in horror. Then, a gust of wind blew by, causing cracks to form across the faces of hundreds present. As if shattered porcelain, their faces crumbled completely. Blood turned dry and stagnant. They appeared as if dead for years already. Meanwhile, the thunder power in 10,000 Beast Canyon slowly dissipated. It was the time of thunder clearing. However, this time, the invading alien army faced no resistance, because the human defenders here had already been reduced to fragments. Finally, this day has come. A 4-meter-tall giant slowly stepped out. With rocky skin exuding indescribable power, the giant had a massive head with no ears or nose, only a single large vertical pupil gleaming coldly. A mouthful of sharp, jagged teeth. The giant Myra clan, the southern domain, the ancient sacred land, has finally begun to revive. After waiting so long, it's time to reclaim what belongs to us. Another huge figure slowly emerged, elegant in stride. This was a 3-headed black wolf creature, over 3 meters long, with 6 eyes glowing eerily green. The 3-headed magic wolf clan, together with the witch demon clan, they formed the 3 major royal clans of the southern domain. Why haven't the Buddhist sect people arrived yet? The 3-headed wolf scanned the surroundings, dissatisfaction evident in its eyes. At that moment, the sky darkened. A group of figures dressed in black monk robes appeared on a nearby hilltop, smiling down at the gathered alien forces. With a chuckle, he said, "The E4 is immortal. I apologize for keeping you all waiting." The 4-meter-tall giant glanced at them, grunted but didn't say much more. It was clearly dissatisfied with their tardiness. The 3-headed magic wolf narrowed its eyes and said, "Since you're here, let's not waste time. As agreed, after we take over the southern domain, more than 80% of the territory will be ours, and that Philippian sect will be left to you. You won't go back on your word, right?" This had been discussed beforehand. The 3 major clans and the alien Buddhist sect were joining forces to eliminate the major forces in the southern domain. From then on, 80% of the southern domain would become the territory of the 3 major clans. The remaining 20% of the territory would be given to the alien Buddhist sect, along with that small sect called Philippian sect. To the 3 major clans, no matter how powerful human legacies were, they were useless. It was better to exchange them for more territory and resources. So even knowing that Philippian sect might harbor some secrets, they still weren't interested. "Rest assured, we swear by the name of the E4 that we will not go back on our word." The leading black-robed monk smiled and nodded. "So it's settled. When do we set out?" The 3-headed magic wolf asked. The leading black-robed monk replied, "Shall we wait for the witch demon clan?" The 3-headed magic wolf said expressionlessly, "They have their own matters to handle. Once everything is done, they will join us." The leading black-robed monk smiled, glanced toward the distant horizon, and said without turning back, "Then let's not wait. We'll set out immediately. If I'm not mistaken, the nearest sect from here seems to be 10,000 Formation Mountain?" The 3-headed magic wolf nodded slightly, suddenly howled loudly, and with a command, the vast alien army surged into motion. Turning into a flood, they directly charged out of 10,000 Beast Canyon, spreading out in all directions. This time, not only did the three major clans mobilize, but countless other alien races joined as well. Even an alarming number of demon beasts. These would be the important disruptive force against humanity in the first wave of cannon fodder. They would buy time by wiping out the major sects one by one. By the time the southern domain's 10 great sects were mostly wiped out, along with a large-scale slaughter of human powerhouses, even if the remaining humans reacted, it would be too late. With such intentions, the alien forces rushed out, killing anyone they saw, charging into towns and cities with bloodshot eyes, massacring wildly. In less than half a day, countless human settlements were awash in blood. This wasn't the most shocking part. Just a day later, a stunning piece of news spread through the southern domain. 10,000 Formation Mountain has fallen. Without any prior warning, it seemed as if in the blink of an eye, all parties were horrified to discover that one of the southern domain's 10 great sects, 10,000 Formation Mountain, had somehow turned completely desolate. Chapter 107, locking on the target Philippian sect, near the 10,000 Beast Canyon, outside a hidden medicine garden. That's strange. Where could it have gone? A voice suddenly sounded, carrying evident confusion. A gigantic avian demon beast slowly landed nearby, its sharp eyes surveying everything around. The Wuxingzhong Sanfa de Qi Shi emitted Wuxingzhong Sanfa de Qi Shi made all living creatures within dozens of miles flee in panic. Could it have escaped? A witch demon clan member asked, puzzled. Even if it did escape, there's no Arya gainer for the entire medicine garden to be concealed. Something is off here. Another witch demon clan member shook his head. A group of powerful entities descended into this area outside the medicine garden. As time passed, the collective Qi Shi of the numerous witch demon clan members gradually caused some oddness in the surrounding space. The leader of the witch demon clan, with his pointy ears twitching, suddenly looked sharply at the empty space before him. There, a faint gray aura flickered, seemingly hiding a vast expanse of space. Seal. The Horus felt a sinking sensation, sensing impending trouble. Without a word, under the puzzled gazes of his companions, he gestured for the Pong beast they were riding to attack. Rumble. The Pong beast let out a piercing screech, an invisible wave sweeping out like a storm. Crack. Something seemed to shatter in the void before them. This cracking sound rapidly expanded, spreading like melting ice on a river. Soon, under the terrifying impact of the Pong beast's aura, the invisible barrier shattered completely, revealing the true appearance of the space. Go and check. Without waiting for orders from the Horus, the Pong beast flapped its wings forcefully and instantly teleported several hundred meters away. Before long, everyone arrived at the central area. If Beckett had been here, he would have recognized it as the place where he captured that demonic child and cultivated the ghost ginseng many years ago. The barrier here was set up by Beckett back when he was still at the Foundation establishment stage. He originally intended to make this place a long-term medicinal herb farm, but due to his rapid growth and strength, the herbs here became less useful over time. Moreover, since it hadn't been long enough, many of the herbs hadn't fully matured yet. Gradually, Beckett forgot about this place. Today, however, it was found by the witch demon clan. Gone. The Horus stared expressionlessly at the chaotic ground below. His gaze lingered on the huge hand-shaped pit for a few seconds, his eyes gradually filling with uncontrollable rage. The other witch demons looked equally grim. One couldn't help but ask, what do we do now? That ghost ginseng was the main ingredient purganorally requested by Howl. We waited so long for it to grow, only to be scooped up by someone else. If we return empty-handed, what will Howl think? We're doomed. There's no doubt we'll be punished. Silence filled the air. The Horus suddenly took a deep breath, and a dim, yellowish light enveloped his short figure. He muttered something under his breath. An inexplicable atmosphere spread over the surroundings as a gentle breeze started blowing from nowhere. The other witch demons immediately fell silent, not daring to disturb their leader performing the spell. Even the mighty Pong bird below calmed down, looking unusually docile. What is the leader doing? Finally, a young witch demon couldn't help but ask his companion in a low voice. His companion glanced at him, then at the leader performing the spell, showing a respectful expression. He's tracking the trail of the ghost ginseng. No matter what level of being has passed through here, they would leave behind a certain trace of their aura. Even if the traces have faded over time, there are methods to find them again. But hasn't too much time passed? The young witch demon was skeptical. From the signs around, this place must have been invaded over a year ago. With such a long time interval, could traces really still be gathered? Looking at it as if it were a fool. Of course an ordinary being can't do it, but who is our leader? He's a supreme existence, with one foot already in the golden core stage. If he makes a move, there's no way he will fail. Is that so? The young witch demon obviously still had doubts but didn't voice them. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing around them. It caught the attention of all the witch demons present. The leader held an ancient scepter that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with many obscure and profound patterns carved on it, and a gemstone shimmering with wisdom at its top. Go! The leader suddenly waved the scepter, emitting a vast and hazy dim yellow light that enveloped the entire canyon medicine garden. Humming. The once stable space began to ripple like waves. The scene before their eyes started becoming obscure and blurry, with the surrounding scenery changing rapidly. Stop! The leader uttered another command, and the image suddenly froze. It was clearly the scene where the demonic child first encountered Beckett. However, the current picture was somewhat strange. Only the silhouette of the demonic child, and the surrounding beasts with frightened expressions could be seen. Apart from that, there was no trace of Beckett. The leader suddenly sounded puzzled. In the frozen scene, the demonic child, who was originally leisurely eating, started trembling uncontrollably as if having a fit. Its expression changed from lazy to terrified in an instant, staring fearfully at the empty space above its head. There seemed to be something extremely terrifying for it in that direction. In the next second, the scene changed again. The demonic child seemed to want to escape, but out of the barren void, a gigantic golden hand emerged, seemingly cast from gold. It grabbed directly at the fleeing demonic child without any warning. Just as the witch demons wanted to see what happened next, the image before their eyes started shaking violently. A blurry figure seemed to appear faintly, but in the next moment, before the figure became clear, the illusionary scene shattered like glass. The leader suffered a backlash, spitting out blood and stumbling back. Leader, are you alright? What just happened? Why can't we see anything? Why did the image shatter? Could it be that even the leader couldn't discern the truth? I think I saw a blurry figure just now, but I couldn't make it out. Seeing their leader spit out blood, the witch demons were shocked. This was the first time they saw him injured. Moreover, it was merely from glimpsing into a past scene. In theory, such attempts should only have two outcomes, success or failure. Either complete failure, or complete success. Yet, despite initial success, why did things go awry? I'm fine. He only suffered minor backlash, which he could withstand with his near golden core strength. Still, he was equally baffled by what had happened. This was the first time he faced such a situation. But, although I couldn't see the culprit clearly, I can sense that his power isn't too strong. Judging from the aura, he should only be around the mid-stage foundation establishment level. And, I found the trace left behind by the ghost ginseng. If my guess is correct, that direction should lead to Philippian sect. Suddenly, the Horus showed a satisfied smile. He found it. Chapter 108. The size of the Pung demon requires 2 grills. Philippian sect. On a mountain peak, Bogdan sat with his chin propped up, feeling incredibly bored. He stared blankly at the sky. What to do? It's so boring. I really want to go out and play. But I promised the Venerable to watch over Philippian sect and can't just leave as I please. Yet staying in this small area all day is far too boring. Moreover, what danger could there possibly be for Philippian sect now? Even if I'm not here, the 3 foundation establishment cultivators alone are enough to walk across the southern region with ease. Alas, why isn't there an opponent worth my time? How boring. Just as Bogdan grumbled in discontent, the sky suddenly darkened. A howling wind sounded in his ears. This unusual change immediately alarmed the entire Philippian sect. Majestic auras soared into the sky, stirring up clouds and winds. In an instant, no less than 10 auras surpassing the nativist stage erupted, their terrifying pressure sweeping across tens of miles. So this is Philippian sect? How weak. Haha. Suddenly, a massive figure streaked through the sky, its passing causing gales that sent countless disciples of Philippian sect tumbling about. Who's there? A furious shout rang out, and Daryl holding a broom, Adamir in armor, and a stunning figure emerged. 3 foundation establishment auras surged heavenward. Ha ha ha. 3 foundation establishments. This has gotten interesting. Only then did everyone clearly see the newly arrived creature, a bird-like demon of unimaginable size. The terrifying pressure spread overwhelmingly. With just its appearance, it made everyone feel suffocated under its weight. Its black, steel-like feathers gleamed indomitably. Even a slight wing flap caused fierce winds to howl. At this moment, the colossal bird-like demon was coldly watching the tiny lives below. It seemed ready to devour them whole in one bite. On its back stood more than a dozen short figures dressed peculiarly, adorned with claws, fangs, blood-red eyes, and pointed ears. The witch demon clan. It's another race. Someone who had seen the figures on the bird's back cried out in shock. Too strong. The mere appearance of the enemy had changed the weather across Philippian sect's entire mountain range. Effect, like death was creeping closer step by step. The feeling was far from pleasant. It made him irritable. Not only him, but also other witch demons had similar feelings. Their instincts screamed warnings. Even the massive Pung demon below let out an uneasy cry. These signs put the witch demon clan leader slightly on guard, dampening his smile somewhat. Nodding slightly. You're right. There's no need to revel in such fleeting pleasure now. Once we've conquered the entire southern region, these humans will all become our slaves. Thinking this, he stopped hesitating, raising the staff in his hand. A twilight-like hazy light spread out. The Pung demon beneath him cooperated by emitting a formidable pressure, targeting Philippian sect. Chief, let's go. The surrounding witch demon clan members became excited as they saw their leader about to make a move. They stared intently, eager to once again experience the power of their leader, and also to savor the despair of the human race. But at this moment, the wind in the heavens and earth suddenly stopped. This change did not escape the eyes of the witch demon clan chief, who turned his gaze with confusion. Before he could further investigate the surroundings, rays of golden light suddenly surged from the heavens and earth, transforming into countless chains that whistled towards them, piercing through the void. These chains locked onto their figures. The massive Pung bird was similarly restrained by these countless golden chains, struggling endlessly. The more it struggled, the tighter the chains constricted, and they continued to tighten. All this happened so abruptly that none of the witch demons even had time to think of fleeing before being firmly bound. These countless chains instantly formed a huge circular PRI gainer. Countless patterns flowed along the chains, emitting a chilling aura. Looks like we have bird meat for dinner tonight. Suddenly, a joyous laugh echoed from the void, as if a child had found a delightful new toy. In the next second, one chain of the sphere rose into the air, as if gently tugged by an invisible hand. With a whoosh, the entire sphere vanished from sight. The oppressive atmosphere brought by the witch demons was instantly cleared away. Everyone looked at the suddenly clear sky in confusion, unsure of what just happened. They glanced at each other. What just happened? Many even thought they might have hallucinated. The great battle ended before it even began? It must have been the Venerable's doing. The senior members of Philippian sect exchanged glances, all greatly relieved. Fortunately, the Venerable acted promptly. Otherwise, there would have been serious trouble today. All right, nothing to worry about now. The crisis is over. Those who were about to eat can do so. Those who were about to practice can continue. Someone shouted, and the originally alert Philippian sect members dispersed in a daze. Even some who had just received news and rushed out of their homes, only to find their companions already returning after not walking far. What happened? On a mountaintop, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a shepherd boy sat leisurely on a green stone. In front of him stood a huge grill, flames dancing. On it, rows of golden skewers roasted, occasionally dripping oil and sizzling. Bogdan savored the skewer in his hand with pleasure, occasionally smacking his lips. Good. This Pung demon meat is excellent, tender and fresh. Beside him stood a small black tower. Occasionally, phantom cries emanated from within, accompanied by bursts of faith power. Bogdan cast a casual glance, then ate even more happily. Chapter 109. This world is too dangerous. Phew. In the room, Beckett exhaled softly, calming the fluctuations of her true chi. After hours of continuous cultivation, she finally managed to restore her depleted true chi. The glow inside her dantian had once again transformed from dim to radiant. It shone like sacred light through translucent glass. With every movement, it felt as if she could unleash a force powerful enough to scorch mountains and boil oceans. The speed of cultivation has slowed down again. At the very moment she entered the nascent soul stage, Beckett noticed that the spiritual energy outside was so sparse that it was almost negligible. At this rate, even without rest, it would likely take years, perhaps decades, to advance to the next level. What's the point of cultivating then? No matter how much she practiced, she could hardly feel any improvement in her cultivation. Moreover, as she reached the nascent soul realm, Beckett sensed an intangible restraint. It seemed as though the nascent soul stage might be the limit of this world. The realms beyond nascent soul were beyond what this world could bear. This realization left Beckett perplexed. She remembered that the highest rank mentioned on the continent was far beyond the nascent soul stage. Forget about it. Anyway, I'm still far from reaching the peak of nascent soul. After Beckett revealed her capabilities at the golden core stage, the previously obscure alchemy deity pavilion became widely known overnight. Nowadays, customers came in a steady stream. This was a stark contrast to the previous days when the place was deserted. Indeed, strength was the most crucial thing in this world. With a large number of customers, the faith power surged dramatically. It had already multiplied several times compared to before the shop opened. Early in the morning, Beckett immediately appeared in the store, warmly greeting the guests who came to buy things. Preston led his people to maintain order. Actually, even without Preston, no one dared to cause trouble in the store. After all, no one wanted to offend a suspected golden core powerhouse easily. As customers came and went, Beckett gradually noticed something odd. Why do there seem to be fewer customers today? Beckett's heart tightened. Damn it, after finally attracting so many customers, if something goes wrong, won't my faith power disappear? Just as Beckett was about to ask someone about the situation, the entire royal city suddenly shook with a loud boom. Large areas of houses trembled violently, seeming at risk of collapsing at any moment. Oh no, those damned foreigners are attacking again. Someone shouted on the street. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then their faces changed rapidly as they hurriedly abandoned the goods they were browsing and quickly left without looking back. It was unclear where they were headed. Boss, it's terrible. The foreigners have breached the gates and stormed into the city. Several golden core level monsters have rushed in. The imperial family is already fighting them. Should we run for our lives? Andre rushed in breathlessly, shouting anxiously in all directions, and upon seeing Beckett, he felt a glimmer of hope as if finding a mainstay. Speak slowly and clearly. Seeing Andre panting for breath, Beckett raised her hand and poured him a cup of water. Boss, there's no time. Hide quickly. The foreigners have breached the defenses and stormed into the royal city. Without drinking the water, Andre hastily explained. However, before he could finish speaking, another thunderous explosion erupted. It sounded as if it was right beside their ears. At the same time, a terrifying demon aura spread out wildly. Transforming into a hurricane, it swept across buildings, causing countless streets to collapse and the earth to crack. At that moment, there were no fewer than 5 streams of golden core aura visible. Seeing this, Beckett frowned slightly. Moo! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a mountain-sized figure with huge curved horns appeared on the streets of the royal city. This was a bull demon, a golden core level bull demon. The bull demon now seemed to have lost its mind. Its eyes filled with bloodshot veins and madness, killing anyone it saw and destroying buildings as it went. Moreover, it didn't stop moving forward, as if being pursued by some terrifying presence. In just a few breaths, the area covered by the bull demon was filled with screams. Blood splattered everywhere. Countless buildings collapsed, and the ground cracked like spider webs. Mommy, where are you? In a corner, Aelana of 5 or 6 years old looked around with bewildered and innocent eyes. The disaster happened too quickly and bizarrely for anyone to be prepared. In the blink of an eye, the once prosperous royal city suffered a heavy blow. The Aelana had become separated from her parents and was alone, staring blankly at her surroundings. Moo! Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled violently. The frail body of the Aelana staggered and fell to the ground, unable to get up immediately. Turning her head, she saw a huge shadow accompanied by destructive power rolling towards her like a black tidal wave about to devour everything in its path. Ah! Deborah, run fast, run! Eliza came rushing over, disheveled, and upon seeing this scene, she was terrified, her face deathly pale. She roared towards the direction of the Aelana, hoping she would quickly dodge. Unfortunately, the Aelana's body was too frail. Amidst the violent shaking, merely maintaining balance was already quite an effort. Taking a few steps was difficult, let alone running away. Mother! The Aelana suddenly lit up with hope, standing up with tear-filled eyes. Then, under the despairing gaze of the Eliza, the Aelana was stomped on by a gigantic creature that descended from the sky. No! Deborah! The Eliza watched helplessly as her daughter was crushed by the monster, tears flooding out uncontrollably. At that moment, she halted her attempt to flee, gritted her teeth, and rushed toward the frenzied bull demon. She wanted to avenge her daughter. Lady! On the other side, a man who had just arrived was stunned by the scene. He first saw his daughter trampled under the bull demon's foot, then watched his wife rush to certain death. He was utterly devastated, just as he was about to charge at the bull demon as well. Suddenly, a layer of golden, tidal-like light appeared where the bull demon's foot had stomped down. The Eliza, who had been rushing forward, was startled by this sight and briefly regained her sanity. Roar! The bull demon, which had been charging forward, was suddenly stopped by an unshakable force, its eyes even more frenzied. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't press its foot down. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The massive body of the bull demon was directly flung away, revealing a rock in white holding the Aelana in one hand below. It was Beckett. Looking at the bull demon he casually flung away, and then at the ravaged streets along the way, Beckett sighed deeply. Damn, this world is too dangerous. Even the imperial capital of the Cyan Blue Empire isn't safe anymore. Too terrifying. Chapter 110. This buffalo is truly strong. Looks tasty indeed. The empty street was in disarray. Amidst the howling wind, cries of agony and faint sobs could be heard. Deborah! The Eliza who had intended to charge forward and fight the buffalo demon stood frozen in place like a fool. The scene of the buffalo demon flying out replayed endlessly in her mind. The man who came at the sound also felt a deep shock in his heart. He looked at the young figure standing quietly in the middle of the street with reverence. Many thanks for saving my daughter's life. The man hurriedly stepped forward. It was this Briganer who effortlessly saved his daughter just now. Being in the capital city, he fully understood what that scene signified. This seemingly ordinary rock was absolutely an unimaginable old monster, possessing terrifying power. For such an existence to be willing to save people was nothing short of incredible good fortune. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. At this moment, the dazed Eliza regained her senses, hastily expressing gratitude to Beckett, who was holding her Aelana. However, her eyes couldn't tear away from the Aelana in Beckett's arms. Mommy Luigi, Deborah called softly. The Eliza instinctively reached out to embrace her child, but suddenly glanced at Beckett. Her extended hands froze midair. That scene made her instinctively feel a strong sense of reverence towards this rock. While grateful, she was also inexplicably fearful. You're welcome. Take good care of the child. Beckett smiled and nodded, not saying more. He gently placed Deborah down and gave her parents a smile. their spirits slightly relaxed at his gentle attitude. They hurriedly expressed their thanks again. "Thank you, big brother," Deborah called softly after being set down. "Good girl." Beckett smiled gently, waved at the couple, then turned his gaze to the dusty area nearby. Not far from where he stood was the small shop of Medicine God Pavilion. Coincidentally, the buffalo demon had charged into the vicinity, allowing Beckett to save those nearby by chance. Of course, even if he hadn't intended to save them, he wouldn't let the buffalo demon destroy his shop. It was his lifeline, one of only 2 permanent sign-in locations. Moo. The buffalo demon, which had fallen to the ground, somehow stood up again. Its body surged with violent energy, slicing through everything around it like steel wire. The ground shattered instantly. The strength of this buffalo demon was roughly at the middle stage of Golden Core. Just now, Beckett used most of his power to protect the Alana when he saved her, leaving the buffalo demon to endure only some backlash. With its thick hide, it didn't suffer much damage. It's not good, it's charging again. The Adamir holding the child suddenly went pale, trembling, pointing at the rapidly stirring dust cloud. The oppressive aura of a Golden Core cultivator pressed down, causing the ground to crack and crumble. Cracks as thick as arms quickly spread like venomous snakes, destroying everything in sight. Soon, the houses on both sides were covered in cracks and began collapsing one by one. At this rate, Beckett's shop wouldn't be spared for long. Everything happened too fast. Beckett almost couldn't react in time, watching the collapsing buildings, his eyelids twitching violently. Damn! In desperation, Beckett stomped his foot. An invisible wave spread out, barely stabilizing the nearly collapsing Medicine God Pavilion. "Go inside and take cover." Without turning back, Beckett shouted. "Thank you, sir." They thanked him yet again. Besides this, they seemed to have no other way to express their gratitude. The couple exchanged looks and, without further thought, hurriedly carried their child into the Medicine God Pavilion. Most of the surrounding houses were badly damaged, leaving only this single intact shop. "Hurry inside." Andre had already opened the door. After everyone took shelter inside the Medicine God Pavilion, Beckett waved his hand, gathering the surrounding forces of heaven and earth like a tidal wave. He temporarily sealed the entire Medicine God Pavilion. No matter how powerful the impact outside was, as long as it didn't exceed Beckett's cultivation limits, the pavilion would remain unharmed. Roar! The buffalo demon, eyes bloodshot, grew even more frenzied after being struck, charging towards Beckett's direction. Every step it took left a crater-like pit where it had been. The people hiding inside the Medicine God Pavilion trembled heavily at this sight. If such force were to land on a Pergainer, the outcome would be too terrifying. These damn alien races, what madness has taken them over that they suddenly attack the Saiyan Empire? Do they really think they can conquer this vast nation? Denny was now hiding with everyone else. He had no intention of going out to help. His strength would not make any difference. Facing such a disaster, even Foundation establishment respected ones appeared very insignificant. Moreover, this place belonged to the imperial city of the Saiyan Empire. The royal family's power was sufficient to deal with this disaster. However, after this, countless innocent lives would be lost. Based on current observations, no matter how powerful the alien races were, it seemed unlikely for them to capture the imperial city. Yet, they did exactly that, as if seeking trouble intentionally. They adopted an attitude of harming the enemy at all costs, even at their own expense. This was a completely absurd war. Even if they won, it would be filled with resentment. Logically speaking, these alien races, though barbaric, still possessed intelligence. They should be unaware that such an attack would cause great losses for both sides unless there was some significant change in circumstances. Suddenly, Denny remembered the frequent appearance of new races in the Great Wasteland recently. A sense of unease crept over him. Storms were brewing. He then shifted his gaze back to the battle outside. His eyes were filled with deep worry and irritability. This buffalo demon doesn't seem to be just an ordinary Golden Core realm being. Can shop manager handle it? After all, based on Beckett's display of strength that day, there seemed to be a slight gap between him and veteran Golden Core powerhouses. Although he didn't know why the inspector from that day didn't hold Beckett accountable, this could only mean there might be some background or considerations involved. It wasn't much related to Pergainaural strength. And right now, what mattered most was Pergainaural strength. Looking at Andre and others beside him who were full of hope, Denny sighed imperceptibly. Compared to the blind trust everyone placed in Beckett, Denny felt more uneasy and worried. He had already started thinking about how to escape if Beckett retreated. Should I take them with me? Denny glanced at Andre and others, clenched his teeth secretly, and decided to try to evacuate everyone if Beckett couldn't stand against the buffalo demon. After all, even if Beckett couldn't defeat the buffalo demon, relying on his Golden Core strength, he wouldn't be easily killed. After the incident, he would still be a valuable asset. At this moment, he should cling tightly and not let go easily. Facing the mountain-like buffalo demon alone, Beckett's eyes remained calm without a ripple. He was just feeling a bit reflective. Golden Core 5th stage. Indeed, the southern domain is just a remote corner. Previously, I thought the Golden Core realm was so powerful. Now, walking around, I casually encounter so many Golden Core level beings. The continent is truly filled with hidden dragons and tigers. I wonder if beef tastes good. In the end, staring at the enormous buffalo demon, saliva involuntarily dripped from the corner of Beckett's mouth. Chapter 111. What's wrong with pursuing high-quality ingredients? Beckett wiped the corner of his mouth. The bull demon roared and charged over. It was like a speeding train, one that had even derailed. With incomparable impact force, it slammed straight into Beckett's small figure. This strike would turn even a small mountain to ashes. Be careful. Inside the Medicine God Pavilion, Andre couldn't help shouting out loud when he saw this scene. Though he knew Beckett couldn't hear him, everyone, including himself, felt their hearts leap in anxiety. It was as if the bull demon wasn't colliding with Beckett, but with them instead. Boom, boom. From others' perspectives, the details were already unclear. All that could be seen was an incredibly dark tornado, accompanied by deafening noise, forcefully smashing into Beckett. Wherever it passed, it left a deep tunnel on the ground. Get out of the way, quickly get out of the way. Andre's heart leaped to his throat. He noticed that Beckett appeared as if frightened into paralysis, not moving at all, standing there quietly, watching the tornado, about to hit him. Over. With a huge collision sound, 2 words involuntarily surfaced in everyone's mind. The shop manager was too careless. An attack at this level was clearly the bull demon's full force strike in its frenzied state. At this point, even a powerhouse at the same level wouldn't dare to confront it lightly. Any sensible Pergainer would choose to avoid the sharp edge first, and then make plans. But Beckett chose to bear this blow head-on. Everyone understood the outcome of such action without seeing it. Bad, get ready to run. Denny's heart sank. Benefactor. The couple holding Deborah trembled slightly, wanting to help but finding themselves powerless. Big brother. Deborah's little face was full of worry. Hold on, take a look. Just as everyone thought Beckett would either die or be seriously injured, a member of the original Thorn Bush mercenary group suddenly shouted loudly, pointing outside the window. Seeing this with a sliver of hope, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Andre widened his eyes in astonishment. Shop manager. There, at the spot where the bull demon had collided, a young figure stood nonchalantly with one hand behind his back, a finger lightly pointed forward. The originally unstoppable and violent tornado abruptly stopped as if hitting an invisible wall. With a bang, the bull demon's form revealed itself, appearing dazed as its body swayed unsteadily. The terrifying tornado swirling around it dissipated without a trace. As for Beckett, his white robe remained snow-white and neat. Even the terrifying strike didn't move a single corner of his clothes. Seeing this, Denny was speechless, stuttering for a while before closing his mouth. Any plans of fleeing vanished instantly from his mind. Respect for Beckett grew even deeper within him. Others might not see through his weakness, but Denny could deeply feel how terrifying the bull demon's attack was just now. If he had been in front, never mind direct collision, even a slight touch would have left no remains. Yet, Beckett not only effortlessly blocked the bull demon's attack, but also treated it as nothing serious. Such strength could only be described with 4 words. Unfathomable. This made Denny abandon any frivolous thoughts completely. Determined to firmly cling to this powerful figure, the shop manager's true strength far exceeded what was shown on the surface. That day's killing of the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators was probably just the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was beyond Denny's imagination. Thinking of this, the mysterious attitude of the inspector from that day became clear. The inspector was known for being impartial in the capital city. Even if it were a Golden Core expert causing trouble, the inspector would certainly give some punishment at least. But that day, facing Beckett, the inspector spoke very few words, and then turned and left directly. The deeper meaning made Denny feel more and more terrified. The inspector must have sensed the true strength of the shop manager, and thus gave up provoking, hurriedly leaving. Unconsciously, Denny approached the truth just by imagination. How powerful the shop manager is. Others could not see the details in Denny's eyes. They only felt that Beckett was now overwhelmingly majestic, like a sky-supporting pillar that no gale could shake. The anxiety that had gripped everyone's hearts gradually subsided. Smiles spread across their faces, reassured by the presence of this formidable protector ensuring their safety without any worries. Without the threat to their lives, they grew even more excitedly watching through the windows. After all, chances to observe such a powerful being in action at such close quarters were few and far between, maybe only once or twice in a lifetime. With a casual flick of his finger, Beckett constructed a massive spatial barrier, blocking the bull demon's attack. Just as he planned to use his nether realm cultivation to mobilize the earth's power of the entire capital city to crush this bull demon, he suddenly paused mid-motion. If he directly crushed it, wouldn't the beef turn into mince? Would it still be edible then? No, he must ensure the integrity of the ingredients. Thinking of this, Beckett couldn't employ his original killing moves as they would leave the bull demon too damaged. He needed another method, ideally one that would annihilate its soul while preserving the meat intact. Moo! While Beckett was deep in thought, the bull demon shook off its daze and stood up again, swinging its massive head, bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on the tiny human before it. Despite its loss of rationality, endless rage burned within the bull demon. It decided to make the audacious intruder pay. Suddenly, it roared in fury. Flames began rising around its body, appearing somewhat transparent but carrying a mysterious force. Watch out! The bull demon is going all out, burning its cultivation essence. Why isn't shop manager acting yet? The crowd, initially waiting quietly for the bull demon's demise, suddenly sensed something amiss. Denny's eyes widened as he exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up, but none noticed that Beckett's eyes, fixed on the bull demon, lit up even brighter. He even involuntarily licked his lips. Right, why didn't I think of this? Burning the golden core allows true chi to fully spread throughout the body, fusing with flesh and blood. This makes the meat more tender and delicious. It can produce the highest quality ingredients. Seeing the bull demon begin burning its golden core, Beckett had originally planned to destroy its soul with divine sense but halted. Instead, he watched with interest as the giant creature continued to burn its cultivation essence, thus preserving the ingredient's integrity while improving its quality. This seemed quite gainable. Beckett quickly convinced himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation, nearly unable to control the drool at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 112. The Chaotic Royal City. A terrifying force suddenly exploded from within the bull demon. Chaotic true chi wildly spun, stirring up gales of wind. The bull's eyes widened, blood vessels twisting as if they would burst in the next second. Moo! The bull demon roared furiously, stomped fiercely with its hoof, and soared into the air, diving down towards Beckett. Unmatched speed created countless illusions. The air resounded with explosive noises. This strike rivals a late Golden Core expert's full power attack. Facing this powerful assault, Beckett remained unperturbed. A tiny vortex emerged deep within his eyes. This vortex rapidly expanded. Within it, as if contained an immense black hole universe. Boom! The two clashed instantly, stirring up incomparable hurricane waves. With the two figures at the center, the earth abruptly collapsed, spreading outward in a circular pattern. In a blink, the entire ground became an enormous meteor crater. At the bottom of the pit stood two figures, one large and one small, with violent true chi surging around them. Moo! The bull demon's eyes grew hazy, gradually losing their luster. After holding on for a few seconds, it fell with a thud. On the other side, Beckett slowly withdrew his finger that had been pressed against the bull demon's forehead. Just now, by using the ability of the delusion-breaking eye, he unleashed all his divine sense power to its maximum, concentrated into a single point, to ensure a killing blow. The bull demon was merely a golden core beast and hadn't yet condensed divine sense. Its soul hadn't undergone transformation. Thus, facing Beckett's horrifying finger, even enough to make a nascent soul wary, its soul was naturally shattered on the spot. It left behind an intact corpse upon death. Before dying, the bull demon let out a cry of Bugan, unwillingness, seemingly regaining a bit of rationality, with thick terror lingering in its eyes. For a moment, Beckett couldn't tell whether it was afraid of him or something else. After all, he didn't know why the bull demon suddenly went mad, recklessly attacking the royal city. These exotic demons weren't stupid, though not highly intelligent either. Though barbaric, they valued their lives significantly. If not forced, they wouldn't go mad. Whatever, none of my business. Let the Azure Empire's royalty worry about it. Talking to himself, Beckett glanced at the bull demon's corpse beside him and suddenly smiled. Now, I can have a feast. Since improving his cultivation, Beckett no longer needed food to sustain life, only absorbing some heavenly essence periodically to maintain normal bodily functions. However, strength aside, emotion still persisted, and Beckett held certain expectations for delicious food. With such excellent ingredients available, how could he not be happy? Before leaving, he surveyed the surroundings. Everything seemed stable. As expected, the Azure Imperial family had the upper hand. Many exotic demons had been killed, and they now had manpower to clean up. With no interference from these races, Beckett saw no need to meddle further. He wasn't close to the Azure Imperial family. None of my business, time for beef. Finally over. Two masked men dressed in patrolling scholars' robes looked at the dead tiger demon with a crushed skull and exhaled deeply. This tiger demon wasn't weak, possessing a 5th-rank golden core cultivation. Even a late golden core might find it difficult to kill it due to the demonic race's formidable physical body. Thus, the two 7th-rank golden core patrolling scholars barely managed to slay it after paying a price. These demon races, what madness! One patrolling scholar surveyed the ruins around, his eyes filled with frustration and rage. The losses were too great. Despite few casualties, the damage to buildings and formations was significant. How many golden core demons came through? Asked another patrolling scholar. In the royal city, being a patrolling scholar was just a title, not representing any specific individual. Every patrolling scholar undoubtedly possessed golden core level strength. Powerful ones included late golden core experts. Presently, these patrolling scholars had become the main force in repelling the demons. Without them holding back the golden core demons, the entire Azure royal city would likely face catastrophic destruction soon. No less than 6, most of which were intercepted. 1 or 2 slipped through, and in the rush, we didn't notice their directions. So short-handed. The one who spoke first sighed, taking advantage of every moment to stabilize his injuries. This tiger demon wasn't weak, and in its desperate counterattack, both had sustained some injuries. Upon hearing his companion's words, the other patrol scholar's face changed dramatically. There were still golden core demons unaccounted for. This is unavoidable. After all, although there aren't many golden core demons inside the city, we can't just focus on them. There are still many powerful demons and exotic races outside the city. Even the royal ancestor is being held back by a near-nascent soul demon. It's hard to spare any manpower for support. If things get out of hand, we might have to abandon part of the royal city. Speaking last, this Pregainer sighed, clearly bitter. Abandoning even a part of the royal city would have extremely serious consequences. For the royal family, this would be a significant blow to their authority, dignity, and various other aspects. It could potentially lead to weakened control over the entire empire, causing division and internal chaos, and thus threaten the unity and safety of the human race as a whole. The loss would be immeasurable. I've rested enough. Me too. After adjusting for a while, they had recovered about 70% of their fighting strength, barely enough for another battle. One of the patrol scholars nodded and said, if so, let's split up. You go assist the others in quickly eliminating the remaining great demons. I'll search inside the city for the missing bull demon and demonic wolf. His companion glanced at him worriedly upon hearing this. He knew that this was the other putting the pressure on himself. Assisting companions was far different from actively searching for a great demon alone. The latter's danger far exceeded the former. Encountering a demon comparable to the tiger demon before, whose power was nearly equal to them when they were in peak condition, required both of them working together to barely slay it. If encountered alone and not fully recovered, the outcome would likely be dire, risking death easily. Don't worry. Even if I can't kill it, I can hold off one great demon long enough to buy time. You finish off the other demons quickly, then come help me. With determination, the patrol scholar turned and took to the air without looking back. After a few seconds, his companion followed suit, choosing a direction where intense battle waves raged. It looks like it's that bull demon. Hurry and go help. Chapter 113. A barbecue stall in the ruins. The patrol officer heading for support had the codename Vic. The other patrol officer, who had encountered Beckett previously, had the codename Anderson. Officer Vic proceeded along the route that hadn't been patrolled yet, casually cleaning up scattered rogue demons along the way. His goal was straight for the location where the ox demon's aura had erupted. But as he drew closer, doubts gradually crept into his mind. How did the aura disappear? Just as he was getting close to the destination, Officer Vic suddenly found that he could no longer sense the ox demon's aura. Until just now, he had still been able to perceive the ox demon's aura surging wildly, as if it were unleashing its full power. There was only one explanation for this. The ox demon was battling with another formidable opponent of the same level. Could it already be resolved? With these doubts in his heart, Officer Vic did not plan on changing his route. He had to ascertain the ox demon's condition, because the disappearance of the ox demon's aura didn't just have this one explanation. There was another possibility. That is, it wasn't the ox demon that had been dealt with, but rather the ox demon had dealt with its opponent. This was a scenario that Officer Vic absolutely did not want to see. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded from the sky, causing ripples across the cloud layers. Two overwhelmingly powerful auras were clashing intensely at an unimaginable height. Each time their figures crossed paths, space would tear apart, revealing dark fragments of spatial matter. The sound of collisions never ceased. Like lightning on a clear day, the rumbling was relentless. At one moment, after a fierce collision, both figures simultaneously recoiled violently. Every step they took left behind black lotus flowers, silently appearing beneath their feet. Each petal emitted an aura of deep spatial energy. The scene froze. One figure was in Darrow wearing a dragon robe, his face etched with deep wrinkles and eyes sharp like hawks. With every movement, an endless imperial aura exuded from him. As he channeled his true chi, faint dragon roars could be heard. This was none other than the royal ancestor of the Saiyan Empire, an unparalleled powerhouse standing half a step into the primordial stage. In this world, the primordial stage represented the pinnacle. No one could break through to a higher realm before truly breaking free from their constraints. Therefore, this ancestor had remained stagnant at the half-step primordial stage for hundreds of years. He couldn't find the opportunity for further advancement. To break through, he would need to shatter spatial restraints and enter a higher plane, such as the rumored Little Aquila world, where the 10,000 alliances resided. It was a higher dimensional plane compared to their Azure Verdant realm. However, the strength required to break through spatial barriers far exceeded his reach. Even though he had pushed his abilities to the limit, he still fell short. Thus, there was only one remaining method: devour everything of another half-step primordial expert. By doing so, he hoped to trigger a qualitative leap and reach the threshold for breakthrough. If he failed to break through within 100 years, he would ultimately turn into dry bones, becoming one of many deceased souls. This was something he was utterly unwilling to accept. Therefore, he secretly orchestrated a turmoil, provoking unrest in the Great Wasteland, leading to a massive battle between humans and demons, while he set up a great formation at the battlefield. Using the blood of countless humans and demons, he accumulated power, laying the foundation for his breakthrough. As for the numerous human casualties, they were merely trivial matters. As long as he succeeded in breaking through, he would lead the humans of the Azure Verdant Realm to greater heights. The benefits that would follow far outweighed the current sacrifices and interests. All of humanity would remember his contribution. Ah, Alejandro, save us. Roar. In the lower airspace, figures exploded one by one, turning into clouds of blood mist. Among them were both demons and humans. The Saiyan ancestor watched coldly, observing indifferently as his descendants' lives turned into energy absorbed by the great formation, gradually forming a blood pill. On the other side stood a voluptuous and Allison. Her terrifying aura shook heaven and earth, clearly marking her as an equally powerful figure at the same level as the Saiyan ancestor. She also showed complete indifference to the deaths of her subordinates. To break through the constraints of the primordial stage, this was an inevitable step. Old man, you just watch your descendants die without lending a hand. You're really heartless. The Carly in midair suddenly smiled, her lips slightly parting. Hee, we're all the same. The Saiyan ancestor's gaze swept over her body, suppressing his agitation and responding with a sneer. The two quasi-primordial stage powerhouses stood silently facing each other in the void. They were both waiting for an opportunity. Their gazes occasionally flickered toward the blood pill below. This blood pill would accumulate an immense amount of power. When the time came, the victor would consume their opponent and then take this pill, significantly increasing their chances of breaking through to the next realm. Despite appearing as youthful as a maiden, the Carly was actually around the same age as the Saiyan ancestor. Both were at the brink of their ultimate limits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have triggered such a desperate battle. If it weren't for the fact that the Azure Verdant Realm only occupied a small fragment of the world, they might have had a better chance at withstanding the primordial stage. To break through, they needed to venture into a larger fragment, and this required strength. Though this battle seemed sudden, it had long been inevitable. After all, the Azure Verdant Realm was just a tiny corner, incomplete in every aspect. Though things had improved in recent years, they could no longer wait. Compared to the barren Azure Verdant Realm, moving to a relatively complete, Little Aquila world would offer many more opportunities. According to ancestral records and occasional visitors, including some envoys from the 10,000 alliances, the Little Aquila world was far greater than the Azure Verdant Realm by more than 100 times, incredibly prosperous. Unlike the Azure Verdant Realm, where much of the land was covered by the Great Wasteland, leaving very little space for human habitation and development. If the Little Aquila world were compared to a city, the Azure Verdant Realm wouldn't even qualify as a village. As the battle raged on, Hirsch and his team were still in the dark, working tirelessly to maintain order in the royal city, unaware of the true situation. They naively believed that this was just a significant accident, that the disaster would soon subside, and they would overcome the crisis. What they didn't know was that the leaders of both sides had already decided everyone's lives were destined to be sacrifices, turning them into the foundation for achieving the primordial stage. Once the blood pill ripened, there would be no further need for their continued existence. At that point, the entire royal city would become a necessity for advancement, ruthlessly consumed. Hirsch hurriedly ran about, finally arriving at his destination. Instinctively wary of a possible ambush by the bull demon, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of something unusual, causing him to pause. In his line of sight, there was a large crowd. They were laughing and chatting around a massive barbecue grill, holding skewers of golden grilled meat. Seated amidst the ruins, they ate together happily, without a hint of fear or panic. It was as if they were simply on a trip, enjoying a simple and pleasant picnic. Taken aback by the scene, Hirsch didn't have time to hide before someone noticed him, even waved at him, inviting him to join in the feast. Chapter 114. Are you very hot? Hey, buddy, do you want to join us for some food? Fresh meat skewers, really fragrant. Andre was in charge of grilling the skewers. Suddenly, he noticed a figure walking towards them and casually invited the Pergainer over. Indeed, the beef skewers from the Golden Core realm were truly delicious. They melted in your mouth, and eating them left a warm feeling in your stomach. So tasty. Unfortunately, one couldn't eat too much. It was easy to get full quickly. After all, this was beef from the Golden Core realm, rich in energy. An ordinary Pergainer could be satisfied with just a small piece. For someone like Andre, he could eat at most one skewer. On the other hand, Beckett had no trouble eating one skewer after another, making Andre look on enviously. However, his belly's slight bloating reminded him that he really shouldn't eat anymore. Dozens of people gathered to eat, but they barely managed to finish a small part of the cow. Most of the meat ended up in Beckett's stomach. All the others combined didn't eat as much, or as fast as he did. Additionally, the quality of the beef seemed to be slowly declining over time, so they needed to consume these ingredients as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. Thus, whenever anyone passed by, they would invite them to have some skewers. Soon, a crowd of freeloaders gathered. These were people who hadn't managed to hide in time, or those who felt confident in their abilities, hoping to take advantage of the situation to hunt demonic beasts for extra income. Obviously, Andre took Hirsch for one of them. Grilled meat skewers? The smell made Hirsch suddenly feel an intense hunger instinctively. Ordinarily, he should have resisted regular food quite well and not feel hungry. But at that moment, it seemed every cell in his body opened up, screaming for food. Also, considering that it might take a while to find the traces of the bull demon, there were so many people here, perhaps he could gather some clues. So, Hirsch joined them without hesitation. Haha, come try some. Fresh beef skewers free? Andre laughed heartily, grabbing Hirsch's shoulder before the latter could react, behaving as if they were old buddies. Beef. Seeing Andre's cheerful smile and the hand on his shoulder, for some Arya gainer, Hirsch didn't get angry, perhaps influenced by the casual and joyous atmosphere. Without resistance, he took a skewer, then hesitated upon hearing the word beef. That word immediately brought to mind the image of the bull demon, but only for an instant. He dismissed the absurd thought with a laugh, cursing himself for being foolish. These people, none of them were even close to mid-foundation establishment realm. How could they possibly have the strength to kill a golden core demon beast that even he found challenging? While thinking, Hirsch shook his head with a smile. This beef skewer smells pretty good, even better than the special supplies for the royal family. I wonder how it tastes. At this moment, Hirsch forgot he came to gather information and was drawn to the beef skewers before him. Instinctively, he put the beef skewer in his mouth and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes widened. What the heck? So delicious. How can it be this good? This was the best beef skewer he had ever eaten. No exceptions. Even among all the countless delicacies he tasted in his life, this could easily rank in the top 3. And this was despite the very rudimentary preparation method. If someone with culinary skills had cooked it, it would undoubtedly rank first. One bite nearly drove him to ecstasy. Ha ha ha, yummy, right? There's wine here too. Andre turned around and pulled out a jar of wine from somewhere, handing it directly to Hirsch. Without hesitation, the latter took it and drank a big gulp. Well, compared to the beef skewers, the taste of the wine was quite average, lacking layers. But paired with the beef skewers, it added its own unique flavor. Originally, Beckett planned to sell these beef skewers at a stall. Unfortunately, given the ongoing battle outside, almost no one would come out to buy food at this time. Moreover, with the high value of the beef skewers and no influx of faith power, Beckett lost interest. Since the beef skewers couldn't be stored for long, Beckett decided to take them out and give them away to fellow young people for free. As the saying goes, free is indeed the most tempting. It didn't take long for a large crowd to gather. Everyone who had tried the beef skewers praised them without end. Even Hirsch, a 7th stage golden core cultivator, was deeply impressed by how delicious the beef skewers were. Fantastic! The group laughed heartily as they enjoyed their meal, agreeing it was the best meal they'd ever had. Moreover, after eating the beef skewers, many people felt themselves becoming warmer. An indescribable comfort began to spread throughout their bodies. Some even felt that their cultivation levels were subtly increasing. Although not significantly, it was perceptible at every moment. This miraculous effect stunned everyone, especially Hirsch. What kind of beef skewers are these, having such an amazing effect? He discovered that his strength was also increasing, albeit at an extremely slow pace. He was a 7th stage golden core cultivator. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he seemed to have grasped something. His body shivered abruptly as he turned sharply toward the sizzling barbecue grill. In his eyes, disbelief and shock gradually surfaced. After eating the beef skewers and drinking wine, his cultivation began to increase. He could confirm that the wine was just ordinary. Only the beef skewers gave him a familiar yet strange feeling. Prepared this time, he began to carefully sense the uniqueness of these beef skewers. Subtly, he actually detected faint traces of true chi boydong from the beef skewers, and it wasn't low quality either. At least golden core realm true chi. It's that bold demon. Hirsch abruptly stood up, stumbling slightly, drawing several curious gazes. Even Beckett looked at him curiously, wondering if the guy was having some sort of fit. He was trembling while eating. At the same time, while Beckett was observing Hirsch curiously, the latter suddenly noticed him as well. One glance was enough. Hirsch's mind raced with another shock. He suddenly realized that he couldn't see through this seemingly ordinary rock. Recalling back, he couldn't even remember noticing this Pergainer's existence. Unconsciously, no one knew what Hirsch was thinking, but Beckett only saw him shaking more and more violently. Gradually, large beads of sweat started dripping from his forehead, splashing on the ground in small droplets. Unable to help himself, Beckett put down his skewer, wiped his mouth, and curiously observed the man staring at him, noticing the fear in his eyes. Hey, are you very hot? Chapter 115. What's so special about a cow? Are you hot? Beckett looked at the perspiring man in front of him and felt that his symptoms were somewhat peculiar. Indeed, they were symptoms. After all, this was ultimately beef from a golden core realm cow demon. It was fine for him, but if an ordinary Pergainer ate too much, they might even burst on the spot. Even with cultivation, one couldn't withstand too much energy from the beef. This thing was no less potent than ordinary Dangrade medicinal pills in terms of energy, only it wasn't as easy to digest as those pills. Therefore, those with insufficient cultivation who ate it might experience various adverse reactions. For instance, stomach pain, dizziness, chaotic true chi, and so on. However, among these many people, there seemed to be no example of someone sweating excessively from eating too much. I'm not hot. Hirsch repeatedly confirmed that he couldn't see through the identity of the rock before him, which gave rise to a hint of fear in his heart. Even a half-step and Hydrite Supreme expert standing before him would not cause such a reaction. He would at least detect something amiss. But this seemingly ordinary youth, no matter how observed, appeared just like a regular Pergainer. Yet, this very ordinariness made his hair stand on end. Hee, this beef really tastes great. Hirsch made conversation to divert the other's attention. After all, being stared at by someone whose depth was unfathomable put immense pressure on him, even with his disposition. As for whether Beckett was really just an ordinary Pergainer, Hirsch would have to be out of his mind to believe that. He had also eaten quite a bit of this skewer, and despite his not-so-weak strength, he already felt somewhat full. Eating more would be hard to handle. But this ordinary-looking youth didn't seem to have stopped eating at all. There was already a small mountain of bamboo skewers in front of him. How much beef did he eat? And most importantly, after eating so much, there was not a single sign of any discomfort. What did this indicate? The answer was obvious. Hirsch tried to keep his expression normal, yet his voice still quivered slightly. Such strength must be at least on par with a half-step anhydrite, or possibly even stronger. Could it be that he's a powerful figure from outside the Azure Firmament realm? Hirsch constantly speculated about Beckett's origin. At his level, he had some understanding of the world beyond the Azure Firmament realm. He also deeply understood that someone of this caliber could not have been born within the Azure Firmament realm. So, the other party could only come from outside the Azure Firmament realm, perhaps even from the minor Aquila realm. You seem very nervous? No, I'm not nervous at all. Then why are you trembling? 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 Who is trembling? I'm not trembling. Calm down a bit. Seeing the man almost losing control, Beckett found it inexplicable yet amusing at the same time. He didn't think much about it either. With his current strength, the difference between a 7th-rank Golden Core cultivator and a 1st-rank cultivator wasn't significant. They were essentially existences that could be easily eliminated with a wave of his hand. For a moment, he couldn't understand the series of events from the other's perspective. If you're nervous, you can eat more things, have a drink. Don't worry, there's plenty of beef left. I have an entire cow. We've barely eaten much of it. Seeing the other's uneasy appearance, assuming he was embarrassed about eating too much beef, Beckett decided to kindly remind him indirectly. The huge cow from before had barely been touched, just a little nibbled at. There was plenty more. Enough for hundreds more people. No problem at all. The whole cow. That Golden Core realm cow demon. Did you? No? Did you kill it? Hirsch suddenly shuddered, looking even more afraid now. He glanced around and noticed everyone else chatting happily. None of them seemed uneasy or fearful in front of such power. He felt puzzled and annoyed inside. Why weren't these people afraid of this unfathomable senior? And they showed not a trace of respect. Oh, the cow demon? Yeah, right, that one. This guy almost ruined my shop, completely outrageous. I say you should better manage this big city. To let such a dangerous cow demon run wild everywhere, even if not too many people were hurt, damaging the plants isn't good either. Look at these ruins around us. Recalling the no-yal, Beckett remembered how his long-term sign-in location had almost been destroyed. An intense anger and lingering fear surged in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Medicine God Pavilion would have been completely ruined. He'd have to return to the days of being cooped up in Philippian sect's library all day. That was just too much. You really killed it. Upon confirmation, Hirsch became completely stunned. That was a mid-golden core cow demon. It could even compete with late golden core cultivators. It was actually killed so easily? And made into skewers. Looking at everyone eating with grease dripping from their mouths, Hirsch suddenly felt an absurd sensation. What's wrong here? He couldn't put his finger on it, but it felt like everything was off. Suddenly, Hirsch fell into confusion. Beckett found Hirsch's dramatic reaction somewhat incomprehensible and chuckled. I just killed a cow. It's nothing. In fact, Beckett was slightly uneasy. In the real world, killing cows wasn't something trivial, especially when it wasn't his cow. It would certainly stir up trouble. However, this was an alternate world. There were countless demons everywhere. Many probably wished more people would clean them out, to make their lives safer. Still, seeing Hirsch's attitude, this seemed rather unusual. Would he ask for compensation? Considering the man looked like someone from the government. While Beckett was mulling over, Hirsch's mind seemed to be in turmoil. The same phrase echoing constantly. Killed a cow. Nothing significant. Nothing significant. A cow. Killed a cow. Seems nothing significant. But, something feels off. Off. Isn't the key the cultivation level of that cow? That's a mid-golden core cow demon. Is it just a regular cow? At this moment, Hirsch suddenly came to his senses, finally realizing what was amiss, and from Beckett's casual attitude, he vaguely inferred the other's terrifying strength. Sir, no, senior. May I see that cow? To confirm it wasn't a mishearing or mistake, Hirsch cautiously asked. Oh, sure. Here it is. Beckett was taken aback, not understanding why one would want to see a dead cow. But with such respect shown by the other party, he couldn't refuse. So he casually waved his hand, retrieving the cow demon's corpse from the system space. Bang! The heavy thud of the cow demon's corpse hitting the ground stirred up dust. Though dead, its massive body still emitted the aura of a mid-golden core cultivator. Indeed, it's the one. Hirsch confirmed this result deeply, taking a deep breath, unable to stop trembling. His gaze toward Beckett was now like looking at a monster. Chapter 116 Blackbird. Truly worthy of being an incomparably powerful predecessor, able to handle a golden core realm demon beast alone and seemingly without much effort. Even the corpse is so intact. Absolutely a predecessor from beyond the Garth realm. It's just unknown why they would linger in such a barren and desolate minor world. There might be some grand plan involved. If I could serve under such a predecessor, perhaps one day I could also achieve great fortune. Hirsch's mind raced. Silently staring at the lamb skewer in his hand, he seemed to be daydreaming. In reality, his thoughts were constantly flashing, occasionally glancing in Beckett's direction. During their meal, they encountered more refugees from time to time. After inviting them, the snack stall grew continuously. By now, after nearly 2 hours or so, looking around, it was already crowded with people. One group of fires here, another there. It had turned into a barbecue party. Coupled with the surrounding collapsed and ruined ruins, the laughter and joy at this moment felt strangely eerie. Eating beef all the time makes me feel a bit nauseated. Beckett suddenly burped, rubbed his belly, and looked around. He noticed everyone had gradually stopped eating. Clearly, they were full. But still, quite a few people, feeling the benefits, even with round bellies from overeating, kept stuffing beef into their mouths. Their demeanor was like starving ghosts reincarnated. It would be nice if we had some roasted chicken or something, at least for a change of taste. Forcing himself to take another bite of beef, Beckett suddenly stood up. This action didn't seem unusual to others. However, Hirsch, who was always watching Beckett's movements, immediately became alert. What is the predecessor going to do? Is there a powerful demon beast attacking? Come to think of it, what was I supposed to do here? I don't seem to be here for a barbecue, right? At that moment, Hirsch suddenly recalled his mission. He stood up immediately. Predecessor? Sure, don't speak. Just as Hirsch was pondering how to bid farewell to the predecessor before clearing out the demon beasts, Beckett suddenly shot him a stern look. Hirsch was puzzled, but wisely shut his mouth. Simultaneously, he mimicked Beckett's posture, carefully listening. There doesn't seem to be anything. Hirsch listened for a long time without hearing any useful information. Just as he was wondering, his body suddenly trembled. A terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. From the distance, came urgent cries for help. Vic's brother, what are you doing standing there? Come and help quick. This beast is too powerful. I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up. This is a fully matured golden core demon beast. Before the words finished, a deafening screech enveloped everyone's ears, as if the whole world was filled with only that cry. All other sounds disappeared, leaving a blank silence. Before anyone could react, everyone saw a black bird, shrouded in an aura of death, suddenly descend from the sky. Its glossy black feathers shimmered with mysterious purple patterns. Its pale yellow eyes were sharp and carried a hint of coldness. Especially, this black bird, which exuded an indescribable aura, had a crown-like object on its head. It was incredibly majestic. Every flap of its wings seemed to cause countless changes in space. Countless illusions were born. Visual distortions spread, making the definition of space blur and collapse. This bird has a complex bloodline, possessing spatial talent abilities. Hirsch was startled the moment he saw the black bird. As everyone knows, demon beasts that can cultivate spiritual intelligence usually carry a trace of divine beast bloodline, whether faint or strong. However, most never awaken it in their lifetime. Only a very few lucky ones can discover the source of that mysterious power within their bodies, causing themselves to undergo transformation, thus taking a step forward and awakening into a higher-level spirit beast. After becoming a demon beast, then a spirit beast, stepping out means elevating one's own life essence. Meaning from now on, they are one step closer to becoming a divine beast. If it continues to have great opportunities, this black bird might someday awaken into a true phoenix, or a phoenix reborn from ashes. At that moment, with the power of a divine beast, it might be able to swallow the entire Garth realm in one bite. Of course, the possibility of such evolution is almost zero. One can only say there is a slight chance. Come and help quickly. Everyone was momentarily distracted by the appearance of the black bird. In the blink of an eye, they saw a disheveled figure fly out, covered in blood, looking extremely long before he could react, the blackbird suddenly opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. An invisible wave spread out, causing the space to violently fluctuate, distorting everything in its path. It was as if everything had been put into a large juicer and thoroughly blended. If this attack were to hit a Pergainer, they would instantly turn into a human pretzel. Adrian. Hirsch flashed forward, helping Adrian avoid a fatal attack from the blackbird. Clack, clack, clack. This whooshing attack missed its target and directly shot down a street. Like a hurricane, every building affected by it was instantly twisted into a spiral shape. With a gust of wind, they all collapsed with a roar. The entire street vanished in an instant. Be careful of its spatial abilities. This blackbird should be a descendant of that half-step yawning demon, possessing extremely terrifying power. With such strength, one-on-one, probably no one except the Alejandro can match it. I nearly fell several times just now. Fortunately, luck was on our side. It was too terrifying. Adrian narrowly escaped danger with Hirsch's help and didn't even have time to catch his breath. He urgently relayed all the necessary precautions in a rush. Indeed, it's terrifying. Hirsch glanced at the collapsed street behind him, still shaken. His gaze toward the blackbird in the sky was filled with caution, even a hint of fear. Such strength was virtually invincible below the yawning stage. A peak golden core cultivation level, combined with control over spatial abilities. This combination was simply unbeatable. Just as they caught their breath, before they could feel the fatigue set in, both men's hairs stood on end as an indescribable sense of crisis flooded their hearts. Not good. It's coming again. Exerting all their internal chi, two late-stage golden core cultivators scurried about under the blackbird's attacks, looking rather longba. This scene took place at a distance. Thus, it hadn't yet affected the barbecue stand area. However, just from the terrifying commotion, everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. If accidentally caught in the crossfire, they wouldn't even know how they died. Chapter 117. The silly bird in the sky doesn't speak. Screech. As everyone's heart trembled, the mysterious blackbird suddenly spun and swooped down. With one flap of its wings, it stirred up a terrifying wave of spatial force. In an instant, the endless invisible power distorted the line of sight, transforming into surging waves. Oh no! Hirsch let out a startled cry but couldn't evade in time. He was grazed and blasted away, severely wounded with one strike. Mr. Anderson met almost the same fate. Fortunately, they were both late-stage golden core experts and managed to barely withstand the power of the spatial tide with their protective true chi. Otherwise, someone weaker would have been instantly killed by the warping space. Damn it! That blackbird has spotted us and is charging at us. Suddenly, someone at the barbecue stall screamed in alarm. They noticed the blackbird, originally circling in the sky, was suddenly heading straight for them. It seemed like during a hunt, it had fortuitously found a few snacks on the way and wanted to snatch them up as well. Rumble. Hurry. Run for your lives. The blackbird wasn't large, no bigger than a common peacock, yet the commotion it caused was quite terrifying. Every move turned boundless celestial energy into a sea. Each dive felt like an infinite ocean roaring and raging. As it flickered, the wind and clouds changed colors. This force could be considered the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Screech. The blackbird made a graceful turn, carrying an earth-shaking spatial storm, rising into the sky. Before anyone could run more than a few steps, they saw a dark spot in the sky rapidly enlarging. Wherever the vision reached, the colors of heaven and earth instantly dimmed. It was dark and gloomy. In the next second, a slight spin in the clouds led to a sudden thunderclap deep within. Accompanied by deafening booms, a horrifying storm swept across the sky, shockingly covering everyone's field of vision and surging down. Ayaha! Many people were torn up into the air, crashing violently into buildings and streets. Large pieces of flooring split and soared into the sky, emitting fierce whistles under the leadership of the spatial storm, slicing through the air like knives. In a moment, the already broken ground and buildings became even more desolate. Even the barbecue stall was in chaos. I remember now, this is the Netherworld Sparrow. Spiritual beast Netherworld Sparrow. It has a divine ability, spatial storm. Witnessing this scene akin to the end of the world, Hirsch suddenly recalled a record he had once seen in a book. There was information about the Netherworld Sparrow in it. Such spiritual beasts were rumored to have become extinct long ago, but it was unimaginable that it still existed, and it had grown to a full golden core level. If this attack fully unleashed its power without any obstruction, it could devastate half of the capital city. Fade, we're doomed this time. It's actually the Netherworld Sparrow. Fifth Fulton laughed bitterly. An ordinary full golden core beast and a full golden core spiritual beast are entirely different concepts. The latter can crush the former, especially the Netherworld Sparrow, which ranks very high among spiritual beasts, or even counts as one of the top ones. Hee, never thought I'd die by this beast's hand. I've heard the Netherworld Sparrow's meat is delicious. If I die and become a ghost, I'll bite it fiercely, dying in such agony. Feeling the terrifying momentum overhead, Fate tried to find comfort in humor before death. Mom. Little girl Deborah was tightly held in her mother's arms, her big eyes clear, yet filled with innocence and confusion about impending death. Don't be afraid, Deborah. The Eliza, though trembling from fear, tried to maintain a calm tone to comfort her daughter. On the other side, Deborah's father didn't speak, only forced a smile while watching this scene, naturally placing his body in front of the two. Knowing it might be futile, he did it instinctively. Am I going to die? After all this, Andre found his mindset had become calm, or perhaps more carefree. Facing the howling spatial storm above, he felt a bit cold but surprisingly not much fear. Perhaps he was numb, or perhaps he harbored an inexplicable confidence that no matter what happened, as long as he stayed in the shop, everything would turn out all right. On the other side, Denny and the rest of the Thorn mercenary group members weren't so calm. However, having learned from previous experiences, this time he was too lazy to struggle much and simply took the opportunity to eat more lamb skewers and drink more wine before dying. And he kept comforting himself. I must be dreaming. Everything will be fine once I wake up. Rumble. The massive spatial storm roared like thunder with each turn, drilling downward as if a drill bit. At the center of the storm was a black bird, resembling a mutated black peacock. Its pale yellow eyes revealed an icy and indifferent gaze. To it, this was just a simple hunt. It couldn't understand why the food below had so many emotions. Why were they screaming? Isn't food meant to be eaten? Why did they have to struggle? If they got dismembered, wouldn't that make them unpleasant to eat? These thoughts flashed through its mind, and excitement gleamed in the underworld sparrow's eyes. A feast was about to begin. Screech. It let out an excited cry, displaying its power even more passionately. But as it approached within about 100 meters of the ground, there was a sudden impact, as if it had hit an invisible barrier. For a moment, the storm froze. The clouds stopped moving. Even the wind became much quieter. The underworld sparrow's head buzzed, momentarily disoriented, confused by the directions. It seemed to have been stunned by the collision. What happened? It hurts. These were probably the only two thoughts constantly repeating in the underworld sparrow's not-so-bright mind. Rumble. The underworld sparrow furiously flapped its wings, unleashing one terrifying spatial storm after another, like surging waves crashing against the invisible barrier, again and again, but the space before it remained still. It tried charging downward again, only to collide and become dizzy and disoriented once more. It seemed blocked by an invisible barrier. Moreover, in its perception, this invisible barrier extended infinitely in all directions from below it, without any dead ends or gaps. To get to the snacks, it needed to find a way to break through this layer. No matter how fiercely it flapped, it couldn't cause the slightest tremor or ripple in the invisible wall before it. Those terrifying spatial storms now felt like insignificant breezes. Attempting to blow down a towering wall with these was clearly impossible. This left the underworld sparrow feeling utterly frustrated. Angry, it screeched loudly. Chapter 118. The predecessor on the ground is excellent. About done. In a flash, Beckett constructed an enormous defensive circle. It blocked the storm that stretched from heaven to earth, including that seemingly silly blackbird. After struggling and venting for a while, when it realized it couldn't break through the protective circle, it gradually planned to give up. Suddenly, Beckett's figure disappeared. Screech. High in the sky, the darkbird's eyes were filled with anger and reluctance. Yet no matter how hard it tried, it found it difficult to break through the thin seeming barrier before it. In its rage, it even attempted to burn part of its golden core power, emitting a powerful attack, but still could not shake it at all. It vaguely sensed something below that was attracting it. That thing was important. If it could swallow it whole, it might take another step forward. With good luck, it might even reach the level of a sacred beast. That was a realm beyond demonic beasts and spirit beasts. At that time, it would be the true king of this world. Even replace the demon king mother, possessing supreme status. Unfortunately, no matter how it struggled or how angry it became, it was of no avail. Ultimately, with the passage of time, it chose to give up, completely dispirited. Screech. But right then, just as it decided to leave, suddenly from the 10,000-foot-high sky beside it, a pale hand appeared out of nowhere, suddenly grabbing its fateful neck. Its screech was abruptly cut off. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sensing unparalleled danger. Although the darkbird's intelligence wasn't too high, it could feel that this suddenly appearing hand was enough to claim its life. This was unprecedented. With its incomparably noble identity, who in the entire Garth world could threaten it? But now, for the first time in its life, a life-or-death crisis had appeared. It began frantically flapping its wings. Space storms arose like ocean waves, transformed into indescribably terrifying waves that caused the space within several 10,000 feet to groan as if being torn apart. However, that hand remained unscathed, unaffected by even the slightest bit. The violent spatial storms calmed instantly upon approaching that hand, smoothed by an invisible force. In an instant, the entire space froze solid, including the rotating cutting spatial storms. Next, a lazy figure appeared. It was clearly the owner of the hand, Beckett. Nice, fresh ingredients again. I can consider making a beggar's chicken or roast chicken. Beckett lifted the darkbird. Facing those fierce, cruel eyes, he showed no panic. He muttered a series of dish names thoughtfully. In the end, he decided to keep things simple and just roast it. After all, he remembered that the 7th stage golden core guy said before that its meat was tender. It should taste good however it was prepared. Screech. The darkbird started trembling nervously, crazily channeling true chi, trying to escape this damned hand. But it found no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't affect the hand in the slightest. Don't make noise, be quiet. Beckett suddenly glanced at it dissatisfied. The next second, the darkbird was horrified to find it couldn't sense its own true chi anymore. At that moment, apart from its powerful physique, it seemed to have no other special qualities, as if it had just become a somewhat stronger blackbird. It panicked, but to no avail. This terrifying human didn't care about its struggles and directly tossed it into a pitch-black space. After that, everything went dark for it, and it could no longer feel anything. Having dealt with the blackbird, Beckett leisurely lifted the surrounding spatial seal, removed that vast barrier. Maintaining such a large area was tiring and unnecessary. There weren't many dangers in the sky anyway. Most demon races or strong ones, though they could fly after Foundation Establishment Realm, had to be on the ground to fully leverage their strength. To battle in the air without losing combat effectiveness, one had to at least reach the nascent soul stage. With a flicker, Beckett returned to the barbecue stall, starting to handle the blackbird, pondering the steps of preparing roast chicken. Why did that spirit beast darkbird stop acting crazy all of a sudden? Also, we didn't die just now? There must have been an expert who helped us out of trouble. I think I know who it might be. From Beckett's appearance to set up the defense and solve the problem with the Yama bird, the whole process only took a dozen seconds. Therefore, when Beckett returned to the original spot, everyone was still a bit dazed. However, many people had become accustomed to such situations and were much more relaxed. For example, Andre. Upon realizing there was no danger, he did not feel overly joyful. He felt as if he had become a dried fish, numb to these incidents. He had turned into a beef skewer puppet devoid of emotions. Facing the terrifying storm that nearly destroyed half the capital city, he was not at all panicked. Instead, he even wanted to take a sip of wine. Carpe diem, tomorrow without wine, drink cold water. These beef skewers are really good. The group was merely startled, without any substantial harm. Since the capital city often faced disasters which were swiftly resolved by the royal family's powerhouses, they mostly ended up being false alarms. Thus, many were even more relaxed than Andre. They had developed a similar habit. Once the danger passed, life resumed as usual. Eat skewers when you should eat skewers. Drink wine when you should drink wine. As for fear, after being scared so many times, one naturally becomes less fearful. Colby, just now I sensed a familiar aura. It was extremely powerful, stronger than even the tiniest of the royal family. On the other side, Kanal held his chest, ignoring his injuries, and pulled over Colby in confusion and urgency. Just then, when that terrifying spatial storm was about to destroy everyone, he suddenly sensed an aura vaster than the ocean surging from every hidden void. It transformed into an immensely large barrier, enveloping them. This was the second time in his life he felt this overwhelming aura. The first time was naturally during the first encounter with Beckett. Beckett, due to nervousness, had projected divine will into the void, ready to escape at any moment. That tangible divine will left an indelible impression on Kanal. At that time, he guessed that there might be a hidden great Yuanying in the capital city. Unbelievably, after only a short while, he sensed that enormous aura again, like the brilliance of a deity, invincible. This time, it was even clearer, and it also confirmed for Kanal one thing. That mysterious shopkeeper was likely a cultivator of the great Yuanying realm. It should be that predecessor who intervened. Can't be wrong. As soon as I appeared, that predecessor sensed my strength. Although he didn't directly reveal it, I knew he definitely knew. That predecessor not only didn't blame me for rashly peering, but also invited me to eat beef skewers. That was meat from a middle-stage golden core beast. Too extravagant. From this, it seems this predecessor is quite approachable and has no ill intentions towards us. Colby also agreed deeply. He analyzed the predecessor's character further, believing that the Pregainer was probably visiting the Garth world for leisure, harboring no evil intentions. Only then did he intervene to save them. Chapter 119. The Blood Pill comes into being. Just as Beckett finished off the Netherworld Sparrow, the entire Azure King city suddenly trembled slightly. Deep underground, bright red lines rapidly formed, subtly composing a grand array capable of enveloping the whole city. Unnoticeably, it absorbed the life essence of anyone or any beast that died on the surface, converging into this grand array. Over time, the grand array became increasingly blood red, with pure threads of life essence forming a tide, constantly converging towards the center of the array. Initially, this process was quite slow. At first, during the sudden disaster in the King City, most of those who died were ordinary mortals. The strength of their life essence was limited. As time passed, more and more humans perished, and even cultivators began to fall. At this point, the array seemed to grow greedier. The life essence provided by one deceased cultivator equaled that of hundreds of ordinary mortals. The higher the cultivation level, the better the quality. With the war between humans and the beast races growing ever more intense, casualties soared. Initially, the grand array operated very slowly. The absorbed life essence was merely tiny threads. Occasionally there would be a small surge about as thick as a finger. But as Foundation Establishment cultivators and Golden Core Stage 1s fell, blood-colored energy began to erupt like an avalanche, gushing into the grand array underground like a tsunami. Supplied by this immense amount of energy, the grand array turned an even deeper red. In the center, a pill-sized, circular medicine the size of a fingernail began to take shape. This pill emitted a rich aura of blood essence. On its surface, there were black patterns that gave off an ominous air. Within the pill, it seemed as if a vast world lay hidden. Countless tormented souls cried out in agony. One could see endless oceans of blood churn, spreading a nauseating stench. The blood red sea sometimes reflected bone mountain ranges, and at other times faces filled with resentment. They were all impregainered souls. Every human, every beast or alien race that died in the King City had their souls impregainered, compressed into blood-colored energy to supply this pill. It's not hard to imagine the terrifying power and grudge contained within it. Once consumed, one might gain unparalleled strength, but would also have to endure countless tormented spirits assaulting the mind. The side effects were extremely severe. Even for those strong and lucky enough to bear the pill's energy, becoming a madman might be the best outcome. Or worse yet, transforming into a monster driven solely by the urge to kill. At a certain moment, what had been gradually swelling pill suddenly infused with a tremendous force, instantly becoming deep and profound. At this same moment, it was exactly when the Golden Core Peak Strength Netherworld Sparrow met its end. The moment the pill took form, from deep within the King City, boundless bloodlight erupted like a volcanic eruption, shooting straight up into the sky. Large swathes of the sky turned red, exuding an indescribable strangeness as if polluted by an evil force. Trees began to wither and mutate, seemingly birthing some inexplicable creatures. Buildings and streets started decaying, giving off a damp, bloody odor. At this moment, the entire King City resembled hell. Screams and cries of despair echoed from all directions as countless figures fled frantically, as if being hunted by monsters. Even some powerful cultivators were affected. As for the majority of commoners, their eyes turned red with an overwhelming desire to destroy everything they saw, including their own parents, spouses, and even their own children. At this moment, everyone in the city seemed to have lost their minds. Only a few with exceptionally strong wills could barely retain their sanity, but even they teetered on the brink, ready to become madmen driven only by the urge to kill. Meat, meat, meat. I want meat. Brother, don't run away. Wounds make things better. Let me redeem you, so you won't hurt anymore. Dwight, it's your gainer. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. They're all crazy. All of them are crazy. Ha ha ha. Run. Those guys are all insane. In the blink of an eye, the King City descended into chaos and madness. A couple who had been intimately cuddling suddenly went mad, with one pinning the other down and tearing into them. The one being bitten didn't resist in the slightest. Instead, an eerie look of enjoyment appeared on their face, their eyes hollow. A father and gainer chatting amiably drew knives against each other in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Friends would occasionally glance at each other, only to reveal grim smiles filled with intense killing intent. Everyone had gone mad, their hearts overtaken by slaughter. Even those few who managed to avoid this contamination were relentlessly pursued by a mob of lunatics who might have once been their kin, with no place to run or hide. The sky was suffused with ominous blood-red hues. The earth exuded a decayed stench. The entire Azure King City had become eerily mad. Deep within the royal palace of the King City, where the bloodlight gushed from, a pill covered in black patterns suddenly emerged at one moment. It floated silently in midair, radiating a powerful aura. All the fear, foreboding, and madness seemed to stem from this unremarkable-looking pill. It was this pill that plunged the entire King City into despair and madness. Ah, delicious. A royal guard, with bloodshot eyes, saw this pill and lost all rationality instantly, his mind fixated solely on the pill before him. He would do anything to get it. Die, it's mine. Mine. Just as he reached for the pill, a glint of blade streaked from afar, severing his neck in one swift motion. At some point, large swathes of people around the pill began to fall. Every single Pregainer stared intently at the peculiarly shaped pill as they died, their eyes brimming with insatiable longing. It seemed that this pill had become the sole meaning of their existence. Before long, most of the guards, eunuchs, and maids remaining in the palace had fallen victim to the allure of this pill, dying in droves. Each time someone fell, a wisp of blood energy would be emitted and absorbed by the pill. Over time, having absorbed countless wisps of blood energy, the pill became increasingly Krimgainer, its black patterns deepening. Gradually, it seemed as if a sliver of lifelike consciousness was slowly awakening. High up in the sky, the Tanyali man in blue and the Carly, both half-step core formation powerhouses, suddenly had their eyes light up. They simultaneously noticed the bloodlight soaring into the sky. Sensing an opportunity for advancement, both became excited. Exchanging glances, they found the same intense killing intent and determination in each other's eyes. As for the countless humans and beast races suffering below, neither cared a whit. At their level, having lived so long, they had long discarded many human emotions. For them, what remained was only the supreme path of cultivation. For the sake of cultivation, they could forsake anything. Chapter 120. Who wins? Who loses? Boom, boom. Emil and the Roslyn abruptly transformed into two beams of light, instantly rushing out and colliding fiercely like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they clashed hundreds of times. Each collision produced a muffled thunderclap. They continuously fell from the sky, each clash stirring the power of heaven and earth. The confrontation between the two half-step Yuan-ing was incomparably grand. Even hundreds or thousands of miles away, some people could faintly sense it, involuntarily casting astonished glances. The deafening booms echoed. Each collision made the entire Kanglan Imperial City tremble slightly, with fragments falling from the edges of buildings. At this moment, the auras of the two half-step Yuan-ing were completely unleashed, no longer probing and skimming as before, going all out. In the eyes of all survivors, these two auras were as brilliant as the sun. It's Clifton. The one opposite is the Demon King. What immense destructive power, worthy of being a half-step Yuan-ing powerhouse. When will I be able to possess such power? Among the many survivors below, there were not a few powerful beings. Most of the weak had died or gone mad. Everyone watched the sun-like auras overhead with longing and reverence, feeling so insignificant in compare Gainer. Old monster, your descendants are about to die. Aren't you going to save them? It will be too late soon. The Roslyn suddenly glanced at the collapsed palace and sneered. Haha, as long as I live, I will have plenty of descendants. As for you, I sense that your only descendant has vanished, yet you don't seem worried at all. Indeed, demons have no feelings whatsoever. Emil was not to be outdone, retorting with equal malice. Just another descendant, dead is dead. The Roslyn sniffed, her relentless attacks continuing without pause. As they fought, both relentlessly taunted each other, trying to disrupt the other's mind. Any slight flaw would give the other side an opportunity to strike, securing victory. So, although neither knew what the other truly thought, on the surface, they remained extremely calm, revealing no weakness. While fighting, both tried to move closer to the palace. The pill that gathered the strength of countless living beings was there. Swallowing that pill would allow them to advance further, reaching the legendary realm of Yuan-ing true per Gainer. Afterward, even leaving the Cyan Blue world would no longer make them unknown figures. They would have the qualification to freely travel through space. Then, leaving the Cyan Blue world, heading into space, seeking more opportunities. Or, joining a force, becoming a distinguished guest, enjoying endless offerings, endless benefits. Far better than being confined to the small place of Cyan Blue world. Boom. Their palms collided, shattering space with a crackling sound. Using the rebound force, they violently retreated. Among them, the Roslyn suddenly took this opportunity, using the force to fly deeper into the palace. Ha ha ha, Daryl, I'm going first. Seeing the palace close by, the Roslyn revealed a look of wild joy. Not a chance. Emil, lagging behind, was furious, his eyes red. Both were evenly matched, both at the limit of half-step Yuan-ing. With this opportunity, either could almost certainly break through. If the Demonist got ahead and broke through to the Yuan-ing realm, he would be doomed. Without hesitation, he went mad, burning his lifespan, dashing crazily forward. Humph. Seeing Emil burn his already limited lifespan, the Roslyn also pushed herself to the limit. She couldn't let him obtain the opportunity for advancement. Otherwise, Emil would never let her off. They had long been enemies, wanting nothing more than to kill each other, not allowing any room for carelessness. So, seeing Emil burn his lifespan, she did the same without hesitation, to see who could get the pill first. Boom. Boom. The two figures crashed into the palace one after the other, breaking through walls and buildings like paper along the way, offering no delay whatsoever. Found it. The Roslyn's face lit up with joy, dashing straight ahead. There, a blood-red pill with black patterns floated quietly. Without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed it with one hand. Although this pill contained considerable power and could affect most people's sanity, making them lose their REA gainer before even getting close, the Roslyn was, after all, a half-step Yuan-ing powerhouse. Her resistance in this aspect was significantly stronger. Thus, she successfully obtained the pill. Hearing the sharp whistling sound behind her, she knew that Emil had arrived. Without looking back, she swallowed the blood-red pill without any delay. No. Emil, who was a step slower, watched helplessly as his arch-nemesis swallowed the pill right before his eyes, going mad. It was a mix of jealousy and fear. He could almost imagine that once the opponent advanced to the Yuan-ing realm through this pill, his fate would be extremely miserable. The true Yuan-ing realm and the half-step Yuan-ing realm seemed only half a step apart. In reality, the gap in strength was worlds apart. At that time, the opponent might only need one finger to easily crush him. Finished. Desperation welled up in Emil's heart. But in the next moment, he was filled with raging anger due to despair and fear. I can't let her advance so smoothly. I still have a chance. I can take advantage of her unstable cultivation while she hasn't fully refined the pill yet and kill her. With a surprise attack, there should be a good chance. At that time, drinking her blood and eating her flesh will allow me to also advance to the true Yuan-ing realm. At this moment, Emil went completely berserk. He directly burned nearly all his remaining lifespan to maximize his power. In an instant, the already white-haired Emil's face became riddled with wrinkles, his skin sagging, and his eyes barely visible. This appearance exuded a mix of madness and terror. He exerted all his strength for a decisive strike, aiming to severely injure or kill his opponent. This blow reached the threshold of the true Yuan-ing realm. Do you really think you can ambush me with your decrepit self? However, he was destined to be disappointed. No. To his horror, the burst of true chi he launched with all his might was effortlessly dissipated by the Roslyn with mysterious black patterns on her face, with just a casual flick of her hand, not even touching the hem of her clothes. How is this possible? Even a newly ascended first-tier true Yuan-ing would never be able to do this. How can you be so strong? At this moment, Emil was utterly despondent, forgetting to defend against any incoming lethal moves, standing dumbfounded at the spot. He couldn't understand. This strike was his all-out attempt. Even if the opponent had truly advanced to the Yuaning realm, it shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. This doesn't make sense. Chapter 121 No Winners. Deep within the Imperial Palace. This place had already been completely enveloped by endless blood mist, with bodies strewn everywhere. It had clearly become a death trap. The only two beings still alive were the Carly and Jonathan. However, the latter was now on his last legs, barely breathing, looking like he could die at any moment. Just moments ago, he had burned through 100 years of his lifespan in one breath. He had done everything in his power to catch the Carly off guard, hoping to deal her a severe blow and snatch a sliver of hope for survival. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. How is this possible? You shouldn't be this strong. Jonathan had never anticipated this scene before him. In his view, even if this Eliza could refine the blood pill and advance to the nascent soul stage, becoming stronger than him, she wouldn't be able to instantly kill him. At most, she would have absolute suppression over him. It would take at least a dozen moves to kill him, but the current scene left him utterly bewildered. Fake. This has to be fake. Jonathan couldn't accept it. His full force attack had been so easily blocked by her. It's too late for you to refuse. It seems I am the ultimate winner. The Carly's state seemed unstable, her eyes constantly changing, sometimes overtaken by intense murderous desires. She could barely maintain her clarity. Nevertheless, even in this state, killing this old enemy seemed to her an incredibly simple task. Die. Suddenly laughing aloud, the Carly caused the blood-colored mist within the entire palace to churn wildly and boil. Jonathan, caught within it, felt as if he had fallen into quicksand, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the blood mist enveloped him layer by layer, continuously eroding everything about him. Instantly, excruciating pain spread from all parts of his body. Yet, Jonathan couldn't utter a single sound. Entirely encased in the boundless blood mist, his body slowly melting away. Denser blood mist kept forming. Old man, enjoy the power of the nascent soul realm. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Now dying under this power, you can finally rest easy. A smile uncontrollably spread across the Carly's face. As the surrounding blood mist intensified, black lines began to spread across her face, arms, and exposed skin, emanating an ominous aura. Haha. Jonathan struggled in agony, but to no avail. With the invasion of the blood mist, his physical body had completely lost control, and the true chi within his body had been corrupted. The once radiant golden core within his dantian was now covered with veins-like patterns. All his strength was being swiftly dismantled by the blood mist, enhancing its own power. Even his consciousness was gradually slipping away. On the other side, the Carly's aura grew continuously stronger as she absorbed him, gradually solidifying her nascent soul realm cultivation. Once she completely assimilated Jonathan's essence, she would firmly stabilize her realm and henceforth become a true nascent soul cultivator, enjoying countless supreme honors. The entire Cyan Blue realm would kneel before her, for a true nascent soul cultivator could rule the Cyan Blue realm. The Daryl is quite resilient. After nearly a dozen breaths, the Carly realized that Jonathan hadn't yet died completely, but not for long. Let you have one last look at this world. Rest assured, after your death, I will send all your royal descendants down to join you. Remember to thank me, haha. Her laughter echoed eerily throughout the vast palace. Jonathan's eyes gradually became vacant. Clearly, he couldn't hold on much longer. Hearing the Carly's words, he didn't react at all. To him, those royal descendants were merely dispensable existences. They were just tools for managing the entire Cyan Blue Empire. Now that he was dying, he had no concern for their lives or deaths, but he couldn't bear to accept this end. I am the ruler of the Cyan Blue Empire, and will be the ruler of the Cyan Blue realm. How can I die here like this? I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Jonathan repeatedly roared in his heart, but it was all in vain. As time passed, the last vestige of his life began to fade away. However, just as he was about to die, his eyes suddenly lit up. In a final moment of lucidity, he summoned the last bit of strength. Just before death, he abruptly opened his eyes wide in shock, staring at the smug and Carly. But what he saw was not the Eliza herself. Instead, it was the faint red shadow behind her. That was not a human shadow. It resembled a human, but he knew for sure it wasn't. From this shadow, he sensed an unparalleled coldness and an overwhelming, chilling fear. At that very moment, the blurred, blood-colored shadow was subtly influencing the frenzied Carly, and gradually devouring her vitality. Silently, she hadn't detected even the slightest hint of its presence, as if completely oblivious to the blood-colored shadow. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the blood-red shadow seemed to slightly turn and glance at him. In that instant, a nameless dread surged within him. Jonathan instantly understood many things. The blood pill has problems. No wonder I managed to survive danger so smoothly last time. Now I understand. I thought you really won, my archenemy. Haha. Turns out, you also fell for it. Haha, we both fell for it. All our efforts were just helping someone else get dressed. Jonathan stared with unyielding eyes, let out a weak sound, then slumped and died. The moment he died, the dense blood mist surrounding him suddenly churned violently. Like a starving beast, it hungrily devoured the body in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the deceased Jonathan's body rapidly melted into a puddle of blood, immediately transforming into even denser blood mist. It continuously flowed into the Carly's body. This made her cultivation more stable and powerful. After absorbing all the blood mist, the Carly's strength underwent a tremendous change. Her realm solidified entirely at the nascent soul first stage. Ordinarily, having just broken through to nascent soul, one could only be considered at the threshold of the realm. To truly reach the first stage, decades or even centuries of diligent practice would be needed to stabilize it. However, after consuming a massive amount of blood mist, the Carly bypassed this phase, directly stabilizing her cultivation. Nascent soul first stage. Yet, after her cultivation advanced, her face showed no trace of color, and her eyes lacked the expected joy and excitement. Instead, they were filled with deep terror and disbelief. At this moment, perhaps she had reached a condition. Perhaps she had fully consumed Jonathan. She finally sensed the terrible danger behind her. So, I am also part of the sacrifice. What kind of terrifying monster did you create, Jonathan? This is not some blood pill that helps advancement, but a terrifying creature of unknown origin. The moment her divine sense caught sight of the red figure, the Carly was enveloped by boundless fear. At this moment, she seemed to finally understand something. What appeared to be a struggle between her and Jonathan. It looked like they were the puppet masters controlling everything, but in reality, there were even more terrifying eyes silently watching from behind. But realizing the danger at this point was already too late. Chapter 122. the city in the depths of a nightmare. Ah! The Rosalind suddenly let out an incredibly piercing cry, struggling desperately. After advancing to the Yuaning stage, her strength had undergone a monumental transformation, easily able to handle dozens of her pre-breakthrough self. However, even with such terrifying power, she found it impossible to escape the constraining influence of the blood shadow behind her. At this moment, she was utterly despondent. Even reverting to her true form as the Netherbird proved completely useless. To her horror, she discovered that the power within her body had been thoroughly corrupted by the blood coloration, transforming into a variant type of true chi. Moreover, control over this type of true chi was no longer in her hands. In this instant, she was not the high-ranking Yuaning powerhouse. She was merely a vessel holding an ocean of true chi comparable to that of a Yuan-ing realm practitioner, or perhaps just a puppet. No. It was then that one of the inner circle members reported to the Chevy that he was plotting a chance to advance to the Yuan-ing stage, intending to create a blood pill through an array. Eating it would enable advancement to the Yuan-ing, not only useful for the Clifton, but also beneficial to her. She believed that with her own strength, she could withstand more than a dozen rounds against the real Yuaning powerhouse, and still have a considerable chance of escaping. But at present, her body was completely filled with the blood-red force. Even mobilizing true chi seemed extremely strenuous. She had become nothing more than a marionette. The intelligence from the inner circle member was wrong. And then there was the fool, Chevy, who somehow got his hands on a great array, directly leading to his own demise and hers too. Most importantly, she had clearly seen hope and had indeed become a genuine Yuaning powerhouse. But in a blink, everything became like flowers in a mirror and moon in water. All that she obtained vanished without her having a proper moment to enjoy it. How much she hated it. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape her fate. She felt that, although unable to turn back, she was distinctly aware that the blood shadow behind her was slowly merging with her, intent on replacing her consciousness. Once successful at that time, she would truly die, and all her efforts would end up serving as a mere garment for that mysterious blood shadow. How unwilling I am, persisting endlessly, yet ultimately unable to resist the bizarre invading force. Until at one point, the Rosalind's figure was completely swallowed by the blood shadow, turning into a hazy redness. From the emergence of the blood pill causing chaos in the capital city, to the two quasi-Yuaning powerhouses, Chevy and the Rosalind, fighting fiercely and breaking into the imperial palace, swallowing the blood pill. Though seemingly long, it had actually occurred in an extremely short span of time. People only felt as if a massive upheaval took place momentarily, followed by thunderous sounds of combat coming from afar. Before they fully comprehended what was happening, everything seemed to calm down, except the surrounding illusions had completely changed. The once relatively peaceful capital city was now transformed into a madman's and monster's paradise, instantly turning the world into hell. Devilish aura. So concentrated devilish aura. Such a terrifying devil has secretly entered the capital city? Why doesn't the Clifton step in to stop it? Hirsch looked shockingly at the blood-red city around him, feeling as if he had lost touch with reality, fear intertwined with disbelief. Just in the blink of an eye, only in the blink of an eye, instantly falling from reality into a nightmare. Madmen and monsters everywhere, screams and laments regenerating, occasionally interspersed with chilling laughter. What else could this be but a nightmare? Where else besides the depths of a hellish nightmare could such a terrifying scene appear? Instinctively, Hirsch thought of the Chevy. With such a huge incident occurring, why didn't the Clifton intervene? Unbeknownst to him, the instigator of all this was none other than the guardian deity of his dynasty, Chevy. All of this stemmed from the wish of this very Clifton to advance in rank. To achieve this, he was willing to sacrifice millions of humans in the entire capital city. Senior, what is devilish aura? At that moment, the entire barbecue stand was in turmoil, numerous cultivators looking at each other, fear and confusion evident in their eyes. They were just happily eating meat and drinking wine. In the blink of an eye, everything turned upside down. It was like sleeping for a moment and waking up to find doomsday had arrived. This feeling, indescribably complex and unbearable. Senior, could these red fogs be devilish aura? Is there any danger with this stuff? It looks so scary. Hearing Hirsch's words, one of the cultivators couldn't help but ask. Hirsch so hui shan, pingfu le sha xinzhong de tan te he buwan, condensed his explanation. Devilish aura is exactly as it sounds, the power of demons, a very wicked true chi or force of nature, often created by evil cultivators. This kind of devilish aura is highly contaminating, especially towards the soul. Once it invades the body, it rapidly affects one's mind. In mild cases, it turns people into mindless killers. In severe cases, it leads to immediate death. Such devilish aura is almost impossible to resist. Even powerful cultivators can only withstand a little bit. Once heavily contaminated, the outcome won't be much better. As Hirsch spoke, everyone involuntarily shifted their gaze toward the distant figures that were barely visible. All had disheveled hair, crim gainer eyes, and an indescribable madness. They attacked anyone they saw, behaving like crazed beasts. Some lunatics even turned on each other, creating scenes of incomparable bloodiness and cruelty. Seeing this, everyone shivered unconsciously. This was the terror of devilish aura. Immediately, many people looked around fearfully, some in panic. It seemed they wanted to find a safer place to hide. However, they soon realized in despair that the entire capital city was permeated with the blood-red devilish aura, seeping into every nook and cranny. Unless they left the capital, but disregarding whether the outside of the capital was also polluted by devilish aura, even if it wasn't, leaving wouldn't be easy. They noticed that the streets around them were filled with countless madmen. Malicious glares continuously swept back and forth. Once a target was found, they would rush over in a swarm, tearing and devouring the victim alive. That frenzied expression and cruel actions deeply shocked everyone's hearts. Those with less courage were nearly wetting their pants in fear. Even those who had seen life and death before felt their hearts racing at the sight. The number of these madmen was substantial. Even though most were ordinary people, after being tainted by devilish aura, they began to mutate, gaining strength comparable to that of low-level cultivators. In large numbers, they posed a significant threat. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator trapped in their midst would likely face a grim fate. Moreover, the situation was far more complex than that. Just moments ago, they even spotted figures flying through the air, all similarly disheveled, eyes bulging with bloodshot, drooling incessantly from their mouths. Even Foundation establishment experts can't escape the contamination of devilish aura. Witnessing this scene, everyone gradually fell into despair. Damn it, this isn't worth playing anymore. Let's wait for death. Chapter 123, The Jonathan. In a certain part of the capital city. No, absolutely not right. Adamir, wearing black and white robes, anxiously pulled at his beard, gazing up at the sky which had turned blood red. Jonathan, what on earth is happening? Why has the entire capital city changed so suddenly? And many soldiers have gone mad. Jonathan, please come up with a solution. If this continues, we won't last much longer. Jonathan, should we contact the Alejandro and ask for his advice? This Adamir was none other than the Jonathan of the Azure Blue Empire, second only to the Emperor in power, his strength unfathomable. He had reached the perfected Golden Core realm. In the Azure Blue Empire, aside from the old Alejandro, even the Emperor's commands might not be as effective as his. This power and authority came from his own strength and reputation. I have already reported to the Alejandro, but I've received no response. Something catastrophic must have occurred, sighed the Jonathan, looking at the maddened soldiers with a hint of compassion in his eyes. Unlike the absentee old Alejandro, he took more responsibility for the empire, handling many important matters pregenorally and making invaluable contributions. Even the Emperor sought his counsel on various issues. What are we going to do? These must be demonic energies. How could so much demonic energy emerge within the capital city? If this goes on, we will eventually be tainted by the demonic energy. Should we try to escape the city while we still can? That won't be easy. The entire city is now completely sealed off. There's no way out. As far as the eye could see, the entire capital city was shrouded in blood-red mist, with hordes of demonic beings, the so-called lunatics, patrolling everywhere. After their initial chaotic slaughter, they seem to have developed some order, as if they suddenly had a leader. This change posed a severe disadvantage to the remaining humans. There's no way out. Each city gate is guarded by no fewer than 4 or 5 Golden Core level demonic beings and monsters. It would be easy for them to block our path. With time, all the demonic beings in the capital would converge here, leading to an overwhelmingly dangerous situation. Soon, someone dismissed the idea of leaving the city. These demonic beings were terrifying. While disorganized chaos might have been manageable, organized resistance made them far more formidable. Most importantly, everyone had encountered only those tainted by demonic energy. No one had seen the true source yet. And among these demonic beings and creatures, Golden Core level entities were already appearing. One could only imagine how fearsome the true origin must be. This was why, despite having many Golden Core cultivators, the group dared not make too much noise, fearing that it might draw the attention of the unseen source. Some even speculated that the Aria gainer the Alejandro hadn't communicated was that he was entangled with the source. They didn't dare consider the possibility of his demise. After all, he was an unrivaled half-step nascent soul expert, unmatched across the entire Azure Verdant world. Even if he couldn't defeat it, surely no one could stop him from escaping. They believed that the Alejandro had likely discovered the source of the demonic energy and was dealing with it, though it required time. Suddenly, a report came in. Jonathan, over half of the exits have been blocked by demonic beings. Then we'll relocate to another area. The Jonathan's expression changed. After considering it, he abandoned the thought of killing the demonic beings. Most of these demons were low level, merely serving as scouts, impossible to eliminate entirely. Engaging them would be futile and could attract even more dangerous ones, resulting in heavy casualties. After deliberation, the group established a strategy, constantly shifting locations and ensuring they always had at least 6 accessible routes available. Whenever too many exits were occupied, they would quickly relocate. For now, there was no better solution, only temporary delay. Following our usual practice, Hewitt and I will lead the way and clear the exit. The rest of the Golden Core cultivators will guard the flanks and rear. Foundation establishment cultivators will take turns attacking, and weaker members should stay closer inside. Let's go. At the command of the Jonathan, a dense crowd moved out. These were the survivors who had temporarily gathered together when the upheaval suddenly broke out. Protected by a powerful king-level artifact, they managed to ward off much of the demonic energy pollution, allowing them to hold on until now. As they wandered about, they also continuously gathered more survivors, gradually strengthening their forces. By now, they had gathered nearly 1,000 people. Among them, more than 60% had cultivation abilities, while the rest were ordinary civilians. True powerhouses, those at the Foundation establishment stage or above, accounted for less than 10%. Furthermore, after several rounds of fierce battles, many had been lost, weakening their strength even further. Therefore, they avoided